nearby, whispering do or die around me. Wolves hiding nearby, whispering do or die around me. Gripping at my skin, the walls of night closing.
While the use of this force as an integral part of combat has now taken on new form.
As I wait to say my last goodbye.
Welcome to the battlefield. No, you can't get out of here. Some of the goes when you lie, you won't make it out alive. Though you fuck around and try, do you like what you define? We ain't letting nothing slide with all these fucking goals out in their eyes. See, they whisper do or die in these digital trenches. They got an army of artificial intelligent henchmen. I got a hunch they attach to intelligence networks with intent to infect the internet, discredit and suppress anything that isn't them. There's a schism in the system that they didn't plan. Weaponized autism coupled with a little bit of hidden hand. Matrix construct ain't the world we living in. Born with the damn glasses, so we been only living. It's you who's been told a vision, that's why you cling to your soul. And an old religion that has only been promoted to be control systems. Stuck under the hypnosis of an old wizard. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told, lizards. You ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told, lizards. You ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers.
There is another very important phase of warfare. Has as its target not the body, but the mind of the enemy. Words and ideas.
Ammunition used by psychological warfare
Its mission is to influence the thoughts of the enemy.
Have a broad and sympathetic understanding of
Fucking order out, chaos, this is order out of order. My greatest order, disorder. I'm born with couldn't absorb shit propaganda. I was busy sorting water in the corner, preparing the meditation for war with the new world order. In school, I was just bored with the board of education. Even though I border on being an information hoarder, I don't ever offer my 2 cents, so here's a full fucking quarter. I'm a self-educated, trained, skilled warrior, currently operating a solo outfit with open lines of communication. The outside the matrix, the data global, the operation to stop enslavement. The devil lurking in darkness, attempt to turn your heart into onyx, throwing ganja in the system, steady combat and hardness. Medication for the mind virus, cause when the mind hide, they can't hide good, and good don't hide, but why would I? Cause it's have you been outside lately? Cause it's around me. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told, lizards. You ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told, lizards. You ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told, lizards. You ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth
There is another very important phase of warfare.
Careening through chaos, and these serene dreams,
Words
the
and
shadows
ideas.
and screams of those trapped in the system.
Its mission is to influence the thoughts of the enemy.
have a broad and sympathetic understanding
On a horizon now, virtual settler, memory box with Microsoft robot love couldn't keep us together, but the serenity of dark thoughts and this guilt of pleasure is the celibacy of a cage plugged door. That's why we're drunk off the misplaced rage and recycled thought. Drunk on power when we're reading the scripts without turning the page, so we're lost. We're drunk on this human condition. We're also drunk, intoxicated, mortal mass, surprise, desire, inhibition. Yeah, drunk from saying we know without listening. Yeah, and drunk from validating lies through social permission. So I use the prison to illuminate this blinding vision. No sense of idealism can teach this man indifference, because fences make you claustrophobic like indentured slave children. Whether laziness or convenience as your thoughts inside a closed system. You're just a consumer if you're either a user or a victim, because refinement rises out of the furnace of affliction, while the spirit of hate only causes contradiction. Warn your heart instead of music keeps the conscious mind in prison. My predilection, thoughts strange and strain. They change if it's too good to be true. Then fuck what they say to the grave. It's better to live easy on the passionate. Dissatisfied with your rage, it's better to live with your dreams. And obsolete on a speakeasy with a heap of vanity. Make the shadows weep inside a divine sleep to recombine. Seducing your mind, all structures to rupture your medulla. Kama Sutra running through the network that separates Michael and Lucifer. Disappointed, stagnant savages get stung by the future when tribalism offers a schism. You need a hive mind just to fit in where the ideals are. Money, power, your own decisions. You cannot imprison this dark apparition with idle ambition or assassinate the derision. I skip a stone off the river of hate and illuminate the blind space like a computer mind interface. Stagnant tactic cause me to alleviate serotonin fountain with pronouns of escape, poems of a dilated fate, like I'm full diameter with the factor of this aperture. Yeah, the aperture somehow I lost. Yeah, how to manage these synapses, she left me despite all my efforts. Yeah, ever since we touched the sky, I couldn't get this frame of network, so my eyes on the prize like Saturn rings inside the texture, sympathy closes. Once mode of devotion is closed in, but I guess time will tell. Some men sell their cries to shells and shekels. It's only truth that tells you lies can never settle. If the world is metapsycho, physical, then I guess I emptied out my mind thinking on the spiritual in this deep malaise. Happenstance, cancerous craze will follow the religion of self, but to ignore the slave in the heart cave as it binds your laser grips. Let Mike, chip, side, skin and fiber optic lenses to the wires of your skin. Yeah, but you're locked in the house, spoon-fed consciousness, while this neurotoxin drips inside the smile of a dolphin. And across time, present is the orphan. Yeah, no amount of the enforcement can pause the sorcerer's grin when the phantasmagoria only changes the shadows within. That's why on the search within the bonfire of enlightenment only avails in ignorance. In a surface area of bioluminescence of glowing screens to sharpen your tendons. Remember these presents I meant to keep it together, but duality fought its last bout and lost the sacred pleasure. Now on the horizon, I'm a virtual settler. A memory box of robot love couldn't keep us together. But the serenity of dark thoughts and this gilded pleasure is a celibacy of a cage plugged off. Now we ghosts in the shell.
Whispering, do or die.
Yeah. Ghosts in the soul system.
Amen to the search for the knowledge of this world, wishing that it sprung from every soul like a bird. Did you do your own research? Did you build from the ground your own church? Down with the written histories for the burned up books that we cannot read. Oh, celebrate the graves that you stand upon. This is love to the desk that I'm standing on. The claustrophobic magic spiral sickens and swirls. Can you feel the failure that I felt with the girl? Liberation's out. Bring the mind prisons back in. Get them safe, keep them safe. Forget the past. Who has a sickness last? Obsolescence redesigned. Been picking fights with that lobotomized mind. Lockdown commencing soon. Too many graveyards on the moon. I can't forget until my mind dies. Just tell the future eras we tried. We're sending up flares, breeding good bears. Fight with bare hands to occupy their chairs. I can't forget until my mind dies. I can't forget until my mind dies. I can't forget until my mind dies. I can't forget until my mind dies.
Dictatorships can impose their will on technical evolution. But, on the one hand, human freedom would gain nothing thereby, and, on the other, a dictatorship thirsty for power has no recourse at all but to push toward an excessive development of various techniques at its disposal. Any of us? An individual can doubtless seek the soundest attitude to dominate the techniques at his disposal. He can inquire after the values to impose on techniques and his use of them, and search out the way to follow in order to remain a man in the fullest sense of the word within a technological society. All this is extremely difficult, but it is far from being useless, since it is apparently the only solution presently possible. But the individual's efforts are powerless to resolve in any way the technical problem in its universality. To accomplish this would mean that all men adopt the same values and the same behavior. The second real problem posed by the technological society is whether or not a new civilization can appear which is inclusive of technique. The elements of this question are as difficult as those of the first. It would obviously be vain to deny all the things that can contribute something useful to a new civilization: security, ease of living, social solidarity, shortening of the work week, social security, and so forth. But a civilization in the strictest sense of the term is not brought into being by all these things. A threefold contradiction resides between civilization and technique, of which we must be aware if we are to approach the problem correctly. The first is that the technical world is the world of material things. It is put together out of material things and with respect to them. When technique displays any interest in man, it does so by converting him into a material object. The supreme and final authority in the technological society is fact, at once ground and evidence. And when we think on man as he exists in this society, it can only be as a being immersed in a universe of objects, machines, and innumerable material things. Technique indeed guarantees him such material happiness as material objects can. But, the technical society is not, and cannot be, a genuinely humanist society, since it puts in first place not man but material things. It can only act on man by lessening him and putting him in the way of the quantitative. The radical contradiction referred to exists between technical perfection and human development, because such perfection is only to be achieved through quantitative development and necessarily aims exclusively at what is measurable. Human excellence, on the contrary, is of the domain of the qualitative and aims at what is not measurable. Spiritual values cannot evolve as a function of material improvement. The transition from the technically quantitative to the humanly qualitative is an impossible one. In our times, technical growth monopolizes all human forces, passions, intelligences, and virtues in such a way that it is in practice nigh impossible to seek and find anywhere any distinctively human excellence. And if the search is impossible, there cannot be any civilization in the proper sense of the term. The second contradiction is that technical growth leads to a growth of power in the sense of technical means incomparably more effective than anything ever before invented, power which has as its object only power, in the widest sense of the word. The possibility of action becomes limitless and absolute. For example, we are confronted for the first time with the possibility of the annihilation of all life on Earth, since we have the means to accomplish it. In every sphere of action we are faced with just such absolute possibilities. Again, by way of example, governmental techniques, which amalgamate organizational, psychological, and police techniques, tend to lend to government absolute powers. And here I must emphasize a great law which I believe to be essential to the comprehension of the world in which we live, that is to say, that when power becomes absolute, values disappear. When man is able to accomplish anything at all, there is no value which can be proposed to him. When the means of action are absolute, no goal of action is imaginable. Power eliminates, in proportion to its growth, the boundary between good and evil, between the just and the unjust. We are familiar enough with this phenomenon in totalitarian societies. The distinction between good and evil disappears beginning with the moment that the ground of action, for example the instinct of the proletariat, claims to have absolute power and thus to incorporate immediately all value. Thus it is that the growth of technical means tending to absolutism forbids the appearance of values, and condemns to sterility our search for the ethical and the spiritual. Again, where technique has place, there is the implication of the impossibility of the evolution of civilization. The fourth and final contradiction is that technique can never engender freedom. Of course, technique frees mankind from a whole collection of ancient constraints. It is evident, for example, that it liberates him from the limits imposed on him by time and space, that man, through its agency, is free, or at least tending to become free, from famine, excessive heat and cold, the rhythms of the seasons, and from the gloom of night, that the race is freed from certain social constraints through its commerce with the universe, and from its intellectual limitations through its accumulation of information. But is this what it means really to be free? Other constraints as oppressive and rigorous as the traditional ones are imposed on the human being in today's technological society through the agency of technique. New limits and technical oppressions have taken the place of the older, natural constraints, and we certainly cannot assure that much has been gained. The problem is deeper. The operation of technique is the contrary of freedom, an operation of determinism and necessity. Technique is an ensemble of rational and efficient practices, a collection.
Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. I'm going to start opening up the shows with some informational videos. What you just saw was a reading, music and videos added by the YouTube channel creator onto the Technological Order by Jacques Ellul, one of the most fundamental texts that one could probably read in dealing with the subject matter on this channel. The works of Jacques Ellul on technology and on propaganda techniques are some of the most important readings in terms of the content for this channel. And we'll be going over certain fundamental readings and texts by, works of Kaczynski, Stuart Brand, Ray Kurzweil, Ted Kaczynski, and others that are basically, foundational to understanding the subject material on this channel, The Machine Lies, where we explore the questions of technology. What is technology, how it influences and affects our lives. And of course, technology is pervasive, right? The rule of technology is pervasive. As Jacques Ellul explores in his work, the technological order, right? We experience a world increasingly artificial, increasingly brought to us out of the rule of experts, right? Okay. And these experts are forming ideologies that themselves function as technologies and tools, used to guide the mind of the mass conscience, right? And this mass conscience has come to fruition through various modes and techniques themselves, right? It comes through an international order, right? International trade being guided by the cities, right? A universal language being brought by coding and all of these other mechanisms, right? You get the transfer of information from one part of the globe to the other part of the globe through the use of satellites, right? So you have international communication that allows us to have international trade. And through this, we develop a monoculture, international culture, right? They've already developed in the 1800s at the start of the technological revolution, right? Right. This is 200 years after they discovered the new world, right? And the discovery of the new world led to communications between all parts of the earth in the form of trade, right? This was the first stage of colonialism, right? Right. So a subsuming of culture and trade and products from all parts of the world, communication between all parts of the earth, right, soon became possible, right? 200 years after that, right, they then invented, okay, and this is also after they got rid of the rule of the church and they invented the ways and means for common people to own books, right? So they invented a technology in the 1500s, so-called, right? A way to copy books, the printing press, right? This led to changes in Europe, right? It led to radical restructuring of society because people wanted to reinterpret society through the use of the Bible. And who did they look to the understanding of where the Bible came from? Well, they looked to the Jews, right? Martin Luther, right? During the Protestant Reformation, he talks about reading the Kabbalah, right? He believed in sola scriptura. You got to go back to the text of the Bible. You can't rely on the church, right? So what did he come to the conclusion of? Right? He came to the conclusion, right, that anybody can understand the Bible. Right? It was for the common understanding, right? For the common folk, right? Okay, this idea, right, of challenging authority goes back, way back, right? It goes way back. The idea of challenging authority, right? Right? The idea of a democratic notion of man. It goes way back, right? To Athens, Greece. And part of the idea, right, was this notion of universalism, right? Universal ideas as Plato had conceived them, right? A universal concept of man, right? Right? Such as of the Orphic Pythagoreans. See, Plato was influenced by the Orphic Pythagoreans, just like Luther was influenced by the Kabbalists, right? In interpreting his Bible, right? How did Plato interpret the philosophy of Socrates? Through the arcane, okay, theology of the religious sects of the Orphic Pythagoreans, right? Okay, and they prayed to a hermaphroditic god, right? Phanes Protogenus, right? This hermaphroditic god was the notion of the equality-based ethos, okay? One man, right? And woman together, right? The combination of the two into one, right? This is the Gnostic impulse, right? The Jungian impulse, right? Drawing the feminine into the masculine, the Hermetic impulse. You see this all over the mystery religions because they have a notion of the archetypal man, right? And this notion of the archetypal man invades their subconscious mind. This equality based ethos. Okay, this democratic ethos that was then employed by those radical Protestant sects, okay, who came up with all sorts of concepts of sexual liberation as well, like libertinism, right? And you see the Frankists and the Sabbateans and all of these, they practice rites, rites, of sexual inversion, Kabbalistic inversion, right? But to do this, they had to have this notion of this hermaphroditic God, right? This ethos is based on combining feminine and male energies, right? Right? You see that, right? So this idea comes from the mystery sects, right? In the 15th century, now I was talking about last time some of the writers that kind of dispelled these myths, right? I was talking about radical revisioning of the concept of manhood, not under the equality-based ethos, but under a understanding of man as being the head of the household, being the head of the fatherland, right? Head of the family, right? And I talked about how John Locke had to dethrone the notion of patriarchy, right? So we're looking for examples of, manliness, you know what I mean? So I was looking at the samurai book and others. We were looking at the Prophet Muhammad, the organizing society through the use of patriarchy, right? Right. Now we were talking about men and women, how they function differently in society, right? Right. We're talking about how women have to, women are more subject to the mass mind, right? Why? Because they have to live their life more based on social cues, right? Right. Men are more independent by nature, right? Right. They're less trusting by nature. Okay. They have to be, right? A man is a man's life first and foremost is based on survival, right? Okay. You see men that are first and foremost driven by their sexual impulses, right? Those are the betas, right? Or if you will, right? I don't like to use such terminology. We're not wolves, right? We shouldn't try to measure ourselves by animal impulses, right? Human society is not animal society. It's not the same thing. We have a greater purpose on earth. Okay. But anyways, a man can have multiple progeny, right? Right? He can have hundreds of children. A woman can, by her own nature, right? She only has the capacity to have several children, right? Okay. Now, when a woman, okay, has sexual relations with multiple men, there's no way of determining who the father is, right? Especially in ancient times or in the time they never had scientific tests or anything like that, right? So there was no way of determining a woman had sex with multiple men who the father was, right? Now, in the case of men, men could have hundreds of children with women, right? Right. And they don't have to necessarily be there to take care of those children, right? So they had to organize society, right? Men had to make contracts with women, right? So that they can get married, right? So that society could keep track of who is whose children, right? So they could measure the births, right? They could control the births, right? All societies are based on eugenics, but in our mass society, okay, it's based on dysgenic procedures. And this itself came from the equality based ethos. I explained this earlier. Okay. They had notions coming from people like Julian Huxley, who thought of Planned Parenthood and other procedures, right, for population control, right? They had certain ideas about who should be allowed to be born in the society, right? Okay. All right. Bless you guys for being here, right? So we were looking at the warrior ethos, right? We were looking at Machiavelli's theory, right? Against universalism and against idealism. Okay, he had this idea against the equality-driven ethos. He did not believe in equality, right? Right? He didn't believe in equality, right? He didn't believe in a universal idea of man, right? He thought men and women are fundamentally different, right? And men are fundamentally different, right? There's no way that you could create a universal idea of either men or women, right? Because each person is unique. Not only that, but great men are extremely rare, right? Okay. Great men are even more rare than great women are, right? Okay. Okay. Because great men are the engines of history. This is the idea of people like Machiavelli. Okay. People like Thomas Carlyle, right? People who are in the 18th century. Thomas Carlyle was still somebody who believed in monarchy, right? Right. There's many people who believe that, right? Right. They believe that a king or a ruler is better than democracy. Why? Because democracy evades moral responsibility through the herd conscience, right? The herd, right? It allows you to evade responsibility, right? One becomes common, right? One's goals and ideals and values become that of the common herd. Right? But the real engine of history is the actions of great men, right? That's a different ideal, right? Not idealism, right? Not social construction, right? Okay. Right? Right. There's people who want to organize society by idealism or science. Okay. Philosophy on the one end or science on the other end. They don't take account of history, the actions of individuals, right, that have determined changes of history, right? And what formed those exemplary individuals, right? Right? The actions of great men being the engines of history, right? We're going to be looking at that, all right? We're going to be looking at some of the introductions to some of these ideas, starting with the Book of the Samurai. I was reading last time from the Book of the Samurai, Sunetomo, right? Yamamoto Sunetomo, right? Who wrote Hagakure, right? Right? Book of the Samurai. In the 15th century, he wrote this book, right? I was talking about this last time, right? Right? Some of the ideas from this book about not hesitating, not neglecting one's ideals, right? One's responsibility, not talking all the time about what there is to do instead of acting on what there is to do, right? Right. All you have is your present means to achieve what you want at this moment, right? Everything else is just ideas, plans, right? Okay. Now we're going to look at examples of the writings of Sunetomo, right? He was both a master of Zen Buddhism, he understood Confucian philosophy, right? And also he was a samurai. He was a trained samurai, right? Right? He says negligence is an extreme thing. He starts his book with that, right? He says, when the time comes, there is no moment for reasoning, And if you have not done your inquiring beforehand, there is most often shame. Reading books and listening to people talk are for the purposes of prior resolution. Prior resolution. Above all, the way of the samurai should be in being aware that you do not know what is going to happen next. Inquiring every item night and day, victory and defeat are matters of temporary force of circumstance. See, if you do your inquiring beforehand, right? And if you're going for what you need to, right, without showing hesitation, right, then preparedness is not exactly necessary in accomplishing the task, right? Right? One just simply rushes in, right? Okay, this is a importance, right? Right? The importance is not preparing for things and not expecting results, right? Not caring if one wins, essentially, right? Right? Because one has to do what's necessary, right? Even if failure is there, right? Right? And there's shame in surrendering and not fighting through, even if one's going to lose. Okay? Okay? That's the sacrifice a man has to make sometimes, right? That's what's going on, right? It's not about winning or losing, it's about doing what it takes, retaliating, showing them what you fucking got, right? Reading books and listening to people talk are for the purposes of prior resolution. Above all, the way of the samurai should be in being aware that you do not know what is going to happen next. In querying every item day and night, victory and defeat are matters of temporary force of circumstances. The way of avoiding shame is different. It is simply in death. Even if it seems certain that you will lose, retaliate. Neither wisdom nor technique has place in this. A real man does not think of victory or defeat. He plunges recklessly towards the irrational death. By doing this, you will awaken from your dreams, he says. Okay. Okay. Plunging forward, right? Even if one expects to lose, right? Right? The shame is in not putting up a fight, right? Anyways, let's go to a different passage here. This gets very interesting. His recommendations for how to live life. It's very different from how men choose to live today. The path of the warrior is very different from the cucked man of today, right? Right? They don't really get what it takes, right, to measure up to the real potential of holding up the responsibility of an entire nation or an entire community, right? They don't really care about those types of things, right? We have the individual of today, right? The loner, the anti-hero, the everyman, right? Okay, the herd animal man, all right? Unfortunately, that's all we're left with, right? Okay, Sunatomo's a little different. He says, in admonishing the master, if one is not of the proper rank to do so, it shows great loyalty to have someone who is of that rank speak and have the master correct his mistakes. To be on footing to do this, one must be on cordial terms with everyone. If one does this for his own sake, it is simply flattery. One does this rather in his concern to support that clan on his own. Okay, if one will it, one can do it, right? Okay, he's talking about obedience to rank, something that men don't understand today, right? Obedience to the ranking, right? Right? They don't have deference for people who know better than them, right? They simply don't. They don't have deference for their elders. They don't have deference for people who know more than them, right? Right? He says a warrior should not say something faint-hearted, even casually. He should set his mind to this beforehand. Even in thrilling matters, the depths of one's heart can be seen. No matter what it is, there is nothing that cannot be done. If one manifests the determination, he can move heaven and earth as he pleases. But because man is pluckless, he cannot set his mind to it. Moving heaven and earth without putting forth effort is simply a matter of concentration, right? Right. You got to be able to move heaven and earth, right? With your will, right? But if you don't make up your will beforehand, set your determination beforehand, discipline yourself beforehand, right? Heaven and earth will not move for you, right? With will and determination, one can even accomplish the impossible, right? Many have done so, right? Many in the past, they've said, so and so, man, you know, it's impossible for a man to do this, do that, right? There's been millions of times where that's been proven wrong in history, right? Right? One man who masters himself is worth 1,000 who have no control over themselves, right? We've seen that, right? An army of lions, right, led by a donkey is going to lose to an army of lions led by an army of donkeys led by a lion, right? It's always going to win. Okay? It doesn't matter if you got an army of lions. If they got a donkey as their head, it's going to be a lost situation, right? If you got an army of donkeys and you got the fiercest lion, the one who knows how to attack, guiding them. But it's not about the weapons you have at your disposal. It's not about the type of soldiers you have in your army, right? It's about what's guiding them, right? The intelligence, the strategy, right? 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 That's how a small army can defeat a large army and how a less advanced army can defeat a more advanced army, right? Until one reaches the age of 40, he says, it is better to put off wisdom and discrimination and excel in vitality according to the person and rank. Though a person has passed the age of 40, if he has no vitality, he will get no response from others. Okay. Okay. He says, when one has made a decision to kill a person, even if one even if it will be very difficult to succeed by advancing straight ahead, it will not do to think about going at it in a long roundabout way. One's heart may slacken. He may miss his chance. And by and large, there will be no success. The way of the samurai is one of immediacy. Okay? One of immediacy, right? And it is best to dash headlong. Okay? That reflects with what was said before, right? Okay, anyways, I'm going to move on to a different passage here. And we're reading here from the book of the samurai, some very important passages about handling one's business. He says, if one, okay, now this is a very important practice, okay? This practice here is about ritual suicide, okay? And he gives a justification for ritual suicide in terms of the Samurai. This is the Book of the Samurai by Sunetomo. Arx Kayan. Thank you, brother. Yeah, I'm going to be reading a few things tonight to back up my presentation I gave last time, Manhood Part 3. You know? So yeah, thank you for joining us. This is a reading from Book of the Samurai. It says if one felt that such a I'm going to start this from the beginning and read a little bit about his justification for ritual suicide. Right? And the justification is shame, right? If you have no honor, you can have no shame, right? That's one of the things, right? Right? People who have no honor have no shame, right? They're rootless cosmopolitans, right? Skating from here to there, right? Relying on the herd, right? Passing the buck, right? Trying to wait for change to happen in the world, democratic change, right? They believe in universal values, right? This is the kind of philosophy that doesn't have any culpability in life, doesn't have any responsibility in life, right? Doesn't have to fight for anything, doesn't stand for anything, spineless, right? Right, but one who's willing to die for what he believes, right, will not accept shame and mediocrity, right? Is not going to accept shame and mediocrity as a lifestyle, okay? As a fucking lifestyle, okay? So here we go. Even though one has made some blunder in governmental work, it can probably be excused by pleading clumsiness or inexperience. But what kind of excuse may be given for the failure of men who were involved in this recent unexpected event? Okay. Now he talks about a saying of his master. He says, "It is enough if a warrior is simply a stalwart." And this is just such a case. If one felt that such a failure were a mortification, the least he could do is cut open his stomach rather than live on in shame with a burning in his breast, the feeling that he had no place to go. And as his luck as a warrior had run out, that he was no longer able to function quickly and had been given a bad name. But if one had regretted losing his life and reasoned that he should live because such a death would be useless, then for the next 20 years of his life, he would be pointed at from behind and covered with shame. After his death, he would be smeared with disgrace. His guiltless descendants would receive his dishonor for being born in his line, and the ancestor's name would be dragged down. All of the members of his family would be blemished. Such circumstances are truly regrettable. If one has no earnest daily intention, does not consider what it is to be a warrior, even in his dreams, and lives the day idly, he can be said to be worth punishment. Punishment is what the fuck you deserve for that, right? For living a life of mediocrity and dishonor day in and day out, right? Not even being a blessing to your descendants, right? He says that is a life of shame, right? A life of shame and dishonor, right? Now, check this out, right? This is a crazy fucking quote. He says, even if one's head were to be suddenly cut off, he should be able to do one more action with certainty. The last moments of Nita Yoshisada are proof of this. Had his spirit been weak, he would have fallen the moment his head was severed. Recently, there is example of Onodokin. These actions occurred because of simple determination with martial valor. If one becomes like a revengeful ghost and shows great determination, though his head is cut off, he should not die. Okay. Okay. Once your head is cut off, okay, your your body remains active for like a certain amount of time, right? Okay. Sunetomo says that there's no excuse for not even accomplishing the task of killing, even in that last bit of time. Okay. And he gives examples of samurais who were able to accomplish this. Their head was cut off and their body went and attacked somebody, okay, and killed somebody. They still won. They killed their opponent even as their head was cut off as their last action. Right? This is going beyond reason. He says, become like a revengeful ghost. That you have so much determination, though your head is cut off, you still defeat your opponent. This is some crazy stuff. All right, guys. Thank you guys for joining. All right. But yeah, I'm gonna continue reading in a little bit. Here. We're talking about manhood, the path of the warrior. We're looking at Sunetomo and the way of the samurai, right? We're also going to be probably looking at the Dokudo, right? Yeah, the last dying act, right? To accomplish what you set out for, right? The task of a warrior, right? Even to the death, even unto the death, right? Negligence is an extreme thing, and the path of the samurai is found in immediacy, guys, right? All right. We're going to hear some of the work we were hearing last time on Muhammad by Thomas Carlyle. Okay, we're going to move to Thomas Carlyle here while I take a little smoke break here. But thank you guys for joining us. You know what I mean? On the Machine Lies. You know what I mean? And I'm going to take a look at some of you guys' comments here. And see who's joining us today. Thank you guys for joining us. Yeah, we're reading here about the warrior spirit. We're on part 4 of this. We started this show talking about the manhood crisis. Okay, we presented several factors for what we thought was going on with the manhood crisis, okay? Okay, in part 3, right? We also did several presentations on feminism, the root causes of feminism, both the ideology and the physical circumstances, right? And the effect it's having on male to female relationships in our modern age, right? Okay. Let's take a look at Carlyle on heroes and hero worship, a great example of warrior ethos, right? And manliness throughout history. And we're taking a little listen here to this, right? We're doing a presentation on manliness and warrior ethos here, right? Right. And we're looking at the idea of the actions of great men, right? Guiding historical changes, right? Okay. That concept coming from Machiavelli of historical change, right? But yeah, we're gonna move into Carlisle, and then we're gonna play a song. Then we're gonna get back to our reading from the Samurai book. Then we're gonna read a passage from Machiavelli, and then we'll see how much time we have. We might open up a panel, or we might continue reading some more of our sources for our presentation, right, on the manhood crisis. Thank you guys for joining us. But yeah, if you guys are interested in what we're talking about, please listen to some of my previous presentations. I did one recently, Manhood Part 3. I did recent presentations on feminism. Let's go. All right.
Muhammad was born among are certainly a notable people. Their country itself is notable, the fit habitation for such a race. Savage, inaccessible rock mountains, great grim deserts, alternating with beautiful strips of verdure. Wherever water is, there is greenness, beauty, odoriferous palm shrubs, date trees, frankincense trees. Consider that wide waste horizon of sand, empty, silent, like a sand sea dividing habitable place from habitable. You are alone there, left alone with the universe. By day, a fierce sun blazes down on it with intolerable radiance. By night, the great deep heaven with its stars. Such a country is fit for a swift-handed, deep-hearted race of men. There is something most agile, active, and yet most meditative, enthusiastic in the Arab character. The Persians are called.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did say I'd look at the chat. Let me take a look at some of you guys here. Browns boy, thank you for being here. Reddington, of course. You know. My dear love, Virgo Moon, thank you for being here. Mr. Miner, blessings, brother. Lizard Tree, thank you, ma'am, for being here. Archaon, I see you saying you want to get on the panel. I'm going to be opening up the panel in an hour here. You know, Crystal Shaman, Virgo Moon. I'd like it if Crystal Shaman and Virgo Moon became friends. You know, those are both some of my big time homies. You know, thank you guys for being here. Crystal Shaman, Lizard Tree, plus the Chaos Agents. Yeah. Yeah, that stuff gets old. I agree. It takes patience to deal with some of these characters. Vladimir Putin, Lex Anamata, the brother. Thank you. Yep.
The French of the East. We will call the Arabs Oriental Italians. A gifted, noble people, a people of wild, strong feelings, and of iron restraint over these, the characteristic of noble-mindedness, of genius. The wild Bedouin welcomes the stranger to his tent as one having a right to all that is there. Were it his worst enemy, he will slay his foe to treat him, will serve him with sacred hospitality for 3 days, will set him fairly on his way, and then, by another law as sacred, kill him if he can. In words too, as in action. They are not loquacious people, taciturn.
Yeah, peace to the homie Yeti life. Thank you for being here, brother.
Rather, but eloquent, gifted when they do speak, an earnest, truthful kind of men. They are, as we know, of Jewish kindred. But with that deadly, terrible earnestness of the Jews, they seem to combine something graceful, brilliant, which is not Jewish. They had poetic contests among them before the time of Muhammad. Sale says at Uqad in the south of Arabia, there were yearly fairs, and there, when the merchandising was done, poets sang for prizes. The wild people gathered to hear that. One Jewish quality these Arabs manifest, the outcome of many or of all high qualities, what we may call religiosity. From the old, they had been zealous worshippers according to their light. They worshipped the stars as saviors, worshipped many natural objects, recognized them as symbols, immediate manifestations of the maker of nature. It was wrong, and yet not wholly wrong. All God's works are still, in a sense, symbols of God. Do we not, as I urge, still account it a merit to recognize a certain inexhaustible significance, poetic beauty, as we name it, in all natural objects whatsoever? A man is a poet, and honored for doing that, and speaking or singing it, a kind of diluted worship. They had many prophets, these Arabs, teachers, each to his tribe, each according to the light he had. But indeed, have we not, from the old noblest of proofs, still palpable to every one of us, of what devoutness and noble-mindedness had dwelt in these rustic, thoughtful peoples? Biblical critics seem agreed that our own book of Job was written in that region of the world. I call that, apart from all theories about it, one of the grandest things ever written with pen. One feels, indeed, as if it were not Hebrew. Such a noble universality, different from the noble patriotism or sectarianism, reigns in it. A noble book, all men's book. It is our first, oldest statement of the never-ending problem. man's destiny and God's ways with him here in this earth. And all in such free flowing outlines, grand in its sincerity, in its simplicity, in its epic melody, and the repose of its reconcilement. There is the seeing eye, the mildly understanding heart, so true every way, true eyesight has vision for all things, material things no less than spiritual, the horse. Thou hast cloth his neck with thunder, he laughs at the shaking of the spear. Such living likenesses were never since drawn. Sublime sorrow, sublime reconciliation, oldest choral melody as of the heart of mankind, so soft and grand as a summer midnight, as the world with its seas and stars. There is nothing written, I think, in the Bible or out of it of equal literary merit. To the idolatrous Arabs, one of the most ancient universal objects of worship was that black stone, still kept in the building called Kaaba at Mecca. Diodorus Siculus mentions this Kaaba in a way not to be mistaken as the oldest, most honored temple in its time, that is, some half century before our era. Sylvester de Saki says there is some likelihood that the black stone is an aeolite. In that case, some man might see it fall out of heaven. It stands now beside the well Zemzem. The Kaaba is built over both. A well is in all places a beautiful, affecting object, gushing out like life from the hard earth. Still more so in those hot, dry countries where it is the first condition of being. The well Zemzem has its name from the babbling sound of the waters, Zemzem. They think it is the well which Hagar found with her little Ishmael in the wilderness, the aeolite that has been sacred now and had Kaaba over them for thousands of years. Curious object, that Kaaba. There it stands, this hour, in the black cloth covering the Sultan sends it yearly, 27 cubits high, which, with double circuit of pillars, with festooned rows of lamps and quaint ornaments, the lamps will be lighted again this night to glitter again under the stars. An authentic fragment of the oldest past. It is the Qibla of all Muslim. From Delhi all onwards to Morocco, the eyes of innumerable praying men turn towards it 5 times, this day and all days. One of the notablest centers in the habitation of men. It had been from the sacredness attached to this Kaaba stone and Hagar's well, from the pilgrimings of all tribes of Arabs thither, that Mecca took its rise as a town. A great town once, though much decayed now. It has no natural advantage for a town. Stands in a sandy hollow, amid bare, barren hills, at a distance from the sea. Its provisions, its very bread, have to be imported. But so many pilgrims needed lodgings, and then all the places of pilgrimage do from the first become the places of trade. The first day pilgrims meet merchants have also met. Where men see themselves assembled for one object, they will find they can accomplish other objects which depend on meeting together. Mecca became the fair of all Arabia, and thereby indeed the chief staple and warehouse of whatever commerce there was between the Indian and the Western countries, Syria, Egypt, and even Italy. It had at one time a population of 100,000 buyers, forwarders of those Eastern and Western products.
Yeah, this accomplishes 2 ends, gives people some of the history of Islam, and also it is a venturing into modern philosophy, a attack against Enlightenment values by Thomas Carlyle, a philosopher that has made a resurgence today, in today's time. And then the third thing it accomplishes is that it's a theory about hero worship and how the ideas of great men. He talks about Odin and then Muhammad. So we'll be going on with that, and hearing what he has to say about the Prophet Muhammad and his contributions to history. We're going to take a little musical break. It's been an hour and 11 minutes, in this. I mean, and Virgo moon is heading to bed. Bless you, my dear And don't forget to practice some of your prayers there, and we'll figure out what we're doing tomorrow. And everybody else, Yeti Life, Praline Queen, thank you for being here with me. And yeah, 1 hour and 11 minutes. Let's have a little musical break for 5 minutes, and then I'll continue reading the sources that I'm reading from. We're going to read from the Book of the Samurai in the 15th century, and also read from Machiavelli, also in the 15th century. So both of these thinkers sort of rose up in that time, right before the Enlightenment values took hold. So they're extremely important thinkers. But yeah, we're gonna talk about some other stuff here in a minute. Thank you guys. DOC secret plan. If you guys got some, cannabis, go ahead and light it up and smoke with me and listen to this historical song by the DOC, a West Coast rapper, talking about some important issues. A secret plan by DOC. How about that?
As I submit the new world girl sin, 6, I cover myself with lambskin. Black family, 5 point to win. That's again prophecy. Watch the Vatican. You must begin to think. Sit up, and you can see 422 is lit up with the skull and bone. Picture what is known of the scrolling key of the DOC. Yeah. Yeah. Have a secret plan. New world connects and wrecks man by the hand of the one fake God. Light, real fight, spit on the cross from a pit, and I look and I behold a pale horse. 42nd degree, my inner source. Originality from the brotherhood. From the beginning of two never good. Listen, ain't kept undercover another wrong. But I got 6 got hung by the feet. Looking for the golden fleece with shackles. Look at the jackal's green case. To a ring of fifth. Death come quicker when you shoot the gift. Watch out, Bloody Mary, sleep with your gun. Show me the sign, innocent one, the end might come. Now, what you gonna do? Like, be too costly not to get it alright. So, who shall save the human race? None. 6,000 erase, replace. 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 Every 8 powers so organized. Look where brotherhood made life disguise. Symbol of who a rise. 4,000 years to pass. Remember, religion is but a tool to control your ass. Reflect, for when the millennium connect. Esoteric enlightenment of the elect. Reflect, come face the order. Witness theological manslaughter. Now, follow the master supreme decree. The new world girl found death at 33. 13 levels above the IC. Deal to never reveal the real keys to the esoteric language as you enter a brand new age of anguish. Pyramid beliefs turn my niggas into thieves. No matter 6,000 delete. Repeat. 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 Mama, I don't want to die. Mind raw, circle complete when he grip the cat paw. Alien, sleeping unto the ages. Be symbolic unto the Dead Sea pages. Nights, history hidden. We forget from where the book came. Brotherhood of the insane. Slay. Humanity, you cannot identify thyself by sign. We pray. Sign, hand over forehead. Countersign pyramid, ego wing spread. A Luciferian, totalitarian, socialistic, twisted minds on the way. So when they fail, holy blood, holy grail. Historically, they don't want a nigga to see. Trilateral will be done, Kirk. Political murder and BD done work. chasing to replace the hell or to a jail cell. Society don't want you in the clientele. Don't matter 6,000 be blood running. 95 the beginning, watch out, it's coming.
America is now under martial law.
It's coming.
All
It's coming.
individual
It's
rights
coming.
have
It's
been
coming. It's
suspended.
coming.
Stay in your home.
It's coming.
Do not attempt to contact loved ones, insurance agents, or attorneys. Shut up. Do not attempt to think or depression may occur. Stay in your home. Curfew is at 7 p.m. Start after work. Anyone caught outside the gates of their subdivision sectors after curfew will be shot. Remain calm. Do not panic. Your neighborhood watch officer will be by to collect urine samples in the morning. Anyone caught interfering with the collection of urine samples will be shot. Stay in your home. Remain calm. The number one enemy of progress is question. National security is more important than individual will. All sports broadcasts will proceed as normal. No more than 2 people may gather anywhere without permission. Use only the drugs prescribed by your boss or supervisor. Be happy. Obey all orders without question. The comfort you command.
Okay, we got some more readings here from the Book of the Samurai, and then we're gonna leave it for now. It says there is dignity in calm, in a calm aspect. There is dignity in paucity of words. There is dignity in flawlessness of manners. There is dignity in solemn behavior. And there is dignity in a deep insight and a clear perspective. These are all reflected on the surface, but in the end, their foundation is simplicity of thought and tautness of spirit. Covetousness, anger, and foolishness are things to sort out. Well, when bad things happen in the world, if you look at them comparatively, they are not unrelated to these 3 things, right? Covetousness, anger, and foolishness. Looking comparatively at good things, you will see that they are not excluded from wisdom, humanity, and bravery. To talk about other people's affairs is a great mistake. To praise them too is unfitting. In any event, it is best to know your own ability well, to put forth your own endeavors, and to be discreet in speech. The heart of a virtuous person has settled down, and he does not rush about things. A person of little merit is not at peace, but walks about making trouble and is in conflict with all. It is good viewpoint to see the world as a dream. When you have something like a nightmare, you will wake up and tell yourself that it was only a dream. It is said that the world we live in is not a bit different from this. People with intelligence will use it to fashion things both true and false and try to push through whatever they want with their own clever reasoning. This is injury from intelligence. Injury from intelligence. Nothing you do will have effect if you do not use the truth. Okay? Anyways, we're going to move on to Machiavelli, right? And a student of Machiavelli, which was Nietzsche, right? Who talked about the herd instinct, right? And we're dwelling on sources here from what we're reading. And also we have other resources like Rousseau, who was a great critic of the warrior ethos, you know, and influenced both Carlyle and Nietzsche, right? Nietzsche and Carlyle, they roughly wrote along the same time, and they were both kind of influenced by Machiavelli and his idea that the actions of great men are the engines of historical change, not idealism or science, social determinism, right? Right. These were methods that were developed as a response and as a proliferation to Enlightenment values, right? To the idea of the equality of man, right? That was kind of brought forward through Darwinian evolution. Nietzsche kind of rejected Darwinian evolution, right? He rejected Darwinian naturalism, right? You know, we kind of saw that in his philosophy, right? We kind of observed that in his philosophy. We read a little bit of Nietzsche on this show. We've covered that many times on this show, right? And we're looking at the response of Ted Kaczynski against liberalism, right? He gave a huge retort of liberal values that were kind of primary, right? Okay, some of his ideas was based on Jacques Ellul's technological society, you know. Now we're moving forward in that direction, okay? We might bounce around here and there, but we're moving forward in that direction. And at about an hour and 50 minutes or 2 hours here, we're going to be opening up the panel and see who's going to be here for our discussions here. But you know, we'll see if nobody hops up here. We'll take a look at some debates or take a look at some videos, do some more commentary on some topics that we have here for this evening. But yeah, thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies. We're going to be going for a while here. We got about 27 people watching us. Thank you for watching us here on Wednesday night. Although there's many other shows that you could possibly be watching, you know, we thank you for joining us here. We're going to move to Machiavelli, also writing in the 1500s around the time of Tsunetomo, right? And in his writing here, you know, he begins with a dedicatory letter, which is pretty important, right? It's pretty important because he kind of lays out his theory of why he's writing this book in this dedicatory letter to Lorenzo the Magnificent, right? He's kind of writing this letter as a way to gain favor with the Medici family who's came in power at that time, right? That's why he's writing about the actions of men like Cesare Borgia, right? The Medici family had taken over the papacy, right? They were a huge force in Florentine Italy during the time of the Italian Renaissance, right? And part of what they were able to do as the Medicis is they brought the Hermetic texts and Plato and Aristotle and all those classical Greek texts out of the hands of the church and brought them to Florentine Italy, right? Put them in the hands of those people there, and it caused a renaissance, right? A kind of explosion of learning, right? Right. And but it also caused a lot of political strife, right? There was revolutions like every day. There was people starting up their own armies. There was a bunch of mercenary groups in Italy at the time, right? So one of these groups was led by Savonarola, right? He tried to take charge in Italy, and he was soon imprisoned, right? Right, by the family there, by the Medicis, right? And they threw Machiavelli in jail for being his minister, for giving him political advice. They thought Machiavelli had information, so he was tortured for years by the Medici family. And when he gets out, he wrote them a letter to try to get a job because, you know, what else are you going to do? You know, he's a person who's a political minister, right? So he wanted to be a minister, but he worked during the day. He wrote during the evening, right? And his writings became infamous over time. They came to influence Hobbes and Locke and Rousseau, right? Okay, so they came into a new political theater of the modern world that then influenced modern warfare and the modern notion of what a state is, right? Okay, what a modern police force and what a modern military force kind of looks like. It was kind of developed at this time by these thinkers who talked about the state of nature, the idea of political sovereignty, and they developed the notion of rights. Now, Machiavelli himself did not believe in rights, right? Right. But he did believe and invent the notion of political science, which he thought was different from studying theology, right? From the theopolitical states or the states of the philosophers and scientists, which he thought were too idealistic, right? They were based on studies, right? Or ideas or concepts of what a human being is, right? Instead of looking at history, right? He thought each man was particularly unique, right? And that there was no such notion as equality between men. Why? Because of the history of the rulers of men, right? Okay. Anyways, his dedicatory letter to Lorenzo the Magnificent, Lorenzo de Medici, goes like this, right? So with a little background history there about Machiavelli, right? He says, "It is customary most of the time for those who desire to acquire favor with the prince to come to meet him with things that they care for most among their own, with the things they see please him most. Thus one sees them many times being presented with horses, arms, cloth of gold, precious stones, and similar ornaments worthy of their greatness. Thus, since I desire to offer myself to your magnificence with some testimony of my homage to you, I have found nothing in my belongings that I care so much for, esteem so greatly, as the knowledge of the actions of great men. Learn from me by long experience, okay? Now that's going to set the stage for the entire work, right? This work is different from others, right? Because it's not going to use idealism. It's not going to reduce men to an equality-based ethos, right? He's going to be talking about the actions of the knowledge of great men, right? Which are more valuable, right, than any material benefit, right? On the one end, right, which is the basis for social determinism, right? Physical prizes, okay? What you have in terms of your material profit, right? He's not thinking in terms of that. He's thinking about the actions, right? The character of people who would commit to certain acts that lead people to certain goals, right? The actions of great men, right? That's the main thing he's focused on, right? Right? Not idealism, right? That's going to reverse everything to a universal equality based ethos, or scientific and social determinism that's going to say if you create a certain state, then you'll create a certain type of man. No, he's saying men guide the actions, okay, of the society, right? And that is what determines the laws of the state, right? The actions of great men are better than materials, right? That it takes to govern, right? Having thought out and examined these things with great diligence for a long time, I have now reduced them to one small volume. I send it to your magnificence. And although I judge this work undeserving of your presence, yet I have much confidence that through your humanity it may be accepted, considering that no greater gift could be made by me than to give you the capacity to be able to understand in a very short time all that I've learned. And understand in so many years with so many hardships and dangers for myself, I have not ornamented this work nor filled it with fulsome phrases, with pompous and magnificent words, nor with the blandishment or superfluous ornament. Okay. Whatever which is customary for many to describe and adorn their things, for I wanted it to neither be honored for anything or to please solely for the variety of the matter, of the gravity of the subject, nor do I want it to be reputed presumption if a man from a low and mean state dares to discuss and gives rules for governments of princes. For just as those who sketch landscapes place themselves down in the plain to consider the nature of the mountain and high places, and to consider the nature of low places, place themselves high atop the mountain. Similarly, to know well the nature of peoples, one needs to be a prince, and to know well the nature of princes, one needs to be of the people. Right? Right? Okay. Therefore, take this small gift in the spirit which I send it. Right. And then he says, you know, interesting stuff there. You know what I mean? Okay. Now he talks about republics and principalities. Okay. Two types of rules. Okay. He starts it off talking about how they're either acquired or they're grafted into an already existing rule. Okay. And he talks about how men seek to acquire power. Okay. And the nature of power itself. And in that, he talks about the changes of one man can inhabit. And we'll probably open up a study of the prince on its own and of Machiavelli's work on its own and his morality on its own, because it's an extremely interesting subject, you know, that I've researched many times, right? But yeah, you know, Machiavelli is one of the most important thinkers, right? And in our modern political status and what the idea of an individual came from, right? And what is the historical view of man, and indeed he invented political science. And two of the ideas that he draws from is these two concepts that he uses is fortune and virtue. Okay, fortune and virtue. All right. Fortune is what you begin with, right? It's your inheritance, right? Some men have a large estate as their fortune, right? Guided to them. He also equates it with nature, right? Nature, right? Nature and fortune are one force guiding mankind, right? But it's what you begin with, right? And then the other force is virtue. Virtue is what you can acquire, what you can learn, how you can change your environment, right? Okay. Fortune is what you can't change. Virtue is what you can change, right? What you can affect, right? And he gives kind of a, you know, an inverse relationship between these two facts, right? Of analysis, right? A lot of his political science is based on the, you know, the relation between these two things, fortune and virtue, right? Fortune is nature, okay, and inheritance, your family, right? He says if you're given a lot of fortune to begin with, right? You probably don't go out and acquire a lot of virtue. He says people who start out with almost no fortune, they seek to acquire virtue. That's the only way they can attain to power. He says somebody who has to acquire virtue on his own and does it successfully is going to be far more superior to someone who has had to rely on fortune, right? Who is given their power through fortune, right? That's why he comes to the conclusion that it's usually the case that there's not usually a great man who's the son of another great man, right? That's pretty rare, right? And this kind of idea of the actions of great men, that the idea of rulership or the success of the ruler could be boiled down to a science, right? Well, Hobbes kind of draws on this concept, but Hobbes believes more in science than he does in humanity, right? Right. He's the first to reduce man to a biological animal like nature, right? Okay. So Hobbes is kind of susceptible to the equality based ethos, but Machiavelli does not feel that way, right? About human beings, right? He feels all sorts of idealism are eclipsed by historical analysis, right? And when you look at history, you look at actions of great men. Right? You're not looking at, these changes, these great evolutions, and this mass conscience that develops through time. Right? It says these are just abstractions, right? Right. Those are abstractions based on ideas. Right? He kind of takes this atheistic view of things, right? But anyways, let's go to Emile by Rousseau, right? He talks about the education of men and women being different. And he's kind of turning against the Enlightenment values himself, right? Okay. And in his Emile, he talks about the education of men, right? And he distinguishes it from women's education, right? Which he puts as his character name Sophia, right? So he's got Emile and Sophia. And it's interesting that he names the female character Sophia, as I was mentioning earlier, right? Okay. And in his other ideas in the social contract, when he talks about the collective spirit and some of these other ideas in secular society, okay, we know that Rousseau is part of the problem of liberalism, but generally his ideas speak to a response of Enlightenment values, right? He kind of turns against Enlightenment values. He turns against science, right? So the romantic ideal kind of went back to the medieval warrior chivalry based, idea, right? Right. Romantic authors, they kind of based their ideas more on the medieval warrior ethos to turn against the Enlightenment values, because that was the thing that Enlightenment values was trying to eclipse through their notion of the collective being, right? Society, the state. Okay. Okay. But here we have in the book 1 of Emile, and we're just opening up some of these sources, right? Okay, the samurais, right? The ancient warrior caste. Okay. We'll be looking at, right? Okay, we looked at Machiavelli, his notion of history, the prince, the leader, right? Last time we looked at some of the causes of manhood, right? I mean, that concept of manhood, right? Some of the causes of the manhood crisis, I'm sorry, right? Those causes being feminism, right? Okay. Feminism. Okay. The Industrial Revolution, right? Sent women to work, right? And also created these large scale industrial projects, which required men and women to fill the factory jobs, right? So it wasn't really about giving women equality, right? It was more about getting more workers for the factories, right? So we have the introduction of feminism, an ideology that goes along with the Industrial Revolution, right? Okay, and then we have some other ideals emerging from that. Okay. Okay, we have the notion of men not being raised by their fathers, going to work with their father for the family business, being trained by their fathers. We have dad going to work for the boss, right? The notion of independence, the notion of the individualism, right? Coming out about through the equality based ethos, right? That one could become independent at the age of 18, go out of the tutelage of one's father and one's king and create a world for himself, his own freedom, his rights, right? That everybody's got rights and freedoms and property. Right. These notions led to feminism, okay, the Industrial Revolution, the extended adolescence of males, the lack of a concept of what a man is in the minds of most people, right? And the lack of an education that drives towards being a man, right? Anyways, let's read some Emil, and then we'll open up a panel here, okay, and see what everybody's got to say. Everything is good as it leaves the hands of the author. Everything is dangerous in the hands of man. He forces one soil to nourish the products of another, one tree to bear the fruits of another, and mixes and confuses the climates, the elements, the seasons. He humiliates his dog, his horse, his slave. He turns everything upside down. He disfigures everything. He loves deformity, monsters. He wants nothing as nature made it, not even man. For him, man must be like a school horse. Man must be fashioned in keeping with his fancy, like a tree in his garden. Were he not to do this, however, everything would go even worse, and species does not admit of being formed halfway. In the present, I think it, I don't know what that says. At the present rate of things, a man abandoned to himself in the midst of other men from birth would be most disfigured of all. Prejudices, authorities, necessity, example, all the social institutions in which we find ourselves emerged would stifle nature in him and put nothing in his place. There would be like a shrub that chance had caused to be born in the middle of a path that has passers by and soon caused to perish. Trimming, or wait, I don't know what that says. Yeah, I'm sorry. I printed this book into a lot of printed this book from a printer a long time ago. I spent a lot of times at libraries printing out old books and then putting them in binders. Getting them for free off of these old websites. But yeah, it says who are capable of keeping the nascent shrub away from highway and securing it from the impact of human opinions. Cultivate water the young plant before it dies. Its fruits will one day be your delights. Form an enclosure around your child's soul at an early date. Someone else can draw its circumference, but you alone must build the fence. Plants are shaped by cultivation, and men by education. If man were born big and strong, his size and strength would be useless to him until he had learned to make use of them. They would be detrimental to him in that they would keep others from thinking of aiding him, and abandoned to himself, he would die of want before knowing his needs, and childhood is taken to be a pitiable state. It is not seen that the human race would have perished if man would not have begun as a child. Not have begun as a child. We are born weak. We need strength. We are born totally impoverished. We need aid. We are born stupid. We need judgment. Everything we do not have at our birth, which we need, we are grown, is given to us by education. This education comes to us from nature or from men or from things. The internal development of our faculties and our organs is the education of nature. The use that we are taught to make of this development is education of men. And what we acquire from our own experience about the objects which affect us is the education of things. The education of things. Okay, 3 types of education, right? Okay, one from nature, one from men, and one from objects, right? I think he's talking about the education we get from nature, okay, as being an intuitive or instinctual sort of education, okay, that we all possess, right? The education we get from other men is our distinct, okay, identity that we have, right? Our unique identity, right? As individuals, right? And then the education we get from things is the education that we get from society or the scientific understanding that we're determined, right, by society, right? Okay, so there's various ways in which we're educated, right? This education, okay? Anyways, each of us is thus formed by 3 kinds of masters. The disciple in whom these various lessons are at odds with another is badly raised and will never be in agreement with himself. He alone in whom they all coincide at the same points and tend to the same ends reaches his goal and lives consistently. He alone is well raised. Now, of these 3 different educations, the one coming from nature is in no way in our control, right? It's like what Machiavelli says about fortune, right? That coming from things is in control only in certain aspects. That coming from men is only one which we are truly the masters. Even of it, we are masters only by hypothesis. For who can hope entirely to direct the speeches and deeds of all those surrounding a child? Therefore, the education becomes an art. It is almost impossible for it to succeed, since the conjunction of all the elements necessary for its success is in no one's control. All that one can do by dint of care is to come to more or less close to a goal, but to reach it requires luck. What is the goal? What is the goal? It is the same. It is the very same as that of nature. This has just been proved since the conjunction of three educations is necessary. To their perfection, the two others must be directed to words, and one over which we have no power. But perhaps this word nature has too vague of a sense. An attempt must be made here to settle on its meaning. Okay, let's see how Rousseau defines nature. Okay, what is the definition that Rousseau gives of nature with a capital N? Okay. Nature, we are told, is only habit. What does that mean? Are there not habits contracted only by force which never do stifle nature? Such, for example, is the habit of plants whose vertical direction is interfered with. The plant set free keeps the inclination it was forced to take, but the sap has not as a result changed its original direction. And if the plant continues to grow, its new growth resumes a vertical direction. The case is the same for men's inclination. So long as one remains in the same condition, the inclinations which result from habit and are the least natural to us can be kept, but as soon as the situation changes, habit ceases and and the natural returns. Education is certainly only habit. Okay, education is habit, right? That's what interferes with nature, right? Now, are these not only who forget and lose their education, others who keep it? Where does this difference come from? If the name nature were limited to habits conformable to nature, we would spare ourselves this garble, right? Okay. Now he's going to talk about consciousness, idea of happiness, our original dispositions, okay? The goal of life is not happiness, all right? Okay. Can you imagine how boring life would be? How little motivation there would be in life if people sought pleasure, right? Okay. Instead of adventure and innovation and truth, right? At the cost of reason, right? Okay, and that great personal risk to themselves, right? It's this motivation that drives us, right? Right? There's beauty in mystery, right? It's that danger, okay, that drives us, right? Right? Could you imagine if everybody sought happiness and comfort? Okay, life would be 20% more boring. Everything would be boring, right? Everything would be fake. Everything would be soft, right? The ideal of efficiency is an ideal of softness, folks, right? Where are all the men? Only machines around, right? Anyways, we have the herd animal, and I'm closing in on opening up the panel here and seeing who's available to talk. Let's see who comes through. But yeah. I'm gonna be talking about manliness. Okay. And yeah, thank you for joining us, friends. We go ahead and drop this link for you guys and see. Let's see if anybody comes and talks to me. We'll have people collect here in the back if that's possible. And yeah, there's no pressure to anyone to join. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. And we know there may be lots of other shows that you guys could go and watch, but it's not a big deal. We appreciate whoever's here to support our show, since we get into some some topics that you won't really be hearing covered on any other shows, and we won't be having these shows for very much longer. We're going to be taking a break a little bit for Ramadan, from our regular streaming schedule, but we will be appearing now and then. We will be appearing now and then, although unregularly. We'll be appearing throughout the day. At night we'll have to save for our prayers, but that'll only be for about 29 days in Ramadan. So we'll be telling you guys when our next appearances will be in Ramadan, and we'll be releasing some of our content. It's going to be some of the important content we'll be releasing during that time too. Some 8-hour videos and stuff that we'll be releasing in terms of, carrying on there. But yeah, I thank you guys for being here, and we'll be continuing to broadcast in Ramadan, starting on the 11th, but it will not be our regular streaming schedule, as I said. Right now we'll be coming back on Friday. We'll be coming back on Saturday night, and then we'll let you guys know when's the next time we'll be streaming. I think on Wednesday is Monday is the 11th. So we'll be starting again, on a unregular schedule. It'll be kind of disjointed at that time. We'll be mostly streaming throughout the day, not at night. So look out for us during the day in Ramadan, But yeah, we got Hanko Flamio joining us. What's going on, brother?
I was acting like a Minnesota day to keep some of this drama under control. And I think it's been working well.
Yeah, we should go bomb these panels. So create this drama on these panels. We're good at doing this by now. We're experts at this point.
Yes.
They see me coming from a mile away. A lot of these channels, woof, they are very much against the machine lives. You've seen, you've seen what's transpired recently, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
That's why I do things the way I do them instead of the way Officer Snaps does them, because his methods simply don't work and he's not understanding yet. So, and even further, I could do everything he tells me to do, and he's still upset. So, what can you do? Well, I'll just do something else. Some people are impossible to please.
Yeah, that's why I'm not really worried about who's watching this video, because the minute I'll be done with this video, it'll get hundreds of views by unknown people that never were watching the show or commenting, so it gets kind of routine at this point, that I get watched about, I get fucking mentioned on other people's channels, even though nobody's watching or supporting my show. So, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I just think that's interesting,
Well, allegedly, no one's supporting your show. You have a bunch of supporters and you know it, but you don't want to say too much because they want to be hidden. But I won't.
Yeah, I had some.
I'm going to say hi to the Made for Jim Bob's audience. I know they're going to come over here probably tomorrow. They won't figure out what kind of ridiculous things I've been doing all day till like Easter, but maybe Mr. Minor would tell them. I don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah, but what's your view? What's your view of the situation? The manhood crisis. What do you think? What do you think of? What men are going through? There's a lot of talk about what women are going through.
There's always a crisis for weak men. This goes back to history. Weak men are always having a manhood crisis. There was a time where like 20% inbred, so I don't think it's that big of a deal.
So you just think this is a natural cause, or more? It's just gonna be that certain types of men are going to breed themselves out of existence, or they're gonna not breed, so they're just gonna not have any progeny. It's just gonna be that certain men are not going to make it to the next stage of the game. You know what I
Well,
mean?
there's
So
different kinds of progeny you can have. They may not have genetic progeny, but their ideas may live on if their ideas are good enough. And some will just go. I mean, all the way out and just be recycled back into universal parts. And that's just the way it goes.
yeah, I guess that is a good point. You know, if you look at Rousseau, you know, his ideals led to the education of thousands of men. So he created almost, you know, the education, you know, these concepts of universal education that even led to the French Revolution and to the secular ideal. You know, we're talking about, you know, in France in the 18th century, you know, and even inspired the thoughts of Immanuel Kant, you know, but he himself really wasn't prolific in terms of his family, or, you know, he was kind of a loner, rejected by society, rejected by most of the women he met. He had kind of a strange obsession with, you know, with being cucked, you know, essentially. You know, if you read his kind of confessions, you know, he's he's kind of constantly wanting to be dominated by women. You know, he's got this weird idea. Actually, the sadism. You know, have you ever heard of uh, the concept of sadism coming from Marquis de Sade?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
You-
yeah. This is weird stuff. Marquis de Sade and his idea of sexual liberation, you know, through his pornographic sort of, you know, writings. You know what I mean? He had kind of poetry that included sexual violence. You know what I mean? So and Marquis de Sade, his last name is where you get sadism. You
Yes.
know, so sadism being an idea of, you know, I guess you have it in today. I mean, you have in the occult today, you have ritual or sexual humiliation, right? Isn't that what they practice in the occult? Right.
No, they practice it in commercials like every day. If you turn your ad block
In
off, you see
commercial.
it.
Right. You see it in commercials. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
So
Yeah.
it's not hidden at all. It's just right in front of you. So if you turn your ad block off, I I'll guarantee that you'll see the sexual humiliation right in front of you.
Yeah, I'm gonna be eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that off camera, just so
Yeah.
people don't see me, don't watch me eating this peanut butter and jelly sandwich. But yeah, I've made a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for
Yeah.
myself for this
So
broadcast and a cup of coffee.
yeah.
Yeah,
So I can't really call it a cult if it's just right in front of you. Just because a cult means hidden. So I mean, some people use sexual humiliation on themselves so they get acclimated. Doesn't it doesn't sting as much. But I can't say it's a hidden thing when it's just literally right there.
yeah, but that's why they say that they're programming it into the commercials, right? You know,
Yeah,
because it's not evident that they're putting the sexual humiliation in the commercial. It's meant to be like normal, you know. So it's like, you know, like it's like you know, like it'll be, man, like I seen a very weird commercial recently. It'll be like a man as a mermaid, or it'll be like a female as a horse. There's a lot of like male to female commercials where they'll have an androgynous figure be a half animal, half man type of thing. It's almost like
centaurs.
it's pagan. It's pagan shit. They'll have a pagan like mythical animal, yeah, like a centaur or a mermaid or some shit like that. And it's always representing a man or a woman in a very strange way, and it'll always be an androgynous character. So they're combining this type of sexual symbols, you know, and most people don't know, like, oh, these are demonic, like sexual inversion symbols that they're using of like they have a commercial of like a lady as like a devil or some shit, and like being free or some shit. Like this is literally what the fuck they use. It's like like some lady being like, I'm a devil and I'm free and shit. It's like, what the fuck is it? It's like that is, on a mass scale, it's kind of using the dominance of people. There's how they program sexual liberation, and also interracial. There's a lot of interracial, you know, uh, groups and commercials where it's what they're trying to show is, essentially multiculturalism. You know, and all of these nebbishy men in the fucking
Yeah.
commercials.
Yeah,
You know,
I have to be for multiculturalism because I don't have a bunch of clones of myself walking around. So it just kind of my benefit to support multiculturalism. If I had a bunch of clones of me with the same culture I do, then I'll totally be against it because I have more of a power base.
yeah, but ultimately, the like your dad came from somewhere, right?
Oh yeah,
Like where, like you don't have to give much details because it's the internet, but like generally, it must be somewhere in America or somewhere, right? Isn't that?
I'm in Pittsburgh.
So your dad might have history over there, or family or whatever, So
They're kind of spread. They're just spread across the country. And the thing is, since memetically, my descent's different from even my guess. I guess my closest family members, I just kind of don't know them. So I can't be against multiculturalism because it doesn't benefit because multiculturalism benefits me because otherwise it can't be anywhere at all. But some people will prefer that. Some people
But I
strongly
mean,
prefer not anywhere at all.
generally, that's because you have the same culture as the people around you, right?
Well, I don't
You know,
even use the same operating system they use, so it's hard to say.
what do you mean by that, Hank? I mean,
I use Fedora. I use Fedora 39, and the rest of my family are Windows users. So
right, but that's just superficial, right?
no.
I'm talking about most of the random people we meet on here. We're able to talk and converse with them. Unfortunately, because we share a similar cultural heritage to them, even though that is extremely broad, right?
Yes, we do.
Like we talked to some guy from Africa this morning,
Mm-hmm.
on the Bex channel, right?
Yeah.
And this guy had no idea. Like he was explaining how he talked to his ancestors or the spirit through like demons that like possessed him and shit like that. And these motherfuckers were like, yeah, we're good on that because they're coming from a background of, like Christianity and stuff.
Yeah. Well,
So they're
a
thinking
little
like,
bit.
oh shit, if you have like if you're just talking to demons and astral traveling and shit, that could go either way. They're thinking that's 50-50 in terms of good and bad.
Yeah, and it's pretty much how I would put it too. Maybe, and maybe I'll probably rate slightly bad, but still, I know what you're saying. But the ancestors worship really old religion. It's older than the Abrahamic ones. Well, I would say Abrahamic, but you would say Islam.
Yeah, let me show you guys what this shit is. This guy fucking was on some shit, this African guy. And yeah, they were freaking out at what he was saying, initially. They were like, what are you talking about? Yeah, let me try to find because Rocky's there. He's not having this shit at all. You know?
Yeah, Rocky doesn't like religious freedom. It's just everyone better just believe what he believes. He should be our daddy. So
Yeah, cause he starts telling them to get an exorcism. He's like, motherfucker, you need what you need is an exorcism. Is what the
yes, he
fuck.
does. And some exercise.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. But yeah, I was on there this morning, and there's this African dude just talking about motherfuckers possessing him, all types of weird shit. Like it's just, and these guys don't know what he's talking about. See, it's the cultural expectations. You know, like they can't even talk to this dude from Africa, and he's like, people regularly do this shit in Africa, and they're like, we don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And he's like, and he's describing like the type of magic they do and shit. You know, I mean, it's wild, you know, and it seems like some new age stuff. To be honest, to most of these people, it seemed like some new age shit. You know, they're like, nah, this is on some other shit. You know,
So you can.
Are the Nephilim?
I
Are the
do.
Nephilim? Is that extra canonical scripture? Is that a book of Enoch, or is
No,
that a
Genesis 6?
have the Nephilim in it?
Genesis 6, yeah.
Well, I
The
didn't really
flood.
get that from a book, but I used to work with these spirits. Like I said, I used to
Yeah,
work with these spirits.
you don't have to have a book to know when you're demon possessed, or you know, in Africa they had a lot of demon possession. Now I'm not saying nothing bad about Africa, but there used to be Christian, what do they call them when they go to different countries?
Missionaries, Rocky.
This is what allowed
people
me
would be
to
floating, you know, like kind of weird shit. Yeah. Demon possession is real, and I think Naga's right that it's real. It's not, you know, we know that we can see the 3 dimensions, but and then people say, well, I just only believe in imperialism, what I can see. But you know, we know that there's stuff outside that we can't see in a different, and the spiritual world is real. I believe it. There's a spiritual world where
They can
there's,
see
you
them
know,
still. It's
so
right
I
in front
believe
of us.
Naga that he probably saw that. And on the 8 thing, like CERN is using the Highland Collider in Switzerland, you know, in Switzerland, you know, I think a lot of our troubles come from Switzerland because they got like the Highland Collider, and then they opened up that tunnel, and they were like,
They
I
have the
don't know.
gnomes of Munich.
And,
right. I said
That's
the
the
same
trouble.
thing too. I don't know. This is why I say I think so, because you know, when I used to work with these spirits, you know, I used to have out of body experience. I used to allow these spirits to possess my body, and I would be free.
Yeah.
I would be out traveling right in the astral realm.
Yeah, I can
and to
explain
project-
those out of body experiences are like, because demons have lived throughout time, so they can like, or like kind of go back to time in like,
I was going
make
back
you
into time. I don't know
believe
about the spirits.
but it's really just like it's in your brain. If you're demon possessed, like if you're demon possessed, it's like you know, it can, like, you can talk a language you've never spoken because the demon can take over your vocal cords and you can speak in a foreign language like you've never spoken.
That's true.
You know, like,
and that's
some
true.
people have done that shit.
So you guys are talking about willful demonic possession or willful swapping.
For me, yes. For me,
Yeah.
yes. I
Well,
was
that's what-
willingly
well, that's
doing
what
these things and consciously doing these things.
Yeah, that's what
Willingly,
the
consciously
seance
doing
is,
them.
you know, or when they take you to the seance and you meet your dead family members, well, they know like a couple demons who can impersonate people's families and shit because they've been like lived in the past and shit. So they just go and get the
Yeah, like
information and they just turn into whoever and they just make it look like it's the people, and these
It's
people.
the same thing with these healing people. These healing people that, like, so you go to a healer and the demon is inside somebody and makes it crippled, and then the demon comes out and he's healed. Like the demon makes you crippled, and so you've had a demon in you all this time, and if you just got exercise, then you're, like, and they can fake that crap,
Well, a
these
lot of
false
time,
relationship.
when they possess my body, a lot of time, if I'm not projecting myself or astral travel, that's how I feel. It's like I'm watching. You know how you be in a car and you just enjoying the ride while somebody else is driving, doing all the work, right? This is how I be feeling. I'm in my body, but I'm experiencing everything subconsciously, right? But my conscious self is not really me. Is a demon, is a spirit, possessing my body as my conscious self. But I'm just in the back looking at everything. Like I want to say certain thing, I want to move, I want to do certain things, but
How'd
I
you
can't. I'm
how'd
just
you get
watching.
unpossessed? Did you call on Jesus or something?
Hell
How'd you get
no.
unpossessed? How'd you get unpossessed?
When I went, man, it's ritual for that. My whole people, man, they come from that. I had
They
to rise up
they
from that.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
I had to
I
rise
get
up from
you.
it. This
I
is
get
what
you.
this is what
I
took
get
me.
where you're coming from, and now I didn't get where you were coming from.
Yeah, this is what.
But isn't that weird? Now he can't even understand what he's saying. Like from what the standpoint from like how what he's saying, it just sounds like he's allowing demons to possess himself. And then he's saying, "Yeah, that's right." And then he's like, "Well, we just do that as a ritual." It's fucking crazy. I mean,
Yeah, when you do the ritual, the demon's really not possessing you. You're possessing the demon. You're pulling them down and using them as software. That's kind of how it works. So that's what people usually get backwards. Sometimes you
yeah,
can get
because
a virus on there, but usually it's just you running them as software.
it's like the tribe owns the demon, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point, Hank. Yeah, that's a very interesting point.
That took me on the journey where I was able to see, different version of myself. You know what I'm saying? And that take me on to the point that I am today. Like where, all right, I see the choice that I made every time, right? And I end up at the same place. This time, I'm gonna challenge myself to make a different choice, and I did that, and that's what I'm still here. But because I wasn't supposed to be here, because I see so much, I know too much, and I could have died with what I
Yeah,
know. I could have.
they
Go ahead.
say a lot of people that are demon possessed, if you call on the name of Jesus, it goes away. Like the demon leaves because like you call on the name of Jesus, or that's it. And I was taught as a Christian, I'm not trying to force my beliefs on anybody, but I was taught if you want to do an exorcism, and I have done an exorcism, but if you want to do an exorcism, you give the person the gospel, and if he believes, the devil has to leave right away. But I performed an
false. That's totally false because I mean people swear these atheists are demon possessed, but they know the Bible better than most of the fundamentalists. So we know that's a falsity. And if you disagree with me, you can watch some Dark Matter 2525.
But yeah, it's just interesting that was his initial response to it, But yeah, man, Rocky is obviously based. He's got some interesting views on things. You know what I mean? Yeah, I just think his initial response to things, to shit that's kind of coming from that side, because you got to think, that Rocky's been out there. I think he raised a lot of kids on his own. He said he raised a lot of his kids off grid. He's been married for a long time. But yeah, he's the real deal. Rock E. Blessings to Rock E. From the Machine Lives. It's always cool to talk to him. But yeah, look at this shit. But yeah, he wasn't. He was. His interpretation of what that African guy was saying was hilarious. I think Cecil's going all the way to the Capitol to talk to the fucking mayor. So it is what it is.
I hope Cecil has better luck than Jack Tellicott did.
You know, he's ringing the bell, waking these motherfuckers up. It's necessary. You know what I mean? You
I'm in
can't
the
fight
city, baby.
Yeah, you can't fight City Hall. You can't fight corporate America. You know what I mean?
But you can co-opt them.
Yeah, you can co-opt the
And-
shit out of them.
Yeah, and they're desperate for people to work with them. So
They've been, yeah. I mean, it is, yeah. They've been co-opted by, you know, by Mothers Against Drunk Driving, basically. But yeah, what do you got to say about this, Hank? This sad state.
well, I'm not a fan of drunkards, so go Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
Christianity and alcohol, the things that ruin Western civilization, according to Nietzsche. You know, Nietzsche said, "Man is a beast with red cheeks. Man is ashamed of himself." You know what I mean? Ultimately, it's the shamefulness that man feels. You know, and you know Aristotle. He had this quote. He said, "To live alone, one must be an animal or a god." You remember that quote?
Yes.
You know, to appreciate solitude, one must be either a beast or a god. You know, who the fuck is that?
Hold on. Stoinenberg? Stoinenberg?
Oh shit, we got paranormal activities out here. When Rocky said call in the name of Jesus, his screen flashed. Son of a bitch. That's the demon inside the computer. The
No,
ghost in
that's
the wires.
Jesus there. Jesus inside a computer.
Uh-oh. The Christ computer.
Exactly.
Frank Stoneberg, governor of Idaho.
Yep, right there we got the Idaho State Capitol building right there. Looks a lot like the White House, or modeled after the White House.
Chocolates.
Over here we have downtown Boise.
We got chocolates.
Yeah.
Hey.
Browns boy.
What's up, everybody?
What's up, Holmes?
Not
Yo,
much. Just good work.
Yeah, we can't even watch Talcott anymore, yo. He gave me a fucking ear beating for watching that shit and commenting on it. He was like, "You guys turned against me." Ah! I was like, "What the
but
fuck?"
then you were on his show the next day. I was like, fuck, maybe I made a bridge to
Dude, he went through transformations. Like I seen him become 3 distinct personalities. Once on stage at his show, the next backstage at his show, and thirdly when I called him on the phone. These were 3 distinct niggas that I was talking to. I didn't even understand.
Yeah, Sam Bagman explains it, but really he doesn't care as long as he gets his self-esteem juice.
I don't know. It was like the person who called me on the phone was way calmer than the person backstage at the show, and the person on stage at the show was completely just fronting like none of the shit that we experienced ever happened. Like,
what does it say that a person on the internet named Browns Boy can speak to you from the heart? You can deny every avenue of possible bridge building, and the next day you can forget that and actually have a guy that could be considered like semi-psychotic on with a bunch of other at minimum psychotic people, and then pretend like that's all fine as well. And then
I couldn't believe that he literally let Tommy go off for 10 minutes in a psychotic rage, and he couldn't tolerate 2 questions that you asked him. It was like some crazy. Like I was like, yo.
It says your guy really doesn't give a fuck.
We can't
He
watch
have
it.
bad memory.
Speaking of speaking from the heart, Reagan just posted another video yesterday. It was a pretty good one, by the way. I'm about to go check out one of my favorite spots over here.
Constant updates on Reagan on this channel from Cecil Drake.
Yeah, I told you that I got her CD and shit, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say it because I've pretty much held back from saying this for like months now, and like
I don't know if you actually should say this.
Okay.
I don't even know what you're gonna say, but I'm just fucking I'm questioning if this is when this comes out.
Living in Seattle, I think Talcott's on heroin.
What? Oh, okay. That's all you're gonna say? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
I don't even think that's the worst possibility.
Whoa, dude. Like,
yeah, Talcott. Yeah, Talcott and JG, two characters we've met who have consistently been on heroin, apparently. But
yeah, it's just like I'm like, all right, bro. I don't have time for like hippie wannabe freaking life coaches on heroin.
I am gonna name, if I ever get a pet fish, I swear to God, I'm gonna name it Jack Talcott.
What kind of fish do you
A
want?
goldfish that has the memory span of about 14 seconds specifically.
Excellent choice.
And maybe I'll get another fish that's a little bit bigger and it can just sell out to it until I introduce another bigger fish and it can sell out to that. Until that fish for some reason isn't around anymore, and then it'll crawl back to all the other fish that it fucked over the whole time and pretended and gaslit everybody else that oh, they're the victim. Dude, it's fucking ridiculous. It's very sad.
You need to go against you need to go against some different people. You're becoming like pigeonholed as the anti-Talcott guy at this
Dude,
point.
that's what I was thinking. Like
you need to go against like some different.
But what if we flip Talcott into like our use, where not our, but like a bigger, better, like more actual practical fucking use of like taking down larger scale grifters.
I don't want him.
I couldn't trust him to not flip on us because the larger grifter, like he might have more money to.
This community is mostly grifters. It's
What do you
mostly
guys-
people
what
on
do you
this
guys-
freaking little mental health kick. They're trying to make government grant money, dude.
What do you guys think of Flow State? Are all of us banned from Flow State, or are we allowed?
I'm not.
He's like a little wannabe, like drama room wannabe life coach person that is probably getting money from the government to like try to be a little freaking life coach or whatever.
Because I might go over to the Flow State panel.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
I'm
if
gonna
you're disagreeable enough, you can go there. I'm disagreeable enough to make it there. It's a safe space for disagreeable people. So if you're disagreeable enough, you can get in the flow state.
But I'm not trying to stay there for longer than like an hour. Honestly, I'm not gonna dedicate longer than an hour of my shit to that. But yeah.
Well, I drove all this way to try to go to this party right now, so I'm gonna go step in this party and I'll touch base with you guys in like an hour or two.
Have fun, dude.
Oh, you're going. You're going to actual party tonight?
Yeah, like an actual party in downtown Boise. Yes, that's where I'm going right now.
It's Wednesday night though. What the fuck? Like it's crazy.
We're always partying over here, you know what I'm saying?
Heck, I
This
may
shit
get
looks
out here and
badass.
come to the party
Yep.
too.
We're always partying. I'll hit you guys up in an hour or two. Peace.
All right, dude. Peace.
But when they be a party on Wednesday, Wednesday's part of my weekend. There's a lot of people who have strange weeks, but they're off on Wednesday and Thursday, so I don't see an issue with that.
Yeah, Wednesday night. There's nothing happening. This is what it is.
Yeah, well, you just started going on the internet last year, so you may not know what's happening.
I heard evil never sleeps. That's what I heard.
That is correct, but they take shifts though, so just
Or they just show up at 6 o'clock every single day and have no message for everybody and try to sucker in. And yeah, dude, I rewatched a couple videos, and 100% honesty, bro. There were some signals from Talcott to some of his different fucking lemmings that he brings around with him. I don't know whether they're just to take the heat off his bullshit or if they're just to promote like other fuck shit.
Oh, I do. They're just there to promote their fuck shit, like I am too. So
They're double layering shit sandwiches and going like, yeah.
Jack doesn't care as long as he gets his attention. I mean, I've seen people with this pattern before. But if you want to be fair, bash TML or something, so you don't get pigeonholed as an anti-Talcott person, even though there's a bunch of those right now.
I don't even give a shit. Like, if he's a liar, he's a fucking liar. If people want to say that, oh, this person calls out this liar, good for them. I don't care. I really don't care what people say.
Excellent.
I mean,
I'm gonna bash TML for not showing us a sandwich. People wanted to see the sandwich before you ate it, so I'm gonna bash you for that.
I care maybe like there's maybe like fucking seriously, there's probably like 3 people in the chat that I probably care what they actually say. And I don't really care. I just think it's like worth listening to.
And I'm not even one of them.
I don't know. I mean,
know. Don't look at my chats.
Yeah,
I think I'd only really be offended if like either Crystal Shaman, Lizard Tree, or Virgo Moon were like, this channel sucks. I'd be like, oh shit, I've actually done something wrong at this point. but other than those 3, like I actually don't give a fuck what actually anybody thinks. Like, even if like Reddington or Hank were like, this fucking channel's going down the drain, I'd be like, what the fuck do you guys know anyways? Like,
exactly.
even though they're like literal contributors to this channel, you know, but I'm pretty sure Hank and Reddington have been like, where the fuck is this going at this point? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. You guys are just here. Like, let's just do this.
Yeah, and I think that's the right reaction. I mean, TML's literally an academic, and I'm just a nerd that reads a lot of religious shit. So
yeah, I remember, yeah, Reddington. Yeah, I remember me and Reddington had a conversation last time where we're like we don't know where any of this is headed at this point. It's just like we're just like here at this point. Like we've had like fucking, you know, I don't even know how many episodes it's been. It's been like 40 episodes or some shit. And each time it's gotten stranger, and I've lost, like, I started out with a good sized audience and it's dwindled down. Like in the last what do you call it? Like in the last few days, I've lost like 30 subscribers. I don't even know what the like I did an interview on the Missing Link for like over 2,000 people, and then I lost 30 subscribers. Like, I don't even know how that's possible. Like, people mass unsubscribe for my shit.
It's probably because YouTube just puffed up your subscriber count.
That's right. That's right.
Away.
Yeah, they noticed like there was like bot accounts, like extra motherfuckers that had like extra accounts and shit. They just like corrected the error. They were like, fuck this shit. They're like, look at this cocksucker with his fucking crazy numbers.
Sorry, I didn't hear what was said the last like minute.
It's all good.
I was just wondering though, when you said he lost 30 subscribers, I thought maybe that's just Wizard.
It could be.
No, I don't think it's Wizard. I don't think Wizard actually unsubscribed from this channel, but like I don't know. I don't understand why he would do that, because he's consistently been a friend of this channel. So I don't know.
No, I was just joking because of his stock accounts.
YouTube probably automatically unsubscribed his stock accounts, and he has to.
But it could be 3 people with like 20.
I think it's just Tarek, to be honest.
Yeah, you must have said something to piss Tarek off. Oh well.
Yo, these people are insane.
Not to say that I'm any better.
Well, I'm interested in talking to my friends here, especially Sarah of Mindful Exposures. You know, we had a conversation. Yeah, we had a conversation with her last time, and she is a dear friend. So we're gonna go hop over there. So you guys meet me over there, all right? I want to be on
Okay,
this.
I thought she was busy doing taxes.
Yeah, let me see if I could get backstage here and see what's going on. But yeah, she's cool. Especially she gets on a lot of the topics that we cover here. And so does Rant. Her and Rant had a very interesting discussion on the last show. I think you guys should go and check it out. About the future order of things, and the prominence of the dangers that we face as a collective unit in terms of humanity. We wouldn't be talking about the problems of humanity, looking at universal values or any of these concomitant changes if it wasn't for the fact that we've been brought to fruition through international trade and been forced to deal with the reality of an international system. So we have to deal with the problems of collective humanity, even though we don't believe in the collective ideals, like let's all force humanity to live by some universal code. That's just as totalitarian as the problems we're facing. That is part of the source of the problems we're facing. So we have to, kind of balance the two. You know what I mean?
Yeah, here's the thing. Just because you made a code doesn't mean it gets enforced. So I kind of don't care about their freaking standardization because I can just ignore most of it. The part I don't like, unless they hire policy enforcement. So for me, it doesn't really make a difference unless I'm interfacing with their system.
Does generate power. It is a very small input. It can be utilized to charge batteries. Not enough to charge enough batteries to run a house.
She's talking about she's talking about vinegar and water type drip of battery power. You're not talking about shit that really
I'm talking about taking a
charge
design
home.
and hooking it up with electrodes to a battery and being able to
Yeah.
charge the battery based on the power that is produced by the design of the coil.
It's not no such thing. Your guy's gonna be a
Do you remember
billionaire.
Tesla's design? Really quick, do you remember Tesla? Like this goes back to like some shit from they've actually
I
portrayed this in
own
movies.
Tesla's papers.
And his
Where in the fuck do you find these people?
I bought them.
There's a lot of ideas on this
I
train.
could keep going, but I'm trying
Yeah,
to.
yeah, no. Listen, all you're doing is jumping subjects. Could you
No, I'm
pull
not,
up,
bro. You are
Could
too.
you pull up
'cause I'm
proof of?
singing.
Could you? You just gonna talk over me?
Look at you.
You're just gonna talk
Joe,
over
you're
me?
not a. It's not.
You're just gonna talk over me? Because I can be a dick, bro. I could chase you around the internet and talk over you every time I see you.
No, I know. Okay, you need to say something. I'm going to shut up. I'm sorry.
I'd appreciate it.
Hey guys.
It only takes a second. Hold on, Cynthia. Would you bring up proof of anything you just said? All right, go ahead, Cynthia.
And you and I have done this before, by the way. You're forgetting this.
I'm okay with that. Will you bring up proof of
I just need
something?
to
I
say-
don't hear you
Bro,
typing.
It's my turn. You just
Okay.
said don't interrupt me. You've
Go
been
ahead.
interrupting me, so I can't get my shit out. So I've been
What's up,
overspeaking you.
man?
That's how it goes.
How the hell did you get over there, man?
I didn't know you drank till tonight, Sarah.
Really?
I didn't know.
It's because my spirit is coming out. You
The
know shit.
spirits are going in.
No, you don't understand the human dynamic, dude. Let's go. Y'all started
what I
with
stream
the
for is
pyramid.
that
Because I'm
tackle.
singing, you think I'm drunk because I'm singing?
Are
I
you
don't get
pulling
it.
up proof or are you just talking?
What proof do you need? This is what I'm saying. We've
It's
done this
2024.
before. You've
Your
asked me
man
for the
has a
proof, and I
machine.
immediately have delivered. Can I finish what I'm saying? So tell me.
Can you bring up proof and
exactly
stop
what you
talking?
need.
Joe, let her finish.
Joe, what do you need? Let me finish what I'm saying.
Oh wow.
Is she
You can't instantly
Canadian?
take advantage when I clear the floor for you.
She is not Canadian. She has not apologized once.
That is
Oh,
true.
okay.
I'm Wisconsin.
That's Canadia's nutsack.
Are you bringing up proof?
What do you need? What proof of what? Get specific, dude. I've said
Okay.
a lot of shit tonight. We've
All
already
right.
done this before. You've already challenged me, and I brought it up. What do you need?
Could use 2024. Could you bring up a video or a science paper or something that says this is a thing?
Okay, so exactly what is a thing?
No, you heard me.
Your
No,
electrical
what,
device.
no. What do I need? What is a thing? What?
No. At this point, I think you just want to dance. I'm not even
No,
gonna
resonance. No,
entertain that
resonance
shit.
frequency. Resonance frequency therapy. That's on my page. I've had several videos about.
Is
I talk
therapy how
about
you
on the
fill up a
regular.
battery? Is therapy what he
Oh,
uses
yes,
to fill the
yes.
battery?
That I can do. That I can do.
Okay.
See,
All right.
dude, I've said a lot of things. That's what I'm saying. Like, back
All right.
off. 1 second.
Take it off, Barbie.
Okay, good. Get her undressed and we'll do this thing.
We can all get along.
Wow. It's hot in here.
We can all get together.
You're welcome.
All get along.
No, y'all are welcome.
Socrates.
Joe, between you and Sarah, all right, so you're both discussing different aspects of kind of the same field. I don't think she quite understands how the coils work and what the wire is actually there for. The description's a little bit off, which is why
given the
you kind of have
opportunity to
a
get into
problem
that
with it.
detail.
She's about to create energy. To my understanding,
being
energy
defensive.
cannot be
I don't mean to be
created nor
defensive.
destroyed.
Okay.
She's about to create it. I
No,
gotta
it's
see
not
it.
created. It is
Hold
derived
on,
from the earth
hold on.
itself.
This is
All right.
I've already, I swear I played this already on this channel. 1 second. I have to find it. It's hold on. Takes a second
Joe,
because
I'm
you can't just like search it and it pops up. I gotta go through my
You're
facility.
on your own.
Hank, how's
Joe,
War
I-
Against the
I
War
got
hog
you.
going?
I just need a minute because this is where when you're not like
I'm glad I
up
wasted my electrical degree.
I'll be right back.
Chuck, you don't know shit.
No, apparently not.
How many chucks it take to change a light bulb?
Damn it, man.
That was real good.
What's scrap going for down there?
I was like,
Hank, how's the war?
Hey,
how's
I am
the Western Front?
dog sitting for senior
Oh, we're
citizens,
kicking ass.
and I now have to let them out. So now it's going to take a little. I'll be right back.
All right, we'll be here.
Yeah,
Did you say frog sitting?
Yeah, Flow State, we're kicking ass.
Good to hear. Machine Lies, Browns boy, what do you think? Do you have thoughts on the matter at hand, or should we just?
Well, I'm a little confused of whether we're trying to prove free energy or the therapy shit with the frequency shit.
We're just
free
measuring
energy,
dicks at
free
this
energy
point.
right now.
Dude, Mo, you know I got you covered. Hold on.
I know a little bit about free energy.
Yeah,
I'm
free
interested.
energy.
I got both. I got both. So you know really quick, Mo, what I've talked about with resonance frequency therapy.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. I know a lot about that one too. I could speak on that one and how they fuck with your mind, how frequencies fuck with your brain. You know, it's basically been proven, you know, in many different experiments by a lot of different scientists and shit. And this is why they can apply electrodes to your brain and make you feel certain emotions and shit. You know, so it's just obvious that they could do that. They could use you know, electrical low frequency waves to you know, alter your mood and all of that type of shit, because your mood is based off of electrical impulses and shit.
Exactly.
So it's just
No,
obvious
that part's logical.
yeah, that part's logical. But then free energy, I think that's a thing that's obviously coming from the understanding of the ether, because they have gravity, right? So 99% of yeah, you know, like 99%. I guess the concept is that 99% of matter is I mean 0.000 like 1% of the shit that's in the fucking universe is matter, right? According to science, right? Most of the
No,
shit
it's
is
space. It's empty.
yeah, Yeah, most of the
Unseen
shit is
is what
space.
it is.
That's the
Let's not
thing.
call it empty. Let's say unseen.
Yeah, that's the problem is that it's not empty. It's more dense than the matter. It would have to be more dense than the actual matter, right?
To be
For it,
pushing us apart, thus the Higgs boson.
yeah, like space is infinitely more dense than matter. That's why that's why it's actually 99.9% of the shit that's in the universe, and that's why it contains matter in it. Matter but for point of fact is simply just organization of energy. So really what it
yes.
yeah.
Sorry, I have to say this because I'm constantly hashtagging this. You guys are so probably annoyed with me. 0 point biofield. What is 0 point? Just like you're saying, Mo.
0 point is
Energy around
energy.
every single atom, every single molecule. It resonates 6 to 8 feet out. This is a biofield. Okay, I had to say
We
that.
lost Joe Cool.
I want to
0
know what
point
electricity is.
0 point energy is technically a laser is 0 point energy. But true unlimited energy is at rest.
Yeah, but I can't use it for doing stuff. So in science, when they use the term free energy, they mean energy that you can use to move stuff around, not heat.
And then it's like what was Kirlian photography documenting?
What was what photography?
A color aura. It's an energetic aura.
Yeah, it's like the same thing that can. It's like cameras are very useful. I'll agree that far.
Joe Cool, was that flypaper?
Where is
Well, no, it shouldn't have been.
So did you guys know? Did
Never
you guys know that the auto industry actually hid a bunch of technology that we would call it?
Yes, electric
and
technology and hydrogen technology.
and they rebuilt their competition. So there is no real competition in the automobile industry.
Yes.
They own it. They designed it. And it happened around like somewhere probably like late 1800s. But yeah. Like, and if you go to like one of their little tours or something, they'll even try to brainwash you into believing their little story. And then like, that's all they know.
If we weren't able to prove it, we all believed that they were doing it. And even with the ones Hank talked about, the hydrogen car, there was let me get this wrong, a boat that worked without propellers, used some type of magnetic waves. All of that shit disappeared. I think it got eaten up.
If you guys missed my theory earlier, is that just like, and this is just my macro view on things, just like how I think that religion teaches people to believe things that are self-contradictory, such as the Trinity, or in conflict with their own experience, such as a virgin birth, I think that science is just the new religion, and it does exactly the same thing. And that, well,
you can prove
I may not have a strong claim on flat Earth, but I think stationary Earth is a lot more of a solid footing.
It's not really though, because when the flat Earth is,
But you can prove like intentional water.
You can prove the Earth is
prove,
spinning.
like, the prayer group session aspect. This is why I said, what is placebo effect? You can prove
placebo
that.
effect
You
is
can actually
interesting.
freeze it
Yes.
and or thematically show it in time, forming to some sort of mathematical formation, which is why you're going to hear people constantly shout out this 369 shit.
Yeah.
What is
I
toroidal?
thought that was the hooker at
What
the
is it?
ATL club. She was the finest one in the club. 369. Damn, you're fine.
What was your question?
Bitch. No, I'm just kidding.
What was your
This is weird.
question?
I've had weird experiences with strip clubs. I actually, and we talked about this. I used to clean a strip club. I'm not a very, hear me out.
Yeah, but okay, the strip club. But what was your question about water? I was.
No, this is what I'm getting at. That's
Okay.
what's weird. It's like my whole life, like, I threw in the strip club thing, but like, I'm a relatively, like, I didn't lose my virginity until like I was older compared to most of my
Hold
friends.
on, let me
like,
get my
that kind
pen
of
and
shit.
write.
Like, I'm a little bit
What
more
year was that?
We're all taking
What
notes here.
year?
And this has to do with free energy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
I'm
that
lost.
This has
shows
got to
how
be good.
different we are. Let's talk about. See, this is one of my favorite subjects.
Wait, did you
Hey
look
yo,
at the
Sarah. Hey,
footage?
hey yo, Sarah. You mind if
Yo,
Sarah? You
guys.
mind if you and me talk about this in private a little bit?
That was slip my number backstage.
I do.
Smooth. Yep, yep.
As a well-groomed, non-codependent adult,
We can change that.
and I threw in a
Smooth
filter.
like
I can
butter.
handle the geek.
Yeah, yeah. Browns boy will have you back in that codependency in no time.
No problem.
No, see, I don't think you guys. It's one too many times now. Yeah, it's not happening. It's cute.
I'm kind of
Barbie.
confused.
Barbie,
Oh,
baby, you know.
Elite Shannon is
And
by
I've
far.
seen them.
Joe, we proved electricity apparently, and I missed it.
Did she come up with
You
the
can
proof
only-
yet? I was
you can
still
only
waiting. You
enable
said, "I
somebody for
got you,
so
Joe.
long.
Don't worry."
She
I'm still
distracted
waiting.
us onto her virginity.
Yes, I could
She was gonna
deflect
go
it,
walk the
right?
dog.
And it worked like a charm. All of us were
Right,
like,
Chuck. How'd you break that magic spell, Chuck?
Just
The
because I
rest of us bought it. How'd
Yeah.
you break out of it?
Joe's so disagreeable.
Yeah.
He doesn't give a fuck if you're still a virgin. He wants to see this proof.
Are you guys gonna climb the mountain with me? 'Cause
Sounds like a
I
plan.
need my mountain men. Let's fucking.
We
you
gotta
know how
find it
tall I
first.
am? Do we need to go there? Do I need to go myself?
No, you need the one about the drier than the Sahara. That's
Wait, he
the one.
And I'm drier than the fiery pits of hell.
Thank you for that, Sasquatch.
Wait, that woman kind of looked like me. That was a little creepy.
It is you.
Yeah, it is.
You don't
I
remember
saw-
that?
Did you see the
But she
glow?
the type of chick that had 4 kids and 5 different baby dads. How does that happen? She don't even know.
Yeah, did you see the globe in the background of that lady's desk?
Does anybody have Joe's proof from 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago?
Yeah, I
Proof
do.
of- Oh. This is braggadocious nonsense.
All right, I'm gonna do my best to just follow.
Thank you for the platform.
Who's the burden of proof on now?
I'm still waiting.
All right, Sarah, we're not being distracted by your virginity.
I
or
put the link in the goddamn back chat.
Okay,
Why-
I just had sex. I'm about to eat nachos. It's the greatest moment of my life. Unless you screw it up with whatever it is you're about to say.
I
was
watched
Harry
the video.
Potter.
Homie is building a giant jewel thief. It's basically a really big capacitor that absorbs a little bit of energy over time and then discharges a bit of used current. It's a big jewel thief.
That's interesting.
Can we just go live in the woods? Do we have to do this?
Browns boy, this is your chance.
I have woods right next to my house. You can go.
I know
I can
you
go live in the
do.
woods right now if I want to.
All right, let's hear it.
You already know I already
355
followed
of
you. I'm just
neon
kidding,
in it.
that sounded
Basically, it's a
creepy.
modified dual thief circuit.
This is
What we have
Gerald.
here
All right.
is a pickup coil. It's one wire. Goes to a halfway bridge rectifier. Then to this meter here. And it's not even touching the coil, but the other wire is going to a ground pipe that goes underneath my house. And I'm picking up a volt just from the ground current. All right, I'm going to turn this on. Let's see what happens in 3, 2, 1. All right, so we got our bulb here going at about 50%. That's our cube, our LED cube. We're picking up 14 volts on this coil, and it's not even close. Look. Here, I'll put it close. And as
What
you can
did he
see, the
turn
meter's
on?
reading
The lights
What?
and everything. He
0.9
wrapped a
watts.
piece of copper, sat it on the
I
ground,
guess
and
I'm
all of this
rounding it
occurred.
out more.
Look to the left. That's your
So now it's saying
measurement.
1.5. Let's see what happens.
Yeah,
when
I think my
put this on
battery
the
is like
And
13.
No,
an
and the
ammeter.
tube
It's
that's
a
right in
meter
front
reader.
of him.
So this is
Chuck, what are
stronger
we
than your
thinking?
car battery.
Yes.
0 watts.
Well,
Chuck, what's the
Hold on.
take on this?
I'm trying to. I haven't
And
seen
I'm
this
picking up
exact video, so
25
I'm
volts
actually
on
like
that
trying to pay
pickup coil.
attention as you guys are talking because
One wire
he
ground.
does show. He's really,
0
really,
watts.
really good at showing how some things don't work. and
Neon
some things
running. And
Yeah,
hot.
see, I think he's showing. Yeah, hold on.
Are we
I'm sorry.
supposed to
All right,
make
everybody,
this
have a
thing
great
in our
day.
house?
Yes.
Apparently, he just wrapped some copper in
Does that look
a
difficult to you?
wrap and
Does that
sat
look
it
like
on the
a?
ground.
and that
Maybe
happened.
slightly.
No
Right?
wires
Maybe you
and
gotta
nothing
learn how to
attached
float,
to it.
dude.
You know what's less difficult is buying 4 solar panels and then figuring that out.
So do you want to know how much that cost him?
I do not. It's,
I-
I don't think
solar
it's a
panel?
thing.
$40.
No,
Yeah,
it's more than
exactly.
40 bucks
However
for the
much
copper.
that copper
Way more than
costs
that.
is what he
So
paid.
disconnected. Okay, there's
It's
also
not
people
real, dude.
who,
Honestly, like I actually have a lot of information. I'm just trying to figure out how the fuck I'm supposed to fit it in here.
That's awesome.
Give it a shot.
Good luck.
If you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying, Sarah. If you know what I'm
Go
saying.
back on his videos, though. Please go back on his videos.
We're gonna
check out-
stretch your mind,
It's
girl.
really descriptive.
And
And if
all right,
you,
I'll
I
leave
have
that joke alone.
my email is in my video chat. So if
People
you want to
believe
connect with him,
anything.
I can hook that up.
So yeah, if I put a piece of
You
copper
can.
on the floor and start cutting shit on, nobody supposed
It
to
ain't
believe
that
me.
difficult.
You're right. It seems very easy.
Does the
Why
guy
didn't
give a
someone
list?
else think of that?
I mean,
Why are
like,
you
give a
yelling at me, Joe? I like you, Joe. Can we do this, Joe?
yo. Some of those videos, though, for real though, I'll tell you what. Who is the best person I've ever found on a plethora of that information is called Ken Wheeler. His name is Ken Wheeler.
I'm
And
sorry. And do you know all about electroculture then?
I do.
No, there.
Now I don't know all about it. I know
So
some things.
definitely connect with this man. And there are other people who are doing similar things, but I would say his projects are probably the most profound on that level. And then he is
Yeah.
also working with some people called Apex. So we're talking like Serious Labs. FBI has already recently knocked on their door and was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Because
Who are you talking? Are you talking about that Tim guy?
So Apex, yes, yes, exactly.
Yeah. So Tim, he invented that. He has patents for it, but unfortunately, the FCC has 2 laws against. So like all the radiant energy that's in the air from the towers, you can collect that energy if you like legally turn it on in a box like a radio. You could tune into it, but you're not allowed to collect it. And the dude has something where you can put your whole house behind these. It's a wallpaper that not only acts as an RFID cage, but also collects that ambient energy. But whatever. I mean, who knows?
Yep. Thank you.
Because it understands the ions. It has
Sorry,
to do
what?
with that too. That's how they're harnessing that.
Yep.
We didn't hear you over Barbie.
And then let's talk about the orgone energy that's existed for many of years in different formats, but is now being utilized for that same reason.
Oh, yo, hey, while I got everyone here, you know that word Pharaoh, PHAROAH?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yo, when it comes to Ken Wheeler and like the RF technology shit, there's something called Ferro, FERRO. Ferro and Pharaoh are very like
ferrous metals
phonetic.
or what? Magnetic?
That's like iron.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
And then, so
that's my
the
shit.
other
Someone else gave me
reason-
the inspiration, but I had that shit. I had that idea the other day.
Okay,
Beautiful.
Smith.
Why
Okay,
does
so
why
this
does
is the
this
other
man
reason you
make
should
me
connect
feel
with
like
Gerald.
I'm dressed like a slob every day, and this man make me feel like I'm dressed like a slob every day?
Okay.
The black t-shirt's
seriously, 'cause,
awesome.
For
Hank,
power, obviously.
The black t-shirt's
Hank,
awesome.
you could
All
wear
right.
like a hoodie as long as you're wearing one of your caps.
But then no one would recognize him.
But
That's how
hear
you
me
hide
out.
in the Marvel universe.
It has a lot to do with like how Hank holds himself. So it and
Let go of
Flo, you
it,
Is
have
Hank.
anybody
your
interested
own-
in free
You have
energy?
your own vibe. And have you
I'm
read
interested.
the
I'd love to
Beautiful. Love the
see
book,
some
Joe.
besides some clown who dropped that. I can see the shit running around. Of course, there's energy. I'm unaware of anyone who's been able to harness it and can show me something from it. I'm less interested in motherfuckers talking about it. Not you. I'd like to hear you talk about it. But
I'm actually building an intentional community, so I'm taking this. We're transmuting it, Joe.
Music.
This is why you and I have
music.
You've challenged me since the day I met you, and I fucking love it. Bring it.
No, most people don't. So I'm grateful.
So you want to be hip? You got to suck your own dick. Wiggity what? You got to suck your own dick. So you want to be hip? You got to suck your own dick. Wiggity what? You got to suck your own dick.
Only white people would think that's
producer.
difficult.
That's free energy. That's the music right there.
Only white people think that's difficult, man.
There, what you got to do, Joe? You just raise it up over the back of your shoulder and stick
Oh
it in from the side.
man. Sasquatch, if I don't have a pillow in jail, what do you think I use?
My lap.
Just
I can't wait to get my dick wet.
All right, I'll stop being OTW.
Yo,
Get
legit,
a
my
little carried away.
Yes, that's Paul's backup channel to me, OTW. That's just Paul's channel.
Like they think I'm a lol cow, whatever the fuck that is.
Let me show you. We just milk a little
like
money.
a Highland cow.
Barbie, do that again,
please.
Put some teeth in them hands.
Can we get
This is the fastest blowjob I've ever had.
All right, it's time to just wait. Get out. Hey, wait.
We know what that's like, Barbie.
Can we get back to Sarah's virginity?
Hell of I'm not a virgin. I don't know where that came from. I know
You said I heard you say about you were a virgin.
Yep.
No,
So
I'm
you were
not.
like
I know
40
where
something, I think. I
That's
heard
all
you
right.
say.
It's not a big deal. We don't have to.
Hear me out, guys. I lost my virginity at an older age than most people.
Oh, Barbie,
I'm not a
22.
virgin. I'm almost
40
40.
something, she said.
I mean, we could reenact that movie
Yo,
right now. If
I
you
just
guys
figured
wanna
it
see
out. The G spot is only metaversal. Oh my god, I just figured it out.
It's the OG spot.
I figured out a long time ago. Women love
Well, Paul's the oldest
Oh my
virgin.
god. The 0 point.
If you talked to me for a bit, you'd realize more. If you talked with me longer, you might tell your woman to fuck me because you're going to pity me for the fact that I didn't get laid till I was 26. Because I've had that experience where a man was mad at me till he talked to me. Then he goes, you know what? Maybe you should fuck my wife. Because it's kind of sick.
Is that not the Prince and Pity
I
fucks?
was 19. I was 19. Back off.
That's totally understandable.
Holy hell! Which part? Which the guy who felt so sorry for you that he let you bang his wife. That's totally natural.
No, I'm talking about Sarah being 19. That's some next level shit. Like how you tell somebody to bang their wife, bro.
You
I don't
were
even.
already a grandma by the time you were 19. That's crazy.
No, almost.
No, she wasn't.
Does anybody?
Fucking Barbie was.
I was like on my third.
She's like, society where his daddy's younger than he is.
got my
Right.
body.
Don't even know
Does
how to
anybody
have
use
them.
eBay?
You ready? You know, you guys remember?
Does anybody use eBay anymore?
I'm banned from eBay for life.
Dude, listen, bro. I got to tell you guys something. I don't even care who looks this shit up. I really don't give a fuck. My dad got scammed in like 2001 for like a $600, $700 computer or some shit off of eBay Western Union before everyone knew that shit or something.
Yeah.
He got so pissed that he started a website called ebayscammers.net. And it was mostly people from Romania he was catching on these scams. And dude, they were like emailing him like he thought he was going to be sent like anthrax in the mail. He's a little crazy, but like yo, like he actually had that. They were emailing him and they were like, "We'll give you $5,000 if you take our name off that list and shit."
Damn.
And I was like, "Why aren't you doing that shit, dude?"
That's
Like,
your hustle.
I will write the emails for you, sir. Like, yo.
Yo, I hear
That's
you.
crazy.
But think about the things like gone against the pedophiles. Like,
Yo, you want to know what's even crazier? I swear to God, he actually created a device that pre-vaporizes your fuel before it gets to your engine. But they had to buy like the most expensive like parts for it, and unfortunately, because of the additives that they add in the fuel,
didn't work.
It became a problem eventually, and he had to
But
give
it's
it
a
up.
brilliant
That shit was
idea, though,
dope.
right?
experiment further. Like, why can't they?
Yeah,
Experiment further. Trust me, he's my father. I was like, dude, you're crazy. There's no way this shit's gonna work. And then he put it on my car. I was like, we got to put it on my car and see if it works. And when it fucking worked, I was like, holy shit. Like, you're not 100% full of shit.
Yeah,
You
man,
see all the
sometimes
people
people-
who've been fooled buying free energy devices off the internet. They watch motherfuckers
Oh,
and show them
million
the little.
percent.
Yeah, that's like okay. Hydrogen
Yeah.
fuel cells. Is that what you're getting at? The hydrogen fuel cells? 'Cause
No,
there is
he
some,
did
like,
fuck with
very
hydrogen, but this was
biofuel
like,
aspect to that.
No,
You
you
have
know
to
the
be
gas
super
goes in,
careful.
and then there's an explosion that causes it.
Yeah,
But it's
that's
the
what I'm saying.
vapors
Yep.
that cause it. He's saying you
Hydrogen fuel cell.
pre-vaporize it, then shoot it in there.
Yep.
Perhaps
Dude.
you get better gas mileage.
they had a card number from like California and everything. And it was crazy to see that shit kind of growing up and be like a part of that. And like, I couldn't believe he
pretty
did
cool.
it, you know.
Well,
It
if you
gives me
guys know
hope for the
story of
future.
Stanley Myers,
Yeah.
you know, that he was assassinated and he literally went to his brother just prior. He goes, I think I was just poisoned. He was asked out for a dinner by some high execs. He was creating the hydrogen fuel cell. Now, mind you, it is very volatile. Like, this does need to be known. But there was a guy in Buffalo who did the same thing. That same guy who ended up on the news in Buffalo was also in the same school shooting just prior or just after, and was killed in that you know, mass shooting situation. And he had been on the news showing that he had transported his car into a hydrogen fuel cell.
That's
People have
crazy.
done this with their generators. This isn't crazy difficult. And if you think about that aspect, you're looking at a way safer environment. Because
Yeah,
it's not
that's why, and that's
like,
why
you're
they
not
would do
talking
that.
like, yeah, you're not talking like you're not talking like Hiroshima bomb. Okay, this isn't that
You're
kind
talking
of
about a
hydrogen.
hydrogen. It's a
It's a
hydrogen
lot. It's a
bomb,
lot
though.
less. So you have to be
Yeah,
careful.
but not to that level yet.
But yeah, like this is where we keep this. The fear and the scare tactics are holding us back.
Well, listen,
Yeah.
let's
What do
not
I
credit
constantly
do with
say, guys? What does
creating
fear
the
do to your
hydrogen battery.
immunity?
Let's not
Yeah.
get credit due with creating a hydrogen battery. In fact, his was so similar to the patents that he proposed. That's why everybody thought he was a fraud and all of that shit. They saw no difference in it. I should add that part in there. We don't want to think that this act like that this shit's 100%. However, he did get he going to dinner with these guys. His brothers got their lead. He stumbles out. His brother catches him. He said, "They poisoned me." And then dinner, he's supposed to sign a contract. That's part's true.
Yeah, right. And you're right in saying that we have to look at this with at every single angle, at all levels, because you can't just be like, "This is the answer."
Yeah.
You will never hear me say this on all levels. I'm a big alternative health advocate, and I will tell you, with the amount of patients I've had and the stories I've fucking heard, you cannot put everybody in the same box at all. Ever.
That's why I could never be a doctor because I was always all out of patience, man.
And like and I wasn't a doctor, but I practically was.
That doesn't
like,
make
where
you
I ended up
codependent
in
again.
my
I don't know what will.
funny.
I was giving the patients the results of their sleep study and help and like had to guide them through the process of the. Guess what? They didn't return because guess what? I fucking taught them. Get the fuck out of here. This is halfway neurological. This is halfway respiratory. This is halfway like body dynamics, like how you're positioned. You all need to get massages. Your partner should be touching you. Why the fuck did they tell you to stay away from each other 6 feet apart? Because of your fucking electromagnetic biofield. Why did they tell you afterwards that the people got the vaccine are shedding it and to stay away from them and many feet away? Because of the same fucking fear tactics.
Yo, in Mexico,
and fascia release and lymph node release, and I'm done. Thank you, I love you. Thank you.
Yeah, I get regular massages. That's not so healthy.
Fuck you, you punk ass bitch. You ain't nothing but a no good dick sucking, taking your ass punk bitch ass slave. Still doing paperwork. You're fucked.
Thank you,
Let's
Wizard.
not use the V word. That was on the V word.
Don't make some motherfucker.
Listen, I don't talk to anybody who got a pink dick. All right. So
Don't make some motherfucker do the Spurg shit that we just saw. What's his name doing?
He was mad at Kim before the storm.
Cortex shut down. I can tell you exactly. Let's get into
Oh my god.
Shaolin monks have actually been able to recenter their pain receptors.
I'll center your
on their ability to
My
meditate
pain is
when
already
they're-
centered.
Mine's slightly to the left.
When Shaolin monks are sworn in, they have
That's
like
to the right.
or 9 sets of incense
Right-handed.
on the top of their head that burn down to their skull.
I have a friend.
And they have to work through the pain. They have to transmute this pain and recenter it. And the same Shaolin monks have been observed under, obviously the MRIs where they show how the pain sensor, because they took somebody who actually was born with the genetic inability to feel pain. They took a Shaolin monk and they took somebody who had recently meditated. Now, mind you, they did not do the recently meditated patient with putting a 4x4 and smashing it over their head. And
does that mean they can't feel it well?
I know I showed you this video. This was so long ago.
They should have did it for
the Shaolin monk
How
took
dare
this
they?
2x4 and smashed it over his head, and they took the ability to censor where his pain sensors went. He was able to redistribute it, so he did not feel the pain of this. This means that he didn't smash his skull.
I'm too immature to handle your accent and that word.
Resonance frequency.
I've never heard immaturity be an excuse for not being able to hear an accent.
It's not an excuse. It's just a statement of reality. Is that like if she says "peen" one more time,
pain,
I'm gonna explode.
Is it my Wisconsin accent? Is it coming out?
Yeah, you're putting the "peen" in there. We're talking about pain.
You heard me say melt.
Melt.
Can you tell? Hey, can you tell us what pain is?
Yo, wait a second.
Moist.
You want to go up north and shoot some
No,
deer?
oh my God.
Some bear.
Bear? A bear. Deer. It's deer.
Let's go up north. Have you been up to the UP? Hey there now.
No, I don't go anywhere up north. That's
None of that
crazy.
shit sounds like penis, so it's not funny.
That's why I kept saying penis. The rest of this wasn't going to be funny.
All right. Yeah. So bringing it back full circle to free energy.
Yeah.
All right. We're off of penis again.
And the water droplets freezing.
Those aren't water.
Oh, shit.
I'm on Joe Cool.
Those droplets ain't water.
I didn't forget. The elephant in the room told me never forget.
Never forget
peen.
the pink elephant.
Oh, that peen.
Hey, yo, Ezra.
Don't forget.
Ezra.
Yes.
You know Tartarian Truth? You've worked with him?
Yeah.
All right, cool. If you do remember, just say Brown's boy said what up. He'll know. But yeah,
he'll know.
Yeah.
I know.
We gotta.
He's like that cool. Like
as
he's that
individuals, here, we all need to individually think about ways to come up with.
I've talked about that. Yep.
Come up with ways of tutoring, or I know. I know Machine Lies, just to say, is Machine Lies the only dude who's written a book here? Because I was speaking to someone recently and they were like, well, I'd have to be there to always teach everyone. And then I remember Machine was like, yeah, that's why I wrote a book, so I wouldn't have to be there. And I was like, oh shit, that's a fucking great idea. Like,
all right, did he write? Is that why he wrote a book, or did he write a book so that he could fucking dick drop that on people in debates?
A little bit
Still,
of that.
that's cool if that's what it was. Either way, nice way to come in with a big dick, sling it, bro.
I wrote a book, bitch.
Yeah, I wrote some
Boom.
support articles,
Eat
in
that.
my book. I just didn't need to.
Can we all recognize though that Muhammad brings actually really good literature and information, and also reads it to us and goes over it in detail. And I'm not saying, let's talk also though about the fact that we're in flow state right now. And flow brings up a lot of diverse human dynamics and personality examples that we sometimes
a bunch of disagreeables.
Here's my thing. I'm also here a little bit because I'm actually trying to create an intentional community. And through that is societal structures. How the fuck are we dealing with human dynamics?
How?
So one thing that I like about flow,
we're not. We're silently
Wait a second. Do you associate in communities that aren't intentional?
Wait, sorry.
That aren't intentional?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean. Sorry, sorry. And I wish I knew your first name, sir. Has he ever said his first name anywhere? You guys, I know you know his first name.
I know his name, but it's
all good.
Caucasian.
You don't have to tell me. He doesn't have to tell me.
It's Caucasian.
I'm just saying, I've known you for a long time, mister. Say that again, please.
But I'm
I
asking,
apologize.
do
Yes.
you associate in communities that were not intentional?
Did
Right.
I previously?
I
Or
mean,
do
you
I
say
now?
you're creating an intentional community. Have you ever created
Yeah.
one accidentally?
Are you asking
Oh
me
wow.
this because you know?
Anyone? I don't think
I would
anyone.
say
You want
has.
me to tell about my? No, I'm
Jeff-
I
just saying.
found this
You
one.
know, hold on, dude. You know my experience. You know what I went through.
We are
You want me
holding
to
on, man.
tell that story because I can tell that story that I'm
Keep
supposed
your
to be going
hands
through
in
right
the
now.
ride at all times.
We were all, yo, and you were supposed to be with us probably at this point too, and so
Yeah.
Mr. Caucasian probably would have followed in suit. So
What's
we
going
all
on?
supposed to be in Ecuador right now, motherfuckers. Where you at?
Ecuador?
I'm so
Yeah.
confused
Yeah.
about what.
I
Yeah,
offer
you better
consult.
show that
I
body
offered to
language
consult.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of us.
I
Yeah.
offered to consult.
Yeah, for sure, Ems. For sure, Ems.
true.
We know you would have dragged you there.
Yeah.
I don't
Oh yeah.
understand what's going on, but I
Terry
do
had
know that M
clear
has the best body
intentions of
language of
grabbing
anybody
you
that
along
ever
the
comes
way.
on panel.
We're
Best facial
building a
expressions
cult.
too.
I'm just kidding. No, it is a community.
Well, you
Okay,
don't know
Chloe,
I
this.
can't
I
deny
don't
that,
need to
Flo.
get into detail.
Chloe, that's exactly
None of
why
us
I
need
had
to
to
get
say
into detail.
consultant. I could not join
What?
the Magic Tree House's cult because it was obviously a cult. And so I was like, I'll
Yeah.
consult.
Are you talking about Insanity Machine?
No,
No,
we're
Dude,
fuck
Yeah.
no.
I
Are
have
you
that
out of your
video. I have
mind?
that video that I
public.
want to play that
Oh,
video, but
seven.
Richie might get mad at me. And this is with all love and respect. You know, I'm not going to say
But he's
anything
gonna.
back. I've never
I
said
don't know what
anything
you're talking
back.
about.
Are you
But I
ever
have,
talking to
Yeah.
me?
Yes,
I
I
just
am.
want to
Tommy.
shout out
he made
Tommy.
this. He made an amazing video, and I cried because it was like supposed to
What?
be us in Ecuador.
Who made
Fucking
an
good.
amazing
Oh,
video?
I haven't seen
You know
that.
what I'm talking about? Yeah,
Double
it was
O seven.
good.
Oh
It's
man.
good.
What's our
God.
definition of amazing?
And I
Is this
thought about
Talcottism?
looking at him and saying, "Yo, dude, can I use your audio and just take
No,
every aspect of
Richie and
Ecuador and
Talcott are not even close to the
No,
same,
we're
being
not
on the
even
same
talking,
level.
so we don't even need to go there, right?
Richie
Yeah.
accomplishing
It's
a
all good,
complete
boys and
video
girls.
is amazing.
Just we move beyond.
Has
Richie's got
anybody
more
ever
in common
been?
with Boy than with Talcott.
We're stellar.
Yo, we
beings.
should all go whitewater rafting with Talcott, and if not, then who else has been just whitewater
Well,
rafting? Because I'm about to go,
Oh,
and
I'm not going to be in his raft. If you
I'm
guys want to
serious.
be in
I'm
my
actually about
raft,
to
I
go.
actually have real
He won't
good
paddle.
It's a lot of
experience.
fun.
I've
Is
experienced
it?
several berry
Yes, it's
encounters.
awesome.
I would
Always
go in
wanted
my
to.
raft. Come in my raft, Browns
there's a
boy.
lot of places over
Oh yeah?
here,
You want me
like
to come in
around
your
here
raft?
that are around here.
Just take that
Hey,
berry
Especially in
encounter
East
video. I
Tennessee.
got
we
you.
can all come in her raft later.
Then
Okay.
it would be really white.
Whoa.
Negative.
Yeah, no,
I
no.
can't wait to get my dick wet.
We are talking about an actual raft, correct?
Yeah, I was
We'll
talking
No,
both.
about
in
rafting.
real
I'll
life,
just.
I thought
I'm a matriarch. I'm not a slut, but I
I'm just trying to
appreciate
state my position that I
I'm
thought you
not a
said.
slut.
It would be cool
Famous
if you were.
slut words.
oh, I
If
thought
he
she
said
said
state the position.
come in my aft.
Every
Barbie got
slut
it.
has. You
That
don't
was
know
wishful
me.
thinking.
Yo,
You don't
but
know my story.
but Ezra, for real though, if you do work with TT again, just be like Browns boy said, what up? But
I will.
And then you know he
I still,
heard it.
no,
You know
no,
he
Browns
heard
boy,
it
hear
when
me
he
out.
blocked
Him
you.
and I are still going to do a project together. I just haven't.
I actually was his first live guest, but yeah. Anyway,
I know you. You know
no,
I
you
know
don't.
you. Yeah, I do.
That reminded me when he said that. I'm glad
Nobody
you said
knows
that
me.
again.
That's why when you had reached out to me personally,
I know
was
that
like,
name enough to know I'm
Nobody
almost positive
knows
that
me.
you're one of the people I have hidden from my channel. I'm pretty
Thank
sure.
you,
So
Joe.
I'm gonna go check that out right now to
Barbie,
see.
don't waste your time. You definitely have me
better.
hidden.
It's Talcott's
Fucking
long lost son.
optics.
But what about it? That's my description.
Okay.
Is you have me hidden. That's how you know me. What the fuck?
No, because they said Brown Sport, and I was like, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure I have that username like hidden from, because I was just going through my hidden list the other day, and there was like so many of them, and I distinctly remember
I can
seeing that just
guarantee
because of
them.
the color in the name.
Don't we all
Huh?
start shit to find
It
out?
might have had part of his name, but there's no way it was this Browns boy because this
I'm
Browns
about to
boy,
check.
he's solid. He's been solid through and through. We're talking old school days.
What the
Like,
fuck?
That's why I thought that was weird.
yeah, it's all
What's
good.
old school days? Like a year and a half?
No.
Like
Old
my
school
first
day
YouTube
one.
days. Like I
Yo,
didn't come
text.
on YouTube until Ricky.
I've been on YouTube since like 2011.
On YouTube,
Closely doesn't
time
know that.
dilates. 6
Close-
months on YouTube is like 2 years in the rest of the world.
Oh shit, I'm like 109 years old.
Uh-huh.
Cynthia, I
It was
just
a
saw
pressure
that. I
cooker
just
for
saw that
human
unmute
interaction.
mute, unmute mute.
Oh yeah, I was just chilling over here.
Yeah, what do you got to say? I'm just teasing you, by the way. Speak up, girl.
This has been so much.
Though, seriously though, we could. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Cynthia. I apologize.
I know. I'm just more taken back by Brown's boy because then you said he was solid. I was like, is he? Because that hasn't been my experience. So I was just.
You haven't. Hey, because you
So one
haven't.
thing
You
I'll
haven't let
ask
me
you,
love you yet.
And no, and then Barbie said she had him blocked. I was like, okay, well, it seems like Barbie and I are. So could you give me an example?
So let me get a check.
Maybe I don't know something, but I'll tell you my.
It's not about me. It's about us.
No, I just would like to hear. No, I'm not saying something good. Like I would like to hear something good about him because he seems almost funny, but then he's Brown's boy. You know what I mean?
Okay,
So
see, this is what I would love to talk about, especially with you. And hear me out. I know we don't know each other that well. We've been on a few panels and had, like a few interactions. I'm just saying,
we have. Are you Rand's
you know how it goes. Like we're all
Are you Rand's wife?
No.
Then I
I'm
don't
not
know.
Did you ask Brown's boy if he's Rand's wife?
No.
No, Sarah.
Oh.
I don't ever recall being on a panel with you.
I'm uncomfortable being the center of attention, to be honest.
Cynthia, Rand's wife is, I think,
If that's a joke,
her name
it's
is
funny.
Mimi Liz or Mimi something Liz, and I'm not trying to butcher it because she's actually seems pretty cool. But they're the ones that they make I think the two of them, and I could be wrong on this. I thought the two of them together made the silver lined hoodies, right?
What is?
They
I'm
make
so
like
sorry.
some sort of like merchandise, and it has to do with like protecting you from EMF stuff. And I got into it with them because I kept being like,
I do
for new
remember a
gold.
conversation about that one time. Yes. Okay. Thank you for
Okay,
reminding me.
and I'm a little different. So,
Of course, obviously, I've picked that up.
I don't mean.
I think everybody has.
I'm easy. I'm a goof. I'm also like super like.
See, at
silly
first
and
I
so-
thought it was like a female Tommy, and I was like, no fucking way. But then, it wasn't. I was like, woo, that was close for a second. But then I realized it
dream of
wasn't
his
a female
characters.
Tommy. Yeah. Are you Gemini?
No, I'm not nearly like my background wouldn't put me quite in that character.
No,
it
the
doesn't-
word for female Tommy's character.
She
and
sounds
it's not to
Sagittarius
say I
to
don't
me,
have my own.
What is
like,
your
traumas.
sign?
or
What is
maybe
your
something.
sign, Sarah?
Do you want me to do Vedic? Do you know what the
I
Vedic?
like that answer already.
I don't know what that is, so I'm going to
Give us
say
both.
no.
They want Western.
Yeah.
they want Western.
Yeah.
Two things you need to do: do your Jovian, do your numerology, and do your Jovian or your human design chart. So
what?
Just do the Western. What's your Western sun
my
sign?
Western, so my birth date is 4/24.
Do not enter.
So what would that put me as?
I don't know. It's
Taurus.
Taurus.
But
Okay.
Wait, what's
I'm
your?
going to tell you, it's not that. When you
Oh,
do my Vedic, so normally when you do your Vedic, your sun sign.
Are you
will be
Sagittarius
the-
in Vedic?
No
No.
left
Or
turn.
no?
Did you say Sagittarius? That's
In
interesting.
Vedic.
No.
What would you be in
No.
Vedic?
So
What is
Vedic,
in Vedic
my
even
sun is
mean?
Aries.
What can I ask? What is the birthday range?
It did change.
Oh, I don't need the
too.
year. I just need like the month and the day.
So technically, a Taurus is like 420 to 520. Aries would be 320.
What was your high
to
school
420.
mascot?
Really, 420?
It's like
Really, 420?
I think it did change though, and that's what
That
I'm a little
does-
mixed up with, because I am no
Wait,
I'm no
for-
astrology
What's your
expert,
mother's
so please
maiden
don't
name?
like go
Aries.
based on any shit that I say. I've just
Hmm.
done research
Okay.
on it.
Okay. Thank you so much. So continue on with the story. We kind of got off of a rabbit trail with your
No,
sign.
it's okay.
Okay. So
Appreciate
you were
that.
telling me about you. You were refreshing me. You wanted to say something.
And I want to know your chart.
I'm a
too.
Virgo.
I do
I'm a Virgo.
love this. You're a Virgo. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Okay. So anyway, so sun sign is Aries, even though I'm a 4/24, which would technically make me a Taurus. So that's important because growing up, I never quite resonated.
It's not
fully with
important though,
Wait,
really.
yeah, wait, but
Okay.
it isn't. But it is though. What was the date?
I agree.
424.
It's 4/24, so it's repetitive. 4/24.
Okay.
Now it's also numerology. If you've ever done your numerology, which I highly recommend, which is your life path, it's 4/24/85, which means I'm a master builder 33.
This is religion,
educator.
Flo. That religion
Wait.
shit you were talking about earlier.
It's
This
all
is
religion.
just shit that
I haven't been
motherfuckers
proven
talk
a nice
about.
guy to Cynthia
I'm
yet.
not
Very
disagreeing
quick,
with
Joe,
that,
guys. So I'm a 33. I was born at 3:03 a.m. before previous of knowing either
You
of
and
you.
7 million
My
other
lucky
people.
number was 33 in basketball. You guys
Ma'am,
know I'm
I'll
super
have you know that
important.
I'm an 11 and I was born on the 11th.
You're a master builder 11. You're the Gates. I know.
I'm the
You
Gates.
I
should have
told you,
known
Flo,
you
you were the
were.
gays, bro.
Your personality alone. Okay,
Oh,
That's
shit.
my favorite barbecue sauce too.
The Gates.
I can't confirm.
That's my dad's too.
That I'm the Gates.
No, my dad's barbecue
Gay.
sauce.
I thought you
Barbecue
said
sauce is
gay.
good.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah,
That's
right,
what
right.
it is.
It's a simple mistake.
Killers, dude.
So go on. I mean,
No,
okay,
stop
so-
encouraging her.
Okay, so here's the
No. Stop with the astrology. Go on with this story about you. Like you get sidetracked, and I'm trying to keep us on track because you're
Thank you,
going
Cynthia.
somewhere. Unlike
Yeah.
Tommy, you go somewhere.
No,
So
Cynthia's
let's
good at
keep
that.
going.
Are you
No, you're
sure,
good
Oh,
at
you were
rounding
gonna
up
tell us
in.
something about Brown's boy.
This is part of mom. She's like, yo,
I'm
guys,
still looking for it because it always happens when I'm in
Oh.
freaking
for a
YouTube.
reason.
All right.
Y'all came here for a reason. Hold up. Listen up.
Like-
Mom's talking.
Hey,
Listen.
Cynthia,
Yes.
Yes.
can I give you an example of something that is good about me?
I will. Do you want me? I mean, if
Is it
makes
all
you-
right if I give you something that I
If
know?
it makes you feel better, I mean, I don't need it, but if it makes you feel better, go for it.
All right. Yeah, it does make me feel better.
Okay.
Number one, you're loved. Number two, you have the answers. And number three, nobody's above you or below you on a soul level.
Hank
And
is
they-
literally above Cynthia right now.
But if you ask me nicely, I'm willing to be.
Oh yeah, and then it's coming from you. So although it could sound nice to the audience and mesmerizing to some, it's coming from you.
I'm not, I
So
told
I'm
you, I don't
look-
care what anybody thinks. Or wait, maybe I didn't say it here. I don't
but
care what
I'm
anybody
saying-
thinks.
I know, but I'm saying how I'm receiving it. Like,
You
Okay, I
realize
care what
though
you think.
how important we all are, Cynthia? Like by him.
yeah,
even
no,
saying
I
that.
no. It has
Right?
nothing.
Like that is what
I
it is.
don't
Like,
even disagree with what he said. I don't disagree with what he said. I disagree with the intentions behind it. I question the intentions as I should.
How
from
would
our
I have-
past history, which is why I was asking somebody who said he was solid to give me an example. And I was loving where she was going, but I don't know why you stopped it.
One thing I have to question with that a little bit, because it's something that's come up, I think, in my path more recently. Not necessarily personally, but I've just seen it with a lot of people, is like this, if you want to associate it with forgiveness, but trust in general. And when our guard is up. And so sometimes I think it prevents us from sometimes hearing the full conjecture. And I totally understand it from my own experience. I've been somebody who's been cheated on a lot. I'm not trying to like boast on this shit. I was a codependent. I was a codependent.
I was cheating, bragging.
I was on
lockdown for too
I'm being
long.
hardcore honest, guys. Let me
The question is
right?
to tell me something about Brown's boy.
And I'm,
God. I've been cheated on. I don't want to brag, but I've been cheated on once or twice. What the fuck does that mean?
That's a strange flex.
Trust.
Where
What is
did he
trust mean to
go?
all of
Where
you?
did he go?
What is
You were
trust?
mean to him and he left.
That wasn't
all
mean
of
to
you.
listen to me. No, I wasn't mean to him. Stop it.
No, that's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying. To be dipped out. That's not what I was saying either. You weren't being. You weren't at all. No way.
Sarah was kind of mean though.
She don't like him because he
I was
gives
being
Jack a
mean.
hard time.
Yeah, no, the B Browns were pretty sure he left
things
because
about
he kept
me.
cutting them off.
He says things about me.
He
So
does.
I was like, how do you say things about me, but then you're here in front of me and you say things nice to me? So I was questioning the Austin. Yeah, I wasn't questioning the
What is
intention.
unconditional
Yes,
love?
thank
Oh,
you, Jeff.
I didn't know he
What is
badmouthed you.
unconditional
Yeah.
love?
So
to you
and so
guys?
then
Have
she
you
and I
experienced
even
that?
said, okay.
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm finna do this, but what did you just say, Sarah?
I'm really sorry because I don't want to cut off Cynthia.
You said something about no.
But I want to
just
know,
cut her off. I'm
Cynthia,
the rude
please
one.
let Cynthia respond to this person first and let her finish what she was saying.
All right,
My
unconditional love.
question
That's
is,
what you
what
said. I'm
is-
trying to remember.
Joe, real quick, what is unconditional love to all of you? And have
Very
you
good.
experienced it? That was the question.
Very good. I like that one. I'm the only one.
Somebody who loves me for the way I am, and yes, I've experienced it multiple times. They love me for my imperfections.
We all say that. Get some.
It's a myth.
And they talk with you, or maybe sorry.
People
Nate,
love me because I have no
Go ahead, Nate.
imperfections.
I'm a loud man.
Hey, that unconditional love I think it's super important, man. I think that's when you're the ultimate, you've graduated mentally and went to that level we all dream of. That's the graduation, unconditional love. When you learn to love everybody unconditionally, like your family member or your kid, when that extends to other people, you get to graduate.
So what if they
I
fuck you
believe in
over?
unconditional love. I think it's
They will expect it.
It's
utopia.
Good call.
Yeah.
So do you walk into situations without expectations? I'm sorry. Guys.
You must,
And without
otherwise you will
assumption.
expectations have disappointments. Yes.
Right. For unconditional. And so when you observe them in their process of learning, you also observe it in that same context. Do you not?
Yes, you're not mad at them, and you're not this dumb motherfucker.
Here's my
And
question.
you're not sad, right? You have pity.
Doesn't that sound like what I was saying earlier about like having to love Paul as he is?
Yes, I was thinking that in my
Okay.
head.
Yeah, it's the same with every single one of us.
Oh shit! Now you guys got me in
I'm
trouble
probably
with,
annoying
with
as
the
fuck.
autistic.
I just saw
lady.
that.
Love you.
Of course, I believe in unconditional love, Katie.
Hello.
What?
Thank you.
But here's my
This
question.
is a great platform.
Is
to
it
have these
unconditional after you've killed their
honestly.
entire family and buried their parents? And are you still expecting this unconditional love?
What you don't know.
Expectations. What did she just say about
They
expectations?
do. They do because they apologize. So the people who are
I'm sorry you're an orphan and all of your brethren and sisters are all dead. My bad.
No, the
You love me,
perpetrator.
don't you?
The perpetrator
love me,
wants,
though, right?
wants you to forgive them, not the victims. The victims don't want forgiveness.
They're dead. We don't care about the victims.
wait,
I'm talking
wait.
about you and your unconditional love.
Yeah, I think you're on
What
the wrong
what is
path
epigenetic
there.
mutation?
Cynthia, I
Hold
don't
on,
think
guys.
forgiveness has anything to do with unconditional
Yeah,
love.
and hold on.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what does that actually do to us.
See,
like in the science format,
What
which
is this?
actually transmute into what we understand on the spiritual level is epigenetic mutation or genetic or generational trauma.
What?
So you're going to mutate
Well,
that.
now
What
she
is
sounds
an
like
eye for an eye?
Southside.
Are we going to
No, so okay, so who else has an example of unconditional love? Joe, Barbie.
Wait, I'm still trying to figure out generational trauma. Just cause
Epigenetic intergenerational trauma.
You're just saying words at this point.
words.
No, it's a thing.
You don't have it carrying of weight,
Yeah.
bro.
I hope.
we all
And I
been
also
there.
think having
No,
unconditional love allows you to grow into your full potential because you have.
Or be scammed.
Golly, guys, I'm trying to keep this train on the track.
Is it your track?
No,
That probably went right out the window once we got
the
here.
driver is too busy playing clips to notice the track is going off the rail.
I've already lost. I tried to tell you guys I'm not very smart.
If we were,
How many
if we were
times
at
have
a
I said
party,
I'm not very smart?
somebody would be pulling out the guitar right now with the amp and be like,
Where's Freedom Grower? Like, it's already a shit show. Bring that guy.
Someone like Flow State is going to be power hungry and controlling and want to be egoic.
That's like having a dude obsessed with you like that. For
The audacity.
What's it like having a dude obsessed with me?
Some frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources. He's the hit. He's got an earring, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. You know, he wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with.
Can I be like, you all hear me out? That was way over. That was way over the top as far as like you're gonna like.
He wants Flo.
But hear me out, Flo. Hear me out, Flo. Not gonna lie. Come from like a Midwestern fucking blue class town. I have had vibes, but I have had a lot of realism with you of a mild chachism. Did you or did you not pop your fucking polo collar?
God fucking damn it. Yes, I did.
And out of all of those people, we do know who plays the best game. Shout out Flo. Right?
Barbie.
And I had a pink polo too.
Polo, yeah.
Pop
Of course
his
you did.
They got me fucked up right now.
With these white people?
I'm naked on the show. When I do the show, I'm naked. Then they look at the show and they, am I naked? I mean, and I mean, this is how dumb the white race is. What am I supposed to do?
I know, right? Todd is when he does the show.
Definite, like, you know, I'm a 6'1" Amazonian. They're like, you know, come on, girl. What kind of circus show you playing?
Circus show.
Where you at? What side?
What the fuck?
Never been to James, man.
Who else did I have?
These cops are interrogating me about an ounce of weed as if I didn't kill an Applebee's hostess 2 miles away.
What the fuck is that from?
Taxi driver.
Oh, that was his version of taxi driver.
Taxi driver.
I didn't catch it.
The glasses, the hair.
Well, the marker.
Yeah.
Was that Ed Gein in his like post?
Right.
That's some obscure. Most of my shit is just random things I find during the rest of my day when I'm not on here. I'm on my phone going, and then I click the extra good chuckles.
Hey,
like Barbie's doing right now.
Whoa, I got you.
I was laughing.
Would you have any interest in being in a situation where you could have other people to help you sort of like cultivate whatever the fuck you want, including some sort of form of technology? Obviously, you would be able to be like whatever in the sense of entertainment.
I don't even know what you're inviting me to, but I'm in.
Or
cultivating.
No, I'm just asking. Let me finish this question. Or are you fully like? And I'm not trying to judge in this situation, okay? Because like fuck all that shit.
I don't
like,
think we know what you're talking about.
No,
He
it
wants
is.
to be your pimp.
The observer isn't observing. Is there a fucking observation? So you make your
that
own
clarified
reality
everything.
the fuck you want. That's what I'm asking.
We don't.
Ask the question again, but with less statements.
Yeah,
What
I
the
know.
fuck?
Is the
do
sun
you
getting
all
low?
the words out.
Is she asking for what's going on? What are you asking
Sasquatch
for?
just left. Good night, Sasquatch. Thanks for joining. The sun must have been getting low.
That's a good question, Cynthia. What's going on?
Thank you, Hank. I can't believe you actually agreed with me. What the hell's going on right now?
I apologize if I've been that irrelevant. Can you please explain what I'm not articulating?
It's the
We can't
word
explain what
salad.
we don't understand.
Yeah, how can we explain some shit we don't understand? Say, ask the
You started
question
to ask
again.
me a question, but then you ended on the observer question, and I'm not sure what the question was. So yes,
She's
I
got
would be
no
interested
fucking
in-
idea what she has.
I would be interested in participating in something in which I can have a cult. That's the first part of the question I heard. The second part of the question I heard is if there's no observer, did observation occur? No, observation did not occur. I'm not sure how these two connect.
Yeah,
I think she wants to be your
Okay,
pimp.
I love that.
Yeah,
I
so
love
what
all
I
that.
heard
don't
was,
laugh
are
so
you
much.
down for a three-way? That's what I heard.
That's all you heard.
Yes,
Would
absolutely.
be interested. So how do you and your wife feel about, say, watching?
I think you're
Okay, good. Get her undressed and we'll do this thing.
So that's what I heard. So if I
I heard, are you
wrong,
down for someone to teach you to chase
I mean,
God that ain't
Cynthia,
you?
seriously, like you're not a bad looking woman, okay?
no, but I'm saying
Take
what
it-
I
can we
heard. The
take
question you asked Paul. I mean, you asked Flo. Is that the question you
I
were
can't believe you
asking
just did
him?
that to me.
Yeah, actually.
I can't
wait to get my dick wet.
Yeah.
How dare you, Cynthia?
Was
You know
am
where
I
you
wrong,
are
Kate?
right now?
No.
Was I wrong, Kate?
I thought she wanted to be the pimp.
See,
Oh,
none of us
all have a
all of
different
us
I don't
understood
know what's
5
happening, but
different
either way, I'm
things.
getting my dick wet.
Right, in all the
Ask the
scenarios, you're
question
okay.
better.
There's no bad scenario for me.
Can you ask the question better, please?
I think she's trying to see if you want OnlyFans page.
No, I think was she asking, do you want to watch or participate? Like,
Listen, I don't talk to anybody who got a pink dick. All right. So like that goes.
What if they got two-tone dick?
woo!
Don't act like that ain't a real thing, because it's definitely a real thing.
All right, dick check,
Why,
dick check.
you got one, Barbie?
No, but for real, I already knew that it was a real thing. But there was this recent this case, unfortunately, this case that I'm following out of Florida, and that's how they got the
Unfortunately.
dude. They knew that's how they knew they had the right dude based on
I
the
swear that
images
sounds
and the
familiar.
photos. His dick was like pink so far down, then it got darker. Like I think they said a third of the way down. They
Oh.
were describing this in the damn news the other day. I was laughing so hard,
This is your
and my
morning
buddy was
voice.
like, "What is he
That's-
talking about? Like two different colored dick?" I was like, "Yeah, that's a real thing."
That's
He
the
was like,
Madeline
"Mine's not like that." I
Soto
was like, "I
case,
know."
right?
Dick pic's
Barbie?
gonna be a
Madeline
new
Soto?
DNA print.
Yes, thank you, Chuck. That's exactly the case I'm talking
Yep.
about.
Yep.
See? This is what happens, Sarah, when you just leave open-ended questions and vague questions. We need to, like, this group, we need specifics. So what was the
Yeah.
question you
Why
were
do you
I'll
asking?
interject the two-tone dick.
Now
Like,
we know I'm getting laid.
What was the question you had for Flo, Sarah?
I mean, this is the fastest blowjob I've ever had. From
Fucking him. She's like, what?
You know she has no idea what the question was.
Nope.
Right.
Okay,
Okay.
She'll
That's-
never
was-
recall it.
Hey,
Joe,
you say
you got any,
Hank transition to you.
you got any of that? You got any salad dressing for that word salad, Joe?
What?
Yeah, I got some
transition was
salad.
the wrong
That's
word.
the salad dressing. So Sarah, I'm very horny. I'll go for whatever.
That's right, Hank. I like where your head's at. Moment of opportunity. Go
See,
in
we
for
know what
it.
Hank
Bad
heard.
dick. When
We-
those are
we'll
your
know what
standards,
Hank
you
heard.
can't lose.
We'll never feel you.
This I like. Flo, this is when
Only
you need to
good
jump
day.
in. This is when you jump in and coach them.
I just told you I want a deep experience, co-creation community with authentic and real exciting conversation before, during, and after. I don't stop talking during sex either. I know a lot of you half-dead white
Oh
people
my
out there.
God.
You go to have sex and you just don't talk. Just lay there. Right? I don't move
All
like
right.
that.
Be nice, Joe.
With the guy stroking
They
his
just
face.
laid there because it was him.
You
They
said
were like,
Stroking
maybe
his
if I play
face.
I mean,
dead, he'll sob.
why do we have to be so upset about it?
Joe, that
I don't-
wasn't thought. You actually
They-
said
You were the only one who was unmuted, Joe. Yeah, we
Yeah,
heard,
we
be nice,
heard
Joe.
you, Joe. Be nice. But back to Hank. Back to Hank. Hank's moving in as he should. Flo, what should Hank do in this moment? This is the moment you coach your team.
I don't even know where I'm at right now. What's
Play dead.
happening?
He has seized
Come
the
on.
moment.
You're not close to it now.
What the fuck's even going on? How am I supposed to Hank? You're doing
Right, yeah, comment on
Hank
what?
said,
What
hey.
the fuck is he supposed
I'm
to
like,
do?
hey, speaking of getting your
How old was that clip? Was that was that recent? That clip of Paul, or
that was
like
probably
old?
I don't know. It's not recent. It's probably
It
6
feels
months
like
old.
I was gonna
guess.
say it feels like baby. It feels like baby Paul. Like I kind of want to hug him.
But the guy laying next to him stroking his face like that while
Thank
Paul's
you.
saying, while
I'm trying not to say it. That's it. Yeah.
That was weird.
It's like a,
You understand that
that's what I was trying not to comment on. I don't even know the guy. He looks like a chick.
transcended
And
the
I was
rainbow
thinking
prism.
the same
pretty.
shit.
Where in the fuck do you find these people?
All right.
I'm hands off the clips for now.
No, you're not. You have been just.
Yeah, I'm with you, Sid. I didn't believe when he said it either.
Okay.
It's like, I
It
know a
was
lot of
weird.
y'all have dead white people out there. I'm like, no, that's only happening in your bedroom, Paul. That's because they're hoping that they will just,
during sex that like
they're hoping he'll shut up.
When he's
hey, did you
sick.
see what happened on True Crime today?
Yeah, what is he really saying?
What happened to those Chiefs people?
Are you cooking dinner later? Like, come on.
Wait. This is interesting because I'm a fan of talking cash money shit. Are all the white people saying be quiet? This is interesting.
We're saying that anybody that's a virgin till 26 can't talk sex talk because they don't know what it is.
Yeah, see, they getting laid a long time ago.
Yeah.
Friendly reminder.
About
of
your
19
birthing about the news that
Death
day.
wish.
It means your
Death
sex is
wish.
bad.
Now
Why are
bring
you
me that
thinking about
Rebecca bitch. Death wish.
How
Death
are you
wish.
busting moves and fucking like monologuing at the same time?
Now, in my younger days, I used to sport a rag backpack.
Did he have the mic in there
plus a
too?
fofo mag
What do y'all
teed up
think
from
he's
the feet up.
saying, bro?
Screwed up from the shoe up hard to
Are you
up.
cooking dinner
Smoking
later?
and smoking and drinking till we do. Teaching my class. Shut the
You know
fuck
the
up, tuba.
bacon's about to go bad,
You don't
right?
want to blast, nigga. Tuck your tuba.
But he was
We
talking
gotta
to a
eat
dude.
that
We gotta eat the bacon before it goes bad.
Dude,
Let's have breakfast for dinner.
As soon as we're done, Dave. As soon as we're
But
done.
you didn't
been giveaway this whole time.
you didn't think it was weird that he was talking to a dude like that?
Dude, it took me at least 3 rounds of the clip to figure out it was a dude at first.
Same.
Oh shit!
And then I was like, wait a minute, they're
All
topless.
right.
That's a dude. And then I was like, whoa, it got super
I
gay in
thought I
here
was
real
out of
quick.
the limb.
That's
I
that
wasn't
kid.
gonna
Y'all don't
say
see
nothing.
him. Y'all don't.
I've never seen him before. I've never seen him
But
before.
everybody
That's the first time
thought
I ever
the
seen him
same
was in that
thing
clip of Paul.
That young
seen him.
man has a girlfriend who's black.
Had
Had a girl.
That doesn't mean he can't be a girlfriend
No,
too.
listen. And the girlfriend was sick and tired of the guy spending all day on the chat with Paul because Paul was always giving him shitty advice.
Wow.
When she came into the room,
Yeah, I know. It seems
and she
unbelievable.
said, "Get the fuck off of the live with Paul." So then Paul was like, "Get her on the live. Get her on the live."
Wow.
So then this girl and Paul are going at it, and she's like going hard in the yard, right? And then she's like, "Oh." She goes and gets the young man's mom. She goes and gets his mom. And so then Paul's like, you went and got the mom. And the kid's like, the young man's just trying to get control of the situation. It's like completely out of control, right? He's just trying to get back in, just trying to figure out what the hell's going on. But she ends up leaving. And that's the last I saw of it. I guess she
Paul
broke
said get rid of her, and he did.
Yeah. And then so he was coaching her on the new, you're going to get new women. I mean, coaching him, you're going to get new women.
Wow.
So yeah, y'all got to know the backstory.
So this motherfucker is a homewrecker too? How the fuck?
And
Oh
this
my
chick
God.
was mad that he was like, what the fuck are you listening to? She was like, what the fuck are you
Yeah,
listening
let's not take responsibility away from the guy who was talking to Paul.
Right. Both them
worse.
motherfuckers. What the
When you're consuming this shit, hold on, guys. Like, this is a really good example of when you're like, they talk about this. If you're consuming this, what are you actually like replicating? What are you regurgitating? What are
You said you're consuming this, you're talking about us?
I'm
This is
looking at
why no, but see, Joe, this is why we're together. This is
Right.
why we are connecting as people who are already on that path to sort of shift things a little differently, because we're bringing up these subjects to divert it a little differently.
What?
All right.
This is why people are
It's
butting
kind of weird that,
heads
like, I don't know.
for the right
I could
reasons.
see that. Her being pissed
Right?
about being on the internet.
Yeah,
I've
but
gotten bitched
why
at for
did he
being on
do
the fucking internet all day.
But how is somebody who was a virgin until 26 given
Suddenly got all his game.
Yeah,
think he's
how is
still
he given
virgin.
Yeah, you
relationship
wanted.
right?
Okay, can we talk about that in makeup right now? And I'm not trying. Don't get me
What'd
wrong
she
here.
say? What'd you
There's
say?
one thing I want to say real quick before I start talking about this is that I've known Ems for a while. Okay, one
what?
of my favorite things about her, she doesn't wear a lot. She does wear the specific lipstick, maybe some bits about her eyes. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, my
before
makeup.
I get into the subject,
No,
I
no,
just have
dark
to make this
lipstick
clear.
sucks.
Hold on.
Don't gaslight
Let
her.
me
All right,
finish.
go ahead.
No, this
Were
is
we
why you
breaking into makeup?
Just let me finish this real quick. I'll let you speak. I promise.
Thank
I'm
you.
just saying
No,
that
I'm just trolling a
Spit
bit.
it
The
out.
dark lipstick
who
does
Ems
suck.
is as a person is everything to do with like it's a totally different energetic thing, okay? Because this goes down to you want me to break down like the history of like theatrics and Romans and
No.
we're actually
No.
yeah, right. You don't where makeup really originated from, you don't. But
It's
what
like
I want to
if
talk about
Tommy
right now,
and
which
Paige
Ems doesn't
had a
do,
baby.
he doesn't do this. Okay?
It would be
But what's
Sarah.
happening, guys, I'm so
Ezra,
sorry.
awesome.
I'm like,
I think it's
disgusted.
Barbie's doll.
Hold on.
I think Barbie's doll has control of the program.
Funny, right? But this is like, what? How did this
Don't make me get the
take
doll.
such a sharp turn?
Don't you do it.
Don't make me get the doll.
I think
Okay.
the doll has
But I'm
control.
getting at about makeup, and it has nothing to do. That's what I'm getting
How
at.
do we get on makeup?
That's what I'm saying.
We're getting
She
there.
takes
Hold on.
sharp
We're getting there.
Trans. We were talking about trans. Somebody was starting to get into the trans
We were?
movement.
No,
one
we weren't
said
talking
that.
about
Nobody said.
trans.
We talked
No,
about
we
that
weren't.
chick that
I
what's his name that
apologize.
Paul was
Yeah, that
talking
Paul
to.
broke up the
I
relationship.
misinterpreted
Yeah,
it.
because I
Can
thought
you hear her
Sorry.
voices?
Hey,
yeah,
does she
Sarah
like
can hear
Paul?
them.
Hank,
sorry.
does she like Paul?
Who?
Sarah?
Oh,
Does
I don't
Sarah
know.
like
Are you
Paul?
She doesn't
are
even
you
know
gonna
who
put
Paul
me in a
is.
corner?
Yeah, she probably don't even
She
know.
doesn't know who Paul
Okay.
is.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Ruh-roh.
Do you know who Paul is, Sarah? I'm pretty sure she knows who Paul is.
I do.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Oh,
I was
okay.
just trying to gauge.
I just had
Yeah.
sex. I'm about to eat nachos. It's the greatest moment of my life. Unless you screw it up with whatever it is you're about to say.
Sex
Sarah,
in the
is
woods.
Paul
Sex
sexy?
in the woods, motherfuckers.
Okay.
If you have not had
Sarah, is
sex
Paul
That's
in
a
the
trick
sexy?
woods,
question.
do it. That
Oh
is better
shit,
than
Barbie,
nachos.
is Paul sexy?
No, okay, so he's not
No.
The
sexy.
answer is
He's
yes.
not
No
sexy.
good.
What it is he's got
No.
this like the facial hair thing
No.
going on. I don't know why he started doing that. That and his attitude can make him appear that way. Him and the ginger, that is a big no for me though. That's a big turn off.
And Ems, what do you know about me as a person? I am true to who I am. I'm nobody's dad.
You're a
Nobody's my
virgin.
daddy. I don't have
She's not a
daddy issues. I
virgin.
had a great
Till she was
father.
She doesn't have
40,
daddy
she was.
issues either.
Basketball fucking taught me how to grow up as a real woman. I know how to chop wood. I know how to fucking one thing.
Change a
Don't get
flat
me wrong,
tire.
guys. Like I do know how to
Yeah,
hunt
she would
and be
before
in the
before
woods.
I would. Y'all don't want me
hike.
doing that.
I'm a regular solo hiker. You can look at my fucking videos if you want. Like I go out, look at my photo. I disappear into the woods on a regular basis. I'm not a
Yeah.
regular hunter. I'm really good at archery. No, I'm not like, but I'm like
Scary.
fully capable and like ready to do that.
Are
shit.
you a vegan?
No,
Oh, shucks. I was going to hook her up with Jack.
I'm not.
Damn.
I'm not trying to like say that I
Jack's
have
a
it all
vegan?
figured out.
I don't know that
But
I
I
believe
have my
Jack's
own
veganism.
No
philosophy.
chance, big as hell.
Yeah.
I'm part native. Like I definitely 100% use every element of anything I use and hunt in any format.
Even humans?
When you
No, I think
kill
so.
them, do you eat the whole human?
What do you do with the fingers? I haven't figured out what to do with fingers.
Hot dog.
So like,
the hair
remember
troubles
those
me.
monkey
You keep
fingers?
them.
Like you want to talk about curses and like voodoo? Shunkin' hands, motherfucker.
What?
Oh my god.
You want me to get weird? I'll get weird.
And you just keep it in
Yeah,
your pocket,
please.
and then when you go to those
Barbie,
places that need the
put your
fingerprint
dial
scanner,
up.
you just run that across there. Somebody else's finger.
I was like a fucking sixth grader with books on fucking seances and shit from the 1920s.
Me too. And I was reading on the Holocaust and shit when I was like in the 5th grade. It was weird.
Yeah, like there's so much shit you don't even know. There's well documented stories of people who've astral projected into somebody else's house in their dreams.
Yep.
So while the person they woke up and saw the ghost and were like, "What the fuck?" The person was like, "This is my house. I'm dreaming about it." They go, they meet the person. They're like, "Why the fuck were you the ghost in my house?"
Joe,
And they're like, it wasn't, man.
Is there?
We're talking about astral projection.
Is there
Yeah, I'm wondering how
oxygen
well
deprivation?
documented those are and blah blah
Y'all
blah.
are meant turning me
I
back into
read
a
weird
Rover.
Just
shit
look
like
in those
that.
keywords. The key.
One of these days, we're gonna pop up in their dreams. They're gonna be like, "What the fuck?" Like, see,
Well, listen, I've heard of the near death shit, blah blah. I haven't heard of anybody documenting their astral projections.
So one time,
This is in books before current internet. It's
You
documented.
know all of those.
Look up
If you're
seances.
talking
No,
about,
dude, look up seances that were documented in scientific quote unquote journals.
did you say in the 20s?
Yes.
Journals.
You know, that was the lamest shit in the world, all debunked by now, right? Even the scientific journalists have committed suicide by now for backing that shit.
Yeah, no, Joe, real quick, make it clear.
did they really commit suicide?
Debunked. Let him say this. Debunked by who?
By time. There are none now. Only back then did scientists believe it, and none in the current time can they document it. It's probably debunks itself, right?
You are heavily
okay, but that's aside the point. You asked for proof of debunking. I say that if they ain't found no proof in the last 60, 70 years, it's probably not really a thing, and those guys were wrong. It's logical, yeah.
So if you meet somebody that tells you they've done that and they've given you their experience, how would you explain that?
And I'm not sure the two things occur. You're talking about one thing. She's talking about something, you know, in the populace.
About the astro. What's it called again, Sarah? I don't know.
Projection.
Astro. So I met somebody who talked to me about their experience with it. So what I'm saying, if you're saying, Joe, it's never been documented.
I say I haven't read anything about it being
for
documented.
over a decade, and he's like, "Hey, I got this all figured out." I'm an expert. So everybody listen to this guy because I have no idea what I'm talking about. Absolutely no way.
All right, Cynthia, you were saying, don't confuse yourself. Don't do it. It's a trick, Cynthia.
Okay, so
never validated
Joe, if you
anything I've had to say.
because
That's all I have
Joe,
to say.
we've had conversations in the
you.
past before, Joe.
I know what the fuck I'm
Sarah,
talking
I'm
about,
trying to
dude.
really help you. Like, believe it or not,
No,
I promise
help me,
you, I
okay,
am.
help
I'm
me.
like, I'm trying to get
See, okay.
I'm trying to help your point. Sarah, I
You
promise.
Oh my God, blow.
Could.
So don't blow me.
So
I serve
If
the
someone
people
told
and
me
the
a
people
story
ain't
about
paying.
astral projection, I think. I'm sorry.
And you would say, I'm sorry that didn't happen. It's not been documented.
Oh goodness, no. I
What
believe
hasn't
in
been
it and all of that shit. I was just commenting on a part about her saying it's been documented where I've never seen any documentation of it, even though I've heard many stories and so and so.
on what? On what? Talking. You've heard many stories on what and exactly what topic? That's what confuses me.
Astral projection. You were saying that the guy can go
like,
to another
like with
person and
that-
talk about. I wasn't done answering your question. Guy to another house and talk to a person and tell him some things, and they could, you know, I don't know, prove some things by doing that. I haven't seen any of that occur. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what you mean by that is, and how you see it from your perspective, and I'm gonna apologize because you and I have not had like these in-depth behind-the-scene topics discussions on what you believe. I know you are a like general like, and if you look
He's
at
a
my
white bread
information, by the
Christian.
way, if you ever look at the stuff I present, it's pretty like quote unquote science.
Yeah, I've seen some of it. Yeah.
Okay, so you and I have had that kind of, you know, I know you're kind of on that pathway. So what
Yeah.
I'm getting at is like you know, and understand that like what has been addressed by science.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure we're on the same page because of what you
I
just
know.
said. All right. I still
Hold on.
I believe in
Hold
these
on, hold on,
things.
hold
I
on.
was just talking about the proof of them, right? That's all I was commenting on. The proof of them.
I don't
believe
even
in
know
these
why we
things, bro.
started
Yeah.
talking about it now.
Barbie, is this what you made that face about?
What?
I don't know. What'd you
What
make
did it
that
say?
face about?
Oh, there ain't no telling, honestly. Oh, what does that got to do? What's that? What does that even mean?
What'd they say?
I guess I need to look at the chat to get some context behind that. So also back
Can
to
I be
the
honest? I got interrupted. I fucking got
the
lost.
block. Yeah, the blocking thing. This is until I figure out who the hell I did have blocked, because I have a screenshot of who I had blocked. Nobody's blocked. Nobody's blocked. I deleted everybody from everybody, took them all out. Nobody's hidden from my channel right now.
I
Nobody.
still have Snafu Snaps blocked.
He's fixing
And
it.
I apologize. I have to dip out for a second. I got to deal with something. I will be right back.
Be easy.
So she goes and wrangles other voices.
She's going
I got to do
lose
that.
virginity she's had.
We'll talk about you as soon as you leave. We're gonna talk about you.
Oh,
tomorrow.
yeah.
All right.
Oh.
See you in a minute.
I wonder if this was the same woman that was on a panel the other night talking about building a commune.
Yeah, probably so.
A commune?
Because they do. They
Yeah.
have their own like thing going on. Not just part of it.
Intentional community, motherfucker.
I
I'm just
think-
kidding.
There you go. That's it. I was like, I see the meetings. I get the notifications. I know what's up.
I would love
I
to
just don't
see
talk to
some
them
of that
about it.
shit, bro. I've only ever seen it on the internet and shit like that. I've never seen a commune in real life.
I'm not sure how to feel about that.
I got friends who do it, and I'm impressed by the shit they do, how they do for themselves. I'm very impressed by it. I mean, the electricity with solar panels and
Oh yeah.
different fuels and shit. It's shit I never even thought of.
Well, solar panels are so you only get like 20%.
Yeah, but I don't know if you're familiar with the technology now. I got buddies I could show you. It's dark now. I can't show you anything, but I could show you in the daytime. Well, they got a few on the tops of their vans, and they're running air conditioners, full size refrigerators, and shit like 24 hours a day.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. They got those good lithium batteries.
Yeah, they got these big ass batteries, look like marine batteries or something.
Yeah.
They're really big. They get 3 or 4 of those, and the solar panels, and they got the state of the art heating and cooling units with ducts and shit. You run through the vehicle and all that shit. And all of that shit. They one of them got his engine where it runs used motor oil. You filter it and you should spin it around. I forget what you call that shit. But even if you just filter it, you don't have to use the diesel for fuel. You use the used oil. And you know, every mechanic shop and shit wants to get rid of their used oil. It's a hassle. So you got free shit, you know, you drive around for free. This shit they come up with is crazy, and it works. Electricity and the water, they got these little turbine generators, doohickeys, they stick in streams and shit and provides electricity. And these guys are crafty. And they're not, you know, I feel like I'm the idiot, right? With I believe in order to eat, you have to go to a grocery store. I'm an idiot, right? I haven't even experienced the regular shit, you know, going to get fruit off of a tree or just normal fucking human shit. And somebody done taught me this is how you get food. And I hadn't even considered other things. I admire them.
I feel the same way sometimes. I'm still here paying the grid for my coal-powered electricity.
You know, right. And you know that if your house was, say, located by a stream, you put a couple of turbines or whatever the fuck they use. It's so modern now. It's just, you just buy the kit, throw it in the fucking stream, and you got electricity. You know, you feel like a simp playing Commonwealth Edison every fucking month. You feel like a simp.
And yeah, I actually, when we moved in here, even though we rent, I planted 3 fruit trees.
Yeah, that's something else they do.
You know, I'll never eat them, but
yeah, they grab seeds, and everywhere they walk, they just throw the seeds. And you know, if they've been in this place for years, there's one particular guy. As far as he walked, you know, there's always fucking fruits and vegetables and shit, because he's been throwing the seeds out there intentionally for years. He say he throw them so far, the bears and shit don't even come fuck with them because they got plenty for themselves out there.
Johnny Appleseed.
Yeah, with herbs and
Cecil.
shit.
Machine Lies. Is Cecil Drake yours?
Oh, you know
I'll
Cecil.
claim
Wait a second,
I'll
though.
claim
Are we
Cecil
talking about
Drake.
consistently?
I've
Like,
always
okay,
claimed
yeah,
Cecil.
get to that.
I always
You gonna
every
know
time I bring
Cecil.
Cecil up, I end up kicking
You
him
know
off
what?
like 2
Hold
minutes
on.
later because he
I'll
just
be right
he
back.
just
I'm having my friend
leans
come
into
on.
the
1
camera.
second.
I was telling my girl about that. I didn't know that flow until you pointed out that he goes on panels and falls asleep. I heard you yelling at him one day. I don't even know if I was here. You was like,
Well, and I've
"Damn
told
it,
him
you're not
here.
sleeping." I'm like,
Somebody's
"Bro."
got feedback.
Yeah.
See, it's that quick.
Yeah, I
And
didn't know he was up
I've told
there.
him here that like he can come on, he just can't have his face this close to the fucking
Yeah,
camera.
that
And so he
dude.
likes
Yeah.
to come on and then he'll just like get close, which I can
Lean
appreciate that at
into
least he's
it.
an amusing troll. Right. See, so Chuck just bounced himself out.
Easy. 2 of them. I'm about to do the same thing, but damn it. Now I'm asleep. I want to go to sleep on the stream.
Yeah, we here's how on grid we are. We like to watch shows about Alaska where they live off the grid.
Stop
If
making
they got-
this about tribalism.
If they got cell phones, then they're not off the grid.
No, I would take that. I would still have like to have
But
those
see, I think
things.
that's a
and-
problem. Like, hey, it's all about fucking being in Alaska and like fucking these weird conditions, and that's what it means to be off grid. And you have to be savage and tribalistic. But it's so much more than that. And like, this is why I get into the fucking free energy shit. And nobody's trying to even slightly inch themselves that way. They're like, no, capitalism. Let's just fucking
All right,
talk
let me
about
ask you this,
capitalism.
Sarah.
And
Let me
don't
ask
get
you,
me
Sarah.
wrong.
Great.
Sarah,
I
let
want
me
to have
ask you,
that discussion.
Sarah, because you can go on forever.
No, Joe,
Let me
let me
ask
finish
you.
real
Let me
quick.
about you ask you
No,
about
hear
the
me out.
free energy
I
shit
noticed
for a
I have a
that.
theory.
Sarah, please,
Joe,
can I ask you a
Joe.
question? It's not a dick
It's like,
measuring
Joe,
contest.
Sarah, Joe,
Damn.
Joe,
Sarah,
Because
Sarah.
of us, I win.
the free energy shit, Sarah. Do you know anyone personally who's using it and actually getting a benefit from it? Because I believe the theory and the possibilities and everything. And now I'm just questioning how effective it is, how many people are using it, to what degree. I'm asking what firsthand knowledge do you have of that?
Dun, dun,
Sorry.
dun.
No. I thought it was muted, so I was like trying to get back. Actually, I have like a decent amount of fair knowledge. There's like a whole bunch of hydro systems just even based on creek setups. And then even beyond that, there's the ionosphere designs. There is like
I'm not sure what that is.
copper coil ionospheres where you're like flying sorry, flying a kite in the sky. It sounds silly, but
It
that's like
does.
laughing.
We said
And then
actual.
because there has been like legit experiments on this. I mean, you don't.
My
You can
question
look
was
this, you can literally
firsthand
type this
knowledge.
into
My
YouTube,
question
you guys,
was,
right
do
now.
you
This
have any
isn't. I'm not
firsthand
fluffing your
knowledge? You're not
feathers.
answering my question. Firsthand
Okay,
knowledge is what I
sorry,
asked you.
Joe. I'm trying to refocus. What's your
All right.
question?
I asked you, do you have any firsthand knowledge of these things? The way I talked about my guys got solar panels and oil vans and shit like that. Do you have firsthand knowledge of someone pulling electricity from the sky and doing their home? And the other thing, throwing the coil on the ground and powering something.
Once again.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Some guy in the background is telling what to say.
Yeah. I think we're good. Okay, so my my first-hand experiences, but can you hear me?
Someone has an echo. I'll mute. It's not me though.
I'm muted.
Yeah, someone got some in the background.
1 second.
I think it's the guy telling
1
you how
second.
to answer my questions.
I'll be.
Yeah, you can give
sorry,
him the
I'm
link.
having an issue.
Right,
I'll
tell
be-
him.
be right back. Seriously, very quickly. And I've already played some of this, so just hold on.
Oh, Joe.
we're here.
Joe, there's your answer. There's
So
your
no,
answer,
Jack.
Joe.
Again.
This is how you find if someone has handlers. You just listen closely.
Yes, they're bad at it. They're bad at it.
So you got somebody in the same room watching YouTube.
Yeah, fuck that guy. He's wrong. Listen, hon.
Yeah. But I didn't hear her give you an answer, though, Joe.
She never does. Especially when I push on this free energy shit. Bro.
Lindsay's down here hunting ghosts.
Oh, I got a friend who's going to an asylum in Hudson Ghost. So he sent me a video of the place that he's going, old tuberculosis asylum. Yeah, if that don't look like some 90s rap cover, yeah, Ice Cube looking motherfucker go fuck you up if you say the wrong thing.
Yo, Joe.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe, you want to beatbox it? Like, are we gonna take this to the fucking arena?
Is that something sexual you're talking about?
Death wish. Death wish. Now bring me that Rebecca bitch. Death wish. Death wish.
The hell?
Now, in my younger days, I used to sport a rag, backpack full of cans plus a fofo mag, G'd up from the feet up, blued up from the shoe up, hard to up, broken and smoking and drinking till we do up. Teaching my class, shut the fucking school up. You don't want to blast, nigga, tuck your tool up.
You're making my kitty sick.
Dude, who is?
My kitty's
What
getting
the
sick.
fuck was that?
Sounds like Tommy.
That's Tommy.
It sounded like Tommy. Yeah, I was like, but what is he on, bro?
He's on some of that copper wire
I'm fucking
shit.
clipping that.
Tommy, I'm giving you a pass on this one because I just like a motherfucker brave enough.
Call me a pedo. Say some derogatory meth shit.
Okay, man.
What does that even fucking mean?
Good use of your time. I'm really showing you all that you can trust me.
Derogatory.
By flow state. Faggot! Faggot, white trash, Missouri motherfucker.
I just don't understand. Why is Tommy
What
that
make
way?
niggas spurg like that, bro?
Yeah, is it drugs?
It has to do
is
with
it?
look, you don't
I
realize
just
that?
want to
He wants you to
appreciate
spend
that
money
I'm
on
getting
him.
called white trash by this.
The jealous.
By flow state. Faggot! Faggot, white trash, Missouri motherfucker.
That is a star-spangled
Put your
tank
money
top.
where your mouth is.
He's wearing a star-spangled tank top while he calls me white trash Missouri.
Really? Wow.
Bro, I don't know, man. Like, Tommy's a different beast.
You know, yeah, he is. In and of itself, he's all another level, man.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Does he not have self-control or is this what he's in control and this is what he feels he must do?
Oh, he's in control, and this is what he feels he must do.
Appreciate it.
So survival tactics, we've talked about this. Like, what do you do when you've been epigenetically mutated?
Yeah.
You adapt and overcome.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Or you fucking feed him to the pigs.
Mutated.
What?
Wait, what?
What?
What? Who said that?
Oh, hey, you think Tommy is in control and could actually stop the Spargan if he chose to? You
Yeah.
I think he's been doing good lately, ain't he?
I never
absolutely.
said that.
Just chooses not to.
But I'm
You-
like, I'm not here to like judge. I'm also here to like just sort of make it clear, like what I said to you earlier about his situation.
Who,
So
Tommy?
look up like the characteristics of that kind of behavior, and then when I
Yeah.
said earlier about what do we do when we're put in certain situations? How do we learn to survive based on those situations?
Yeah.
So
that's what I'm. I
It's
don't.
just a survival mechanism.
I can
Ken.
explain Tommy. Tommy is
Mhm.
both the youngest
There's
child
a manipulation,
and the only
a heavy
child.
manipulation factor to when you're trying to survive.
Oh,
based
That's
on his
what Hank is
circumstances.
talking about.
So
That
just
he's in
think about
control. It's tactical.
Not psychopathy all the times. Not always. It's not always evil.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
so
Make that
a
clear.
mechanism.
okay, so but he can't control when he's triggered by whatever triggers
Yes.
him
Yes,
causes
I would
the
agree.
spurg. So he
So
can't
when you hear me
control the
say,
spurg. Hang on.
yeah.
Let me finish my
Okay,
thought,
so
please,
real
Sarah.
quick, if you
Sarah,
ever
can
hear
I
me
finish
say,
the thought, Sarah? Like, I swear, you're not gonna
sorry.
die if I finish my thought. I promise.
Oh.
Like,
No, it's okay,
no,
that's okay.
like, so
Finish.
you're so if he gets triggered into a spurg, he's not in control of stuff, but he is in control of not being triggered, meaning either not enter
Interesting,
into the
Cynthia.
trigger spot or to develop coping skills to stop the triggering.
Then aren't we back to if he can
Ding,
develop
ding,
other
ding.
skills, we're back to he's choosing to do
Okay.
this, and Hank is right.
Yeah, of course I'm
And
right.
he's choosing to continue. Hold on. He's choosing to continue to immerse himself in the environment that continues to perpetuate that same kind of
That's
trigger.
different.
Because
That's different.
it continues to seem to put him in that looping pattern. So again, this goes down to that survival basics. Like if you were brought up in a certain environment and somebody's like pushing on you in this,
I get it.
like how you gonna, right? Like, hey,
You learn to
motherfucker,
respond in
you're
a
not
certain
doing it.
way,
Like,
and you
know what I'm
carry that
saying.
with
Like,
you.
I don't even need to get into the dynamic.
People who are
What
like,
was that, right? Yeah.
yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I'm
I was
done.
going to
I've
say a
said
lot of people like
enough.
who. A lot of people may have developed defensive mechanisms and yell at
Yep.
you or keep you at bay, and all of that shit was learned. And it's really just instinctual at this point when they're in this situation. This is what pops out of them. I think most of that
Yeah.
is what I'm seeing, but it's
Yes.
weird when you be like, these people are grown though. It's like, how
So
do they
the
not
kids
know?
think
They got
like,
internet.
I
I know they see
know.
themselves.
So that's why, Joe, I know you and I can connect more than sometimes we have, but
You're hitting on me.
And
She's totally hitting on you.
he's chumming
been a
the
while since the
waters,
last time she
Joe.
lost her virginity.
He's chumming the
Well, we
waters.
have to
Every
do
who
like
fights,
that, but
fights.
Yeah. So do you want a counter example? So Jack Talcott is not in control. He's not in control.
What?
Yes, he's not in
True,
control.
true.
Okay,
Not, wait,
so
he's
y'all
not.
think
Wait,
that
what?
Tommy
Wait,
is in
That's
control
dope. I
and
don't know
Jack
why
if I
can't we
isn't?
hear him?
no,
Your
I don't
voice
Yeah,
know
I'm
if I
I'm
agree with
turning
Hank
up
or
Hank.
not, but it is dope as a
Yeah.
Hank,
comparison.
give me a mic check.
Hank,
Mic check.
Yeah.
All right, I'm turning up a little.
Yeah.
There you go.
Better.
So you're saying that Tommy is in control, but Jack is not in control.
No,
Affirmative.
not at
Yes.
all.
Okay.
Tommy's
Can
in
you,
control. Jack is not in
Oh,
control.
I
sorry.
disagree.
do
My
you have an
would've thought
example or
Jack-
My
a reason why
opinion.
you're saying this, Hank?
Wait, Hank,
Yes.
what's your thing? Like, tell me your statement of why you feel like Jack is not. I don't know
Because
what.
he needs his self-esteem.
It's so funny.
And
He's
he'll
not
take it
earning
from
me more
anywhere.
money.
He needs his Jack needs his self-esteem juice, and he'll take it from anywhere, which means anyone can just come up and push him around.
Okay.
Tommy doesn't care.
I wonder,
Okay,
does
so-
Tommy
Yeah.
need that agitation and irritation? Does he need that because it reminds him of something?
That's dope. Is he getting dopamine? Well,
I think
Yeah,
clearly
he
he
get
is.
dopamine from all of this
Possibly.
sparking.
Mhm.
I think it's a
Clearly he
confidence
is.
thing. Some
All
people
has
don't
to do
feel
with
confident
dopamine.
unless they're angry, especially dudes.
So then
if
is
you've
this an
grown up that
addiction?
way.
I agree.
So are
Yeah.
we now dealing
Well,
with
it's a
That's
good
dope.
cut.
Right now.
It's a
That's
good
Yeah,
cut.
it's an
dope.
addiction.
That's
But he
very
can beat
now.
himself off with.
I've had more than 2 glasses of wine. This
No.
No shit.
No, really?
No.
Never guessed that.
I never would.
Wow.
Josh.
So
I
yeah,
think
he said
that's
he's more.
code.
awesome.
That's code for
I
too
love
much
you.
Joe.
I'm reading that and everything.
Hey,
I'm
I
like
need you to
flow
pay
now. I'm reading
attention
that
to
and
how
everything.
she's called chumming the waters. Do you know what chumming the waters is, Hank?
Yes.
So this is what Sarah's doing. Sarah's just throwing out random little hints, random little.
Yeah, I'm an artist, and even I got
No,
them.
I am okay. Hear me out.
Exactly.
So,
So
look, I
you
am
just have
good
to throw out
chaos,
random
but I'm not.
hints. to see
I didn't
who
walk
gets
in here
who
to
bites.
like.
And I think
I didn't,
Joe's
like,
biting, Hank, just between you and me. Don't say nothing else.
hear me out.
But
I didn't come
do
in here
say
to
it.
like clog your toilet. Like I came in here.
What?
It's with the air purifier.
That's take a left
This
turn,
is how we've been
Albuquerque.
segueing into so many topics right there. Her. That's why we've been talking about everything under the sun today.
Let's talk about buttered sausage. Like, what the fuck?
But I want to emphasize my point again. Tommy's
Okay.
in control because he doesn't care about the approval. He doesn't need the self-esteem juice. He'll figure it out on his own. Jack wants the self-esteem juice, so he'll let anyone. He'll trade anything for
Okay.
self-esteem juice.
All right, I go for
Okay.
that.
Yeah,
Tommy
yeah.
is
I
more
see what you're
generating
saying.
his own self-esteem.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
thinks he's doing it. Jack needs to pilfer from other people.
No,
Yeah.
and like everything I have to say is within respect that I would say to any and some of you I can say to your faces. But if Jack and I have sometimes been on panel, but like that I agree with you, Hank. He's not like he's sort of like I want to say like a hamster wheel, but like to some extent, like he's just being kind of stepped on to push along the process without even like taking a step back to understand his own impatience, the process of how he can transmute that into something bigger.
Sarah, you think
He
he's
can't look
unaware
at
that he's
himself.
on that hamster wheel? You think he's unaware that he's on the hamster wheel,
Yeah.
Sarah?
Yes, I do think because nobody will admit
Machine
they're
lies. I
looping.
see your wrist.
And you're gonna admit you're
flexing.
looping right now? Please tell me any of you.
Hey,
I
Sarah,
will
you the
admit
best
it.
thing smoking, and I don't want to interrupt you because it's the funniest shit going, but machine lies as it spoke. If you
He
Yeah,
does. He
yeah.
does.
that's
He's
allowed.
doing that wrist thing once or twice. What do you think, Machine?
Does he
We love
speak?
machines.
Well, I've been on the last day or yesterday I was on there, and I just think the dynamics on there have been obviously staged. You know, they do
My
this
man,
thing
I
where they
dig you, bro.
yeah, they do this thing where they bring the Thorpes on the panel, and then everybody
Oh,
creates
I
a
missed
situation
all
out
that.
of it, and then they bring the personal situations up of their thing, and the whole point is to talk about it because nobody's gonna do anything about it because obviously the police have already investigated this shit and they've like looked into it, and there's no way to prove like any wrongdoing or whatever, so they just go take these motherfuckers. So this guy Toilet Bowl Earth brings these guys around the panels or whatever, you know, and so they talk about the situation, and the only person that called it out was Tommy. You know, he was like, "Wait, you already met these motherfuckers before on a panel."
Right?
So the
Correct.
fact that you're acting like this shit didn't happen, or
Oh,
you're just playing dumb about it, or you didn't know who they were, you know, that's a fabricated narrative.
I
And
don't know
then
the situation
yeah,
you're talking about, but it's
Yes,
interesting.
and
TML,
what's very
Yeah.
ironic is that Ben Thorpe pretty much saying he's describing
Post Thorpe.
Telcock the same way we're describing him now. Ben called out Telcock on that clip. Tommy pointed out that Jack already was familiar with them. So
TML, are
yeah.
you suggesting that Jack was part of the stagement or the setup,
Yeah, I
or
hope
he
so.
wasn't a part
It's
of it?
crazy because that's the first day I met Jack Talcott when he was arguing with Ben Thorpe on a panel.
Okay,
So,
but
so I
yesterday,
remember
do you
clearly.
think
You know what I mean? All right.
Are you
that,
saying that recently Ben Thorpe was on Jack's panel and he's act like he just met the guy?
Pretty
Day
much. Yeah.
before
no, Jack's
yesterday.
acting like he didn't know Ben Thorpe already.
Same thing,
Yeah.
right?
Right. Yeah.
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 so I'm
Exactly. Yeah.
saying you think that Jack was part of that? Hey, you come on, I'm gonna act like you don't know you, or are we thinking that Jack is in the middle of chaos? He don't know up from down right now.
I
Jack,
think
we
I
can't
think
say.
I think the
Gullible.
former.
I think Jack's aware, and I think Tommy's aware that Jack's aware. So he's like he's double aware of this shit. Dude.
Hmm.
It's like some crazy shit. You know,
And
like
I think Jack's
just
not
looking
aware.
at this shit, it's like
I
oh
think
shit.
Jack's
Go, like,
in
what
on
the
it. No
fuck are
one's
we
that
doing?
low IQ. Pimpin' AC was good.
Vic, what up, homie?
Joe, cool up in this
Real quick,
motherfucker.
what are you gonna build with that, guys? You know, what are we gonna? What are we
Oh,
doing?
shit. Is Bird
What's up,
still your
everyone?
co-host, AC?
Say that again?
Is Bird still your co-host?
No, Game Over's back.
All right. right, fucking, I don't think it's any fun. I thought I told you this, and I'm kind of mad. I guess that's why I'm saying it. It's not fun when dudes over there, man.
Well, you do realize we're in the middle of a war with this stupid bitch Nicolina. So
I don't know who that. I don't think I know. Who that
I know who
is.
that is.
A metaverse bullshit war? Like, can we go? What are we doing, guys?
What is a
We do
war?
something
What
else?
does this mean? What
You don't
what
know that dude.
y'all talking
I knew
about?
exactly what he meant.
Oh,
when he said
my.
war.
What's a YouTube war? What is this?
See,
Wait.
Cynthia and Jack Talker do the same thing. They just seem to forget basic stuff. Oh well. Yeah.
What
that's
are
my
you
point.
talking about? What do you
Exactly.
mean?
They know what I'm talking about.
If we gave Jack and the Machine Lies each bow staffs and let them fight out, it'd be like Battle of the Gurus. They'd be Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon all over the skies and
Wouldn't
shit.
Jack be out of shape and be down within the first few
Yeah.
minutes?
Why am I getting shot hate for trying to ask?
TML is like so vivid. It's beautiful.
Why am I
Because
getting
that's
shot
deserve
hate?
it.
Because I need clarification of what is a war with Nicolina look like? Like
I don't know who that is.
yeah, like what does that look like? There's
Nicolina-
nothing wrong in
Nicolina's
asking
been
for
on here before.
clarification.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So
what
I'll
does
put
the
it this
war
way.
look like?
It's a war of the words. It's a lot of shit talking. It's a bunch of people trying to go real life. It's a bunch of I'm gonna call CPS on you, and it's a bunch of So yeah, there's a bunch of shit going on right now. In
Sounds
fact,
like fun over there.
I get the legal
Yeah.
aspect. Why are we talking about that on a live stream? Is that legal?
and when I say real life, like a lot of the real life shit has already been thrown our way. We've already had our friend Steph. She had
So does
CPS
this
called on
legally
her
implicate
for.
you then?
Hold on.
I wouldn't say it's legal. I mean, some of what these people
I mean,
are
you're
doing are.
announcing it like.
Have
publicly.
anybody met up and
That's why
fought?
I'm asking. I'm trying to learn.
I'll just say some people are a little too little chicken shit to fucking meet up in real life.
The motherfuckers calling myself.
Hold on, y'all sounding like the beef. Y'all sound like the beef sector.
No, they're
Yeah,
sounding
we
like
having,
they
like,
think the Mo 3
fucking
sector. They
public
just haven't ran
courthouse
up on
right
the
now?
Mo 3 sector yet.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
You got a Judge Judy costume? You got a Judge Judy costume in the back? Can you put that on? Are we going full court? Like, are we going full the people's court?
Flo's got a hat.
I'm just asking.
I have a Pope hat.
Flo,
I
suit
can
up
send you
with
to
your-
hell,
with
but
your
I can't.
javelin.
So
dispute anything.
So let me kind of, because I got too many people jumping in and asking questions and making comments. So let me kind of explain. So my sector happens to be a lot of drama people and trolls. We're a bunch of trolls, and so a lot of the we go to someone's channel and fuck with them and shit like that.
Right.
Nicolina's neck of the woods, they do a lot of shit talking over there. But Nicolina herself likes to go real life on people. She likes to get information on people and then try. For example, like she's been trying to call the cops on Ernie Shell for some time. If anybody knows who Ernie Shell is. So
he has like
Benny Keys. So yeah, that's the neck of the woods that we're in the middle.
What is that sector called?
Okay, I got two people asking me questions. You got to pick one.
What is that sector called?
With one person asking you two questions really rapidly.
Damn.
It's not. Is it me?
No, Cynthia. It's the
I
other
see.
one.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make this into a laughing matter.
I don't know.
Still doing it. Still doing it.
There's somebody coming into this
hit the
community
mute button.
doing everybody is pedo optics, which means that everybody is connected to like Epstein's client list.
Okay, so the War of Nicolina. Now you've explained.
Yeah, just ignore her, bro.
Yeah, okay.
That's wow. Well,
Anywho,
y'all be careful. Y'all be careful because they doing it. They call it. It seems like they calling CPS in all sectors right now because they can't get.
Look, I'm not that type of person. I think that's bullshit to call CPS. I'm a firm believer that these guys are underpaid and overworked. They have a bad rap on them to begin with. And then they get called in the middle of something for words, somebody having their feelings hurt by words on the internet. And then, yeah, Yeah, so I'm
Yeah,
not
Yeah,
for
I'm with
that
you.
that's
And
the
you're
only way.
pulling the
by any
kids
fucking means.
into it too, so it's really
Meanwhile, Boys for Sale documentary, 1980s judges, congressmen, high CEOs. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what are we doing? Are we hitting the big fish fry?
Okay, I already have a
What?
policy
Wait,
to
what?
solve this. I already have a policy to solve this thing. It's called video games for e-thugs. Video games for e-thugs. That's my policy solution for this problem. Video games for
video
e-thugs.
games for ethos. I dig it, bro. No real repercussions. I like it.
Hit me up
That's
with
crazy.
the Epstein client list and we'll talk later. What?
Everybody's confused.
I'm assuming
I heard.
these people on the client list.
I heard what she said, Flow State. I heard what she said, Flow State, but I got it. I caught that joke, but dang, boy, that's some deep digging there. Shoot.
I've been trying to say all night, I'm pretty stupid. Motherfuckers don't treat me as such.
I'm dumber than I was when I started this.
My brain
There
is
you go.
quickly smoothing out.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Well, it's obvious
There
that
you go. I guess I interrupted the fucking conversation.
No,
I mean, it was somebody asked me a simple question. I was just like, all right. Well, I mean,
I get what you're saying. You're talking about people like collecting like information on people with like CPS and shit, like people informing on other people like through the panels and shit.
Yeah,
Right.
that's okay.
Right.
I think he's talking about outright lying on.
I mean, I'm not confused.
well, you know me, Joe. I can't stand a fucking liar, and this fucking bitch, the fucking Nicolina. I mean, look, how many times have we been called pedos in our fucking community? Yet there's no fucking documentation to state, and that's the first thing she goes to. It's the same shit that we went through with Joe Amico, aka Vegas Valley Community Watch. It's the same shit we went through with. Right, and so you know that this is the shit that we're battling right now. We're battling people fucking making lies up and just trying to fucking, and then when we want to, then we go tit for tat for people and we pull their records up and they go, oh no, that's not true. That's no way it can be true, but yet it is.
I thank you for telling me. No, I didn't.
Yeah, so I have another policy that gets y'all covered with this. It's called "Truth is Just a Feeling," so you can just ignore all the records. We just go with what we say on the panel and just say, "Hey, well, you contradict yourself here. Shut the hell up. This is bullshit." I'm scared.
Hank,
the machine lies spraying off the internet. I got Officer Snapson 4D checkmate. I mean, it works.
I truly
I got a
don't
question for
understand why
Hank
people
specifically, and everybody else to follow afterwards. What's your thoughts on the declassified documents on manifestation from the CIA?
You should read them.
The fuck?
You should read
I
them.
have. What's your thoughts on the documents about manifestation?
You can get the same information in a bunch of other books.
I'm all in. You know what,
reality.
Sarah?
Thank
you know what I missed that part. Please tell me about what you read about.
Flow State.
I would love everybody's thoughts.
Flow State. I want to say this. You remember a minute ago, you can hear me real clear right now. Right?
Yeah.
I believe those type of conversations is what had my mic messed up. I believe it was something I had a conversation about on the internet with somebody, and I believe that's why my mic was messed up. I'm still operating off the same mic. I believe the YouTube feds is off my ass. Somebody tried to do something.
Start saying I am protected and start saying that I can control the mic in front of me. Literally start saying it. Start saying I can. Stop saying I can't. You would be amazed. Physically watch somebody be constricted. Put your hand out. Put your hand out right now and say I can't.
Vic, grab him by the throat.
Look, but I truly believe though, Flow State. Flow State.
Yes.
Like my mic was crap for like a couple of months.
Do you
having a conversation such as one of these conversations? I believe that's when my shit started scrambling, because whatever we was talking about probably offended somebody, and I believe it was a tap into some shit. because my mic was terrible.
But you also, I mean,
I
I think that
have
was just a service connection because you were also trucking, right?
no, I was always in the same spot. Look,
Okay.
I be in the truck. Look, even no matter where I went, when I tried to tap into YouTube and have a conversation, it wouldn't let me speak.
I've
And
been
I
there
remember
before.
I was constantly telling them it's StreamYard. It's not my mic, it's StreamYard. Because I get off the phone and I got off the phone and I would talk to content creators outside of YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I talk to JP outside of YouTube. I talk to other content creators
So it was just
outside of YouTube.
StreamYard, not YouTube alone. It was just StreamYard.
Yeah, me too.
And not
I
just
talked about
one
this outside
channel
of
when you
StreamYard,
talk.
yeah.
It was
They had
everywhere you
that.
try to talk.
It was every channel I went on.
Yeah, they had that bug. That stream. They even had a message about the bug when you opened up the StreamYard. It was lasted for like 2 days.
No, mine was lasting months.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Mine was lasting months.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question, Vic? Can you do me a favor? Can you say indubitably a couple times? I'm trying to like. I almost feel like I feel like I'm talking to like fucking T.I. all of a sudden. Like indubitably, brother.
Indubitably.
Yeah, that was just like him, Joe.
Yeah, indubitably. I'm from the South. I'm from
I
Mississippi,
didn't
so I
catch
got a Southern dialect, and it
good.
couldn't be washed off. It couldn't be washed off, so I'm stuck with it. You know, it's just part of. You know, I'm still in the place I was born and raised.
Oh, she never
And
said
we cut
that
out.
shit.
We
All
cut.
I hear
Look,
is fucking Tiana.
we chop our words, and everything we say is run
Yeah.
over sentence. So
She
it's
was
like
chick that had
basically
4
we have
kids and
our
5
own
people's
language.
baby daddy.
So
How
if
does that
you
happen?
want
She
something
don't
to eat
even know.
or something like.
I get it. You make fun of me all you want, but
I don't know his accent and everything. I just kept hearing T.I. talking, and I was like, Jesus Christ! This is the reason why the dude thinks his fucking mic's all fucked up from someone messing with it. Like right
No,
now,
his mic was fucked up for a long time.
yeah, it was crackling.
Yeah, it was doing some weird stuff, you know. And but now I guess they let up off me. I guess they see I ain't no threat. Whatever. I ain't trying to start.
You've got him fooled for now.
Are you
Yeah,
from
bigger
the
fish to fry right now.
South Midwest
Yeah.
area?
Yeah, I'm South.
Just remember, everybody.
Mississippi.
Yeah.
Just remember, everybody, tune in 8 p.m. Central Time, expeditiously with T.I.T.I.P.A. the Tip Parents.
That's radio voice. Do you do that already? Because you sound like, who am I thinking of? Who does he sound like? Is it Static in the Attic that I'm thinking of right now? Come on, guys. Super. That's beautiful. Please don't.
But look, I love my southern tone and my dialect and everything. I love the way people talk. I got relatives and friends. Their tone is like, or their way of speaking is deeper than mine. You know what I'm saying? But I can understand what they are saying. If you hear how they talk, you'll think they they from around here, but you'll think they talk.
Are you North or South Mississippi?
Yeah.
I'm
no, I said
middle
South
Mississippi.
Midwestern. He's not quite.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm northeast. I'm northeast. No, I'm northwest. I'm northwest. I'm northwest. I'm
Yeah,
close
I
to
can
Mississippi
tell.
River.
I can tell. It's funny. I
You
can tell.
see what happened?
It's weird.
What's your mom's
I
maiden
can tell
name?
that you're not quite from the deep south.
What's my mom's maiden name?
And
Hart?
your high school mascot?
Do you know where Hernando is?
Nah, I ain't gonna do all that because no, that's why you can narrow it down. You can
No,
pinpoint
I had a buddy,
And you know,
friend of
actually,
mine
you and
lived
Barbie
in
Sasquatch,
Hernando.
sometimes your accent is not too far from each other, even though she's a little bit more up in the Appalachians.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Night
remember.
Owl, for the smash.
Yep.
Mississippi is
You said
Tennessee's
yep.
basement.
You
If
said
you want me to
Mississippi
get
full of
all
what?
Midwestern on you,
I said
yeah, that was
Mississippi is
foul.
Tennessee's
That
basement.
was bad.
Yeah, because a lot of people from our area, if if they're in the northeast or northwest, a lot of times they migrate towards Tennessee or Nashville or whatever. The northern part of Mississippi, they tend to migrate to Tennessee or all the
I'm
northern
looking at
states up there, and then the southern parts, most of the southern parts, they either gonna move straight to Alabama or well, you don't hear too many folks around here move to Alabama because it won't be that different from Mississippi. They'll move to Atlanta or they'll move to Texas or they'll just skip up and go. They'll go far north like Wisconsin, Chicago, Iowa. Yeah, that's what they do. Down here, they gonna always
That's
move.
what they do. That's what they do.
Yeah,
What they
I
do.
know.
So I can okay. Look, my dialect would change. Like if I had to stay in another region, and then I had to actually use proper diction, my accent would change then. But it'll sound
This
like
is that atmosphere.
Wait, Vic, would you not agree that Wisconsin has a little bit of Southern feel to it? But partly, I used to joke that it was like if a Canadian and a Bostonian,
Southern Canadian, maybe.
would be Wisconsin.
Yeah.
But I realize now, talking to you, it probably is because there's a little bit of that Southern flair to it. It's interesting.
Right. Well, like when I moved to Wisconsin,
Chicago, dude.
I used to have conversations. I stayed in Portage, Indiana. I used to live in Portage, Indiana. I got family in Chicago, and then I also lived in Racine, Wisconsin.
No
and when
way.
I lived up there,
Seriously?
yeah, I lived. I used to work at I used to work at BRP Bombardier. I used to do high performance boat motors at Evinrude, the Canadian company. Yeah, I worked there.
Yeah, I remember that.
So
What year? Like
you remember that, Jeff?
Yeah, I
like
cut myself off. I
90s?
remember Evinrude was big.
That's
But
where
that's
I'm from.
neither here nor
I'm
there.
not from Racine, but I'm close enough.
And
like
yeah,
this,
and then
General Motors.
it was
like you're talking Chevrolet, right? You all know the auto industry. Yeah, deep into that area.
Yeah, and then I had close people that worked at S.C. Johnson at the aerosol company.
See, and I actually,
So I actually
I knew
met
the
some of them.
inheritors of like Biggs and Stratton and the
That's badass.
U-Line, right? Like center. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah, I actually like I actually met some of the people that actually run S.C. Johnson, the people that like the family members.
I know.
I've met them.
Yep.
They're the oligarchy, bro. Don't envy the oppressor. Choose none of his ways.
And in Wisconsin, it's actually smaller community. So as you said this, it's like I haven't met those exact people, but I know the people that know those people, right? And it's
You
creepy
get no
shit
prop
that
for
I
that.
actually
Right, it's like they're bragging on it. I'm trolling, but
That's some braggadocious shit.
Yeah, it's like where I stayed at. It's like those people. I'm talking about. It's like they ran the whole damn town. Like when they have functions, they have the S.C. Johnson tents out and shit. They give it away shit.
yeah,
Man,
I'm talking
that
about them
was
like you're
amazing.
talking about. I met LeBron or somebody, so I can tell
Man,
that
what
they
did you
ran
talking about?
the
You?
town. I can
This is what I'm
tell they
saying.
were powerful.
Yeah, I'm telling. Look,
Oh,
they also have ties in like the school system, like for the less fortunate kids. The kids were getting backpacks and all that stuff. They were giving away all that. Like they have function when they had like they had the little petting zoos that come to certain parts of the town, and your kids can go out there. You can go out there to the functions and cook. They cooking, and you can feed the animals and all that. I enjoyed it up there. It was all right with me.
Yeah. So
What was the Baraboo, Wisconsin like circus fair? Had a lot to do with like some of the original like sideshow freak show shit.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So a lot of shit the history that went around Wisconsin and Chicago.
That's the history of Wisconsin. Freak shows and midgets.
And then another thing I attended. It was in Franklin. It was in Franklin. It was in Franklin, Wisconsin.
Oh.
I attended the Warrior Run. You know what I'm talking about? The Warrior Run.
Yep.
They had that like a mud pit, like it was like a physical
It was
challenge.
like one of the first versions. Yep.
That thing was like big, and I was working. I did like temp work, and I was working with the EMT people,
And it
like
was
with people
connected to the
falling.
polar. Remember the polar bear plunge?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
What's up?
And they was
Aaron's
out.
in
What's
the
happening?
The
house.
fuck am I looking at?
That's my friend.
I don't even
I
know.
had fun.
I was inspired by the hat.
What is that? What is
Hell.
I
We're
want
about
y'all
to
to
start
take a
shooting
That looked
lightning at
like
each
some
other. Y'all
legs.
better duck.
I thought about
zoomed in.
eating
I
some
thought it was.
mushrooms, but I decided not to.
I thought she was eating some kitty cat that looked like some little legs around your head, like I had to zoom in to see.
Timothy the Enchanter from Monty Python Quest for the Holy Grail.
Ooh, run away, run away.
Life of Brian, motherfucker.
I'm not gonna lie. If his eyes would be able to blink, I swear as hell, I just get offline for tonight. It's just no point. Can you imagine his fucking eyes blinking right now?
Yeah,
that shit would trip me the fuck out.
I
And I'm
would've
not
been-
even high.
I got
Hey,
you.
you ought to see me with some glow sticks then.
Rick and Morty meets, I don't know.
No, I can go like this.
Lord of the Rings? No.
Yeah, he got
Flow state.
glasses on his glasses.
That god doggone had flow state. God dog, man. You crazy.
Yeah,
I couldn't
we
see
needed a
shit.
judge. That was the best we could do was to get the Pope. He sucks at
The
judge.
best we could do. Where's my?
Yeah.
I have devil horns too, but somebody lost them.
I thought
I
all
got
white people did.
furry top hats. I got a Darth Vader helmet.
Devil,
I got all
devil
sorts of
horns. I
shit.
thought all white people.
I got this guy behind me. He's wearing my cowboy hat.
99% certain that the suspect is black.
Well, I have those.
Allegheny Slim stole my cowboy hat.
That's too bad.
It is. He's
What we got going on
stole my
here?
Matrix coat too.
God damn, we got a lot going on in this background.
I
This is
see.
Yeah. Oh, and I got a big 18-inch gong above my head too. Not that
I
little
got
guy,
an
but
18 inches.
so does Hank. Oops, there goes
Oh,
Joe.
there goes Joe.
Yeah.
I knew he was
Oh,
gonna
an
hit the
actual-
gong.
He's got
I
the
knew
gong.
I saw it. I knew. I just knew he was gonna hit
about that big around. It's from Wuhan in the early 1900s, actually.
I just
That's-
want you
that's
all
one
to know
substance.
that we have regular meetings on intentional communities and PMA/LLC/land trust/land pet
Are
bills.
you recruiting
and
right
we
now?
initiate them with
She
the
could be.
fucking
Hell.
She
I
wants a
won't,
gong
I'm
in
not
the group, is
interested
what it
unless
was.
it's a sex call.
Hey Flo, thanks for having me up, man. I gotta jump down. I got some pot stirring to go do. Joe,
Yeah,
man,
yeah,
Good luck.
I'll see you. You know what? I'll give you a call, man. I know it's probably gonna be a month or two before you end up at the shit show, but I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie, we doing some fuck shit over there,
They
so
go
it's
hard
gonna be a
in
minute.
Bird. Every time I tip in, Bird is in. I know it's the worst of the worst. That's my friend too. He's horrible. He done faked his death twice on the internet.
I gotta put on a regular
Yeah.
hat. That's too much.
Actually, I think what we've called for everybody that doesn't know, because his name is a bird, is the Liberty Bird. When he tried to show that he was killing himself online, he took a gun and put it to his head. We now call that. It did. It looked good. It looked real. But we actually call that the birding. So the birding.
Like all of that evolution, considering the double head.
Why do you have a gun? You're acting so negative.
Did he do it for clicks and views or attention? Do y'all know why
He did it as a psyop.
He does twist it, right? He does a psyop shit. But personally, I got my belief that this is his fame. This line is where he found his fame that he couldn't get in the past, and he can't let it go. And I don't like it. I like the better aspects of him. And this guy is better at it. AC is better at it. I don't worry about him so fucking much. He's good. The other cat, he's losing it, bro. It's his family and shit getting into it. It gets really weird, and I hate it. But yes, the video.
Oh, I
was
see.
got it called at the fucking. Where was that? I was eating with somebody, and they were like, "Joe, I heard your friend died." Someone handed me a phone. I dropped the phone. And they showed the video. I dropped the phone and all that shit. I'm still mad if I be honest, bro. For real.
I don't even
Yeah,
know what's going on
I
right
love you,
now.
Joe. I know you
That's
mad
Love
at
you
us.
back.
Love you, homie.
I'll be back.
Y'all have a good night, guys.
Thank
All
Thanks
you.
for coming up.
Bye.
Alright.
Yeah, I gotta get going too. Appreciate it.
Drink
Yes,
some
you
water.
can tell.
So this whole
And
thing's
Aaron,
stopping? Yes.
No, the
you
whole
have
thing's
to
not
hold down the
stopping.
house for quite a while. You know what you have to do.
I don't know what I have to do.
Well, I do know what I have to do.
I got really stoned right before
Hold
I
on.
walked into this.
Hold on. Should you accept it?
This isn't Star Wars.
She just left. That was
Yeah,
not me.
So unless it's a sex cult, I don't care.
I have no idea what she's gonna ask either.
No, I
She's
no idea.
recruiting
I
for
know
some
I'm
sort of a
doing.
commune.
Oh, the PMA.
You know about it?
Yeah, I've been at most of the meetings whenever I haven't been sleeping. Like, I know to begin with, I believe we were gonna start like a holistic healing practice. Have some Tesla devices, maybe some Reiki. I got the Don, which is like a shaman teacher from the Andes that taught me that could volunteer time there doing work, because him and about 8 other people that we all basically attuned to Reiki that day just to help out. And the second day, there was 2 full moons in a month. We did a head washing ceremony, and a buddy of mine, he had terminal brain cancer, it's making him fall out. Like, it was huge, and it wasn't operable because it was wrapped around his brainstem. And
Yeah.
we did this head washing ceremony over the period of 2 full moons, and it shrunk so much that the doctor like literally dropped the file. I went with him to the doctor's appointment.
Do
He
you know
dropped
what
the
the
file.
tumor was called? What kind of brain cancer it had? Was it a glioblastoma?
I don't know any of that. Like, this
Alright.
was probably 2006, something like that. And but my mom and like a bunch of people, all the people we could find for that was like in on it, and we had tuned them to Reiki so they could help out.
Yeah.
But there's truly power in manifestation in number.
That Reiki shit, that's what's his name was doing.
Yes, it sure was, and I still have
Who
it.
is what's his name? I'm just
And-
assuming it's Notch.
Fungi Flows, when he did the 50-hour he
Oh,
broke
rap.
the world record for the longest live stream. I'm sorry, not live stream, freestyle. He did a
Freestyle,
50-hour
right.
freestyle.
And,
And he had Reiki healers like shouting into his throat and stuff. It was wild.
I have the video thing. Hey, also, I want you to know mainstream media picked that up on Wednesday. We were 5 days ahead of them on the story, and he wrote an article about. Who said that, Chuck? I will drop kick you.
Chuck's right.
No, he's not. It doesn't matter if you care or not. Then leave. Anyway, so he said in the article, he talked about that Reiki healing and how that was the one thing he never even saw coming, and he went into depth about that and how they helped him move that energy to clear up his throat.
I can't help but wonder, like my man said, they're gonna have, I think you said, equipment to measure some of the effects and stuff. I can't help but wonder how measurable these things are. The first thought is that whenever there is a recovery, the tendency would be to attribute it to something you did. And I know it can't be true all the time. So you guys have to be off sometime. I wonder what your measurements is and shit is.
Well, usually we just feel stuff like that out. Like, I can close my eyes and kind of know like the general area in someone's body that there's something not right, and you can kind of see and feel the like darker energy in a certain spot, and your hands will be drawn to it like a magnet. It's never failed. I don't know. Once you're attuned, it like unlocks a part of your brain that makes you able to more control the flow of energy through your body, and it just kind of gives you like a new sense almost. Like it.
I like to see what it looked like.
It's a lot like Qigong and
I'm gonna,
Andean shamanism. They all work hand in hand.
I believe in spiritual healing, but long as a woman don't put no panties over my headboard and have me crowing in the morning before 5 o'clock, I'm all right. Shit,
All
no.
right. So what happens if she does that? You marry her or something?
Shit, I don't know. They say there's a lot of stuff that happen with it, but hey,
What's anything you can share was the question.
no, I'm just saying.
You're
I
not saying
understand
nothing.
what he.
What does it
Oh
mean to
Lord.
have someone crowing? It just mean you fucking? That sounds like a good thing. Or I
No,
think
no,
you're
no.
talking
I
about
said
some
no.
voodoo
I
curse or
said
something.
No, I do
that's
that.
what exactly what I'm saying. Now you get it.
No,
So
I
you
said it. You're not saying a whole lot. Stop it.
no, I ain't say a whole lot. You caught on, so I must not have to
No,
say a
I
lot
know
for you to
nothing.
get it.
Voodoo curse. That could
I used to
be
know the name of the
make
guy
your
that
cock
showed up
grow, make
like
your hair fall
with the
out,
top
all of that
hat
shit.
and
Yeah,
Papa
Papa.
Legba.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me pause
That's
it.
what I'm saying.
Andrew, leave me your email address backstage. It's the same thing I've been asking you the last 2 times you've tried to get up here. I want your email address. I'm not bringing you up right now. We're going to have a talk first. Leave your email address and we'll talk offline.
Somebody's in trouble.
Dun 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 dun.
Well, you know what? I try to be discreet about things, but when somebody tries not to hear you that hard,
Yeah, you gotta yell sometimes.
Yep.
That's what I think, man. I do a lot of dumb shit. It's tactical. So I think of things as tools. Most of the time when I'm yelling at somebody, I at least think it's tactical.
What?
Sometimes
like pushing someone up against the rails.
That sounds sexual.
It could be. It was not.
Okay. Pushing someone against the
Dang,
rails.
come on, you gotta slow down, big boy.
That's Sarah, yo, did that
hot as
shit,
balls.
man. That's
Sometimes
Sarah.
Hot as
Fucking
balls.
hell.
Everything.
Sometimes if a
You
live
know what I'm
is
saying?
getting boring, I'll drum up energy by making I don't know, I get like all ADHD and comment on everything everyone's saying like on a panel or whatever, and like I'll be generating energy that way. I've got to the point where my body's shaking from all the energy I was raising amongst the people in the chat and stuff, and I transfer it into like a dream catcher or something, make it useful, but like I do that on occasion.
I think of that, but in terms not as grandiose, man. I see shitty energy on panel. I change it all the time. I excel in it.
Yeah, I'm good at it too. They call us
Me
shadow
too.
workers.
That's part of the beauty of these panels, though, is it's so much less work on me as a content creator. At some point, like
Yes.
I just need to start the stream and push the ball. At some point,
Right.
getting too out of control, and
If
it'll run
anything, I
itself.
gotta slow it down. I ain't gotta worry about fucking shit.
You know, Flow State, anytime I come up on any panel, the mood gonna change. I just go with the
That's
flow
what
a lot.
it is, right? All the different energies come up here and they change. And some of us are aware we're intentionally changing. Some of ours unintentionally changing through their childish behavior or something. The energy is always there, and the tough, the bright try and transmute it to, or what manipulative try and transmute it to where they want it. You know, I do that.
Can't help but notice things smiling big up above me.
Did he just
There's
call?
some of
Hold
us
on. Did he just call me childish?
Me?
Sir.
Negative. I did not call.
No, I'm just messing with him. I'm just messing with him.
And some
See
people
that's
come
what
and
I'm saying.
change- Sorry.
Go ahead.
sorry,
Go
Dave.
ahead.
Thanks.
No, go
Some
ahead. I
people
wasn't trying to
change
cut
the
you.
energy. Some people change the energy for nefarious reasons or for good reasons. Like he goes back to the reasons of why they're doing it.
Which takes me back to Jack. Whoever said that, I think Jack is in on it. I think he gets a chop or some fame, and he's very aware. I think they talk about it beforehand, maybe even write scripts. I don't even know if this
Andrew.
is the panel where we were talking about that.
Turn your camera off and type it backstage. I don't believe that you can type to me in the main chat, in the back chat, and on video comments elsewhere. But for 3 fucking streams that you've tried to get up here, I've told you, give me your fucking email address, and you aren't doing it. And now you're holding up a piece of paper to the camera like I'm going to bring you up on screen. I'm not playing these fucking games. You're acting dumber than you are. I'm not playing this with you. I'm not playing it with you, Andrew. I see you
Sound
back
like
here.
you already know him.
Andrew, it's easy. I'll do it myself. I'll show you how to do it.
I'm going to kick him. See, this is exactly what Cynthia was talking about. Some people fucking play with the energy, and Andrew's back here playing games like he doesn't know exactly what I'm asking for and exactly how to give it to me.
Right.
That's
That'll be an example of
you know
what
how to
Cynthia
fix
was
that,
just
Flo.
talking about. Yeah.
Huh?
You know how to fix that.
Drop your nuts. Oh, no.
No, I don't need
Andrew,
your
it's
email,
easy.
Hank.
It's
Hank,
easy.
I don't need your email.
I know. I'm just showing Andrew how easy it is. It's just type
Andrew
it
knows
in.
how easy it is. Andrew's been trying to avoid giving me his email address the last 3 times he tried to get up here. Andrew, then
Are you
type your
sure?
email. Or send me an email. My email is on my about link of the page. I'm not playing this game with you. 0% of me believes you can't figure out how to give me your fucking email address.
Oh. Man, your daughter is hard, Flo. Nobody has to tell me. Your daughter is hard.
She's harder than I am.
I know. I can tell.
Well, here's the Andrew plays this thing where he acts like he doesn't know what he's doing when he knows what the fuck he's doing.
Hey, I'm just saying.
If he didn't know what he was doing, he wouldn't be so good at not giving me what I asked for.
Right.
Exactly.
I would think it's intentional. Not only that, I attribute certain attributes to people who do that thing. You know, I'm developing a mold of him in my head already. I probably shouldn't, but I can't.
See, now we're gonna play this temper tantrum game.
See?
Fine.
I love
Be
it.
on your way then.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye,
I love
Andrew.
this shit.
Bye-bye.
Dude, I mean, it's fucking crazy.
Be gone. Be gone, I say.
I'm like Flo. I don't give motherfucking benefit of doubt. I assume it's on purpose. This is YouTube. I some fucking
There's
trolling
no
and
way
shit.
anybody could actually be that effective at being
Unless
that
they
effective.
would try.
Unless they were trying to, right?
Well, I'm not
Yeah,
going
we
to say.
watch Gambiters. We know what we're doing here.
Oh, okay, Hank.
I play stupid
Oh,
too.
yeah.
I've been trying to all night. I've said I'm dumb.
It worked.
Imagine getting shot with one of these.
I don't want
Damn.
Wow, that's embarrassing.
Shit. That's crazy.
I hope it deforms. That's all I can
Hold
say.
on, Flow State. Hold on, Flow State. Send me a box of them. I won't have no problem out of nobody. You want to get shot with one of these?
I use hilarious.
And
I
I
use
shoot them
modified
in the
air
leg
guns.
too, man. So they
They'll
live
clean
and
up.
have to live through the embarrassment of having a cock in their leg.
Man, that'll clean up a lot of bullshit. What the fuck?
I got the same one that shoots out my home defense air guns that says "fuck you" backwards, so that whenever it hits you in the forehead or something, it'll leave a red mark saying "fuck you."
Is
Bro,
that
I
true?
used to have a
you
pair
don't
of
want
custom nuts like that. What did it say? It said dumb fuck.
Nah, you don't want to be hold on. You don't want to be SA with a pistol the hard way. Hell
Oh no, I got
Shit.
air guns that are like for paintballs, modified heavily with parts from Germany that make them less than lethal, but still lethal.
I know
They
what
got
you're
air
talking about.
guns
You
that
talking
are
about that?
totally lethal nowadays.
I can make my own like.
No, I know
too.
what I forgot that brand. I forgot that brand he talking about. Cause they make a revolver.
Umarex,
They shoot
yeah.
them
I
thick
got a 50 cal
Umarex,
revolver
yeah.
and a 68 caliber
And that
double barrel
shotgun.
shotgun. Yeah,
I
they're
like
heavily
that
modified.
shotgun.
That pistol
Yeah.
now has a barrel on it about this long, and it shoots about 800 FPS, which is like pretty much a 22. So
I like that pump action shotgun they got though. It's a pump action. But
oh yeah, it's
Wait,
I
are
don't
y'all
know.
talking about paintball guns or y'all talking about shooting
I'm talking
real
about
rounds?
home defense paintball guns
No,
that you
it's a
make your
home
own rounds or modify them.
right.
Home defense paintball.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know they
all
got
mine
air
are
guns
modified.
now that you can hunt with. You can take down wild pigs and shit
Oh
with air
yeah,
guns.
you
what I
can
got.
you can
For
get
real.
you can get a FX or a SS Texan in 357 or 50 cal big boy. You can do all that. Yeah.
I also got one.
They cause it.
I was gonna say
Go
I
ahead.
also got one that shoot crossbow bolts. at like you can hunt small animals with them easy.
Yeah, that sounds dope.
We don't have no real use for them. We don't have no real use for those type of weapons because Mississippi ain't that restricted. So I had an idea to get one, but we ain't restricted. Like a lot of people that stay around here in a certain area, you literally just go in the back of your yard and shoot. If the local people know you and they say, well, he shoot all the time over there, ain't nobody finna come over there and bother you. about
we
your
can't do
shit.
that here in the city. But I can drive around with it on my passenger seat and no one
That's
say
cool.
shit.
No, we open carry around here, so
Yeah,
but people
it's
don't
same
do it.
here.
Like talking about it, it's open carry and constitutional carry,
Very good.
and but we don't do it.
Yeah, when you're
but
driving,
but
you
Fuck
have
that,
all the
man.
laws
If it's
locked up.
constitutional carry, I'm flexing, yo.
Oh no,
Constitutional
majority
carry
of
is where
people are
you can
still
conceal, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
but most of the time, like in Mississippi though, most of the time, like women, if they get caught with a gun somewhere, a lot of times the police don't even say nothing to them anyway. Like it's a lot of people if you think they ain't got it on them, it's somewhere. I'm telling you, in Mississippi, it's some gun toting people, but you don't see them. You don't. They
Tennessee,
pass
same
when they
way.
pass that. Yeah, when they pass that that rule that you can just open carry and everything, that's when you stop seeing guns. People stop carrying them out like that. But when people look,
So you're
before
saying
they
it's
pass that,
legal, but motherfuckers still, keep
It's
on
like that in
heading
West Virginia. You just
outside.
have to.
when it wasn't illegal, when it wasn't legal, you saw more people toting around guns. When they legalized it, you saw people start to hide the guns. I
Right,
don't
they
know what
still got
happened
them.
with
Yeah.
that.
I just carry a little
Concealed carry
katana on
became
my back.
legal.
That's it.
So yeah,
Because
and
there's no reason to open carry unless you want to make a statement. in
Right,
which
they
case
probably
there's
wanted to
no
conceal
point to doing
carry
it.
Half the
anyway.
time,
Yeah.
people that got guns, if you got a big katana on your back and you pull that out on them, they know you're crazy and they're gonna run anyway, even if they got a gun.
I wouldn't
And the
try
other
that.
half of the time, you gotta get shot and
no.
killed. Yeah,
No,
Here in
not in
West
Mississippi.
Virginia.
it's a dangerous.
Drop
Not in
that mother
Mississippi.
in a
Look,
heartbeat.
what's going to happen in
Well, it
Mississippi?
depends on if you're a redneck
People,
or not. Rednecks would shoot
now,
you.
Probably a more illegal thing to conceal carry a katana, honestly.
No, I'm just
Like-
saying on my back, like all
like
open
this
and
is
shit.
Probably
I carry one of those in my pocket.
If it's longer than 6 inches, it's illegal.
That's
Not
what
in
she
West
say it is,
Virginia.
but it sure ain't. Wait, what?
well, I don't know. Down like where I'm at, man, people don't really care. Like even law enforcement, they don't really even bother you about what you carry.
Why
Man,
would
you
they?
got
You
people to
just said
carry.
it was legal. Why would they bother you?
No, it don't matter. Look, I done
It
been in truck
does.
stops around Mississippi, and people have a whole goddamn Bowie knife on the side of shit. You see all kind of shit
Well,
down here, cause like it's like certain
I'm a
places
felon,
kind
so
of
they
wooded.
like to fuck with me. They like to
Yeah,
fuck
I'm a
with
felon
Yeah,
too.
Yeah, so I think there's no cops that'll pass up an opportunity to fuck with that charge.
but
Yeah, in
if you
vehicles here,
flow
you gotta
state,
keep it in your glove box,
Yeah.
locked up when you're in your vehicle anyway.
know what you can do though. I'm gonna tell you like this though, flow state, you can move to Texas. Don't you know in Texas you got the right as a felon to own a firearm as long as it don't leave your household.
Yep.
Texas felons,
I'm
you
about
can
3
you
months
can
away
have a
from being
firearm.
eligible for expungement.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm eligible now. I just gotta figure out all the stuff I gotta do paperwork wise. I got
Yeah, I actually
back
did
to
the.
it
I
already.
got my math wrong, and I thought I was eligible, so I did all the paperwork, and then I looked a little closer and realized I jumped the gun on a little bit. So
Yeah, I gotta pay
Yeah.
some money to do that. Like it costs to do it here in West Virginia.
Fuck NASA.
Well, you know what you do? Get you to a residence or somewhere else, or get you some meals, son. So a couple of magazines and stuff, and change your location. You get your PO box in another state, and for 6 months, and do it like this.
But now, if I did that hypothetically and moved my residence, if I'm still in Kansas, it won't matter
Yeah, the law
Right.
apply where you
because I'll
get
still
it
be
done.
dealing with
Yeah.
Kansas laws.
It
Right.
depends on
Yep.
if it's a
Yeah,
commonwealth or something, whether they cooperate. Like certain states won't cooperate with one another legally. Like
But
we got
that's
a
only
special
with
thing with
concealed
Florida
carry
here
though,
in West
license
Virginia.
though.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah.
but see, that's that reciprocity, right? That's only with your concealed carry license. See, the whole thing is the people that got concealed carry license, they good. Like you can down here, you can basically go in the gun store and don't even have to fill out paperwork. Once you get them concealed carry license, you don't even have to fill out paperwork. You can buy
So you
guns
guys
like
do
bubble
not
gum.
have
We don't.
constitutional carry.
We don't
Vic.
even have to have a license anymore.
Vic, you guys do not have constitutional carry. Is that what you're saying?
No, we do. I'm saying we got that. We got that. We got constitution.
You understand that
But
means
I'm just
that
saying.
you don't need a license. You can carry in your.
You don't, but
Why
the
would
thing
someone
is,
still be going to get licenses if there's
Yeah,
constitutional carry?
that don't
okay,
make no
I'm
sense.
going to show you something. The thing is that the permit be enhanced. It allows you to carry it in certain spaces that normal people that don't have it wouldn't be able to. You see what I'm saying?
No, I was
And
not
then,
aware that constitutional carry means that you were restricted
well,
from certain places with your weapon, and with a
well,
certain permit, you would gain access
In
with
West
those
Virginia,
weapons.
we just can't have it or concealed without a permit.
It's usually a law like that, concealed, open, or constitutional.
well, look, well, I'm tell you like this. When it comes down to law enforcement and everything, you better pay attention to how the law works, because if you run across one of the cops that really don't know, and you might be knowing, and then you get into an argument on the sidewalk with him about why you can carry your gun, and he say, no, you can't have that gun. No, he gonna say, gun, 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 pow, pow, pow. So don't get into that.
You do
Go
know me and my
find out.
friends do that shit on purpose and put it on the videos and shit.
Oh shit, y'all got a goddamn death wish. Boy, they got some place down here in Mississippi. Boy, they'll put your ass so far down in the hole, goddamn Jesus can't see the lighter.
I heard that everywhere I
That shit out.
go. Motherfuckers say that shit
Stop
everywhere I
that.
go.
I would not want to go to
But
jail in Mississippi. Anywhere in the
yeah,
South, I don't
well,
want to go to jail there.
yeah, because they give you look, they give you dinosaur time, and a lot of times you got the local sheriff and all that shit. Sometimes your ass would be sitting in that motherfucking paperwork, never hit a typewriter. Your ass, you don't know what the
Or
fuck
you'll be
going on.
buried back behind the jail.
That shit.
Right.
I'm telling
Or
him.
that.
See, he don't even understand what I'm talking about. So keep on.
Yeah.
You're gonna fuck around and find out. Shit, your
That's
ass gonna
right.
be they gonna put popsicle sticks up as your motherfucking headstone. Stop playing with them people.
Yeah.
There's certain places you can play them games because you got a backing. When the whole town is backed, well, like say for instance, you got one sheriff or a group of people that work around sheriffs and everything, and they benefit from the sheriffs or the police officers. Look, some of them people, they back them people, and it don't matter what you done right, they can say you was wrong, and you will find yourself in a fucked up situation because some of the people that maybe even look like you or look like them or look like anybody, they believe that your ass was in the wrong because guess what? You don't think like them, you don't look like them. You don't talk
You
like
don't
them or
talk
walk
like
like
them.
them. You ain't
Yep.
you ain't the part of the clique. No, and it's not a white or black issue. It's just you are not a part of the clique. You are not
Not
a
part of the
part of their
area.
congregation. No, you
Yep.
ain't a part of their clique. So when
Salute to
I'm
MGTOW
talking, I
forever.
ain't,
Thank you for the super sticker
yeah,
of the sly looking face.
yeah. If
Very 90s.
Well,
And he's back.
gone and
Vic,
he's
you
back.
chopped out for a
Maybe.
second.
ass out the way because you bullshitting, it might happen. And it ain't no race thing, it's a clique thing. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you ain't from the community, you're screwed.
Or if you're
I
from
can
Yeah.
vouch for
Pakistan, you're
that.
stealing children around here.
Look, I done seen a lot of people come through here from certain places, and they be talking about how big they was when they was Mr. New York City. Yeah, I'm from Texas. I choke a bull out. And you get your ass right down here with a 5 foot tall ass officer, and he tell you get down. That's all you better do.
Get out.
Shit. You
Yep.
better get down because guess what? Your ass will be on the back of a goddamn milk carton. Your family think you missing. Only thing wrong is your ass sitting in a cell because you ain't got your fucking first phone call in 7 years. Shit. You better
Hey
stop
Vic, I
playing.
just Googled some shit and you was right about that Mississippi shit. There are many exceptions of places where you cannot carry unless you have a permit. It is open carry.
Yeah, you got to have an enhanced.
However, any place of nuisance, police station, highway station, prisons facility, courthouse, courtroom, polling place, college school, elementary school, blah, 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 you'd have to get a permit to never knew that.
I told you, I live, breathe, eat, and sleep this Mississippi shit. I know what the hell I'm around, so that's why when shit get hot, I know to stay in the house. Or when people start, look, I already know the possibilities and what can happen if you get caught the wrong way with the wrong thing in your pocket. And then, you know, you can get speaking the wrong goddamn way.
That's not a thing. That ain't a thing. I mean, it's if maybe you're talking to a person. I thought you were talking to police. Fuck how you talk to a cop. Fuck that.
Good.
No, I'm just saying anybody.
Yeah, I wouldn't be disrespectful for the nigga on the street unless he's asked for it. But cop, you know, I don't know. I feel like I gotta deliver justice all of a sudden and all that shit. I be hoping he act.
People have me in their phone as Batman.
Fuck.
I'm not even joking.
What about Batman?
6 people have me in their phone listed as Batman. At least 6 people.
Why is that?
Because
Because I'm Batman.
And and then you cut off your mic.
Yeah, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
But yeah, but yeah, I ain't gonna never get on the internet and just say something just because I just like to hear my sound of my voice, and I know I sound pretty nice.
But every motherfucker can be wrong, right? So
yeah, it's good you did the research.
We
just
can't
to,
hear you, pimp. We
clarify.
still can't hear you, bro.
It's good that you did the research or looked it up so you can clarify. No, Vic wasn't wrong because look, state laws and all that stuff change as you go from border to border. So I hope don't nobody
I'm naked
get
on
it
the show.
confused. You
When I
better
do the show, I'm
with
naked.
if they
Then they
decide
look
to
at the
tote
show and they, am I naked? I mean, and I mean, this is how dumb the white race is. What are we supposed to do?
He genuinely don't like white people.
as tools, right? So, but you can go to New York and you can have something over 2 inches long, and or California, and they say, "Oh, this something that's gonna tear the whole half of the world up." No, down here, I can literally just walk outside with a whole machete and walk wherever I want to walk, and the police ain't gonna say nothing to me.
Texas niggas pump their gas with their gun on their hip. I see a lot of states with that shit.
Yeah, we got that here in Tennessee.
Man,
Now we
them
got
folks that be doing that, that's a black thing that folks are just bullshitting, because a lot of time, I'm gonna show you something. That's the worst thing you ever do. Because look, I'm from Mississippi, right? If I want to get you, I can park my car across. If I wanted to take your car and it's gonna be a confrontation, don't you know how good these 22 rifles is? And these high power rifles, I can park across the road, literally sit in the back of the seat or sit in the front seat, aim my rifle at you, knock you down. Don't nobody know where the pop come from, and let my homeboy walk across the street and drive off.
Oh, yeah.
And my homeboy drive off with your car and I drive off in my own shit. So all that standing out there at the gas station with your gun, you just really basically saying you with that smoke, and you got somebody that's itching to try to bring it to you. Why would you advertise what you doing? You know what I'm saying? You bringing that energy on yourself. Ain't
I
no way
don't
I'm
think
finna
there's
stand.
a lot of threat of motherfuckers murdering you for your car. Strictly, it must be a really nice car.
Before we got constitutional carry, you used to see it a lot because you could open carry with no problem. But once we got constitutional carry, you don't see as many.
Yeah, motherfucker might put in their pocket and shit like that.
But I'm gonna tell you like this: the worst thing you can do is open carry, because if I'm planning on robbing you and I see the big iron on your hip,
Then I know to take precautions.
The first thing I already know is to shoot you or wound you right then.
Yeah.
Why would you have it out in the open?
Well,
Only time I have my gun out in
because
the
if I
open,
got my gun on me, you know there are easier targets. most people don't want to murder a motherfucker over a gold chain or a car. And you go to it's like having a alarm sign at your house. It don't make it burglar proof, but they can go to the next house. It's easier.
Right, yeah. But it's ups and downs to it.
Yeah,
A
pros and
gun
cons,
on
yeah.
you being seen properly displayed, it is a deterrent because a
Yeah.
lot of times these people know that the gun that they got wasn't functioning when they tried it out.
Or
So they
if
might
it's
not even want to
multiple,
take a chance.
you're at a place where it's a bunch of people. You're less inclined to act up if everybody's fucking armed. You ain't going in there shooting nobody.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, yep. Most of the time when people shoot guns at people and everything, they go to where they can abuse people. They don't want to get in no situation where they can fight back. We see that a lot of times, even in cop situations when cops, like a lot of time when
Thank you, Can't Spell Lou, for the bombs, and thank you, MGTOW. Vic, you got dunked for 5 minutes. You'll be back up at 12:09 or at 09, wherever you're
Damn,
at.
what the hell Vic do wrong?
I don't know, but he got dunked. And Bex, the $100 was to shut the whole thing down. That's not a standing thing. If you're trying to clear some space for just you and me, you gotta buy everybody else off.
Yeah, get that nigga $100. I'll step down.
And out of all of those people, we do know who plays the best game. Shout out Flo.
She's
Shout
not
out.
coming up. She's not coming up.
You're green because you are a member.
Yeah.
She says she has the stream muted and only is texting in the chat.
Well,
She has what muted?
and I guess she'll miss what I'm saying to her.
The stream.
No.
She's just, I have it muted. I'm just I'm just watching the chat.
No, I don't know if that's the thing. I guess maybe people are different. All right, Flo, I think I'm abandoning you, man. I'm getting tired over here.
Hey, you sound like you're getting tired. Thanks for coming up.
All right, you catch me easy.
Bye, Joe.
All right, Joe. Man, Joe
What am I
fell out
doing?
early.
I'm just sitting here.
I
don't understand the question.
This has been a fun night.
This has
Sarah
been-
was super.
Whoa.
Like, I felt like, hey, I'm not alone.
Well, what the hell was she even saying half the
Lou,
time?
I already got you.
I don't know. I don't know. That was the surprise. You never knew where the conversation was going.
Here,
I think she
I think
had a little bit
Lou,
too much wine.
I think Lou missed the bomb, so we'll drop another one. Normally you don't get 2 for 1, but thank you for the donation.
Do you like chaos, Cynthia? Controlled chaos, if that's such a word. Controlled chaos.
I like to think that's what I do here.
You do.
Sort
You
of
do.
control the chaos.
Mm-hmm. Jack does too. But he's also part of the good. He's also part of the chaos.
All right, Fly Guy makes a valid point, even though it's kind of an annoying point. Like, it's valid.
That's
The
what I was
chaos
saying.
isn't
That's why I
controlled, it's
said.
chaos.
That's why I said, is it such a thing? So then someone called good chaos.
What's the difference?
Right. That's yeah.
Because once you reach a certain level of chaos, it don't matter if it's good or bad. It's just gone.
Right. And then Brown's boy.
nobody's
Brown's boy
unsolvable.
was funny. Brown's boy has a funny sense of humor.
Yeah. I like him.
So-
I didn't at first. I get why he gets under your skin at first, but you got to kind of like understand the sort of sense of humor that he is, and yeah,
Is
I
he,
like
like-
him. I know Machine likes him.
Yeah, Machine's been super quiet all night, which concerns me.
He's taking
That
notes.
laugh concerns me. So, but yeah.
Now
He
Jack's
did-
the one with an evil laugh. Oh my god.
Chuck, you're gonna leave my buddy alone.
You are no, you can't be excommunicated. El Perro, you're communicated. Communicate. Use your words, wizard.
Oh, your boyfriend is down there, Cynthia.
Oh my god.
The
Wizard
father,
just
the
comes around so
father
that
of
he
your
can see his
baby.
clip played.
The triplets, Larry, Moe, and Paul.
Larry Moan Paul.
So TML, what do you got going on? What's on your mind tonight? You've been
No,
off.
if I had like assembled a gang, then like Wizard and Lanza would definitely be in the gang.
Okay. I like where you're going with this. You have to
Okay.
assemble 5 people for your gang.
For the
Who are
machine,
you recruiting?
yeah, for like the
TML?
Machine Lives like channel. You know, I think it would
Yeah.
be. I think it would be like Wizard, Lanza, possibly Rant. You know, so we got a couple few people that just show up.
What kind of chaos are you starting?
Yeah, you got 2 more. I'm curious. How are you going to balance it out with the
No, he's
last
got
2
one more.
spots?
Well, that's
Oh,
just,
one more.
Well, that's just usually who I got. You know, so I mean, I like, you know, it's just it's just certain personalities I feel gravitate towards what I'm saying, and others, you know, don't really resonate with it. But yeah, definitely. You know, Wizard's there with me. You know, Lanza's there with me. Yeah, I
You
may
should get
not.
Wizard up here.
Hey.
Have you heard Wizard rap?
So you
No.
He's actually pretty fucking good at it.
Stop it.
I swear to God. I swear to God. It was on OTWs one day, I think, and it was him and fucking who are all the other goons? There was sitting on a bench, fucking Snafu. There's Goofy McCreepy, what's his name? Fucking the Irish guy who's a comedian.
O'Shea?
O'Shea, yeah. And then El Perro came up and they were like, Wizard rap. And he did, and he clobbered him. I'm not shitting you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that. I mean, it's just more clever than somebody like O'Shea, probably tenfold in terms of intelligence. So it's probably not a. I would suspect that.
It's a low threshold still.
Yeah, I mean, I've never heard O'Shea say anything intelligent. You know, I've constantly heard.
That's bad.
Yeah.
That just sounded bad. Come on, man.
No, what he's saying is true.
No, for real. So TML, I'm curious. So on your team, you want everybody that kind of aligns with your thinking. You're not gonna have any different a mix of people. You're just gonna kind of group all together the same ideologies.
Oh yeah,
That's that old time religion now.
yeah, I mean, I don't have time to like get everybody on the same page, like get everybody to make up their mind. Like it's like, oh, we're all doing this today. We all have to have a roundabout like idea of what that's gonna be, unless we're all gonna manage each other's affairs. You know? Like it's just gonna be like, you know, like somebody who just skins a raccoon like Wizard. You know? Like that's somebody who
What the fuck?
You did it. You brought Mix Master MC Lil Wiz to the stage himself.
I got Wiz out here, free guys. Hell yeah.
You did something that's never happened on my channel. Wizard he'll sit in the chat and he'll, you know, egg on seeing his clip played. I think he enjoys that. We all enjoy that.
Fuck you, you punk ass bitch. You ain't nothing but a no good dick sucking, taking the ass punk bitch ass slave. Still doing paperwork. You're fucked.
Yeah, I tell them, bitch ass slaves.
Beat.
He did just
Beat.
reveal one of his alts, though.
Beat. Can you hear it?
We hear you.
imagine
We
this.
don't hear a beat.
So imagine this and imagine that. Go ahead and chit chat. Give facts that live fat, mismatch and dispatch. The true latch that did catch and attach the idea hacks was from a mishap in the bitch that quit that, which that she was blind. See, it's the ladder of the blabber that gathers the chatter, that matters and flatters the flat earthers and trolling truthers, and masters of the rappers of the OG chapters, which captures the stature of the pastures that are plastered of the hereafter, your raptured minds. I'm just sitting and spitting and splitting decisions with precision and a vision of committing admissions, of supervision of depositions and acquisitions for fruitions. Now lickety split, flick my bit my lip in a bit non bit. Clip that shit while I make it real quick as I flip the script and spit a lick to fit and to wit with no end to it. So damn fit and thin, firm ass grip, flowing like water, drip, drip, drip. Have patience though, that ain't it. Stay right where you sit as I kick it and stick it anywhere you pick it. Make sure you listen so you don't miss it. Feel like a misfit or a dimwit. That ain't worth shit. And if you don't like it and have a fit, here's my ass so you can kick it or kiss it and lick it where the split is. Talking about everything you've seen from Project Bluebeam, how to chew things, what you do when you pee, what foods do you eat, anything about shoes or feet, how you're so damn unique, but you seem to be in a fool's dream that only you believe when this is a new scene, and especially Brood Gene, and I grew up mean. I ain't here to play, so say what you gotta say, make sure it's not a replay, and let's remember, we don't have all damn day. Because, son, you can't battle me or rattle me. Just like you can't paddle me, you can't saddle me or straddle me like cattle be. It doesn't matter to me what you blabber to me. What's sadder to see is you're not badder than me, just fatter than me, and you have a flatter chest than me. So take the bad beat with your cracked teeth and chapped cheeks and grab the back seat and rest your flat feet. This is one OG you can't beat.
Boy, that's a bad mama jamma there. He a mix between the cat and that. Look, he a mix between the Riddler and the cat and hat.
See, I told y'all.
The Dr. Seuss. The Dr. Seuss, look, the way his rhythm, his tone, you see the green eggs and ham, it got that same tempo. And then it's like when he say a certain thing, if you listen to what he said, it makes sense. He pointing out certain things and then matching it up. And then he also did a little haiku on the front end of it because he said some other stuff. It made sense, but didn't make sense. But it was all together, and it did make sense. If you see what I'm saying. So he good. If
See,
you
that's
put
what I
that
mean.
behind a hard ass, if you put it behind a hard ass beat with some drama or some rock and roll shit, that shit can turn into
Dude,
some
he
major
already
shit.
knew that I was thinking about clipping it and overlaying it on a beat. He said, go ahead and clip it right in the middle of the song.
Shit, yeah. Hell yeah. And you can put that on a hard beat and it can go what he's saying, that can go either way. Like his tone, it can go either way. It can go rap style or the rock and roll. It can go a lot of different ways. You just have to match those.
That's all I was saying. The wizard is literally value on command. He's like a soft serve
Hell
machine.
yeah.
He's like a soft serve machine in this bitch. Whereas others, they have to constantly prove their value. Whereas wizard is,
Hell yeah.
is just like, oh shit. It's like he just brings
That man
everything.
said you can't straddle me and saddle me like cattle be. That's some Texas shit.
That's right. He did
What
say
the
that.
fuck? This man conscious. Yeah, I'm listening to what he's saying, and everything he said made sense. And that man said his shit.
I successfully brought two people on this panel. One was Lanza, the other was Wizard. Both of them proved their value in terms of just the value.
Man,
Like
should go.
it's infotainment.
If he don't want to do it, he should ghost write. He should know what he could do. He should ghost write for a young kid that ain't bad and smart. He can ghost write for him, and you can turn that motherfucking kid into whatever star. because that's him. But it had to be because that what he was. But the only part when he told them folks to lick his ass, all that shit in that crack part, you can't get that to the kid. I listened to everything he said. If he goes right for a kid that's decent in school and give them that type of style, shit, man, ain't no telling what that child gonna turn out
I
to be.
maintain though that this is what happens when you have grown ass men locked up for too long.
All
So,
right,
Wizard,
guys.
tell me if there's any truth to this. You started playing around with this shit when you were locked up, because everybody in jail is a rapper. Not all of them can do that. Like, there's a lot of them that come out still thinking they're the next Eminem, and they're like, but
That's what I was saying. Look, because the way he sound, you can kind of tell. Like that, it takes experience to even speak the way he's speaking. So I'm saying that's why I said before you even said something about the jail shit, he could ghostwrite for somebody and explain exactly, tell them the tempo and the down.
All right, yo. I was trying to say bye to them, but the thing is that I didn't have time to say bye to them because I got Nick Volt back here. Yeah, bless you, brother. Thanks for being here.
Hey, it's me. I'm not gonna porn bomb you.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I recognize your name there from the previous interactions we had. So
There are many
because
imposters though who parade themselves as the one.
Oh yeah.
Bolt butts.
Oh really?
Yes. I guess I'm that popular. I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty boring. I just thought I'd stop by and say hi and see what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. I was talking on Flow State, and then I just broke out because I saw you here. But yeah, we also have Cecil here. It looks like he's driving, but yeah.
What's up?
What's up, Cecil? Yo.
Generally, pretty high levels of alcoholism mixed with motor vehicles and shit. But what's up with you? Woo! Woo!
Well, hopefully, everything's cool. But yeah, the thing is that I've been kind of surfing on the panel verse lately, and yeah, I saw some interesting characters for sure. Some interesting interactions. Really, I followed Sarah there from Mindful Exposures. Yeah, see, so you're gonna have to mute up. Yeah, but you're gonna have to mute up when you're not talking because there's a little bit of background noise. But yeah.
Sorry, here, let me take care of that. Are you talking about the redhead, Sarah?
Oh yeah, there you go. No, not the redhead. The other one. What's it called? From Mindful Exposures.
Okay.
Yeah, she was on here last time. You remember?
Yeah. I remember. I know who you're talking about now.
Yeah, she's a very interesting character that I met recently. In terms of what she covers, in terms of radio frequencies and shit. So I want to get on that topic at some point. I think Nick Volt might know something about that. Radio frequencies and how they do shit to the brain.
Well, I don't know anything about that, but I do know that radio frequencies are transmitted with photons. Photons.
Okay. Have you ever heard of Jose Delgado?
That sounds familiar, but that sounds like a kind of common name. That's like who's Mike Smith. So refresh my memory, please.
Let me show you. Yeah, let me show you a Wikipedia entry, and I'm just gonna mute you, Cecil, real quick because it's getting like a little bit. There's like a little scratchy noise coming from you. But yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, I appreciate you being here. But yeah, we got this shit here, Jose Manuel Rodriguez Delgado. Let me show you this and see if you're familiar with this. and this is like the overall thesis. I mean, she's talking about a little bit different people. She had a presentation that she showed, a PowerPoint presentation that she showed by a person who used to be in the CIA. You know, but yeah, look within was her, Sarah, that's her name. But yeah, Jose Delgado, it says neurophysiology, right? And let me go to electrical stimulation of the brain. Mind famed for his research of mind control through electrical stimulation of the brain. So they might have used this to invent computer mind interface, let me see.
He's at Yale. Okay.
Yeah, Yale. That's right.
Yeah. There's this huge field in physics called biophysics, which is sort of like mixing physics with biology. I'll admit this is a subject I'm not very well versed in.
Yeah,
I don't know a lot about biology.
Yeah, it's interesting. Let me see.
Is that
I just learned that I just learned like within the last year the difference between RNA and DNA. So.
Oh, okay, I thought you were trying
when it comes to biology, I'm an idiot.
Yeah,
I thought you were trying to say that you were like a nerd and you don't know how to get laid or something.
No, I'm a geek. I'm a geek. We get laid. We marry hot wives.
Okay, all right, cool. Sorry.
We blow bombs. Nerds, yeah, they don't get laid. Geeks get laid. Geeks get laid. I wrote a whole paper on it. The difference between a nerd and a geek. So.
Well, this dude Delgado, apparently he got a bull to stop charging. It was a demonstration with electrical waves. He aimed an electrical beam at this bull and stopped its heart in the middle of its charging.
No, I mean, if you think about it, reality is only in our head, and it's only electrical signals. That's it.
I know how to do that the opposite way. You wave a spectral wave at a bull, normally like a red spectrum, and then it charges you.
Yeah, that's a in reality it's not the red. I don't think the bull can see the red.
It's called a matador. A matador,
There's no such thing as red. There's no such thing as blue.
There's no such thing as the spectrum, huh?
Well, there is the electromagnetic spectrum, but the little I know about biology, the one thing I do know is that color is a byproduct of biology, not physics.
There's no such thing as a spectrum. We're all normal.
If evolution wanted us to perceive the universe as radio waves, then we'd all have antennas instead of eyes. It would be perfectly normal. Kind of interesting. I'm actually kind of angry at God because I want to see fracking gamma rays. I really wish I could.
Well, do you believe in
No, I can only see red, orange, yellow, green, blue. What is it? Indigo, violet, Roy GBF. That's all I can see.
Well, do you believe in a God?
What? I was just criticizing evolution. It's pretty. They didn't do a very good job on it.
But you think that God created evolution?
I don't know. Some student wanted to talk religion with me today, and I'm just like, don't care. Don't care.
I think that you're right, TML. I think that these like evolution or creation people, you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The people that are these like hardcore Bible thumpers were like, no, it was either evolution. I think that God created evolution. And it's actually both systems.
Sure. I mean, why not? I mean, that's what I was trying to explain. It's like, dude, God lives outside of the universe. I can only know things which are inside of the universe. And you know what? If God created the universe, there it is. He wants us to study it. And you know what? The universe is not what it is. It's not there for us. It's not what we want it to be. it is what it is, and I've just accepted that.
Well, the technical definition for God is everything and nothing at the same time. So he's not 1 or 0, he's 1 and 0 at the same time.
Yeah, but I mean, I would argue that, I mean, we only perceive essentially 3 dimensions, X, Y, and Z. Technically 4 because we perceive time, but if God exists in every dimension, there's absolutely no way we could actually perceive him. And even calling it a him is kind of weird. Like, does God need to procreate? It's kind of weird. So I've just decided I don't care anymore. I really don't care.
So what do you think about the notion that man created God?
I think man wants to always seek knowledge, and sometimes, you know, our knowledge, even today, is very limited, and sometimes we need to believe. It's good to believe. Universal.
Okay, so let me ask you this question.
Oh,
okay.
God.
So
no pun intended.
You hear me?
That wasn't actually a pun, but it will work for today.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, you sound fine.
Okay. So what do you think about the notion of, so human beings have a nervous system and that allows us to perceive reality, so that when I imbibe intoxicants and it departs my...
Well done. Good use of the word imbibe. You've already impressed me.
So I imbibe intoxicants and that departs my nervous system from my normal perception or intended perception of reality, and therefore by consuming alcohol or something that makes my nerves become numb, I'm capable of becoming closer to God through that mechanism. What do you think about that?
There are countless religious traditions which use mind-altering substances to, quote, get closer to the God. It's perfectly fine. For the record, though, officially, just don't do it while you're driving.
Oh, I never do that, man. I'm not even professional at a freaking dude. I'll jump this rig over a fucking canyon right now.
Are you driving a truck? God, I so want to be a truck driver. I don't know if it's like a genetic thing or something.
It's really not that hard, but it is very dangerous.
So fun. I gotta put my dog in the back, travel the country.
It's a lot more dangerous than you might think it is, but
I watched the idiots in car video on YouTube. People are
here's the main point, though. Here's the main point, and Tucker Carlson has brought this up before as well. For a high school educated male is probably the best paying job for like a low intelligence, hard or low education, hard working individual for a white male.
Wait, all that. I'm sorry. Did Tucker Carlson tell you that?
No, he didn't tell me that, but he did bring this point up.
I just like to point out, if you think I'm an academic elitist, Tucker Carlson is a blue blood, rich, Ivy League educated charlatan.
Yep.
Oh, I
don't
know
believe anything he says.
I know he's a shill, but I just wanted to point out the fact that he couldn't deny what I'm saying. So, like, if someone like that is bringing, I'm sorry if you misinterpreted the way that
he's not a very smart man. He's not a very smart man.
Right, but I'm just saying that even though he is what he is, he brought this point up because they just can't deny it. Like, being a trucker is the best paying job for a high school level education male in America. That's pretty much the only chance, or one of the only chances, that someone of that profile has of ever buying a house and retiring comfortably.
Yeah. And I would argue that, I mean, so much of our economy is dependent upon it. And, you know, especially now with, like, quote, corporations doing trucking, where it's just like, oh, here, you get this hourly wage. It's bad. It's bad.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson's dad was a federal officer. You guys know that? That's crazy.
Yeah, I did know that. You know where you get also he inherited a bunch of money because TV dinners. He gets yeah, he's a rich man, dude. He pretends to be this populist for the old little guy, dude. That guy is a charlatan. I do like his he does the YouTube page, the DC Shorts. I don't know if you've seen that.
Who does
That's
that?
kind of funny. That's kind of funny.
Who does that? DC Shorts. What is that?
Yeah, DC Shorts is Tucker Carlson.
Oh,
This is,
okay. That's his
the
channel
Daily
now.
Caller.
Yeah, it's obvious that the alternative right and the technocrats are being funded by.
Oh yeah,
all of
Tucker
the
Carlson's a
same
blue blood.
group. Yeah,
He's a
they
blue
got
blood.
Alex Jones and actually Alex Jones took over the Voice of America broadcasting station. I don't know if anybody knows that he got this $1 million donations, and now he's using all the same equipment.
Well, I
as
think
the
the $1 million
America.
he has to pay to that family because he kind of lost that.
As Rush Limbaugh, right? He's like the new Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people are trying to like Rush Limbaugh was that was considered the radio of my age. I mean, he was an interesting character.
Well, right, but I'm just saying, like that archetype. He's basically the same archetype as Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll tell you a secret. A lot of
they
these
used to make them into,
right-wing talk shows, which sort of play up conspiracy theories, these guys are all Ivy League educated elitists. Tucker Carlson is right there on the top. If you don't believe me, just look up his history.
Fuck yeah.
But he's definitely fun to listen to. I'll give him that.
So what do you think is wrong with that?
Nothing. But I know some of his audience tends to forget that.
The same people who forget that Trump is a character that was fabricated.
Well, he's absolutely a character. I mean,
he's always been a character from the gold toilet through WCW through fucking Trump's whole existence has been a caricature of a rich person.
You know,
and now he's a caricature of all America.
Yesterday was Super Tuesday, right? So there's an election in a lot of states, including the state I live in. For the first time since I had the right to vote, I did not vote. And it was the weirdest feeling. But you know what? It's because, you've been trained that you better vote. Otherwise, you're not partaking in democracy. And you know what? I said, I don't want to play anymore. I'm done.
It's a
I'm out.
placebo activity.
I've never voted. I've never voted one fucking time in my life. By the way, what state do you live in?
The hippie liberal state, which is also the most powerful state in the union.
All right, bro. Nobody's gonna dox you. You can tell us what general.
I'm proud to live in California.
Okay, I was born down in San Diego.
I used to live in San Diego.
Right.
I went surfing in San Diego.
I used to live in Point Loma.
I went to high school in Point Loma.
Oh, nice. I went to college down there.
Flo, San Diego is probably some of the best surf in America outside of.
Yep.
I was down there for a week. My dad's from Pasadena, and so one of his high school friends still lives down there and design surfboards for a living. So when I was in middle school, I went and I spent a week down there, and I was able to surf. By the time I left there, I could stand on the board and ride a little teeny swell, and it was so much fucking fun.
My mom was one of these people, back when she was a kid in the 60s and 70s, where it was really popular to have your dog on the front of your longboard.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you've seen my shorts with you telling the story, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, obviously,
I didn't mean to disrupt you. I was just thinking about that. Hey, this sounds familiar.
Right. But yeah, anyway, again, Southern California, because northern West Coast, they don't really have beaches. The water's way too cold and all this shit. So I I don't know where else would have better surf. Maybe Florida or Texas or something like that.
No,
but
not Florida. Not the Gulf at all. The Gulf is too sheltered. You don't get the waves.
okay, so basically, SoCal is the best surf in America outside of Hawaii.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
Ugh.
Yeah, there's not shit in the Gulf of Mexico.
And then again, the Atlantic is even colder than the Pacific. So I don't really know that much about the East Coast. I just know that like east of the Mississippi is far more populated than west of the Mississippi. Dude, I just got done driving through like 200 miles of like open nothingness. Like if people want to talk and try to claim that we're like, dude, you know how many apartment complexes you could have built in the
empty. If you fly from California to New York, most of the time you're just looking at emptiness on the ground.
Right. Right. Like between Central Oregon and Boise, Idaho, there is fucking nothing except for farmland. Like good luck. I mean, you know how many freaking apartment complexes you could build in that shit? We are nowhere near overpopulation.
Yeah, I question the 8 billion number.
The overpopulation thing because we just accepted it. We're
It's
up
a
to like
myth.
9 billion
Overpopulation
now.
is a myth, is what I heard.
Yeah.
Humans are smart. We can sustain a lot of people.
Like what were you saying though, Flo, about the 8 billion number?
8 billion. I questioned that number.
For America?
No, the global population is supposed to be 8 billion. I don't know. I honestly I don't know enough to know enough. So I would
argue that's
my ignorant.
I would argue that's a good estimate. It's worth noting that, like, when I was in elementary school, the world population was 4 billion. I'm not really that old, so
yeah.
So that's like
humans are smart.
That's case in point right there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's exponential. Well, not exponential growth,
but it's not. We can look at most Western cultures and see that population isn't even at replacement level.
Well, among
Nick, do you believe that imagination can receive exponential growth as well?
I believe in imagination.
But I mean, to say that in your lifetime we've doubled from 4 to 8 billion, while all the Western cultures don't even have replacement population, that means that we've had basically the brown people of the world replace and not even the Japanese. We're talking Hispanic and Asian replacing at a rate that's 4 times faster than their replacement population.
Let's take it. The 2 countries which have the most people, which is India and China. You know, both of those have populations over 1 billion. But
China
again,
had a
that's
one-child policy.
That's
So
only 2 billion people.
But we know China can't have replaced that fast because they had a one-child policy for a long time.
Yeah, well, they no longer have that. They have, but I mean, China is a whole other story. India is an interesting thing because, you know, they have a lot of population. In fact, their high population, I think, is the only thing which is keeping them from being a first world player. They have too many people.
I think they are a first world player. They're just enjoying the benefits of not being one.
They're definitely what you would argue as an emerging power, which, because from a geopolitical point of view, they've been pretty neutral. I mean, they stayed neutral during the Cold War. And now they're sort of reaping the benefits of it. I mean, they buy both U.S. weapons and they also buy Russian weapons. So
no, but listen, personally, those are my 2 biggest picks for World War III. I'd like to see China and India like knock it out against it. The most spiritual country in the world, questionably, India versus
India,
the most.
That's poppycock. We're not spiritual.
And against the most atheistic, communist, non-spiritual. I mean, that's the way their government has them right now. I'm not saying Chinese people are like that, but I'm just saying like.
Well, that's the Chinese Communist Party because they thou shall have no other god above the states. Yeah, they both have nuclear weapons. That's for sure.
I'd like to see just let them two freaking like we're overpopulated. India and China can just freaking kick each other's ass. And
China and India have fought a couple of wars in the 20th century, including a couple of skirmishes even in the 21st century.
Right, but nothing like World War level scale.
No, I mean, China's nuclear weapons are basically just aimed at Pakistan. That's it. I mean, in terms of a navy, though, I mean, what makes you a first world power is when you have what's called a blue water navy. Like the U.S. has a blue water navy. We can project our power anywhere we want. You know, we have 7 aircraft carriers. United Kingdom, France would be in that same category. And then we have these emerging powers like India and China, which have what's called a brown water navy. They're not yet able to project their power across the world, but both India and China have ballistic nuclear submarines.
But they could defend themselves if they needed
They
to.
can most definitely defend themselves. And both of them have what they call a no first use policy. Their nuclear weapons are allegedly just as a deterrent.
Which one of these countries do you think has the highest potential access to the underground civilization of lizards?
Definitely, I don't know.
South America, maybe?
When I was a kid and I'd go to India, we'd shoot lizards with a BB gun. I kind of feel bad about that. I don't think I could do that today. That was
I'm gonna have to go with South America.
But there are a lot of lizards in India.
I heard lizards don't respond well to tobacco, so I was trying to put some tobacco like in little like things around the corners of the house, you know, just in case, keep them away.
We know I'm not a lizard then.
I don't know why people are scared of lizards. Lizards are cute.
So stupid.
You know, when they come in my yard, they do this mating thing where they like do push-ups. Have you seen lizards do that? Like during the springtime, they go.
I have never watched lizards do push-ups, sir. Nope.
We got so many lizards here.
You know exactly what you're talking about. They'll do this weird like up down.
Yeah, they're doing push-ups.
Yeah,
it's weird. I have a cat, so none of them get in the house.
But I think it was somebody somewhere told me that tobacco is actually an anti-parasite when it's consumed in its like natural raw form, like the American Indians used to consume it, like chewing tobacco, which is actually made me kind of interested in it because like the anti-parasite shit is one thing that the medical profession in America, you never hear them talking about.
I thought you were talking about lizards when they're consumed in their natural form.
You know who I might think is a lizard actually? Reagan.
No.
I think Reagan might be some type of reptoid.
I'm most definitely a lizard person, that's for sure. Most definitely.
I like tobacco too much, so I'm already off the block.
But you know that like cigarettes is not like real like full level tobacco consumption, right?
You shut your dick sucker, sir.
That's right.
It's the truth.
I'm just over here making turkey sandwich. Ignore me.
Like the American Indians would smoke like they'd let the plant grow to full maturity, which the shit you're buying at the store is not fully mature tobacco, right? And then they'd smoke it in a pipe and it would be like trip them out and you'd have like, it's like semi-hallucinogenic.
Hey, Cecil, would you know where one would perhaps procure such a hypothetical idea?
Of what?
The tripping out tobacco?
Forgive my ignorance, but wasn't tobacco discovered in the New World, or did they have tobacco in Europe? I don't like tomatoes were discovered over here.
It's inconsequential to the point Cecil was making. I'm not sure.
Okay, so what I would do if I were you would be go to your nearest Indian reservation and talk to them about it.
I think they would be offended if we
I
asked
got
them
one.
that.
There's one in New York that's pretty
Word.
close. I think 2 hours away, something like that.
They're definitely going to be the experts on that subject.
Yeah.
I don't know
man.
if all of the tribes grew tobacco, like the ones here on the West Coast.
That
I
was
don't
good
think-
info. I'm going to talk to them about that too. About
They grew tomatoes.
You know, some of the potentials of that plant that go, you know, unnoticed by the system, who would want to throw such people and such ideas away so quickly and you know, and you know, plagiarize it with scientific definitions of fakery.
Right. So tobacco is like a very turgid plant, which means it's like a very fleshy leaf.
Your face, your ass. What's the difference?
Yeah, that's what I wonder all the time.
Kind
But
about tobacco.
so I think the way they would use it is they would crush it and get the liquid and then like shoot
You gotta
it
dry
up.
it first. You gotta dry it first, then crush it.
All right, so they would take tobacco juice and then shoot it up their ass like an enema. So then it would go directly into their bloodstream, and then it would have like a semi hallucinogenic effect.
People
But
do that with
also-
coffee now. They do that with coffee now these days.
Right,
I can't believe you're actually serious right now. It's really funny.
Tobacco suppositories and shit. You know what I'm saying? Just directly into the bloodstream.
That's called boofing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a coffee enema.
You boof a
Yeah,
shard, you'll be up for days
that's
right
what the
here.
rich hippie liberals here in California do, and I'm not even making that up. Like
People do that in prison.
Yeah,
Right. No.
Gwyneth Paltrow was like peddling that. You do coffee. up your
Tobacco
ass.
enema. Tobacco enema.
Right.
That I've never heard of.
Never heard of that, dude. That's definitely
like
brand new.
So how would you get the nicotine? Like you don't put
How would
tobacco
you-
leaves up there. It doesn't make any sense.
How would you not get the nicotine, Nick?
You have to
Nicotine,
make-
hey Nick, it's nicotine at night, bro.
Whoa, you're borging. Your audio is borging bad.
Nick, have you ever smoked weed before?
That's a no.
I've done a lot of things.
Okay, have you ever eaten weed before?
No, but it actually looks like it would taste good.
Okay,
Have you ever fucked
so-
weed?
Yeah, have you ever had sex with
What?
Decarboxylation.
Whoa.
You're Borging bad, brother.
No, I've never had sex with weed.
Would you consider it?
Not attracted to plants.
So if you could like distill the weed down to its most like essential oil and then stick it up your ass where you absorb it through your freaking colon wall, bro, you're fucking high.
Well, you know, you can kill somebody with a cigarette. Have you ever like, you know, after a party, like sort of throwing your cigarettes out and like you've got like, you know, a glass with some liquid in it, but you leave it in there and it also turns brown?
The water turns brown, or the beard? What?
Yeah,
what?
no, the water turns brown. You can actually suck a lot of the nicotine out of a cigarette and then pour it in somebody's drink, and it can do some serious damage. One from the Anarchist Cookbook.
You what?
Oh, yeah, I remember it from there.
None of you,
Sorry, I'm a
none of
minion.
you have a copy of the Anarchist Cookbook? What's wrong with you?
Yeah,
I
like
got
when
a
I was,
copy
like,
of that
4,
in the
dude.
terrorist handbook from eBay when I was 13. Still got the CD.
Still
Are you still 13?
No, I'm 39.
Yo, I'm so old. I got the Anarchist Cookbook on VHS. What up?
I'm a regular CD. Yeah, VHS, man. I don't even know.
What the fuck is a CD?
That's when you see these nuts.
That's back when you had to pay for things on eBay with a money order.
I don't think in my house I have any media player with take physical media.
Isn't that fucked?
You bought shit
I
on
hate that I
eBay with a money order and shit, bro.
No, that was when I was 13.
I hate that I love Spotify.
Yo, Corbett, I got some silver certificates I'd like to sell you. I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say I do have a money collection of sorts, but
Yeah, me too, bro. Me too.
You know what's fucked is I never met anybody from an Indian reservation until I went to rehab, and then I met like 3 people.
The Indians, believe it or not, actually like their meth quite a bit.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. It's not the typical stipulation of freaking oh yeah, them damn Indians drinking their fire water again. Nah, dude. That's like so like 1800s and shit. Nah, nowadays they're all into fucking meth. I think it was the bikers that introduced it to them.
Probably.
Isn't that a
Probably
TV
the
show?
reservation police who introduced it to him.
That's a TV show with what's his name, Walter White.
Okay, so the reservation police are also Indians.
Right. Yeah, technically, yeah. State run, yeah.
No, they literally are.
Literally.
Okay, I'm not going to disagree. I don't have enough information. I just know what it usually seems like.
Indian reservations.
Freeman.
Yeah, dude. Sporgan, Freeman.
Who's that?
Indian reservations are like by the people for. It's like they're their own little. You know. So, reservation police are a bunch of fucking featherheads and shit.
It's an interlocal agreement for military support.
Sup, bro, I was over here driving down the street in freaking Idaho, right? And I was over here at the bar, and then I was over here. Dude, I was over here passing out in my fucking car, and the cops rolled up on me, and I was like passed out in a pile of beer cans in the freaking back of my car in the freaking Walmart parking lot. And they were like, I could hear them talking outside of my fucking car, and they're like, you know, they're like wearing their like Smokey the Bear hats and all this shit. They're like, it's okay, he's white, so we're just gonna freaking.
Was also white.
Like, he's white. I was driving down the street screaming fucking N-words out the window of my car. And the fucking cops pulled me over and they were like, where do you see those at?
Oh my God.
They were like, what? Are you on mushrooms? Where do you see those at? I was just saying. And they're like, okay, cool. Carry on then. You know what I'm saying?
I got some of those.
Dude, that is so fucking funny.
Fucking Idaho, they pull minorities over. They pull minorities over, and they're like, "We need to see your food card." And they're like, "Excuse me?" And they're like, "We need to see the food card for the restaurant where you work at. Are you Mexican or Chinese? We're gonna need to see that food card along with your drivers and your insurance." And well, if you're fucking black, I mean, that kind of narrows it down now, doesn't it? Okay.
Does this one sound like a murder night?
Do you work at a taco shop or a freaking ramen bar by chance? Okay, you're allowed here. Otherwise, get the fuck out of here. Okay. That's why the nickname of this state is Whiteaho. We're freaking 89% freaking snow negroids and shit. You know? You can't make me go back. I'll never go back to your brown zone or wherever the fuck you want me to.
This is why I want to drive trucks. I want to see the rest of the country.
I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm not going. Maybe I'll go to freaking Colorado and see somebody with a tan, but beyond that.
Wow, somebody's old.
No, sir, I don't think I have any use for
No, sir, I don't like it.
Nipple.
Is that Ren and Stimpy?
Best show ever.
have any rubber walrus protectors.
This is a good episode too.
Call the police.
My favorite one is Space Madness.
Oh yeah, yeah. I got the whole cassette tape for the
Don't
first
whiz
season.
on the electric fence.
Don't whiz on the electric fence. Dun, 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 dun. When nature's calling, don't be stalling. Use your common sense before you let it drain. Find a place to strangers. Don't whiz on the electric fence.
So that right there, that's a Bob Clampett cartoon. Ren and Stimpy is. So he had an earlier cartoon called The Beanie and Cecil Show.
Yep.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and that's actually where I got my name from, but it's basically about this like fucked up looking sea serpent named Cecil the C6 sea serpent that would follow around this boy that would wear this like propeller beanie on this ship.
and the know what you're talking about.
Right. Well, the captain looked fucking drunk, dude. It was like one of those like late 70s cartoons, kind of like the Smurfs, where it was like hidden drug messages in it and all this shit. The captain of the ship had like red face all the time, like he was all fucking drunk. And then Cecil acted like he had like he was fucked up and retarded. All that. Anyway, I don't know. I wasn't too impressed, but yeah, one day I was in my friend's house and that show was on, and they're like, "Yeah, dude, you're fucking Cecil. Look at that motherfucker." And it just stuck, like same name since I was 14 years old and shit. Now I'm in my 40s. I just got some free drinks at the bar right now because the bartender couldn't believe. They're like, "Fuck you, you're 40." I'm like, "Yeah, here's my passport." Yeah.
I'm sad.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, take that shit off your face. Maybe it'll help.
Yeah, you
Listen,
may be.
What were you gonna say? Go ahead.
No, just whoever says they're sad, you just may be suffering from what's known as like a temporary installment of what's it called when you're like ingrateful.
This sounds like somebody has freaking electronic diarrhea, and it's like coming out on their mic. But listen, when I tell you that I want a JMO and a ginger back, that means a shot of Jameson and a ginger beer back, not a fucking shot of Jameson and then you mix the fucking ginger beer in there like a gay little fucking cocktail. All right, I ain't drinking that. I mean, you can give that shit to me for free, and she did, right? And her little friend at the bar was fine as fuck too, but it's like, look, when I say JMO and a ginger back, I mean JMO, a shot of Jameson, and a ginger beer back.
My favorite's liquid cocaine, like the drink.
I don't know what that
is. It's rum 151, Seagram 7, 7-Up, and sweet and sour mix, and something else. I said rum 151. I don't know. There's something else in there. I forget what it is.
I have a tendency to stay away from 151. 151 is for people who want to brag about the fact that they drank 151. And like within a couple of those, they're like over there laying on the ground or throwing up in the bathroom. I'm good. Yeah, dude.
I just drink Shine that I make.
Yeah.
It's so strong, like a little teeny tiny sip of it, and you're like feeling good.
I'm all right, man. I try to mitigate. A lot of people in the restaurant industry drink Jameson. I don't really know why that is, but it's kind of like the industry standard drink.
I only drink to get rid of kidney stones. That's it.
I have some dental pain issues that are like kind of like off and on, and I should just like go to the dentist and have them taken care of. But
yeah, my ex-wife tricked me into that when I was 24, and I regretted it. She had me take all my teeth out so she wouldn't. Well, her agenda was so no one would like me. So, but I already had fucked up teeth from Agent Orange that I inherited anyway.
Well, see, it's supposed to be the other way around. You're supposed to have her take all of her teeth out so she can give you the gummer, you know, which is like the boss.
Right. No, I don't know. I bit my tongue off when I was little, and it had to grow back together using like ice and shit. And not many people know you could do that. I wouldn't think of it, but now my tongue grew back slightly shorter than normal, so not having teeth can really help you get in there sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I'm doing pretty good, man. We're supposed to have 8 molars. I've got like 5.5. I'm on natural levels of tooth decay for my age, you know?
Oh, my front teeth look great. I had them reconstructed. It was just the back teeth, and she somehow talked me into it. I don't know. But she turned out to be a con artist, and I got woke up by U.S. Marshals one morning.
The back teeth are the first to go because your salivary glands are back there, and it causes a seal that
and I only drink pop too, so.
Yeah, I'd never. That's the thing. Like my Monster energy drink drinking is like a recent thing. It's very recent, like within the last year or two. Okay,
Will turn rock hard if you let it sit out for a week.
Yeah, when growing up, I never drank soda. Okay, it was always bottled water. Okay, so like I haven't been exposed to all this high fructose corn syrup. Now
I structure and I do the water structuring thing. I'm looking for a way to remineralize and take out dissolved solids, but I use a gravity filter system like the Big Berkey. But yeah, on my channel, there's like a poor man's guide to restructuring water. That costs you about $50 worth of stuff on Amazon, and you can get some really like it'll restructure. It does the whole vortex thing. You use sound frequencies like from I forget his name, the guy that did Emoto. Those tests that he did with like intention on water. It's basically the same thing whenever you pump in a signal. I got those little what are they called? They're little copper things that are like basically speakers. I forget what they're called. But anyway, it's all on the video. But yeah, you build one of those things and the water is amazing. Even bottled water has an improvement, like a great improvement.
I'm sorry, I haven't been paying attention. I'm sorry, structured water?
Yeah. Like basically all the water that comes out the tap, like or just most water, it's all dead. Like the structure, the atomic structure isn't like lined up properly, and because it's been recycled, it's been run through all kinds of chemicals, everything else, and who knows what energy was going into the water whenever through its life process. So
can you make money selling this?
Probably. I know a ton of people that do it on the regular, like have machines that are way more expensive than mine.
Drink bleach, but what the hell is structured water? Come on, I'm sorry to be.
It puts a structure back how like say whenever you get something out of a mountain stream, it's considered living water, and
so. The H2O molecule has, you've got your oxygen in the middle, you got your two hydrogens. There's a very specific bond angle. I think it's like 22 point something degrees. It's always that. It doesn't change. That's how a molecule works. Like how do you restructure? If you restructure the molecule, it wouldn't be water anymore.
When you like say you put have you saw the Emoto experiments?
Is he the guy who sort of thought happy thoughts like when making ice crystals? Like you can like
Yeah,
change it.
like you can actually look at the water molecules and stuff, and they will look different under a microscope depending on the intentions that were put on it. And it works the same way with frequency. You can be healthier from it. It's made a noticeable difference in my household. I just wish I knew how to remineralize because we use tap water and the Berkey filters.
Time out. A water molecule looks like a water molecule. If it looks different than a water molecule, it's not a water molecule.
Its makeup is the same, but like,
No,
like the
very
same thing with the
specific shape.
snowflakes. You can see those and they'll look different.
Well, they develop because of that's crystallization is a little bit more a complicated concept, but water molecules are water molecules. They have a very specific shape because of polar
But
bonding.
they also carry energy, and the energy can make them appear different, even if they're not chemically different. There's huge experiments on it. You can look up the Emoto experiments, and
any molecule carries energy because by definition,
I could be explaining it wrong.
atoms
That's
are in
what I'm
motion.
saying. Check it out.
In fact, the temperature of water is based on the kinetic energy of water molecules, but they don't change shape. That can't happen. It just can't happen. Doesn't make any sense.
I'm probably explaining it wrong. Just if you want to pull up the Emoto experiments and
No, I'm aware of that. You didn't know what he was talking about. It's all poppycock.
I don't know. It's observable, so like you can repeat it.
For example, you said the water which comes out of the tap is dead. I don't want to drink water that's living. You know what? Water that's living has algae in it. It's bad. That's bad.
You
for
can
the human
filter
body.
it.
It's bad for the human
I
body.
drink spring water straight from the spring. It tastes a little bit or smells a little bit like rotten eggs, all that stuff, but it's perfectly great for you.
It sounds like rotten eggs is because evolution has sort of trained us like we don't put things which smell bad in our mouth because it's bad. That's why
But
shit smells like shit.
Fresh mountain spring water is pretty good for you.
Fresh
Or
water
not.
in general is good for you, but you could easily filter water using a carbon filter or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
There's no
Do
such
that.
thing as living water. Water is not alive. Water is a very specific molecule, which is H2O. And of course, if you drink distilled water, it's actually bad for you. You never want to drink distilled water.
Agreed.
You want to drink water with molecules in it. I'm sorry, with additives in it, minerals.
Mineralized, yeah.
Yeah, and in fact, that's why distilled water tastes bad to us. Drinking distilled water is very bad for your health.
I don't drink any water.
But no, you can't structure water. Water is just water. It's just water.
All right. Like I know a ton of scientists that
I will
disagree,
say this.
but
If you want to believe that the water you're drinking is better, that has its own benefits.
it tastes
but-
different.
May
even.
I?
But water is water is water. The
May I?
molecule of water is one specific shape. It's nothing else.
May I?
Can't change the shape of it.
May I? There is a thing known as H2O, which you get out of your tap water and your rivers and your lakes.
H2O is water. 2 hydrogens, 1 oxygen.
Do I need you to help me explain what I'm saying? I
Well,
just
all
said,
water is H2O. I mean,
I just said no. I
you said
just said
H2O comes out of your tap. H2O
I
is
said
H2O is H2O.
H2O is the water that comes out of your tap, your
Also
river.
the water in the ocean.
Do you have any decency or respect to just shut the fuck up?
No, because you're talking poppycock. You're trying to convince
Oh,
me
I
that
am? You
H2O
won't
is
even
not
let me
H2O.
finish speaking. You seem to know what the fuck I'm saying and won't even fucking let me say it.
Well, I do know that H2O is water. It's
Okay,
not
then let me
unique to the
fucking
tap.
finish. I think that's a basic that a third grader understands.
Oh, are you triggered?
No.
Let's
Let's understand your disrespect.
I know, because it's generally as an adult. I thought
Listen,
you
does
should know
everybody
these
else
basic
have a
facts.
right to know? Or do you insist on interjecting and refusing them the opportunity to
No,
learn
I just
something?
interject to make sure that your science is correct. That's all.
Then let me explain it. Because everybody likes them nice vegetables and fruits, right? You can scientifically check it out. That is known as H3O2. You ignorant fuck.
H3O2 is not the same thing as H2O.
It is water. It is liquid crystals. Lyotropics.
No, it's not.
Lyotropics. Read up on it. Learn about crystals.
That's not water.
You wanted to bring crystals into it. You don't even know the first thing about liquid
You don't
crystals
even know what
either.
water is.
Evidently.
You're going to lecture me on water?
Everything has a crystalline structure, including water.
No,
Even
it
does it
doesn't.
have a fourth state of matter also?
When ice forms, it doesn't crystallize. If you take a ice cube,
It takes
doesn't
upon
form
a
a very
hard
nice crystalline
crystal.
structure.
It takes upon a hard crystal form, just like rocks do as
No,
they
it
get smushed down and
doesn't.
become diamonds.
No, it doesn't.
You
Snowflakes
can't under the right
crystallize.
conditions. Like, I think plasma has to be involved, doesn't it?
I'm sorry. Are you guys trolling me? Like, do you really not understand this?
No, I think he's just only learned in school and haven't learned unindoctrinated
I learned
knowledge.
this in like 4th grade. What the frack are you talking about?
That's the
Water is H2O. Water is a very specific molecule. It's got 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen. Anything without 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen is not water. For example, hydrogen peroxide is H2O2. Not
Have you heard
water.
about the fourth state of matter with water?
Then you have heavy water, which is
It can
used
be
in
made
nuclear reactors.
to look
What is
gold,
interesting
but
is
still be
you can actually
H2O.
take heavy water, or like tritium.
You can have straight H2O and do something to it with plasma, and it'll turn it gold, silverish
You're no
color.
longer talking about water. If you got 3 hydrogens, that's not water. That's a different molecule.
It's H2O with the plasma like added to it to make it turn into the fourth state. It turns it goldish like metallic color.
Well, water is
I
not
saw
a
the
metal.
experiment right before my eyes
not a
more than
metal.
once. It's not a metal. It still has the properties of water. It's just gold and
I'm sorry
metallic
that
looking.
it's so controversial, but I'm just going to say a bold statement that water consists of 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen. And if you think otherwise, you're an idiot.
Right? That's not what I just said, though.
No, I'm not saying that's you. I'm just saying in general. If you don't believe that H2O is water, you're stupid. I'm not even going to explain why. H3O2 is not water. There's no such thing as another form of water.
Yeah, but Nick, you're like a small penis black person.
I suppose. You know what? If that's what you're going to call me, that's fine. But water is H2O, 2 hydrogens, 1 oxygen.
Okay, but do you understand that there are different levels of molecular structure to H2O?
Okay. Do you know the difference between let's say a sulfide and a sulfate?
Yes, the number of molecules are present.
A molecule.
That's not what I was talking about. You have different.
H3O2 is not water. It's not water. It's not water.
Okay. All right. So you've got
Okay,
H2O.
maybe I jumped the gun. I just wanted to establish that water, by definition, is H2O. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Maybe I
Right.
missed it.
You've got different levels of molecular structure, architecture, where
you don't.
you're saying oh, it's at 22 degrees. Well, that's the one that human beings are capable of drinking. There's different molecular architectures to H2O.
No, there isn't. The reason why H2O has the shape has to do a lot with the electron orbitals of hydrogen and the types of orbitals around oxygen. They're very specific. They don't change.
What are you talking about? Orbitals.
Water is okay, I'm sorry. Do we not understand that a atom has protons, neutrons, and electrons?
I don't believe
we have to
that
start
little
with that.
balls bumping around make up reality because it doesn't make logical sense. I get what I can tell you about.
What do you mean it doesn't make logical sense? What the frick are you talking about?
I mean, it doesn't make logical sense. A bunch of little balls bumping and grinding around like a dance or something, making up reality. It's
They have
ridiculous.
orbitals. That's what they're called. They're called
Yeah,
Plus, we never actually seen.
quantum mechanics.
the molecules.
We're applying this for people that don't know what they're talking about. 100%.
You've got H2O where the hydrogen molecules are all opposite each other.
What water is.
You got H2O where the hydrogen molecules are looking like fucking Mickey Mouse ears and shit.
It does kind of look like that. Yep, it does kind of look like that.
I think it's hydrogen stacked.
That's a good example. That a water molecule, I could see how it looks like Mickey Mouse ears. It does actually look.
But you also got H2O where the freaking hydrogen molecules are like gay and they're like on top of each other with the fucking oxygen molecule, you know? It's different.
I've never seen that, but that would be kind of funny.
Levels of molecular architecture.
I don't know what molecular architecture means.
Okay, well, you've got a lot of different variants of H2O.
No, you don't. There's one molecule. It's called H2O. We commonly call it as water.
You're telling me that those hydrogen molecules are only at 22 degrees.
Hydrogen is not a molecule. Hydrogen is an element, not a molecule.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to play semantics with you, bro. Can you answer the question?
It's an important distinction between a molecule and an atom. They're two different things.
Okay. You know
sorry
what I mean, though, right?
Here, but this is like shit you should have done.
So relative to the oxygen molecule, or atom, or whatever the fuck you want to call it,
atom,
the hydrogen atoms are only at 22 degrees?
Yes. Only.
You're hella fucking gay and wrong about that.
You know what? As a scientist, I don't actually always want to be right. I want to be proven wrong. Please.
Okay, but you admit that you're being gay, though.
If understanding what water is makes me gay, then okay.
Well, no, but you gravitated towards the freaking being right instead of the other.
You tell me. If you stick two hydrogen atoms onto a atom of oxygen, how do they not bend like that?
It could be 180 degrees.
How that happens?
They could be 180 degrees apart from each other.
How many electrons are in hydrogen? In neutral hydrogen, how many electrons are there? One. And how many in neutral oxygen? How many electrons do you have?
I think it's 7.
I should know. 7 or 8. I think it might be 8. Okay, so you kind of do understand some of it. Well done. Now, this has a lot to do with the way water forms. For example, the molecule now, but it's got if you do like CO2 is straight. So you've got carbon in the middle, 2 oxygens, and there's no bending between the bonds.
Yeah, bro, that's what I'm talking about is straight chemistry, not
so
something.
Carbon dioxide is straight, and
weird chemistry like you're talking about over there. Fucking
not straight.
Mickey Mouse, fucking water.
It's not straight.
Fag shit. I'm not playing
That's
that.
water for you. That's water for you. It's a little bit flamboyant.
No. All right.
It is. It's bent.
No.
Yes, it is.
Alcohol is like CH4, I believe, or something.
Molecule. I don't know.
Or H4. Where the fuck did Wizard go? I know he knows this like off the top of his head and shit. Alcohol is a hydrocarbon. Come on, dude.
Is
We're
it?
talking.
That I actually don't know. I don't think alcohol is a hydrocarbon.
Listen, original, you could run a 60 Ford pickup off of freaking methanol. So yes, it is.
Which is the one you're not supposed to drink? Ethanol is the one you can drink, and methanol is the one which like kind of kills you, right?
Right, but you can run. You can run an automobile off of either one of those too.
Yeah, there's a lot of stored energy in it, in the chemical bonds, and then when you burn them, those chemical bonds break, and you get heat, and we can do heat. We get a lot of energy out of them.
Pour some freaking ethanol straight in the carburetor of a 1964 Chevy.
Unfortunately, we can't really burn water because there's So who's Gary?
Unless-
Magnetized water construction. Let's talk about that for a second. Is water paramagnetic?
What?
It says magnetized water construction. I don't know what that means.
Well, if you separate the oxygen and the hydrogen molecule, obviously,
yes, that you can do. That you can do.
You can use one to burn the other, right?
Yeah. It's better. It's actually better to separate the hydrogen molecules because you're going to get a lot more energy out of the hydrogen than you're going to get out of the oxygen. It's what a fuel cell is.
Right.
Or if you've ever seen those videos, like if you take a clump of sodium and you throw it in water while it explodes, because it rips the hydrogen out off of the oxygen, and it's an exothermic reaction, and the heat ignites the hydrogen, and it goes boom. It's really fun.
So, hold on.
I just want to know what the hell structured water is. Like, I'm fascinated.
But wait, hold on. Pure sodium metal, they keep that in oil so it doesn't get exposed to oxygen, right?
Well, so it doesn't get exposed to water. Because if you put sodium in, it's going to want to make NaOH. So it's going to rip off a hydrogen, and then it's also an exothermic reaction, and hydrogen and heat tend to go Hindenburg on us. So
right. So if you throw solid sodium,
even in the atmosphere, there's water. I mean, we've got water vapor falling.
If you
around.
throw solid sodium into water, it blows up.
Potassium is actually better. It's more fun, but it does the same thing. It makes potassium hydroxide.
Well, potassium is used in gunpowder. So, I mean, we know that is.
Also, your heart depends on potassium because it sort of regulates the electrical impulses. And in fact, that's why they say you shouldn't have too much salt because that's how you get a heart attack.
Hold on. Your nervous system is dependent upon both sodium and potassium. And there's a lot of nerve heart rate.
See, the thing with distilled water, there's this, a lot of kids think that water is a really good conductor of electricity. It's actually a really bad conductor. It's the electrolytes in water which actually conduct electricity. Like if you stood in distilled water and like threw a hairdryer in a tub of distilled water, it probably won't kill you. Water is a very bad conductor of electricity, but the electrolytes inside it are very good. And since your nervous system operates, and I mean, we're 80% water, that's why, we got to drink our electrolytes and monitor our sodium level, because if you have too much, then it screws everything up.
You probably hate Ken Wheeler, don't you?
I still want to know what structured water is.
You just check out the video I have, or watch the Emoto. Hold on.
You mentioned that multiple times. I'm well aware of and I'm putting air quotes right now, as experiments.
But you can do his experiments with the same results he did.
No, you can't.
You can. I've done it myself. There's been channels that do it.
I mean, this is what's great about science is the universe is not what we want it to be. It is just is, and this stuff doesn't work.
We co-create reality, in my opinion.
That's my point. It's an opinion, but the evidence.
Well, I mean, you can prove it technically, like that. There's only the 3,000 or 3 trillion ticks a nanosecond.
No, but basic science doesn't make any sense. You can't restructure water. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, you can't make an H2O molecule. You can't restructure it into something else. It's not water anymore.
Opinion. Till you prove this opinion, bitch. You ain't gonna be proving no.
Well, I mean,
either a fact or an opinion.
I probably aren't scientific, but okay.
Fucking knock your ass out. Try to tell me my facts or opinions, bro.
Yeah, but I know how to make gunpowder because I know a thing or two about chemistry.
Yeah, charcoal, potassium nitrate, and sulfur.
Yeah, well, I can make smoke.
You want to fuck around? All right.
Actually, I'm somewhat impressed with your chemistry skills.
The molecules don't have to be completely aligned perfectly, do
you don't understand the difference between H2O and H3O2. Two different molecules.
The only thing that matters is HH. If you got two H's right next to each other, you know what I'm saying? Shit.
2 hydrogens next to it. So the basic hydrogen is
My dick is this big. All right, my dick is like this fucking tall. Right. You know
Well, I know how thermonuclear burn works, which is taking 2 hydrogen, which is basically 2 protons, sticking them together and generating energy. So how do you overcome the
Do you
Coulomb
believe
force?
in antigravitics?
I'll stick my proton in her magnetron and freaking we'll get some freaking.
I was asking if you believe in antigravitics.
It totally worked.
Fuck yeah.
I said, you want to see if I accelerate her? She's like, yeah. And then I have to just show it to her. And then it's like, oh, yeah. No. All I'm trying to say is you can't. There's only one structure of an H2O molecule. That's it. Just one.
Do you believe in antigravitics?
I don't even know what that is.
I'm guessing you didn't watch the whistleblower stuff where they were briefing Congress on anti-gravity devices.
Is this when they pretended that we were playing the whole UFO game?
Not all of it's pretend. There were some real whistleblowers there, and I know a few of them in your life. But they were briefed on antigravitics. I'm not talking about like
You want to talk about conspiracies? You guys who are into conspiracies so brought up that those were actually aliens. Do you think the
military
Navy would
members
actually
testified before
anything?
Congress?
Well, do me a favor. Look up on YouTube a kinetic kill vehicle.
You got any flute blowers? You got any flute blowers, bro? You can fucking come here and blow my flute right now, motherfucker.
I have a plumbus. I have a plumbus.
You got any fucking
plumbus?
flute?
I have a plumbus. I know how to make a really good plumbus.
Yeah, I bet you want to blow this flute right now, motherfucker. Shit.
Gong for this one.
When you say anti-gravitic, I assume you're talking about this sort of hypothetical particle which we haven't really shown exists, called a graviton, and an anti-graviton, so it can make stuff float.
Everything based off Einsteinian tech is bunk. Like Einstein, what the few things he was right about, he stole from other people and plagiarized, and
right there?
that's
Explain to
documented.
me what
And
Einsteinian
everything
tech
else.
is. What is Einsteinian tech?
Basically, I meant like basically any physics that derived from anything Einstein said, with the exception
Einstein
of
didn't
like E
believe in
equals
quantum
MC squared
mechanics.
and a few other things. I know the whole quantum mechanics thing is bunk. It's based on bad math, because math always works out no matter what, even if you start with the wrong input data. And that's what almost all of modern theoretical physics is based off of. There's no such thing as other dimensions. There's no such thing as quantum. Unless you're talking quantum being smaller than a certain size.
Well, let's look at your data. Why is quantum mechanics bunk? Explain to me why light is not actually both a wave and a particle.
Light doesn't move. Light does not move. It is the perturbation of another medium by another source. I mean,
light doesn't travel through a medium. It travels through space-time itself.
Light doesn't move at all. The whole space-time thing and the whole fabric of space-time is like the bunkest things I've ever heard of.
Why, when you shine light, it behaves both like a wave and a particle?
Because it's
in other words,
not
explain to me Young's experiment and why it's wrong.
Science.
Explain to me why Young's experiment is wrong.
I don't know who Young is, but I can tell you that
experiment which shows that light is both a wave and a particle. The beginning of all.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that's wrong at all, but I'm saying that
some
it
quantum
doesn't
mechanics
move.
is wrong then.
I'm saying it is a perturbation of another medium, being the ether.
Okay, how are you? Oh, are we really back to the ether? So you know, the
it's provable and it's understandable by anybody.
Michelson died believing that his experiment was incorrect. That
Dude, the ether was the standard up until like modern times. Like,
yeah, because it doesn't exist, and
it does though. It's provably
Michelson himself, who believed in the ether, his very own experiments showed that it cannot exist.
And Tesla proved it does.
Tesla didn't do anything.
The whole world energy grid thing.
You calm down talking shit about Tesla there, motherfucker. Okay. We was Vikings, all right?
We was great cars.
We was
No,
wave
Michelson
particles.
experiment showed. In fact, if you want to believe that there's still an ether, let's just say there still is, then
There
you would
is.
Well,
say
what do you
that the
call all
entire
this
universe
around
is
us? Like,
encapsulated by it. And in some ways, us physicists have said that light travels through the medium of space itself. So if you want to call that,
well,
if you
if
want to
light
call
could
that the
travel,
ether, that's
then the
fine.
amount of power that a cell phone would take to see at its maximum visible distance by anything, that it's not because the light's traveling, but it would take something the size of a nuclear power plant to make
No, it
that
wouldn't.
phone be
Do
able
you know
to
what the energy
go
level?
that
How
far
do you
for the
calculate
maximum
the
battery
energy level
time.
of a photon? It's E equals H times F, or Planck's constant multiplied by the frequency of that electromagnetic wave. Now, Planck's constant
Can we
is like 3
physically
point
see
something
something at
times
that
10
level,
to the
though?
negative 34.
Or
It's
is
a
it
really
theoretical?
small number. And a really small number multiplied by another small number gives you a really small number. That's why lasers don't act the way we see in sci-fi, because
Our science
the amount of
hasn't
energy in a
gone
photon is
beyond
actually pretty low.
point source technology, i.e., lasers. Like,
Well, lasers
all of
are
our technology
coherent
is based on laser technology. Right now, to this day, we haven't advanced since a laser was invented.
What?
If you want a better explanation, go check out Ken Wheeler.
What the hell are you talking about? I don't think
They're
you know anything about.
They're using lasers to remove tattoos. They're using lasers to
No,
freaking
I'm saying like
E equals
every
H, yeah.
aspect of
I have a
technology to
5 watt
this
laser
day
which
is
can light
based on
cigarettes
point
away.
source technology.
Yeah, I know what a laser is. I mean, we now use free electron lasers to shoot down missiles. Big deal.
Yeah, I mean, there's laser technology basically making all of our computers function in different ways. It's all point source technology, not necessarily lasers.
Okay, what do you mean by point source technology? What does that even mean?
I just look it up. I'm not a math person. I'm not a science person. I just know what
Not
I've
to be an
seen
a-hole,
proven.
but I mean, if you're going to make
I'm
these bold
autodidactic. I'm
statements that
self-taught, so I
quantum
don't know all
mechanics
your
doesn't
fancy
exist,
college
and you can restructure water, you kind of need
words.
to know what you're talking about. I mean, sure, I can tell
Well-
you how we can travel faster than the
Well,
speed
I
of
know
light
what I'm
by
talking about,
reading
but I
my
don't know
Star
the
Trek novels.
terminology because I'm
But
not
if you don't know, if you don't have the
indoctrinated through
fundamentals of
college.
this, don't act like an expert.
I'm
Because
not acting like an expert. I just know it works.
No, you don't know it works.
Corbett,
I do because I do experiments.
hold
I'm
on,
just
though.
not an indoctrinated asshole.
Hold on, Corbett. It's because you're not gay, right?
I mean,
Possibly.
and then you hide behind the fact that you
There
don't
you
know
go. There you
quantum mechanics, going, well, I'm not indoctrinated. But in reality, you don't actually want to put in the work and learn the advanced math.
No, I've been there. I've been there with the actual experimentation. All this theoretical
Have you?
shit based on
Okay, so
Einstein.
explain to me the Michelson
is
Morley experiment.
All these
I don't know
fucking.
who he is.
You've already.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, calm down. It's all these fucking queers that want to act like they know everything all the fucking time. You don't know shit. Okay.
I know nothing, but I do know a little bit about H2O and about quantum mechanics.
Yeah, but you still don't know about.
This is just
You
basic
still don't
knowledge.
know about molecular architecture, and you don't know about the fact that all hydrogen molecules relative to the oxygen molecule are not always at
Is why I'm discounting you, because hydrogen is
believe
an
in dark
element, not a
dark matter?
molecule.
This is like some gay shit, dude.
Do you
It's
believe
like
in dark
not.
matter?
I'm sorry. Do I
I was
believe in what?
asking him if he believes in dark matter. Like this big search for dark matter they got going on at like CERN and shit.
I'm sure you've heard that astrophysicists talk about this thing called dark matter. What do you think it is? What do you think it is when we talk
Negative space.
So we don't actually know
It's
what
just-
dark matter is.
Actually it's been explained plenty of times. It's a
we
shadow
don't know what
when
it is.
two particles hit together so
so-
hard they create a shadow that is basically negative space from the impact of those whatever particles hitting so hard that it creates a microscopic space that is basically forced out of space, like and out of the ether and into negative space for a split
let
second.
me
That's
ask you
why it
this.
fades so quickly and they can't detect it because it's a shadow.
Let me ask you
Dark,
this. You wanna know
dark
what
matter.
is?
Dark matter is like RuPaul's dick and shit.
I mean, I can explain to you what dark matter is, but you're gonna have to be quiet for like 3 minutes so I can explain it to you.
Dark matter's like RuPaul's dick. Go ahead.
So, the universe, so if we take Newtonian mechanics, things behave in certain ways, which includes, like, you got to have a certain amount of mass, you got to have this. Now, of course, the total amount of mass of the universe is constant. However, we do observe galaxies and other galactic universal structures, which are behaving in such a way where there should be more mass than we actually can observe. So we've sort of just put in this mystical term we call dark matter.
Make
we
up
call it
stuff,
dark
you mean.
because we say that it's matter because it should have mass, but we can't see it. And that's what we call dark matter. Do we know what dark matter is? No, we have no idea what it is. Nothing. We have no idea. It's kind of also like when we look out at the edge of the universe, it seems to be expanding faster than the speed of light. And even if your ether theory is correct,
maybe that whole thing is based on nonsense to begin with, and math always works out. So all this theoretical stuff is why you have to keep adding more onto it. You have to keep adding onto it and making up new shit just to fill the holes. Whenever the whole ether paradigm made it completely easy, and there was no holes.
You're absolutely correct about this. And I had this argument with some flat earther, and he clearly missed the mark on this. So first of all, there are a lot of things about the universe we don't understand how it works. Our basic understanding of how mass behaves with space-time, and how mass creates gravity and blah blah blah. There is not enough mass in the universe to account for what we observe. And so, therefore, there must be what we think.
Which means it's probably all wrong.
Which has mass, which we just cannot see. Because we cannot see it, we call it dark matter. We don't know what it is. We don't know what it is. That's all.
What about the NASA scientist that was on a show talking about how the center of our planet was a big black hole, and that if we had to create a small black hole on the planet or the surface of the planet, that it would just get sucked and not harm a thing down to the center of the planet.
Is there a specific topic you want to talk about, or are you just gonna parrot garbage you've learned on the internet?
Well, you're just parroting garbage yourself that can't be proven.
Scientists are just indoctrinated. No, we actually go out and find research and find
your
evidence.
Face is garbage.
Stuff which you've heard on the
Your
internet.
face
Since
is garbage.
2017, there has been no real research out there on the internet. They wiped all the good shit off.
Dark matter. Dark matter. Dark matter can only be found. Dark matter. Dark matter can only be found inside of Shaquille O'Neal's athletic supporter. Bitch.
If you actually studied the real science, you would find it much more fascinating, much more intriguing.
The real science.
I started out doing it, and it didn't make sense. There's too many holes.
The real science. This guy's a leftist square. You're fucking the real science.
I think it
you probably touch little children.
I do what I can use in everyday life, and
learn the real stuff.
I understand it.
Put the effort in. Actually learn about it.
The real science.
I don't sit behind my desk. I actually do it.
Or continue out through life thinking that H2O can have different shapes.
The real science, comrade.
Well, it's different after you do those things, and it works, and it can't just be a.
No, it doesn't.
It does. Have you tried it?
You're basically telling me that 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2.
Well, if we co-create reality,
that's
and there's
a straw man. That's a straw man argument.
There's a trillion pulses of reality a second. And
that's a fucking straw man.
The only thing that exists is at this exact moment.
Science is a cold and unforgiving bitch. It just is.
And your understanding of it is flawed.
It doesn't care what we believe.
I've seen the laws of reality change. Just
now,
because
I think some of us with simple minds
I've watched
don't
spoon bending circles. I've been in
that.
spoon bending circles.
And you're gay and you like to fuck dogs.
Science
okay.
Is
okay, so
it's only hard if you make it that way.
It's hard for me. Okay, but the thing is, you just got to learn it. But it's a lot easier to listen to morons on the internet and then act intelligent, going, I can make structured water.
I've been practicing stuff like this for a long time. I taught myself.
I can build.
Or you cannot be homosexual.
Which can trap ghosts as well.
Or you can be straight and like
I
girls.
Can explain ghosts in using Horcruxes from Harry Potter.
Yeah, and
But
yeah, I
and
think they'll
energy.
become. I mean, if you actually, I mean, and honestly, I guarantee you that the real science, real quantum mechanics, is so much more interesting.
Right. But you know
It
what's
doesn't make any sense.
you know what's more interesting than that is fucking vagina and the things that are attached
So let
to
me
it.
ask you this, Corbett.
Like
Most things,
girls
when
and
we go
shit,
from
you know.
when they change states, like going from a gas to a liquid to a solid, they become denser and denser and denser. Why does water become less dense when it becomes a solid?
Because water is the most unique thing in the universe.
Well, why?
I don't know exactly why. I just know
We don't
it's
know
got
why.
a
We
fourth
studied
state.
it. We don't know why. You have no idea.
I know that whenever you structure it with certain frequencies, that it does change the
Hey, what does
effects,
that
and
mean
it
with certain
even
frequencies?
improves health.
What do you mean? So frequency is just how you measure a wave. So what kind of waves are you
The
using?
entire universe is
Yeah, but
powered by
frequencies of
sound.
what? Like frequencies, sound waves, electromagnetic waves, quantum. What are you talking about?
I use a what are those little
Frequencies
things
of
called?
measurement. It's
It's
like
almost
saying
like a
we're dealing with a
diaphragm
bunch of
with a
kilometers.
metal copper little circle on the back and
Okay,
two
so
wires. What are
sound
those
waves.
called?
Sound waves, pressure waves.
Diode.
Well, no, they're.
You've got electrode and diode.
I can't remember what the things are called because I'm stoned as hell right now. But anyway, they're like little tiny flat speakers, right, in copper backs.
So
And
pressure
you put
wave.
that onto the
Oh,
you
those
put
are
that
called
onto
leads.
the metal pan that the water is in, or whatever it is that's vortexing your water, and
No, I
you
understand what you're
put the
saying. I just want to
frequencies through on
confirm
one of the
you're
the
talking
little
about sound waves, right?
yes. Well,
Pressure wave.
I'm guessing sound waves are what's coming. It's like a frequency, yeah, a wave.
Yeah, so you're making
Sound
sound.
wave that's vibrating through metal. Yes.
Yeah, because I mean, red light also has a frequency, but it's not sound. Okay, sound is a very specific type of wave. It's a pressure wave which travels through the medium
Right.
of
And the
matter.
frequency
For
is what I would
example,
set it
air,
to, right?
liquid, or a solid.
God damn, I wish her voice didn't have a fucking frequency around these panels.
So
The problem
exactly how does sound affect water?
the problem, Corbett, is that he is like one of these guys that likes to, you know, have sex with other men, and he doesn't understand the wave form of when a man wants to be with a woman type of thing. Like that usually happens in the area of like a bar where they serve alcoholic beverages. You know what I mean?
Nick, what's your opinion on like Reiki natural healing?
There's this girl that always talks about it. Her name's Reagan Keeley. Do you know who I'm talking about? I got her CD right here.
I have a friend who has like they actually have their own practice. They do that Reiki healing stuff, and
Probably fucking fat.
I have an agreement with her that
Probably fucking
I don't tell her patients that she
Fat
doesn't know
buffalo bitch. Fat. Okay. She's probably fucking a land whale and shit. Reagan Keeley though, dude.
I've never heard of her.
I don't believe in snake oil salesmen.
Okay, well, I'm not talking about freaking fat liberal bitches that want to talk and grift about freaking, you know, fucking money on the internet. But Reagan Keeley,
I sound like a minion. I think I do anyway.
some fucking buffalo bitch. Fucking, my name's Mango. I'm a light worker. You want to do some ketamine? Yeah, fuck that shit.
No, I was trained by someone in the Andes mountains. Actually, like he was trained by the most famous don in the 21st century, Don,
water
or teacher.
Uh-huh.
And also, I'm also a Reiki master and teacher. And
okay, yeah, I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, have you seen the studies
basically,
where
I sometimes even infuse the water with the same energy that
the outcomes are exactly the same.
all right, check this out then. Here's my story. The guy that taught me, and we went out and attuned about 8 other people in my house. There were 2 full moons that month. We were doing a head washing ceremony.
Okay.
It's from the Andes. It's traditional. And we put a little pouch with certain herbs in it on his head. He had to sleep with it every day until the next full moon after the first one. But we did, all of us that were Reiki masters did Reiki, and the shamanic healer, he just did his drum and chant thing, and we all put our energy into this guy. All right, let me rewind a bit. The dude had incurable brain cancer to the point where it was wrapped around his brain stem, pressing on his brain to where he was losing consciousness constantly. And his doctor said he had 6 months left to live. He's my best friend. And I told him that I could hook him up with this situation. He agreed to it because he was desperate. He was losing consciousness all the time. Like, he shouldn't be alive today. But
It's called sleep.
after the 2 months of a few hours of doing this procedure on those full moons, he went to his next doctor's appointment visit, and it had shrunk to the size of a pea from almost the size of a grapefruit to where his skull was deformed before. And the doctor just dropped his file on the floor. He couldn't believe it because malignant tumors like that don't shrink in the period of a month, don't shrink that dramatically, and it was suddenly operable.
Yep.
Explain that.
Do you know what tumors are? It's actually candida. It's a type of fungus, and sometimes they give you magical psychic powers and shit. But listen, I put my pouch up against her freaking brown pucker and freaking entered my wand into her mossy cave and shit. It was fucking magic.
I can heal a sprained ankle in less than 10 minutes.
No, actually, there is a legitimate science to show that,
It's like Qigong,
especially
yes.
with terminal ill cancer patients, that the placebo effect is real. It's real.
Oh no! Well, how I already explained this. The first person who brought Usui Reiki to America from Japan, the very first person, she basically went into this guy's place at some point shortly before she started writing books about it because she was convinced to. But she was just a nobody. She had this vision of someone that she had been working with and went to his apartment, and he was dead of a heart attack for like 45 minutes, and she used Reiki and brought him back to life.
Yeah, I'm going to call shenanigans on that because that's also
No,
what
it's documented.
but-
It's documented
but-
medically.
well,
Like
documented.
that's why the
You
huge
understand-
wings. That's why
You know
wings
what,
of hospitals have those in
okay,
big cities.
Do you know
I
what
knew this.
anecdotal-
I knew this fine ass blonde hooker. Her fucking
Do you know what
pimp was.
anecdotal evidence means?
Dude, you know, like when you're a hooker's
There were
pimp, was like
Anecdotal evidence.
ODing
but
on the fucking eighth.
The placebo effect is actually repeatable. There is
She
some
sucked
stuff
it.
that
Can you
don't
do the
know why it
placebo
happens.
effect if you're already dead?
She sucked his dick so
people are
good,
wise
she
for the
brought
day.
him back
why
from the
I'm probably
fucking
both
heroin overdose and shit, bro.
People don't
It's
rise from the dead.
documented, like
No, it's
by
not
a witness
documented.
and the
that's
coroner
stupid.
that came in.
That's
There's
a blonde.
Yes, that's why they have Reiki wings at major hospitals.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you want to believe that, that's fine. But then you also believe in structured water.
I
But
know there's
will
Reiki
say
wings
this,
at
though,
major
that the
hospitals.
placebo effect, though, is a real thing, and absolutely it works. In fact, there are cases
And that's only
where it
because
is
we co-create
actually-
reality.
It is actually a good therapy. I agree with it. I mean, there are
We
things I
totally
do
co-create
which are
reality.
probably
We could change the laws of everything, as far as I know, except for time, just by the majority of the planet believing one
What
thing. If you
time
give me
has to do
5
with
minutes,
this? You're
if you
jumping
give
from
me
one
5
topic
minutes
to
on,
another to another to another. It's not making any sense to me.
that's because you can't see the connection. There's a connection in all things.
Well, yeah, there's space time, X, Y, and Z.
Space time isn't a real thing,
Except that it is.
except that it's only theoretical.
Do you know what theoretical means?
It means someone's got an educated guess, but it could be based off of bad input
An
math in the
educated
first
guess
place.
is what we call a hypothesis, not a theory.
All right, then
There's a big difference.
then define it.
So a scientific theory is a collection of facts that lead to a conclusion.
Oh, you just said a theory. You didn't say a scientific theory.
Okay, well, then I misunderstood. But you said an educated guess. You call that a theory, but that's called a hypothesis.
All right,
You know
so
the difference between a theory and a hypothesis?
both. Well, I know both are basically one is provable, one's not.
No, that's not the difference between the two. Hypothesis
so
is
far,
an
all
educated
the-
guess, and then you go out and you search for evidence, and then the evidence leads you to the conclusion.
I know it's IFRA code. Identify the problem, fact finding, consequences. One, choose one. Take action and evaluate.
Yeah.
I think I got all those steps.
Now, it's unfortunate that in colloquial language, we use the word theory as kind of a guess. I have a theory that so and so committed the murder, but that's not the same thing as a scientific theory. For example, plate tectonics is a theory. Okay. Would you deny that we don't understand how earthquakes happen? We wash our
I
hands
think
after
we
we
kind of
use the
do.
restroom because of germ theory. We understand how to predict the weather because of, I don't know what the name of
No
the
one can
theory
predict
is,
it
but,
these days.
the theory of this is how we can predict tornadoes. That's a theory. A theory is a collection of facts. Evolution, many people say, it's only a theory. Yeah, but it's a collection of facts, and all
It's a
of
guess
the
based
scientific
on
evidence
facts.
verifies that this is how it happens.
Yeah, but if you start off with the wrong input math, then math always works out. Therefore, I feel there's a reason that all these things that are so-called theory, like you have to keep adding, making up new math and new
Math is
physics
just a
to
tool.
fill in the blanks.
Math is like a screwdriver. Okay, so we make in science one of the assumption. It's an assumption which we make. We say that the universe is knowable, which means we can quantify it. And us humans developed a base 10 mathematical system. Okay, that's all math is. It doesn't really mean anything other than it's a tool for us to quantify the universe. That's all math is.
Yeah, well, I'm saying numerical math. Yeah, it quantifies the universe, except
I don't know what numerical math means. I mean, what other math are you talking about?
Using numbers and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't
most
know.
higher math, we don't use any numbers. Math are a more of, look, if I take a football and I throw it across a football field, I can predict where it's going to land based on certain quantified variables. Like, for example, what angle I launch it at, what my initial velocity is. We use math to make those predictions. In fact, that's all science is. Actually, this is a good point to talk about like structured water.
Somewhat
The way
controlled
you can tell
situation,
real
though.
science from poppycock science is real science can make predictions. In other words,
but a lot of the stuff like
if
quantum
I
and stuff
launch
like
an
that.
artillery shell at a certain angle with a certain initial velocity, I can predict where it's going to land.
You're talking about basic physics, though. I'm talking about theoretical physics that are based off Einsteinian garbage.
Einstein is old. Einstein he died before he knew half the things we know about physics these days.
Everything that he was right about, he plagiarized, and everything else, he had no idea what he was talking about.
Okay,
That's
but he
why
was
Tesla
right that
called him
there is
an
an
idiot in
energy
purple
mass
robes.
equivalence. He was also right about what he won the Nobel Prize in, which is the photoelectric effect. When a photon of electromagnetic radiation hits a metal, it releases an electron. He was right about that. There are no ifs, ands,
And
buts
he
about
could
it.
have got it from someone else because
Okay, so he
he was
got it from
known to be
someone
an
else.
idiot,
Yeah.
and he was friends with the famous people that would just magnify anything they
Okay,
had
so
put in his
then
head.
the people who okay, so let's take relativity, which is what Einstein is
No.
known about. There was another
Is
physicist
that the
called
E equals
Lorenz.
MC square?
Well, there was another physicist called Lorenz who actually came up with this idea of like that time or distance, they're variables. It's called
Where
Lorenz
you're bending like
transformation. Look, as you approach the
space,
speed of light,
time.
the world, but where Lorenz failed, and this was where Einstein sort of picked up on it. Lorenz actually got it right before Einstein, but Einstein, what he did is he may have worked on people's research previous, but he explained why. The why is very important. So he explained why time is not a constant and why length is also not a constant. And what I mean by length, for example, when you're driving down the freeway in your car, when your car is stationary, let's say you measure your car while it's sitting in your driveway, it has a specific length. That length shouldn't change. But in reality, as you're driving down the freeway, if I observe you driving perpendicular to me, your length of your car is actually shorter than it is when it's not moving.
That's
kinda
isn't
weird.
that just point of observation?
It's relativity.
And our limited ability to perceive.
Well, you're right. We can't perceive the difference because your car doesn't travel that fast. Okay, it's not even coming anywhere close to the speed of light. But let's consider a satellite, like a GPS satellite. Satellites orbit at, they travel at kind of high velocities. They
The
have
few
to
that are
account
actually
for
in
this
space,
relativity.
yeah.
But it's kind of weird to think that time is like we sort of
Time is a
perceive
force
time
of
as
nature.
constant, but time is not constant. Length are basic measurements of, like, you know, how long is your car. It's not a constant. The only constant that exists is the speed of light. Nothing can go faster than it.
Only on this planet. The speed of light's different
the
once you
universe.
get out of the atmosphere.
In the universe.
If light had a speed, indeed, it's just a perturbation of the ether through another medium, or by
But
another.
nothing can go
by a
faster
force.
than the speed of light in a vacuum. Can't
Well,
happen.
it's not a total vacuum. There's all sorts of plasma and
It's
ether
close to a vacuum.
and
The speed of light changes in different mediums. So we say in a vacuum, for example, the speed of light in an oxygen nitrogen atmosphere, which we live in, is very much the same as the speed of light in space. But for example, why is it when you open your eyes underwater, everything looks blurry? It's because the speed of light in water, H2O, is different than the speed of light in the air. It's different. It's a different
Right.
speed.
just like it'd be different out in
In
space.
fact, your eyeballs right now are filled with a liquid. Do you see the liquid? No, because the speed of
Sometimes.
light in that liquid is the equivalent of the air. For example, fish have evolved such that they can perceive the speed of light as it is underwater. And therefore, when they open up their eyes underwater, it just looks like what it looks like to us here in the atmosphere. But,
But
you know,
how
we
is any of
evolved
that
as
relevant
predators.
to prove that light doesn't move, or prove that it does move in your case?
What do you mean light doesn't move? We
Light
send radio
doesn't
signals
move.
out to space. That's light. It's electromagnetic radiation. It most definitely moves.
It's
Right
just
now, you're talking to me because we're
just what
sending
it looks like
electromagnetic signals
whenever.
across wires. Those are made up of photons. It's moving. The whole reason why we have electricity is because of the speed of light. We wouldn't have electricity if Einstein was wrong. He explained why we have electricity.
Anything Tesla said pretty much like
Tesla
says a
had
lot
no idea
different
about
than
the
that.
speed of light. He studied electricity just like
Because
Faraday.
he said that
couldn't
light
answer the
doesn't move.
Why do we have electricity? You see, here's the problem. It's the science stuff is complicated and hard. And it's much easier just to listen to other idiots on the internet, which are just going to brainwash you. And this is how it is.
You
and
make
then,
it sound like I
anytime
didn't
you come
learn
across
any of this
somebody who's
before the
actually
internet.
studied this, it's a lot easier to go, well, you're the one who's brainwashed. I'm the smart one. I know all about this, even though
It
I
just
don't
sounds
know
like you
anything
went
about
to indoctrination university of
But
some
you're
sort
the
to
one
learn
who's been
this, and that you
indoctrinated.
believe everything they tell you.
You're the one who's been indoctrinated.
Oh, really?
Not me.
Like I'm probably the least indoctrinated person on the
You're
planet.
the most
Like
indoctrinated person.
how
Nobody
so?
told me about this stuff. I discovered it on my own.
I did as well.
So explain to me your experiment on how you discovered the ether.
I don't have to
Michelson
discover
tried
ether.
that.
It's observable.
Show me your observations.
Yeah, because I can pull videos out of my ass.
It's observable.
Videos out of your ass. I don't
It's
care about other people's
observable.
videos. I wanna
It's
know your
observable.
experiments.
Okay. We
I wanna
can
know
do
your
a poll. We can do a poll, and it's most likely that you prefer the company of other men as opposed to, like, you know, females with breasts and a vagina and stuff like that. Okay. Just
Still
saying.
doesn't change the speed of light.
All right.
It doesn't mean light moves.
Light
like it's
definitely
a
moves.
perturbation
Photons travel
of
at the speed of light.
ether by.
Okay,
It's
you
a
know what?
perturbation by ether.
You know what? I'll play. What
Or
do you
through
mean
the
light
ether.
doesn't move? What do you mean by that?
Light doesn't move. It's like a side effect of another force moving through the ether, like sound or whatever. And
Sound moves
and light is a
through
side
matter.
effect. Light
Sound
itself
doesn't
doesn't
move through the
move.
ether.
Otherwise,
But
it would
I see
take
where you're
a
going with
nuclear
this.
power
So-
plant to power a phone at maximum visible
So,
distance.
Let's ignore
Because
light
there's
for
not
a
enough
second.
energy in a battery.
Let's ignore light for a second. All waves
To push it that
require a medium to travel through. And qualitatively, what a wave is a way to transfer energy from one location to another without using mass. Okay. And all waves require a medium to travel through. For example, this is why in space no one can hear you scream, because there's not a lot of
As far as you know.
mass there. They can't hear you. That's why it's silent in space. Now, light is also a wave, but it seems to be able to travel through a near, we'll call it a near vacuum of space. It doesn't seem to require a medium.
And then the double slit experiment with the being able to see it as waves and particles, doesn't that usually depend on the observer?
Yes, it absolutely does.
And the reason for that is because we
yes.
co-create reality, and just the fact we're observing something makes it change the effects. So how
there are many charlatans.
does it not link?
There are
To
many
go back,
people
how does it not
who
link
take
to we
that-
co-create reality because we're all God?
There are many people who
because
take
light
that aspect
has
of the
its own
observer
mass.
effect and turn it into something which it's not. That's the observer effect seems kind of mystical and this and that. It really isn't. Now, our language develops on things we can see. Like for example, we can see. I've got a battery here on my desk. We call it a battery.
What about
I've
two
got a
people
glass of
seeing
water. It's
completely
water.
different things that watch the same thing?
Nothing which we observe is both a wave and a particle. Like nothing until we started studying quantum mechanics. So we don't have a word for it,
except for lights, right?
But you know what a slinky is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so imagine
Kinetic
you took a
little
slinky in your
spring.
room right now, and you attached one end to one end of the wall, and then you stretched the slinky out to the
I know
other
how
end
a
of the
wave
wall,
works.
right? Now, let's pretend the slinky is two-dimensional just to make the math a little bit easier. Could you measure the distance between each one of the rungs of that slinky as it's stretched across your room?
On the planet, yes.
Well, just in your room.
Like
you could
I'm
grab a
saying,
ruler and
it
do
might be
Now,
different elsewhere depending
where is
on
the slinky?
the
What's the exact position of the slinky?
in the room
Yeah,
between
but
two
what's
hands
the
on the
exact
planet.
position? It exists everywhere from one end of your room to the other, right? It exists in all of those places, not just one individual point in space.
How would a slinky exist in all those places?
Because you've attacked. Oh, God. Are you serious? Is that a serious question?
Yeah, I mean,
It's
I can
attached
picture a
to one end
slinky.
of your room and stretched to the other end of your room. What is
What
the
about the
exact
other two
location
corners of the
slinky?
room?
This is a bad analogy. Okay, slinkies require conserved energy, whereas a light wave is constant energy.
A light wave is not constant. energy.
It's pulsed. I'm pretty sure.
Well, it's
It
sure as
exists
hell
at-
it's not
okay.
conserved energy.
Hold on. Let's get back to basics. That slinky exists everywhere from the wall, one end of the wall to the other wall. It exists in all those places, right?
How
Let's
would
say
people
your
be
room is
standing there
10 meters
holding each
long,
end, though?
It exists there, but you don't know where it exactly exists. But then you take that slinky and you collapse it onto one end of the wall. Now you can't really measure the distance between each individual rung, but you can tell me exactly where that slinky is. And that's all the observer effect is. It's called collapse of the wave function. There's nothing mystical about it. Observer
Then
effect.
what
sounds
collapses
really
it, though,
woo,
when
but
you're
all it means
observing?
is that's just the nature of light. For example,
But
you're
why
looking at a
can't you
computer
explain
screen right
the
now. Do you
nature of
see the
light
light
then?
wave coming off of your computer screen?
I see a perturbation by the liquid crystal and electricity.
What do you mean by perturbation?
Which
What are
is
you
also a
defining
side effect of
what are you calling
magnetism.
a perturbation? What are you defining a perturbation?
Perturbation is being disturbed in a predictable way by another force, like a side effect.
Okay, well, heat travels with perturbations, and it's not necessarily predictable. So perturbations and predictions don't mean anything. I will say that, yeah, you could say perturbation is a disturbance, but okay,
A side
whatever.
effect,
But light
whatever,
waves are
yeah.
not. What are they disturbing?
The ether.
How so?
Well, the liquid crystal display. I mean, it's.
So how do you see your screen?
With my eyes.
And your eyes are picking up what?
My eyes are picking up the light that's sitting there on my screen.
But you don't see any light traveling towards your eyes, do you?
Because there is none. And I see the light right there on my
You're
screen.
jumping ahead. You don't see any light traveling from the screen to your eyes, do you?
No.
No.
Because it's not.
That's what we call the observer effect.
Okay, so if I weren't looking, it would travel away?
Well, that's sort of where we get into this world of quantum weirdness.
That's why none of it makes sense.
Mathematically, the photon, let's say an individual photon coming off of your screen, actually takes all possible routes to get to when it collapses at the back of your retina. So quantum electrodynamics. A shit ton of math, which is
yeah, but
many
there's
of it
holes
is
in
even beyond
everything
me.
quantum, and you can't say that there isn't because they have to keep inventing new theories just to explain all the holes in
Nobody
everything
invents
that's
theories.
based
This
off
is
of
where the science
Einsteinian
leads us.
quantum stuff.
We did the Young's
there's tons of
experiment, and we
holes.
said, wait a minute, if light is actually made out of particles, it should behave like this, but then it doesn't. But then when we observe individual photons, then it behaves like this. It wasn't an invention, it was experiments.
And renaming something that there's a much simpler explanation for that already existed.
Yeah, the simple explanation is that light is both a particle and a wave. That was a simple explanation.
And that we co-create reality. There's negative space and ether.
What the frack does negative space have to do with what we're talking about? You're just throwing
that's
about. You're just
all
throwing a
there
bunch
is.
of sciencey words to sort of defend your position every time you get stuck. Like,
because
what the hell is
because it
negative
answers
space?
it. Negative
I
space
mean,
is
negative
anywhere
space
that
in
lacks
graphic
ether.
design means something specific, but
Negative
what are you
space
talking about negative
anywhere
space?
is anywhere that lacks ether.
The point is that
It's how UFOs work. UFOs, when they seem to
don't know
disappear
how
and reappear
UFOs
somewhere
work.
else, it's not from speed. They phase out of
Well,
the
how would
ether.
you know how a UFO
and use
works
negative
when,
space.
by definition, UFO means unidentified? You'd first have to identify it, wouldn't you?
Well, I'm not one of those Nazis that call it UAP because you know they're shills when they use that term.
It's called a
I can call them
Hanabu.
UFOs, but I don't know how a
Hanabu.
UFO works.
Hanabu
because by
2 was
definition,
World
a
War II,
UFO
though. It's
is
got
an
much more advanced.
unidentified
No, they're up to like
flying
Hanabu.
object.
No.
Now, are you talking about flying saucers?
The difference is
We're
that
talking about
Corbett,
all sorts of things that are up there. Yeah,
Corbett here. Hold on.
TR-3B even can operate under it.
So you know how UFO works.
Corbett has girls fucking beating his fucking door down right now, and Nick Volt is in love with sucking other men's penile.
I'm going to bet Cecil's gonna like jack
Meanwhile,
off. at the
what'd you say, Nick?
motorcycle he's at, if he's not done so already. He kind of
Did
looks
you
like
say
he's ready to do that.
Jack off on a butter churn?
Yeah,
I've never done that.
That's what Nick does.
Kind of weird.
I don't know what I heard. But what were you saying?
I was gonna say Cecil, if he has another beer, he's gonna spend the rest of the evening sort of jacking off in his truck.
I wish your
No, before
fucking.
that.
I wish your mom had never had a beer for the day she met your dad. You know, that's all I'm
That's
saying.
funny. So do I.
All right, I'm ready for debate now.
Well, I didn't want to be born. Life sucks.
Jack in the Box taco.
All I'm just saying is, I mean, if you're interested in this stuff, it's in order to be taken seriously, there are some sort of fundamentals you need to learn. That's all.
I'm taking
Like
seriously by
if you go around and
thousands of
say
people.
that you can change the shape of water, you can't do that. You can't do that.
I don't think you saw the whole emotive experiment. I don't know how to explain it, but the entire experiment. I'm not talking watching Zeitgeist or anything like that.
Of a
or what the bleep do
H2O
we know anyway.
molecule has been known for a very long time.
Maybe I explained it wrong. I said that from the beginning. I might have explained it wrong, but
and then you want me to go
can
watch a video.
view it differently
And
under
then
the
you want me to
microscope.
go. Then you want me to go watch a video.
Because he
But then
explains
you
it.
call me that I'm the one who's indoctrinated. No, I can show you the evidence. I can show you the math. I can show you the experiment. I don't have to go, oh, let me grab my textbook and show
like
you
I
why
said,
you're wrong.
math, you can't. It's not even 100% provable that atoms exist as we think
It
them
is
to be.
absolutely
So,
100%
it's-
provable that atoms exist. What the frack are you
But
talking about?
why
You
do
might
they?
as well tell me that,
why do they sometimes
that
behave
sand
differently than
doesn't
expected?
exist.
Then
Is Adam the name of your boyfriend? All right, calm down.
I mean, okay, you know, if you're going to say that atoms no longer exist, then sure, why not?
I'm going to say we
You're just
haven't.
you're just making shit up.
We
now.
haven't
You're
got
just
to the
making
point
shit
where
up.
we can even see Planck's constant. Like,
You're right.
with our own eyes, or any actual
Planck's
instrumentation that
constant is
allows
not
us to see
something you
it.
can
So we,
quote unquote see.
Go take Adam's dick in your ass.
What is Planck's constant? Do you even know what it is?
If you can't observe it, it's
You can
the
absolutely
smallest
observe
space in
Planck's
between.
constant. No, in fact, I can show you how to experimentally find Planck's constant using a laser and a compact disc. You can calculate it for yourself.
How?
You can also calculate it making a very simple electrical circuit and using different colored LEDs.
How does that demonstrate Planck's constant?
Well, so if you want to do it with a CD, you can diffract some light. You can calculate the distance between the obstacles at the front, which light has to go around. Then you can calculate the distance between the different bands of your interference pattern. That will give you the frequency of the light. Then based on the frequency, you can figure out what the energy is. And then since the energy of a photon is equal to E equals HF, you just rearrange that equation to H equals E over F. Boom, you're done.
But I can,
Well, if
I can
it's all
also.
figured out with science, then why can't they explain psychic phenomenon? How it's
If I could also calculate it.
Phenomena has nothing to do with Planck's constant.
Fuck yeah, it does. I
I'm
can
just
also
saying.
calculate it. I can also calculate it, make it different strengths of resistors, and calculate it by different color LSDs. So now what?
Well, you can calculate.
But I mean, people have been trying to.
resistors using Ohm's law, which is V equals IR.
Yeah, Ohm's law. You got to know it to make coils for these.
And so you believe in Ohm's law, but not E equals HF? Why? What's the difference?
Demonstrable. Either I blow my hand off or I don't.
What's the difference? Why do you believe in one equation
I just
and not
have
the
to
other?
know because it's completely observable A to Z, and it doesn't have
You
any
can
holes.
observe electrons?
I'm sure an electron microscope could.
No, an electron microscope cannot observe electrons.
All right, then maybe that's something that doesn't
Electrons
exist.
are
I
too
couldn't tell you.
small. They're smaller than visible light, so therefore you can't see them.
Stop touching yourself.
Like Planck's constant.
Planck's constant is not a thing. It's a constant.
Yeah, I thought it was the smallest distance in between two things that you could get, or something to that effect.
You're getting that confused with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which
I have
does
no idea what
involve
that is.
Planck's constant, but Planck's constant is a constant. It's not a thing. It's not. It's not something which
then
exists.
complain to Crypto Alchemist. He
It's a
explained that to
mathematical
me.
constant.
Okay.
Now, Jonathan actually knows what he's talking about. Now that's interesting. He's correct. Well, what I'm saying though is, if you don't know these basic facts, then you're going to meet somebody who's more of an a-hole than I am, and they're just going to laugh at you. And
Oh, alien scientist. I go through it with him all the time, but whenever I break it down and actually have recently reviewed the things that I'm speaking about, he can agree with me if he were to use different terminology. He can agree with me on the scale. He just
otherwise,
won't
you're
go
going to be
publicly.
like somebody like Baxter, who's going to so boldly claim, who doesn't know anything about science, but he's going to say there is no tangible proof of atoms anywhere. A very bold statement,
I've
which
seen
I'm
plenty of
going to guess
scientists say that
Gary
they
has
don't believe
zero
in-
proof to back that up. In fact, you brought it up with an electron microscope, even though an electron microscope cannot see electrons.
I
If
don't
atoms
know what
did
an
not
electron
exist, then an
microscope is.
electron microscope wouldn't work.
However, have you ever seen any Ken Wheeler's work? He proves a lot of the things that I've touched on without
Well,
a shadow of
anytime
a doubt.
a
Some people
scientist
think
says
he's crazy,
prove
but
like
he's got a
that,
lot of
I'm
experience.
suspect. I'm not. I don't
Well, he
know
can
his
explain it
work,
with math and
but they are
the
sort of-
ether and
And here's the
magnetism
thing:
and
people think that when scientists say that, okay, this there's certain things which have to work this way. Like there's no such thing as perpetual machines. Then you add all of this other poppycock. Oh, you're either either there's this mass conspiracy against it, or you're a government shill, or you're this, and that's
I'm saying
just
there's no such
ridiculous.
thing as free energy. That's crazy to think.
Don't
Nothing's
forget
free.
don't forget you're an incel. That's like the most famous.
Dude, I'm not the one sitting by myself in a truck eating dollar store or what is that, Jack in the Box?
That's
dollar
because I'm
tacos.
a fucking
myself in the
king.
foot for that.
That's
I
because I'm
think
a
you're the one that's kind of
fucking
lonely.
Because I'm a fucking king. I rise above you.
Yeah. Well, your tacos do look good.
But no, check out Ken Wheeler's work. He explains a
what do you
lot
mean
of
by
stuff,
free
and
energy?
he's actually there's no such thing as free energy.
That's true.
That's a racket. There's over unity power sources possible, but that's
What do you mean by over unity?
That's what I always tell the chicks
you
at
can
the
get
bar
in
is
more
their
than
fucking
you put
tacos.
into it.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What was that again?
You can get out more energy than is put into it.
No, you can't do that. That's a violation of thermodynamics.
Not if you include the ether and spark gaps.
I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and I'm gonna
You can
have
see
some
it on the
smart.
Faraday Research channel.
What do you mean spark caps? What the hell are you talking about? You cannot get more energy than you put in.
I'm gonna have
Doesn't
some
work that way.
smart gas when I wake up tomorrow.
Potential energy at
energy
in
from the
100% ideal conditions. Potential energy minus kinetic energy must equal 0. It's a fundamental fact of the universe. If that wasn't the case, the universe wouldn't actually even exist.
Let's take an explosive.
Then how does the world energy grid work? Well, when it was working.
Do you want to know how the world energy grid works?
I want to know.
Generate electricity.
I want to know how drunk
And the
your mom
simplest way
was.
we do that is by
Exactly.
burning shit and boiling water. You brought up a
I'm
nuclear
saying
power
the
plant
actual
quite a few
Earth's
times. You know
natural
how a
energy
nuclear
grid-
power plant
grid.
works? All a nuclear power plant does, it generates heat to
creates
boil
steam.
water.
Yeah, that's why all our electric bills should be like $5 a month.
Well, I mean
they
that's
just made
story
it
for a
sound way
different
more
day,
dangerous than.
But generating electricity, there's this
I'm
phenomenon
talking about
which
the actual planet energy grid.
if you have a
that's
magnet
here
and
naturally,
if you can start moving a magnet, it generates electricity. Actually, because of what Einstein told us, but
the planet's a giant capacitor and a battery at the same time.
capacitor is a completely different phenomena. But what the Earth is a giant source of electrons. Hence, why we ground circuits by literally pointing, sticking wires into the ground because there's a lot of electrons. In fact, that's why we get lightning.
Yeah, but you can also do experiments where you can generate electricity just by holding one wire and having the other one on a metal ground.
No.
Like you can, yes, you can even do the same thing by using one of those little balls with the plasma and shit.
Nope.
You need to
move you need to move a magnet to generate electric field, or for example, I mean that's how we generate electricity. That's what a generator is.
How are you gonna tell another man how he fucking generates electricity? You don't know all the ways to
Faraday
generate
Research
electricity.
Project channel. The Faraday Research Project channel. It's a good buddy of mine. in
Okay, so
Canada,
you want me to
and
go
he demonstrates it.
indoctrinate myself by what somebody else is going to tell me?
No, no, I'm saying open your mind and
okay, do me a
stop
favor.
closing
Why
it.
don't
Stop
you
living
show
in the
me
box.
how you generate electricity using a wire?
I need a penis and a vagina.
I need
okay?
one of those plasma orbs and a sheet of aluminum foil and a couple wires.
Okay,
Fuck
do it.
yeah.
And one of those.
You don't have that stuff. I mean, do you not have some wires and
Teleport it.
aluminum foil hanging around? Show us.
I don't. And I'll show you what happened to my ball. My plasma ball. Well, long story short, it's broken. So
Yeah.
I'm not about to Not
You
about
fucking
No,
plug it
Gary.
in without the
I think you're
globe on
talking
top.
about what the Bohr model of an atom is.
I think
So
I
atoms
think
don't
you
look like
touch
solar
yourself
systems.
too much.
That's just a model. Atoms most definitely do exist. Protons exist, neutrons exist, and electrons exist. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about. The very piece of paper which your atoms, which you claim exist on paper, that paper is made out of protons, neutrons, and electrons.
An oxygen molecule or atom has 7
Oxygen
electrons.
is not a molecule.
It has 7 electrons. Is the point? And if
I
you
take
think
it back. Unless you're talking about like O2, which exists because O2 is 2 oxygen atoms stuck together, which is technically a molecule.
okay, but the point is
Then you're talking about O2.
The oxygen atom, okay, which is your boyfriend's name, has 7 electrons, and if you think that's anything other,
does
not have fucking 8, bitch.
I'm looking
Okay.
at the periodic table right now. It's got
Okay,
8.
okay. Nitrogen has 7, right?
Yes,
Right?
carbon has.
That's right. Because I like fucking girls, all right, and you love fucking boys.
I'm
That's how I know that answer. all
I
right?
am mildly impressed that
You
you know
don't
this stuff.
fucking contradict me, all right?
You are
Oxygen 8, nitrogen 7. I'm fucking digging up in them guts. Okay, shut the fuck up.
Okay, you're learning. You're learning. Very good. There's hope for you yet. I think you muted yourself because I can't hear you.
Me?
No,
I'm
you
here.
just shouted at the screen. I don't know if he realizes that.
You fucking love to have sex with men and
know what
think
you're looking at, but I
oxygen
ain't
is
seen
way
that.
better. Oh, fuck,
you look old for 40.
45. And I look like I'm 30 because of this stuff right here, water.
I'm 39 and I don't drink water. I only drink Mountain Dew.
That makes sense.
That means you do too much meth.
You know there's water in Mountain Dew, right?
Used to. Yeah, that's the only water I get.
God, he came back.
Who? What?
Okay, so what did you go get? Are you gonna generate electricity for us?
With my fucking
I
water.
don't have any source. I don't have a high. I don't have any sources of static, like plasma ball or something like that.
With my water that has variable.
Wait, time out. You're gonna generate electricity from a plasma ball, which is using electricity to generate the plasma. That's not free energy. That's the same thing as, sticking your finger in the wall socket and saying, "Oh, look, I'm generating electricity."
No, I said there was a plasma tube used as well. With just my hand, my body as
a
the
fluorescent light is a plasma tube. Big fracking deal.
Yeah, and I can hold one of those and I can light all sorts of.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. So it is true. If you take if you go to like high tension power lines
Use my
with
body
a
as the
fluorescent
ground.
light and you hold it up, it'll start glowing. That's absolutely true.
Or
You're not
you can
generating free electricity. You're getting electricity from the high tension wires.
Or you could electrify a noble.
They're reacting to the electric field around the wires. It's not free energy.
Hello, you can electrify a noble
I didn't
gas.
explain it properly. Let me be right back. I got something that I haven't finished, but I can show you the basics of it. Hold on.
Oh, this should be good. Another perpetual motion freak. Honestly, if I could prove that you get free energy, I'd be a rich man.
You can get free energy not from the movement of electrons, but from the movement of sound. Okay, and plasma can be created and is created every day by the electrification of noble gases. Go check out a neon sign.
Yeah, I was gonna say the neon sign outside of the whatever gas station you got your shitty beer from.
Right. Yeah.
A fluorescent light is also the same thing. It excites the atoms, which allegedly don't exist, causes an electron to jump up an orbital and fall back down, and when it falls back down, it generates a photon.
I'm just saying. I mean, you can say whatever you want, but
That's not free energy, though. That's not free energy.
I know it's not free energy, but you know what would be free energy if you talk to me in that nerd fucking voice you just talked to me to, saying I got shitty beer. No, listen
This is
up.
not my nerd voice. This is my condescending voice.
Okay, I don't care in your fucking nasal ass fag voice.
Yeah, I care because it's
if you wanted to talk to me like that,
kind of stupid.
like in person, you'd see a bunch of free energy coming your way.
I doubt
all right,
that.
just trust me. No, you would.
Nah, I doubt
Okay, just saying.
I'm back.
Fucking queer.
All right, so I don't have
I'm
any
sure in
put
person I'd
together.
talk even more condescending to you.
Really?
I'm in a good
didn't
mood
even
today,
notice.
so that's why I'm not. That's why I'm not giving you a verbal.
Dude, you better turn it up a little bit because I didn't even notice, bro.
All right, this is a jewel thief coil.
Okay, a coil.
Sure you've heard
Yep.
of that, right?
Yep. Very good. Stick
And,
a magnet in there, start moving it back and forth. You'll generate some
No.
electricity.
No, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about this.
I mean, you're almost there. You got it.
One of these
You're halfway
in the
there.
air.
I mean, you're actually
And-
correct about that.
All right, I've got set up here. They're not tuned properly because it's been sitting somewhere
What are
being a
those?
side project.
What are those? I didn't get to see it.
They
What
are
those?
basically like little knobs, like that you put on. They're chrome knobs that you would put
Okay.
on like a drawer or something.
Yep.
And they're all affixed. Well, I haven't put them to specific distances yet, because I'll have to fine tune all that shit. But I connect this little bus bar right here into one of the wires on that coil, and I need a high voltage transformer, and this is for the over unity part. Just not talking about anything like using the human component or the static thing, but you get a high frequency like transformer, like off an ionizer or something, and you hook it up to shit. I forget whether there's another component that I'm missing or not. But regardless, because of the field coming off of this, and the spark gaps in between these, you can prove that it pulls extra energy out of somewhere because it creates over unity power. Like,
What are you using to power? Like, what's causing the spark gap? You said you're going to use a
I can
high
hook
voltage
up like
transformer.
well, the high voltage transformer would be powered by I have a power supply over there, a scientific one, but you can put it on like
you're not making free energy. It's an interesting experiment.
I didn't say free energy. I said over unity.
Yeah, I don't know if that's over unity. You're just creating a spark gap.
It is because you're getting
air
more power
does
out of it.
air
than you
does
start
most
off with.
definitely conduct electricity. Hence, you're making lightning. Should be careful.
And
Make
part
sure
of
you
the
don't shock
circuit is
yourself. The
only
high
powered
voltage
by
transformer can be kind of dangerous,
But this right here, no, that's just what you start out with, and
I don't know if you've ever been tased before. It fucking hurts.
oh yeah,
Air does not conduct electricity.
Have you never seen lightning?
It's the drop of resistance between the.
Are you telling me that lightning doesn't exist? Have you never
Yeah,
shocked
lightning
yourself
does
on a dry
exist.
day?
Lightning
When
does.
you go fill up your truck, don't they tell you? Don't they tell you like to discharge yourself so you don't create a spark so it ignites the gasoline?
I heard.
Are you really going to go with that? That air doesn't conduct electricity? Are you really going to go with that?
No, it really doesn't.
Why don't you sit there for 5 minutes and think about what you just said, and then you can come back.
It's the drop in resistance of the air that allows electricity to move from its source to the ground.
Yeah,
I think it just moves through the ether. It's a much simpler concept.
There's also that.
Electricity also moves through the ether. Then.
Yeah.
However, what I was saying is, you start out with less power input than you have. Less power input than there is on the output, and meaning it's over unity, correct?
Well, what do you mean
Kind of
by
like,
power?
kind of like when your mom, kind of like when your mom drinks too much alcohol, Nick. And there's the
having
drop
more
in
output power
resistance.
than input power, no loss in current.
Yeah.
No, you're not creating energy out of anything. At the very best, you're just working with Ohm's
I just
law,
said over
which,
unity
like for
power.
example, you can maximize voltage,
Which
or you can
mean-
maximize
I was
current. You're
just
not
proving
creating
the
free
existence
energy
of
out of
ether.
anything.
what happens is
because
Nick,
it has to be pulling the extra power that it's getting on the output somewhere.
How does it feel to be bald
Nick,
at your
is
age?
your mom gets drunk and there's a drop.
How does it feel to be bald at your age? That must really bug you.
Your mom gets drunk.
You don't have any hair. You don't have any hair. Boy,
And then
don't
your
have any
dad
hair.
rapes your mom.
Oh, poor baby. Oh, poor baby. Oh, Cecil don't
Your
have no
mom
hair.
got drunk and there was a drop in resistance.
Oh, poor Cecil don't have no hair. Yeah, keep drinking that water, otherwise you're gonna have a hangover in the morning.
We are bored.
Your mom got drunk and then there was a drop in resistance.
Oh, poor baby. Doesn't have any hair. Is all jealous of all the good-looking guys. Oh, poor Cecil. No hair.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, you're at a loss for words. You really, you got nothing. You don't even gotta come back to that. Jesus.
No, I have a lot to say. It's far more interesting than your nerd ass talking about stupid pseudoscience.
Yeah, this is coming from the person who thinks that H3O2 is also water.
You don't know shit. You're fucking pseudoscience.
I know what water is.
So what
I at least
happened
graduated
was
the 4th grade.
your mom got drunk and there was a resistance drop to your dad raping her, and that's
Do you
how
have
why
mommy
you're
issues? Did your mom abuse you or something? Is that
Nah,
something?
bro.
You seem to be
No.
projecting a bit.
Stop going off topic.
No,
We're talking
I think you are.
your
You're
mom
kind of being
getting
weirdly
drunk.
homoerotic. You
There's
know,
a drop in
I'm flattered. I'm flattered.
Fucking queer as fuck with your
Yeah,
science.
I'm flattered. But if I did swing your way, I wouldn't date bald men.
No, I actually was
no. Use your words.
I have a way bigger vocabulary than you do, nigger.
Okay.
Fucking gay science nigger.
Okay. I guess I really have triggered you. I'm gonna go ahead and say I won that
I
debate.
talk like that all the time, just not in public.
No, I'm bald. I'm stupid.
Put pat yourself on the back.
La. I drive a truck and don't even understand how the basic electric systems of my truck work, how they work.
Okay, fag.
Okay, I'm bald.
And your point is?
There are some good remedies for male pattern baldness.
I don't need any of that.
I think you do. Actually, it definitely would suit you.
But that's your opinion.
Maybe you would actually get laid, and then you wouldn't have to spend your nights in a parking lot. Maybe you would get laid, and you wouldn't have to spend your nights in a parking lot.
In practice, though,
maybe you can even find a woman.
But in practice, though, you're a faggot. Yeah, but in practice, though,
hair plugs.
But in practice, though, you're a fucking gay nigga.
Dude, you're spittling all over your camera. Can you enunciate?
Not really, actually, but in practice, though. But in practice, though. But in practice, though.
What are you
but in practice, though,
use your big boy words.
Yeah,
use your big boy words.
You gotta attack the way that I look. Talk.
Just listen to the resident here.
Oh, he looks all worried now.
I'm fine. We could just call this the Cecil Drake show. I'm totally comfortable with that.
I'm okay with that too.
Sounds great.
Honestly, you're much more interesting than structured water.
You got that right. Why don't you go ahead and kick rocks then?
Because I'm annoying you and you're getting triggered.
No, you're not.
Yeah?
No, you're not.
You're the one who's going to spend tonight in a truck eating.
That's your standards, though. But here's the deal, though. Let's get something straight, though. But 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 let's get something straight, though.
Are you going to wash the morning
but let's get something. Let's get something straight, though. Those are your standards, not mine.
Okay.
Understand?
Yeah.
Understand?
Touche.
Okay.
You're right.
Oh
You're
yeah.
right. Those are
Yeah,
my
you got that
standards.
straight. You got that fucking straight.
I definitely would
Yeah, you got that
consider
straight.
myself
Yeah,
a
you got that
failure if
straight.
I was as old as
That's
you
the straightest
and
thing
I
you
was
said all night.
at a truck stop eating.
Yeah, that's about the straightest thing you said all night.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Those are my standards. Apparently, my standards are maybe
gay.
a little bit more
They're
snobbish
fucking
than yours. But
bad.
hey, dude,
What are your
if
thoughts
you're okay
on?
with no hair hanging out at a truck stop,
Just shut the fuck up.
drunk up your ass,
You ain't
blabbering
nothing.
into your Obama phone, that's fine with me.
Whatever that means, I don't like. And
why do you look so confused?
I bet I could drink
Why
your
do you look
ass
so
under the
confused?
table too. At least I show myself on camera. I'm not fucking hiding like a fag. I bet I could drink your ass under the
I
table
think you
too.
put yourself on camera in the hopes that somebody might find you attractive, but
I put myself on camera because I'm not fake.
Yeah, but I will challenge you to the drinking under the table, though. I'll take that challenge.
You'll have to get on camera
I
though.
challenge you guys to any hard
Are
drug.
you really putting your
under the
seatbelt on and you're
table.
gonna go drive now?
You actually have to get on camera. Are you capable of doing that?
Are you really putting your seatbelt on and you're gonna go?
No,
drive?
no. Let's stay on topic now. Can you get on camera though?
Well, I don't want to be a murdering fuckhead like you are. So put other people at risk.
Can you get on camera though, bitch? Probably can't.
If you promise not to drive, I will. If you promise not to drive, I will.
Can you get on camera? Can you get on camera, or are you just a little fake bitch?
Tonight, if you promise not to drive tonight.
Go ahead, get on camera, motherfucker.
I already told you if you promise not to drive tonight.
Well, I don't see you on camera yet.
You haven't promised not to.
Dude, you have no idea. You have no fucking
Please
idea.
Don't kill anybody tonight. Please don't.
Let's see you on camera.
I've always
Please
been
don't kill anybody
drunk
tonight.
driver.
Bitch, stop fucking talking and get your ass up on a camera.
Yeah, please don't kill anybody tonight.
All right, you're just gonna loop then.
Human being. You're kind of a shit human being for doing that.
You're just gonna loop then. You're just gonna loop then.
Yeah,
You're just gonna loop then.
Go be a fucking
You're just gonna loop then. 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 Point a camera at your face, bitch.
You know, maybe you'll hit a tree and do the world a favor.
Maybe you'll just be irrelevant like you've been all night.
I don't know. A drunk driver is
Get
pretty
your ass on camera. Shut the fuck up.
I mean, somebody drives drunk is pretty much an irrelevant piece of shit.
How about point a camera in your face or shut the fuck up?
How about grow some hair and don't drive drunk like a douchebag?
Again, that's irrelevant. Let's stay on topic. Point a camera in your face.
It's pretty relevant.
Shut the fuck up or get on camera,
I'm
bitch.
not putting anybody's life at risk right now.
Neither am I.
Oh, so you're not going to drive?
Are you going to get on camera?
Are you not going to drive?
Okay, I'm not going to loop with you, little faggot. Get your ass on camera and shut the fuck up.
Well, why should I? It annoys you.
Because you're a bitch.
Because I see.
You have no ability. You have no ability. Listen, nigger. Listen, nigger. You have no ability to annoy somebody like me.
Why are you shouting and screaming?
You have no ability to annoy somebody like me.
Oh God!
Okay?
Thank you for being my toy tonight. I needed it.
Okay.
Yeah, it was fun.
Go ahead and pat yourself on the back.
Try not to wrap your little piece of shit truck around a tree.
I drive a Ford Expedition ELLTD.
It's an exploder.
Trees hurt.
It gets
You know
about
that
6
whole
miles a
like
gallon.
momentum thing, mass times velocity. Yeah, they hurt.
Try not to be a little fucking
Try to
shadow
make an
nigger.
inelastic collision, if you please.
Dude, you triggered me, bro. Dude, you triggered me, bro. Are you gonna fucking break your arm, pat yourself on the back now?
You know, drinking the water is not going to help.
No, actually,
That's not how
it
your
is.
body metabolizes alcohol.
No, actually, it is. No, actually, it is. Again, you don't know shit.
That water is that special water you bought, which has some different shape. Is that like special water which causes alcohol to metabolize faster?
No, this water right here has molecular architecture. Yeah, you don't know shit.
Drunk.
Dude, I could be fucking shit-faced drunk and I'm a better intellectual than you are.
Dude, you don't even realize
feel
you're
like my
shit
mic's
drunk
dead.
right now, and you think that water is H3O2.
Shut the
Yeah,
fuck up.
there's the slack jaw look.
No, I never said that.
Honestly, I was kind of impressed that you actually even knew getting the atomic number of
Oh,
oxygen.
actually, I'm impressed. I don't even know you, but I'm just gonna pretend like I know you.
It's bad.
Shut the fuck up, nigga.
I can teach you how to be functional and drink alcohol at the same time.
I don't need you to teach me shit. You're an
challenge me
idiot.
to drink you under the table. I'll take that challenge.
You can't even get on camera.
I'll take that challenge of
You can't even get on camera, dude.
Oh, are you backtracking? Are you scared now?
No, I'm just pointing out that you can't even get on camera.
I will most definitely. You would be passed out.
Go right ahead then. Go right ahead then. Quit being a little scared bitch and get on camera.
So when do you want to do this challenge? Unfortunately, you're a little bit ahead of me right now, so it wouldn't be a fair.
I'm really not. I'm really not though.
Yeah, but you are.
I'm really not.
Yeah, generally when you're drunk is when you start telling people you're not really drunk.
I'm not drunk. I'm not
Okay,
even
I've been
drunk
before. I've even been drunk on the internet before. It's okay.
That
it
looks
happens.
like a bouffant.
Like there's a lot of factors that you don't even see.
Don't live stream out of my
kind of
automobile.
hairstyle does she
That's
have?
kind of weird. But
That looks like a.
I see you took your seatbelt off. Did you forget you were going to drive away?
That's an ad hominem. Are you gonna put anything up or not?
That's an ad hominem.
Yeah, it's an ad hominem. Are you gonna
saying that you've had
quit
more smoke than I
deflecting?
have.
Are you gonna get on camera? Quit deflecting. Are you gonna get on camera? Quit deflecting. Quit changing the subject. Are you gonna get on?
Do you want to see if I'm cute since I've turned you on?
No, I want to see if you have any balls and are gonna quit being a scared little bitch.
Well, that actually is also.
face,
I'll
your
refer
ass,
back to my
what's the difference?
original
Yeah,
statement
exactly.
that you
Your
want to see if
face.
I'm cute. Do you want to lick my balls?
Go
you
ahead.
into that? Are
Go
you
ahead
into
and
that?
cam up, bro. Go ahead and cam up.
Are you into
Can you
that?
do it?
I'll shave them for you. I'll shave them for you, just for you. You can run. They'll be as bald as the top of your head.
You're like a little kid. It's
This is your captain speaking. We're in for some slight turbulence.
That's right. I'm not an old douchebag like you.
No, you're like 12.
Yeah, but hopefully when I'm your age, I'm not at a truck stop.
Hopefully when I'm your
Riding
age,
around drunk.
something.
I'm sorry life didn't work out for you.
Yeah, Nick is scared. It's true. You're a little bitch. You can't get up on. Go ahead, get up on camera
I don't
then.
think I sound scared.
I get on camera. Okay, so let me lead you by example. Let me lead you by example. I get on camera because I'm not fake. I'm not
You're an
scared.
example I don't want to follow.
Right, because you're a scared little bitch that's fake.
Because I don't want to put on, I don't drive drunk.
Scared little bitch.
I don't drive. I don't drive drunk. That's why.
No, it's quit deflecting and go on. Let's stay on topic. The topic is being on camera.
Maybe your next one, you're going to get an interlock device, right? That's going to be embarrassing.
Let's stay on topic now.
Ooh, a sore spot. Is it one more until you get an interlock device?
Well, what are you talking about?
You know exactly what I'm talking about because now you're feigning ignorance.
What's an interlock device? What are you talking about?
What's an interlock device? I don't know what that is.
I see why you won't get on camera.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
It's probably because I know you, right?
So is it
it's
one or
probably
two?
because I know you, and you're a butthurt little bitch that's pissed off that I am where I am. I see.
At a truck stop, drunk, eating Taco Bell with a bald
Who the
head.
fuck is drunk? I'm not drunk. What are you talking about?
Yeah, keep telling yourself. I hope you're not. Honestly, I do because it sounds like you're going to get on the road.
I'm not.
I'm Donald
And I
Trump,
really
and
wish.
see this message.
I hope that you're not.
I'm not, bro. Okay, there's a hell of a lot more factors that are involved in intoxication. besides alcohol consumption.
Yeah.
For example, intellect level and shit like
You
that.
bored me now. I'm done. You bored
Anyway,
me
yeah,
now.
I know because you're easily.
You're ugly.
Yeah. I'm easily bored.
Have
and
a
you're not
taste
that
of my
interesting.
ball.
Just like all the people that come here and talk shit that won't be on camera, it's probably people that I know.
Well, this has certainly been an interesting exchange. And,
Honestly, if you knew me in real life,
panel.
you'd probably have fun at bars, but
We've had a strange time here on the Machine Lives, and I think I'm going to close it off from my end. I want to go around the panel and let everybody get a closing statement, as is customary. I'm going to premiere some content that I made just the other day. I think Cecil was there as well. We were talking about Toilet Bowl Earth, his communism arc or anti-capitalism arc, whatever the fuck you want to call it, his LARP about communism or whatever the fuck he's doing.
Your face, your ass.
So we're gonna be getting up in that. But yeah, thank you guys for joining here. Cecil, what you got to say to these people, man?
I don't know, man. Freaking wipe front to back.
That's what it is.
Yeah, good advice.
Thank you so much, Cecil. Drive safe,
Of course. I'm gonna go find a place to take a shit like an animal in the woods now.
For
See you guys
sure,
later.
dude. Bless. Yeah, man. Thank you, man. And yeah, we got Corbett here streaming out here. Bless you, brother, man. Go ahead, man.
What's up?
Yeah,
Bless you. Yeah, I got a video actually on my YouTube. I've been documenting how the opioid epidemic was caused by our government, and is known where the real source is, which is China through the U.S. mail. Both sides of the aisle know it, and I had proof. I got hacked recently, and all my military interviews were taken, but I'm trying to redeem some of them before I do chapter 2. But I got chapter 1 up on my page now. I got some random stuff where I do vocal covers. I do all sorts of different things just for my own benefit, really. I stream games, shit like that. So y'all can check it out. It's youtube.com/what my well, yeah, it's in the chat there.
somebody put
But,
the link up there, but I can't find it. Can you put it up there again?
Just take off everything off zero divide there, or after zero divide in the way it's typed
it's
on that
the
link.
screen. Yeah, it's on the screen there and the link there. But yeah, you guys find the channel. Please subscribe to Corbett. Sounds very interesting. You know, I cover a range.
Also, you can go to aaroncorbett.com and see a lot of my best work there. That's where I throw up my stuff. You can watch all my lives through there too, which is actually streaming right there right now, actually.
Good shit.
This
Holmes.
is.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. Yeah, thank you, Holmes. Yeah, and
No problem. I appreciate you letting me on.
Yeah, you know, you're welcome back anytime. I host this panel, you know, Wednesday, Friday morning, and Saturday night. So yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, I got you on all notifications now too. You were recommended by Esra, and I trust her with all I got. So
yeah, she's great. Yeah, she's great. Yeah, she's a good friend of the channel. Yeah, thank you so much, brother. Yeah, bless
have a
you.
good one.
Yeah, thanks for being here. My email's in the description of the channel if you ever need to talk to me. But yeah, bless you, brother. Man.
Sounds
Thank
good. You too.
Yeah, thank you, brother Corbett. Yeah, please subscribe to Corbett, and yeah, bless him for being here. And yeah, we got Nick Volt here, who's been here many times.
Always a pleasure. It's good to meet you, Corbett. You know what? I was actually impressed with your science experiment. I didn't mean to go too hard on you, but I'm going to. You said Corbett.com. And whatever you said about opioids, that's something which you and I probably.
What was it again? He was asking. Oh, was it Corbett.com?
No, it's aaroncorbett.com. My first and last name. Let me put it in the chat.
For sure. Yeah. We'll throw that up.
I got merch that I created myself even on there. Like there's Don't Fuck with Cthulhu hoodies and all sorts of shit. And I had a series I started with Andreas Zerdis, like he was my first guest, and I did it was called The Rear View of Possible, but I also got like an internet version 2.0 documentary, well, sort of just telling you about it and how if the more people know about it, the bigger chance we have to get off the United States government's emergency communications backbone and get onto a truly free internet. and they're making completely de-Google phones because one person on the planet could rewrite the Android operating system from the kernel up. And he was found in Indonesia, and he's on the team. The truckers that did the trucker strike here in America, they put their life savings into the project. Like it's all good people, and they've got an Amazon alternative, a YouTube alternative, and we just need it to grow. I'm an advanced pre-release tester for it, but it's ready to go as far as the set-top boxes. But they're working on the phones. They should be out hopefully this year that are completely de-Googled and no one. It's a new form of encryption also.
Yep.
That's at QUX.tv.
It's I mean, the internet gives us the ability to freely exchange ideas. And when the internet first came out, it was kind of like hands off the government, but now
It's completely anonymous too. They only store half of your email address, and it's linked to that box only. And you can exchange your money 1-for-1 with their tokens, like 1-for-1 with the US dollar with their tokens. And 3 banks have it backed. So when you take a debit card to go spend the money, like it's automatically converted from the tokens at a store, it puts the company's name on there, not your name. So the government can't find out how you're spending your money either. There's a ton of people on it, and all the truckers from the trucker strike are actually doing all the shipping for it once they get more stores. Oh yeah, they also invented a new kind of encryption that can't be broken by the government because it doesn't operate by normal encryption rules. It's something completely reinvented out of the box. It's more like being lost at sea and no one being able to find out what time and space you are in that sea storm to be able to intercept it. So that's the best way I can explain it. It's crazy. I heard the CEO, he explains it on my video about it on my page. So
somebody needs to come up with an alternative because it will happen in the next 10 years when they remove net neutrality, and companies like AT&T, Cox Cable, Spectrum say, they'll start, you have to pay to view certain sites and make it just like old-fashioned cable TV. It's only a matter of time.
This is basically a private network that even the CEO doesn't have like access to actually change or shut down any portion of it. It's not decentralized, but it takes away the need for decentralization because of the new form of encryption. That's the best I can explain it. The CEO is actually talking on my video. I'm not the greatest with live streams and stuff like that. Usually, like I don't prepare well enough, and I never have notes, so I just go off the cuff. But that's why I had him on. And Zertus, it was my first live ever, so I don't know.
Sweet.
But
I'll
yeah,
check it out. We'll talk again soon, hopefully. Machine Lies, always a pleasure. Sorry if I annoyed your guest.
Thank you so much, Brother Corbett. I just wanted to get a chance for you to show Nick Volt your website there. But yeah, bless you, brother, for being here. If you ever need me, hit me up on the email. And yeah, bless you, brother, man.
Same here. I do video editing. I do basically anything. I'm a jack of all trades. So you need something done, I got you.
Yeah,
I can do websites. I can do whatever.
Yeah, thank you, brother, man. I'd love to talk to you again, man. Thanks for the offer there. And Nick Volt seems to have dropped out here, so I'll just leave you guys here for now. Thank you for joining, Brother Corbett. I'm gonna throw you in the back here.
Thank you. That works.
Yeah, bless you, brother. Yeah, and we got, me and Cecil out here. As you know, we got the show The Machine Lies. Me and Cecil out here, and Neurojack, and a few other people, when you meet these characters out here. But yeah, thank you for joining us as always. Here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Yeah, good night to you too, brother Nick Volt. Thank you. And yeah,
it's me and the road. My road is my only woman, man. That's all the woman that I need is the road.
Hell yeah.
That's my outro right there, bro. The road is my woman, and the only woman that I need is my road. You know what I'm saying?
That's what it is. And here's some old shit we did earlier, talking about Toilet Bowl Earth, who's always talking about this show. You all guys already know.
Hey, man, let me just tell you real quick, TML, I really appreciate everything you do. And, some people just get a little annoyed when, even the the dumbest seeming people come out of the woodwork and appear to be their intellectual competitor, even though, you know, it's that cognitive dissonance that kind of has a tendency to flip some people out, you know. But I'll tell you what, out of everybody that I've met in this entire panel verse, you seem to be the most legit person, because you actually talk about real philosophy and you're not just trying to be like a fake motherfucker that's like got some type of like, I don't know, man. You seem like you're real, you know? Like a lot of people around the streets are like, yeah, no problem, man. A lot of people around these streets just seem like they're just trying to get a paycheck and do a fucking job, and let me just read a script, and you know, I mean, it's, you know, but like, I don't know, man. Just my feel of the situation is like, you know, this guy's actually really talking about real philosophy, and this is actually verifiable, and you're just not just trying to spout like pseudoscience or whatever, you know. But
that's what it is, Cecil. I share what I've learned, you know, and I appreciate you being here and being a friend of the show. And definitely, you know, we got a lot more to talk about. And yeah, you know, same goes for you. You know, game recognized game. You're one of the realest dudes I've met on the internet as well. You know what I'm saying? You know, I could only count 5 of y'all on my hands, really. The people, you know, we've been doing this for 6 months, and we haven't really run into too many characters that actually hold weight, you know, or actually carry weight, or you know, are gonna take the weight for what is next, you know, for the human species here. But yeah, man, I appreciate you, Cecil, man. Thank you for being here for me, brother, man, and definitely we'll talk soon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're not all on freaking off cam with voice changes and shit. I'm like, for real. You know what I mean? Anyway, I just wanted to say that. So yeah.
Oh yeah, thank you, brother, man. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, that's what it is, you know. The machine lies, you know. Thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies. You know, and the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. I mean, man, I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. Peace, you guys, and yeah, peace from us.
More of a perspective. I wish guys like Jim Bob or whoever would get out on these panels and put an alternate perspective out there. I know some people just can't be saved or want to refuse to love the truth, but there's truth out there and it's not being had on these panels.
Yo, we're watching the panels from last night. I'm just watching shit, trying to do a test stream here because my internet is failing. So I'm gonna figure out what's going on, and then watch this video back and see if my video quality or whatever, my internet quality or whatever is dissipating. But yeah, let's see.
Mutual distraction.
Hey, I just want to say that, you know, I'm really enjoying this conversation right now. This seems like a very calm, very
Well, I have a question.
easygoing conversation, Mr. Rocky. Go ahead.
Okay, so you say that the Judaism has nothing to do with Christianity?
I mean,
And I'm not
Christianity
talking
is
about.
derived from telling the
I'm not-
Jews they were doing it
I'm not.
wrong.
I'm not talking about fake Judaism. I'm talking about like
The
the
Hebrew.
beliefs of the Israelites.
Well, I
They
mean,
aren't-
technically, Jesus would have been wearing that garb and doing that.
Shout out to my one viewer, Sideways Stewie. Peace, brother. What's going on, dude? Yeah, we're just testing out a stream here. But yeah, does Judaism have anything to do with Christianity? What's the question? That's such an interesting question. Right? You know, I think where the discussion was, Toilet Bowl Earth was telling Rock E and the others that only Abrahamic religion is Christianity. So we're just picking it up. It's kind of an interesting discussion so far. I mean, to be honest. But yeah, I'm testing out my internet connection and this shit. Yeah, let's see what happens.
Didn't Jesus say that? Wasn't Jesus like salvation? Didn't Jesus say salvation comes through the Jews or the Israelites? Didn't he say that once? So
Salvation is of the Jews, right? That's in the Gospels, isn't it? Right? Salvation is of the Jews. I think that's Gospel of John. Let me see. Salvation is of the Jews. Yeah, he does say that. By the way, John 4:22. To sum up, salvation is of the Jews, right? They're the covenant of God, right? You worship what you do not know. You worship what you do know. You worship what you do not know. We worship the Jews. Interesting.
You say that Christianity
That's
has
what it
nothing to
says.
do with true Israelite Judaism is kind of nonsense. It is a Judo-Christian thing, but it's not the fake Judaism religion going on now. It's,
No, but
Oh shit. He said judo Christian. I'm cutting and roboting. Thanks for telling me that. Yeah, that's why I'm doing this. I'm trying to figure out why I'm cutting and roboting like that. But yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah, so far. I actually don't know what's causing it. But yeah, I'll figure it out. I might have to do a couple of these test streams, Yeah, that's because of my internet connection. It shows the internet connection going in and out, and then I start roboting. It's a fucking problem. I don't know why it keeps doing that, but yeah. Is it still Borging like that? I hope not. But yeah, man. I mean, I might have to not put my stream up if that's the case tonight, If I don't figure it out, I might not stream tonight because it's just like it's a constant issue. But yeah. The Machine Lies, good interview with Jesse the other day. Thank you, my brother. Yeah, man, you've been killing it on the interviews too. You've been having some good interviews on your channel as well, but yeah, I've been doing some shit. Yes. Let me try to figure out what Yeah, I'm going to have to go clean cache on the browser. Yeah, for sure.
what I was saying was that there's no three Abrahamic religions. Okay, there's
Yeah, but the term Abrahamic is a modern term used to apply to all three of them, right? So, I mean, yeah, there's no three Abrahamic religion. You could just dismiss the term Abrahamic. It's a nonsense term, just as the term Judeo-Christian is a nonsense term. You know what I mean? So, I mean, these are both nonsense terms, Abrahamic, right? All three religions think something totally different about Abraham, right? Right? Christians think Abraham saw Jesus. He wrestled with Jesus in the desert. Right? Muslims believe a totally different version of Abraham. Right? In the Bible, Abraham does all sorts of shit. Right? That's not accounted for in Islam, right? So it's all different, right? Abraham, the character is different, right?
only one Abrahamic
it's all-
religion, which is
well, yeah.
the Judaic going into the Christian fold, Christian era. Correct? Would you say that that's accurate?
Right. We
That,
were
that there
correct.
is no such thing. Would you agree that there's no such thing as Judaism anymore because Christ fulfilled that? Correct.
Yeah, he said there's no more
Okay.
Jews.
So and thus forth, is Muslim true? Is Islam true? Is Islam based on Abrahamic truths? No.
They think
So,
it is.
as I said before, Christianity is the only Abrahamic faith, period.
Is Islam based on Abrahamic truths? No. Well, I mean, the thing is that Abraham just views. I mean, and Abraham in Islam is different than Abraham in Christianity is different than Abraham in Judaism, right? That's what's going on. So there's no such thing as Abraham. That much is true. But yeah, there's Abraham in Islam. There's Abraham in the Quran. There's stories of Abraham in the Quran that seem to parallel a lot of the stories of Abraham in the Bible, right? So, I mean, there's nothing that disagrees with the common narrative of the Bible in those stories, right? Except for, right, as I said before, when Saint Irenaeus read the text, right, and there's, God appearing to Abraham, right? He takes that as it's Jesus appearing to him, right? So he's counting that as Jesus talking to Abraham, right? Okay. Whereas the Jews, they would never come up with such a concept, right? Right? They have a totally different idea of what's going on in the story of Abraham, right? They count Abraham as a patriarch of the Jews. That's his whole importance, right? But in the Bible, right, John the Baptist says, say not that we are sons of Abraham. He says, out of these stones, God can make new sons of Abraham. Say not to yourself that ye are sons of Abraham. And in the Gospel of John, it does say salvation is of the Jews. Right? Right? So there's this whole problem of Judeo-Christian, right? Right? That you can't really apply to the Islamic, right? So there's this whole issue. But yeah, anyways. I'm just testing out my stream. Let me know if I sound good, if the video's coming in good, or what's going on. Yeah.
There is no three Abrahamic faiths. There's only one.
Right. It's all the same faith, but there is separation.
Sorry, that's just the truth of the matter.
All right, I have a totally unrelated question, but it's
Jesus
still off what you're
coming
talking about.
back
What's
set up the Jewish kingdom?
What's the difference between a fake Jew and the Jews that are just prophesized to keep fucking up until they get right? What's the difference? Are we calling the Jews that are fucking up fake Jews when they're just fucking up?
Jews is not a race. It's not a.
Well, it is, but
You were called a Jew.
Well, I'll tell you what happened is that I did an interview on the missing link. And if you go back and watch the video quality is dog shit. It doesn't show me talking. It's just picture frames of motherfuckers doing an interview. It's not even a video. It doesn't even count as a video. So if I'm not going to be even able to record a fucking video, then, you know what I mean? It's really going to be hard for me to do a stream. But yeah, that whole video got fucked up. You know? I don't even know how that happened, but yeah. Yes, Cynthia, Manel, good morning, everyone. Brown's boy, good morning, man. Cecil, good morning.
You were called a Jew back in the day if you believed in the Jewish Israelite religion. Like Abraham wasn't a Jew; he was a Chaldean. They started a new race by circumcision. That was a sign of a new race that they were creating. They were going to become Israelites, and anybody could join by being circumcised and following their faith. You became a Jew by following their faith.
Well, I guess then I'm a Jew.
Wasn't a race, and the Khazar Jews in Israel right now aren't even related by blood. They just, and I don't know what the hell's going on over there. That's kind of crazy going on.
It is crazy. It's gonna get crazier. That's why the whole world's gonna turn on us.
What the fuck is this shit? Yo, this is like a Art Basel tape. They only wear tape. Is that what's going on here? Hold on a second.
Are you looking at something?
Some Art Basel tape fucking show. Black tape project show.
Oh, those models with the tape on.
This is the strangest conversation on religion, for real.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck, dude? It's filthy.
I have to stray from that. I look at it with the unclean eye.
It's filthy, bro.
Yeah, but some of them ladies, some of that tape, they wear it well. So
Some of that cake look good. You know what I'm saying? For real.
And it is kind of cool in a comic book sense, like, you know, that body hugging type design. But you're really just throwing tape on a bitch.
What are you talking about?
There's runway model shows on YouTube where the dude's literally just using electric tape to put designs on naked ladies.
I think that,
Then they
are
get
they-
into like metallic colors, like gold shimmery tape and shit. It is pretty cool.
Are you sure they're ladies and not just looking?
Yeah, because there ain't nowhere to hide that dick.
Maybe they cut it off.
Damn, this conversation went from Jesus to trannies like really quick. It's kind of weird.
Then that's a pretty dude.
What the fuck?
Maybe
Dude,
they
this
cut it off.
This is OTW news. I'm about to play some super corporate Walmart dubstep for you guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna be busting on him today on Spurg News. I'm gonna showcase one of his episodes.
I'm literally a Paul enslaved who's talking about a radar stream right here.
Oh shit, it's devolved into gossip. Let's try to go back to this religious argument.
Can't even
Conversation with
reverse.
him, and he just like drains me. Like he just like the Leave It to Beaver era people.
Crow thing for you guys sometime. I'm not prepared this morning. It's disgusting though. Aleister Crowley's wife was named Rose. I stopped going on these other channels. People don't need to hear my shit, I guess. I mean, I put my work out there. I got plenty more, but no, I'm a God-fearing, freedom-loving American. But I'm not.
This
I
is
don't
pretty
need to
cool.
cupcake to these other communities who hate God. They hate God. They refuse him. You know what I mean, Rocky?
Yeah, they hate God, and
Well, and not to go at you, but I still see you over there, and I see you agreeing with people like Sterling.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. It's a bitter old granny panty lady.
I don't
Sorry
know
that
who
you're
Sterling
60 years old and single, but that doesn't mean God's not real.
Anyway, I put in private chat my latest video. The Matrix Revealed is what it's called.
The
I
Matrix
just copied some content
Revealed.
from one of my subs on Odyssey. It's really not my content. I'm just sharing his content.
What happened to Tommy? He didn't like me saying that.
Rose 77 from the channel. That's kind of strange.
You ever heard of this skull earth that one of those people in the community pushes?
I never followed Crow 777 except for
Get motherfuckers out of there.
I've noticed
I'm
some of the
saying-
communities I first went to, not yours or 9 Prime, like a leap year, 22-9.
Yeah, that's
Consumerism is part of capitalism. Another thing that I always see.
Oh, this is his other thing. He's going after capitalism for some reason. He's got like this whole vendetta against capitalism at this point. So it's pretty interesting.
Is that people talk about, oh, this is a corporatism, or this is like some sort of oligarchical nepotistic form of capitalism. But no, it's not. It's just a graduated form of it. It's the natural progression of what it was going to be in the first place, which was going to be a manipulative, exploitive concept altogether. Controlling. Isn't that what truthers are talking about? Not being controlling and stuff like that. This is a system of control that you've acquiesced to almost. You've acquiesced that this is the only possible way that we can be in equal standing with each other is through capitalism. It's bullshit. It's a fucking lie. It's the biggest psyop on the modern world, honestly. The capitalism is the most disgusting part of our society because it incentivizes the worst part of us, which is greed and wanting to trample brother for status. Period. And don't nobody.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a straight up Marxist communism, but it's more like the Christian communism. It's like liberation theology or some shit. But yeah, I guess he's going with liberation theology or some shit. You know,
I could sit here and say that that's not a reality that you see every fucking day when you walk around here. That the class warfare is one of the biggest things that the government attacks. Class warfare is the biggest fucking thing that they use. They use to pit brother against brother. Okay, that's what they do. They want to. They want to. Yeah, because your labor, your work is not worth shit to them, and this is the problem. This is the problem with capitalism, is because it's based on inequality. It's based on I need to devalue you and make me have a turnaround of profits that sustains me. Okay, and then again, and I'll go back to what I was originally saying. Okay, where's the dude? Where's the dude telling me how much my labor is worth? How much is that worth? Explain it to me. Explain to me how you came to understand that, sir. Explain that to me. Somebody.
I remember the scriptures where it talks about the master who went out into the vineyard, and he the first people he hired was like the union, and they agreed on one.
Yo, what are we going with here? Christian communism? Yo, this is crazy stuff. I guess we've devolved into Christian communism. I mean, he's using all the key terms: labor and profit, and people having ownership of their work, and and brother and comrade, and the whole shebang. You know what I mean? I mean, it's the increase of industry that makes socialism on the one end, and then capitalism on the other end necessary. Because large scale industry, you have increased centralization due to that. It's just that private enterprise, except for ones that are extremely profitable already, are not going to be able to manage large scale machinery, right? So, I mean, the real question is about the technology, right? Okay, it's not about profit and work and how we treat our brothers and sisters and all of these types of things. Okay, that's just communism, right?
1 dinar or 1 shekel or whatever, and then the master hired some more at like 6 hours before, and then he hired before the end of the day, and then 3 hours before the end of the day, and then 1 hour at the end of the day, and then he paid them all the same. And one only worked 1 hour a day, and the others worked 6 hours a day. And the first people that agreed to 1 shekel, they worked 12 hours a day, and that day, and they all got paid the same. And it says, and then I think the master represents Christ. He's saying, okay, so you agreed to 1 shekel a day, and that's what you got. And then the other people didn't agree. They said, okay, don't even tell me how much you're going to pay me. I'll just work for you. And then the guy that hired him gave him full day's wages for half a day, 1 hour. And who determined who got it? Was the master, the one who hires you, determined, and you can work for him or not. Okay, so that's where I get that word. Jesus is a capitalist. Jesus had the money. He made the decision to pay the first guy 1 shekel because that's what they agreed on, and then he hired a bunch.
Yeah, Jesus is a capitalist. Jesus is a communist. You know, the other night on Jesse Missing Link, Jesus was an anarchist. You know, I mean, Jesus is whatever you want to make him. I mean, this is the problem. It's Christ's protagonist. He's the main you know, character in your story there. You know, what you know, these are modern ideologies, right? Capitalism, communism, anarchism. Okay, these aren't, you can't apply these to ancient man, right? That's haphazardly applying this. That's cookie cutter, like fucking bumper sticker philosophy, right? That's haphazard, right? You can't apply. You know, you're taking sides with history through modern ideologies, right? That's you don't want to do that.
Bunch of other people that it worked less hours, paid him to stay. They didn't agree on any price. Just trusted that he would get paid good. And then the guys that got only the 1 shekel for working all day.
I mean, this is bad, man. If you really took verses from the Bible to interpret that Jesus was a capitalist, then, sir, you're the fucking Antichrist, dude, and you don't belong here. It's fucking insane. That is absolutely.
He called Rocky the Antichrist.
Fucking insane.
So the master.
Do you know that that's fucking insane, right?
So a master is nothing but a.
Our Lord did not speak about possessions and wants and shit like that. What he did was self-sacrifice. He gave to those that needed, and he commands us to do the same. And he commands us to do the same.
Interpret the parable.
Period.
It's crazy. We have Jesus was a capitalist versus Jesus was a communist this morning.
Interpret the parable of the
on TBE Theater
of the guy that hires the people in the street, pays them what he wants. So
that's that's not gonna save you from this problem, sir.
Didn't Jesus give those money lenders
it seems like you're just like picking and choosing what Jesus says and ignoring the rest, sir. This is ad hoc. This is exactly what's wrong with the Protestant Reformation, and the fruits of the Protestant Reformation is this right here. Just picking scripture out, interpreting it yourself, and applying it to others, trying to like minimize or maximize them.
Right, and the church just never did that. They never just picked what scripture applied to whatever they wanted it to apply to. All right.
It's a weird way. Don't make no sense. There's no way you're going to tell me Jesus was a pro-capitalist. Are you out of your fucking mind?
So he's an accelerationist now. I was checking out. I was peeping his accelerationism. You know what I mean? I got a video of it. Check this out. In a thought experiment. You know, if you're still around, you know, check out this accelerationism right here, yo. This cat went full accelerationist the other day. Look at this. I actually recorded a piece of it, but yeah.
Like, it really is something else entirely. It's the normalization of podding, you know, right? Like pod life. Everyone's just in their room, in their space, and your space is going to be this little fucking tiny little fucking square on a screen. That's going to be your space in the hyper capitalist fucking AI world. You know, that's going to be your life. And as much as I want to be anti-capitalist, the only way to be truly anti-capitalist is to be hyper-capitalist. Is to like let them, give them carte blanche and let it fucking die faster. That's my view.
That's crazy, right? The best way to be anti-capitalist is to be hyper-capitalist. Whoa, that's accelerationism, buddy. That's accelerationism, buddy. That's accelerationism, buddy. Hey, my friend. Hey, my friend.
It's like absolutely.
Okay.
What do you know? What do you think capitalism is, Mr. Rocky? If you can explain that to me.
Can I read the parable to you and you explain it?
I know the parable. Can you tell me what capitalism is? What do you think capitalism is exactly?
Capitalism is whoever has the money controls the goods. Communism is capitalism. Free enterprise uses capitalism. It just means whoever has the money determines what he's going to spend his money on, who he's going to hire, how much he's going to pay him. That's a capitalist. I don't identify. I identify as a
It's very descriptive. It's not very explanatory about what capitalism is exactly. So people that have
it's purely intellectual. That's the problem. It's it's ideas versus reality here. It's crazy.
money, that's capitalism to you.
Capitalism means that whoever has the money determines what he gets to do with his money. It's his money. He gets to do whatever. He owns the capital. And if he wants to hire somebody for $10 an hour, and if they agree, that's what they get. If they don't want to work for him, then they don't have to work for him. It's just a system. That's all. Anyway, the parable of the worker in the vineyard, Matthew 20, 1 through 16. For the kingdom of heaven is like a lamb.
What's wrong, Brett? You don't want to drink the blood and eat the flesh? No soup for you? Yo. Yeah, I seen you on OTW. That shit was hilarious, Holmes. Yo, that shit was funny. Right. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, brother Austin.
Landowner.
Hold
Went
on.
out early in the morning.
Hold on a
Hire-
second. Rocky, I got to stop you, man. We're going to go to an Oxford Dictionary definition of capitalism. This is an economic and political system in which a country's trade and industry are controlled by private owners for profit. Do you not believe that that's what's happening in America, sir?
Capitalism is the same thing with communism.
Yeah, but earlier he even said that America's not completely a free market. And it actually, when he says it, it actually sounds like a complaint, but it is what it is. Right?
It's the same system.
How is it the same thing?
Who owns the money in China? Freaking government.
Is China capitalism? Is China communism? I'm not even advocating for communism here. So what's your point? Why are you going back to that?
What? I'm so confused. So if he's not advocating for capitalism, I hope my voice is coming in clear because my internet's fucking shitty again or whatever. But yeah. So he's not for communism, even though he's bashing capitalism. I don't know.
System of finance that whoever owns money makes the decisions on what he does with his money. If it's a private person that has money, he determines what he gets to do with the money. That's capitalism.
Okay, that's fine. But do you understand where that has gotten us right now in this day and age, sir? Do you realize we're not in that age of capitalism as you have so poorly defined it?
Is it true capitalism, what we're in right now, or is it?
Oh, okay. So now we're going to do, is it true capitalism? Okay.
I don't know, whatever. I don't know. I was trying to read a parable talking about how the kingdom of heaven is like a landowner.
I don't need you to read parables to me. I don't need you to do that.
You pretend
You're not my
but when I
priest.
come up with a scripture that tells you
You're
what
not
God-
my priest, and I never asked you to do that.
well, this is supposed to be some kind of Christian.
Yeah, but it's not a pulpit, sir. It's not a pulpit.
Rocky, you could take this back to your boy Z. I looked into that Jesus is a dragon thing. I can't find where it actually is.
I don't even know who you are. You're telling me this is a Christian live. I'm just supposed to let you espouse your nonsense eternal security bullshit.
Blah blah blah.
You think you're gonna? I think I'm gonna let you just sit here and espouse heresy? No, sir.
Heresy, yeah. Okay, the Bible is heresy.
No, nobody.
Damn. Some old guy comes up to you and goes, "Man, I got a fucking parable for you, sonny boy," and this is what you tell me: espouse your fucking heresy here, you fucking devil. This shit is crazy.
Said that. You did. You did.
You got 16 verses you could read, and
Yeah, I know. I know where the verses are, and I know where they read. So,
And
what do you want me to? What do you want me to do?
What's your interpretation on it? Who is the landowner?
Huh? What are you explaining
Who
to
is
me?
the land? It says the first verse, the kingdom of heaven is like a landowner.
Oh,
who's the
okay.
land-
The kingdom
who's
of
the
it's.
landowner?
What is it referencing, sir? It's referencing the kingdom of heaven. Do you think in heaven there are people that own land?
It's talking about land and landowner.
Okay.
An owner of something. The guy who has the capital.
I don't accept your exegesis of that scripture, sir.
Okay, so that's where all I'm doing is identifying where people get.
No,
the
you're just
idea.
recognizing things that you're personally identifying, and your personal.
What?
Interpreting and then throwing it at people.
Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about. Just complete malarkey, complete nonsense. The fucking chakra wheel.
People. Like it's so that's effective. That's a
The fucking Hindu chakra wheel of fucking Kali just spinning and spinning and spinning itself to the death of us, of fucking all of us. What the hell is this shit? Oh my god. Did they take the video away? Maybe he took his video away. Yeah, we might have been at a spot where the video's gone.
effective way of doing
I'm
it.
showing you where Christians get the idea that Jesus is a capitalist because this parable.
Okay, never
That's
mind.
where they get the idea.
Okay, but what about the rest, sir? We can sit here and you can go, what about this? What about this one? What? Oh, it's a metaphor until it's the one that supports your. I'm sorry, what?
It's an anthropopathism or a metaphor. I can't remember. It's one of the two.
It's an anthropomorphism?
Anthropopathism. Look it up. Learn
Or
a
a,
new
met-
word.
or a metaphor? How could it be both?
I forget which one. I'd have to look it up because an anthropopathism is subscribing to God like a hand or something. And anthropomorphism is describing an attribute which he doesn't really have, but which is used.
Bingo, exactly. People think
human
free market is capitalism. There is no free market, folks. What don't you understand about this? There is no free market. Zero, none. There's never been. It's just you and them, and whatever you do that's popular becomes marketable and commodifiable to them. Okay, that's what that is. No, there is no Free market capitalism. Get fucking real. Goofballs. Are you fucking serious? Come on, man. We gotta do better than this. We gotta do better. No one's gonna sit here and tell me Jesus Christ was a capitalist. Not 1 second. Never gonna happen. Sorry. Christian identity is tied into giving even what you don't have to others. That is not in any way a capitalist mindset. And there is no dual nature there is no dual lifestyle in Christ. There is only one. You live to abide in him and what he says.
How are you going to pay people?
Talking now, no. Talking about don't come in here telling me Jesus Christ is telling us we should all make fucking LLC companies out here because you're a fucking retard if you believe that. And I'm not gonna let you sit here with your eternal security heresy already shining like a fucking badge on your fucking coat here. Nah, not happening, D.
I just want to say Matthew 20.
You have no answer to it except you laugh because you just
use ad hominem and call me all kinds of names.
I'm not ad hominem.
So he's not anti-capitalist. There's no such thing as capitalism. He's criticizing capitalism with Christianity. I mean, and he's accusing this old man of heresy. I mean, I actually don't even know what the fuck is going on here at this point.
It's not ad hominem. If it's things that I'm saying are true. What I'm saying is true does not make it an ad hominem, sir.
You probably studied the scriptures for a year and a half and think you know everything already.
Never have I ever said that. Never did I ever say that. It sounds like a projection. That sounds like a projection, sir.
You're calling me a heretic. You don't even know the scriptures.
Motherfucker, you have called me a heretic. Are you now seriously situated?
Called me a heretic.
Unaware of the things that you say and
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have all those videos up on my channel of this dude forgetting the scriptures if he actually didn't know the scriptures. I mean, he got him on that one. Cat actually doesn't know the scriptures at all. He doesn't even know the 10 Commandments. I mean, it's just honest. But yeah.
Are you that fucking out of touch with reality? Your near distant memories? Are you serious?
You understand reality. You're reality.
You just sound like a broken boomer at this point, dude. I'm not here to try to coax your fucking attitude from whatever fucking filth that it is.
Did you drink anything, sir?
Use that word.
Use what word, Rocky? What? You want me to look at you, nigga? I can look at you too. What? Sarkan, what's up? It's just gonna be me and Rocky. What's up? It's gonna be me and Rocky. What's up? I can look at you too.
Teach me. Please teach me.
What the fuck is this, yo?
I mean, I don't know, man.
This is an old-fashioned Mexican standoff right here.
Rocky, you're the one over there at TM Machine Lies channel over there kissing feet.
You're the one over there at Machine Lies channel. Yo, now it's guilt by association on me, yo. All of a sudden this is a fight he's have an invisible chess match Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, man. Rocky, you're the one over there at TM Machine Lies channel over there kissing
You're the one over there at the Machine Lies channel.
feet. You kiss heretics' feet?
Heretic. I mean, it's just a different religion. I mean, how could you be a heretic if you just follow a different fucking religion than somebody else, right? And he already called Rocky a heretic. So I don't see what the problem is. You know, just heretics with heretics, right? You know, what's the problem, right?
I like listening to TML.
Yeah.
I like listening to TML. I like listening to TML.
Tell him.
Yeah, you like listening to literally all he talks about.
Tell him, boss.
Is how about the Bible is bullshit, and
oh come on. Yeah, the Bible that your church hand selected. Yeah. A lot of it's sketch. You know what I mean? Come on, dude. Let's just be honest.
the apostles are bullshit. He dogs on Paul, a saint of the church, and you're gonna sit there and go, "Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I just want to hang out. I just want to hang out with you, bros." Right?
Right. Yeah, we could talk about each other's viewpoints. You know what I mean? We can have an exchange. I've had an exchange with many intelligent Christian folk. You know, they've improved my understanding on these things so that I don't just go around and say, oh, yeah, Paul's dumb, or Paul doesn't know what he's talking about, or Paul's the Antichrist, or anything stupid like that. You know, I understand the historical value of a lot of his statements, right? So, you know, when I actually expound on these things, people get value from my understanding of these things. I mean, that's why, I mean, where's your exegesis of Paul? I mean, you got anything on Acts? And, you know, Wizard had to sit there and tell you his 3 conversion stories in Acts. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, let's not play here. You don't read the Bible. You know, you're standing behind something you don't fucking read.
I'm trying to understand his viewpoint, so I know where
you don't understand the Islamic. Do you need to go to TML to understand the Islamic viewpoint? Really?
I'm trying to help TML. Dumb shit.
Oh, there you go. Right. If you want to inquire about somebody's level of understanding, or try to challenge their level of understanding and improve it, you know, that's a task of, you know, obviously the highest sort of, you know, compassion for that person. You know what I'm saying, right? For real. You know, like sometimes tough love is better than, you know what I mean? Niceties, exchanging niceties, you know. But yeah, you know, I mean, I like how he understands that I allow different points of view. You know what I mean? And especially the type that challenge my own.
Really, you're trying to help him.
Yeah.
No, you weren't. Nothing you've done over there. You just sat there and like cucked out to him.
What are you trying to do?
Yeah, what are you trying to do? What am I trying to do?
Yeah, what's your purpose on this stream right now? What are you trying to do?
What's my purpose on the stream?
Yeah.
I'm just sharing my experience with you.
Oh, your experience.
Yeah. What's your experience, Rocky?
My testimony, you mean?
What's your experience, though, Rocky? What's your experience?
I got a lot of experiences. Do you base your
listen to this little fuck talking to this old ass man like this, dude, about his experiences? Come on, dude. Who do you think has more real life experiences? Let's just be honest.
on your experiences?
No, I'm asking you your experiences.
Yeah, you know, a young man's knowledge cannot match an old man's, you know, experience, right?
I don't want to get into them. You're here to share your.
Okay.
I'm not here to share my experience.
Well, Well, let me tell you something, Rocky. Let me tell you something, Rocky. Let me give you a hard truth here. Let me get these guys out of here so we can like get closer. Okay. So let me be very frank and clear about my words here. Jesus was not a capitalist. Jesus preached a selfless gospel about
what the fuck does interjecting your modern ideologies into the Bible, into an ancient text, have to do with this conversation at this moment? When you're calling the man a heretic, what the fuck does that have to do with it?
about taking care of your brothers and sisters. Do you understand that?
So you're going to take care of your brothers and sisters, right?
That's correct.
How you doing that?
I mean, that's irrelevant.
No, you said you were taking care of
Me
them.
giving you the logistics of how I'm taking care of that sort of situation is irrelevant because it's an ongoing thing from here until, I don't know.
So if
till
I
I'm dead.
have capital,
I'm not going to give you some logistics change to what I've been doing.
if I have some capital, which means I own property and which means I own money or something, and I have capital and I want to help people, what do I do?
There's nothing wrong with, okay, here we go. So we're getting somewhere here, right?
Giving
No,
people money.
we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere here, right? There's nothing wrong. Okay, let me just cut the music here because. All right, so Rocky, no, there's nothing wrong with you having money. No one ever said that. That's not my position. I don't think that's been anybody's position. Okay, my thesis, my very weak and sort of I don't know, whatever. My thesis is that capitalism is the literal source of all real, localized, and nationwide struggles between people.
Huh? But you're not a communist. So what do you recommend? You know, we already heard him recommend hyper capitalism, whatever that means, to destroy capitalism. Okay. That sounds foolhardy.
Whether it be economical or socio-political. That's what I believe. I believe that capitalism is, as in its complete form, has destroyed the communal nature of humans. Destroyed the communal nature. Destroyed the communal nature of humans.
What are you going to replace capitalism with? So if I want to trade my labor with someone else,
I don't care about. I don't need to give you a replacement to tell you that what we currently live in is fucking trash. I don't need to give you an alternative for that. Do I?
people abuse something doesn't mean it's
so
wrong.
your daughter's boyfriend, you know, he beats her all the time. But what else? What could you do? Let's think of a synonymous situation like that. You're in an abusive relationship, sir.
What's that got to do with capitalism? I don't understand.
Because capitalism is an abusive. It's an economic abusive relationship.
No, people abuse capitalism.
Am I
Doesn't mean
hearing
capitalism is
this
wrong.
correctly? He's mixing capitalism with the abuse of a woman, and now he's kind of in a Karen ideology. Like, I don't know, like it's kind of very, very, I mean, what is Toilet Cuck saying here? And this is very, very soy. Very soy. And now we're like onto, oh yeah, it's like an abused woman, capitalism to the people. what is going on here? This is very, very sad. You know what I mean? What is happening? You know, this is a really weak, you know, limp-wristed ideology, right?
Capitalism is literally required of you to devalue labor for profit. That's literally the whole thing. This is a let me tell y'all something about capitalism speed run. It is devalue labor for profit. Period. That's it. You don't need to go to fucking some Stanford class. That's it.
Well, you have a different definition than me.
That's it.
all.
That's it.
You have a different definition. That's not my definition.
Yeah, your definition is a very coaxed and very you know, your shoulders are rubbed into that. I know that by your programming. I get it. Razvan is still.
I don't understand how a conversation on Bible heresy turned into one on capitalism. I really actually don't. And this has happened like 3 different times on the show. I actually don't even know where he's going with this. I can't tell if he's trolling or just what this is at this point.
Still in here. I'm gonna give Razvan. What's up, Razvan? You're still in here. Sorry. I had to talk to Rocky about this because he's calling our Lord and Savior some sort of fucking Bill Gates fucking person, and I find personal offense to that. Jesus wasn't no capitalist, and this guy is absolutely fucking out of his mind. Is that your flat Earth map behind you? Is that the one you look at, Rocky? Is that it? I mean, is that it? Am I looking at it?
What's that got to do with what we're talking about?
I'm looking at it. Is that the flat? Is it what? What is that? Is that your flat Earth map? Hello? Are you?
What do you
Hello?
think it is?
What is that? Is that a flat Earth map?
Yeah, what do you think it is?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me? I'm asking you.
So basically, Rocky just exposing him for being a child at this point. This shit is hilarious.
Flat Earth map, yeah.
Yeah. Can we get a close up on it? Who made that map? Who made that map? All right, there we go. You're a good sport, Rocky. Right on, man. You're a good sport. Let's see what we got.
That's all the closer I can get. My cable is only that long.
Why don't you bring the poster over here?
Oh, it's stapled.
Oh, okay.
This is
Looks good though, man. I appreciate you showing me that. That's great.
This is my bunker.
This is your bunker? Where's your wife at?
She's up in the cabin.
Oh, so she's gonna get eaten while you're in the bunker?
No, I've got
that's
shot.
fucked up.
We got a timber shepherd and a pit bull. She's safe. Nobody fucks with me around here.
Yeah, they can just shoot the dog. But they could just shoot the dogs. Why wouldn't they just shoot the dogs?
Nobody messes with me up here. They know
You're in the basement though. If they walked in right now, what were you gonna do?
I'm in town.
You're in town? What does that even mean? You're not
wife.
You're not at your wife's house right now? What if your wife gets fucking some strange Inuit fucking Native American whatever?
I don't know, dude. It just sounds like none of that is your business. Like, weren't you having a discussion about religion or some shit? And then it devolved into capitalism, and now you're talking about his lifestyle. I actually have no idea what this dude's on. Look at his eyes. Look at the eyes.
A crisis actor, whatever, coming at your house, trying to attack your wife. You're not even at your house. Rocky, are you at your house where your wife is at right now?
No.
What are you doing hanging out at this flat earth fucking map house that you're in right now? You should be going
I
back
live
to
off
your
grid. I got 40 acres. I live off grid. My wife's 3 miles up the road. This is where I get internet.
But why are you so far away from your wife? Do you not like your wife?
I'm 65 years old, man. My wife and me are.
How long have you
having
been married to your wife?
like 35 years.
35 years.
Yeah.
It's based. Sure.
That is very impressive. Yes. Yeah, bless Rocky and his sweet old lady. Bless you guys.
I have to give you a commending there.
I have
That
7
that
children.
is that is 100% based, sir. I salute you, Mr. Rocky.
Seven children?
That is absolutely impressive, sir.
I
Based.
raised 7 children off grid. I raised 7 children off grid. They're all grown up.
Rocky's base.
That's great.
They're all grown
That's
up
great.
and they all work for themselves. They don't need me except for one. I got one, my oldest son. He's
Rocky,
like,
you're based, man.
That's right, bitch ass punk. You finally realize who the fuck you've been screaming at for the past fucking hour. You're trying shutting the fuck up and listening to people next time.
I got you all wrong. You're based. You take care of your family. Based, but your theology is definitely fucked up. But you're definitely a based old man. Let me tell you that right now, man. You're based. I appreciate you taking care of your family and doing all
God
that good
has
stuff,
blessed
man.
God
Yeah,
has
man.
blessed me.
Well,
God
God's
has
blessed me with you being here. I think that this is a blessing in itself that me and you get to hang out and talk to each other and work this out. However fucking stupid, maybe off track,
blessed by heresy.
either of us can be. I think,
I like how Toilet Bowls humbled himself at this moment.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm
not
fine with it. I'm cool with that. I could be a stupid idiot. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm not trying to change your beliefs or nothing. I'm just trying to.
We
put out
believe in the
my-
same. We believe in the same stuff, though. You know what I mean? We shouldn't
Yeah, we
have
believe in
that
the
much.
faith, yeah. Yeah, we believe in Jesus.
That's right. He's our Lord and
Yeah,
Savior, right? We believe that, right?
Yeah,
we believe.
yeah.
We believe. Yeah, right.
I confess
so
Christ
we're-
as my Lord and Savior.
So we're not far off, man. We're good. We're brothers. It's okay. That's why I enjoy talking to you. So regardless if we don't agree on whatever doctrine, you're still my brother.
He's moved to
and-
Cupcake.
And anybody that proclaims
He's moved to the Cupcake Factory. Let's see what else is going on here.
Yo, what's
Can't
up?
hardly do-
Yo, what's up, Bex? Have a weird sleep schedule today. So like that's the only reason why I'm awake right now. Otherwise I'd be
Or what you understand.
or Cash App works if you have a VPN in your life. Man.
Couldn't that
A conversation with Bex. Do I want to sit here and watch that? I think I'll pass. I think I'll fucking pass. Right. I got a capitalism thing if anybody wants. You know what I mean? You guys want that? Capitalism thing. You guys want to talk about this? I know I might want to come up. Yeah. Christ and capitalism. But yeah, I'm not gonna be talking for long. This is just a test stream. But yeah, it is what it is. Let me see what's going on the missing link. I was on the missing link last night. Son of a bitch. Okay, yeah, let's go to this video here. I was on the missing link last night. Yo, what's going on, dude?
Hey, what's up?
Hey. Yeah, check this fucking video out, dude. This is crazy stuff. This is also from the video I was just watching, you know. But it's from a different part of the video.
By
He
the
went
way,
on
on that last part, TB is one of those Jesus was a communist hippies. He thinks that Jesus was preaching communism because of the one time he invoked it.
It's crazy. He gets deep into like his I don't know if it's a LARP. It could be a LARP because he just came out of nowhere with this shit. So I don't know. I'm guessing it's a LARP, but I don't know how because he doesn't have the ideological like like it's not like he's like lib or some shit. You know what I'm saying, right?
It's actually kind of a sad side effect of some Christians because again they take out of context what happened when he invoked his followers to sell everything they had and follow him because Jesus had a special mission for preaching the gospel. He wasn't teaching all humans that you're all to be communists from now on. He was teaching just those special followers to basically abandon their day-to-day life because they had a very special purpose to fulfill, but that was it. So some Christians think that means communism because they didn't actually keep reading the rest of the words.
Yeah,
But they
they got
kissed and made up at the end, so it was a
but
happy.
they got deep into it. He got deep into it here on a part where he didn't even have a panel. He was watching this verbal combat, and first he says you got to use hyper capitalism to destroy capitalism. I don't know if you saw that, if you saw me play that, but yeah, that is shocking. That's accelerationism. So I was like, holy
Yeah,
guacamole.
that's communist bullshit. It's
I was like, yo, that's that's crazy. That's like postmodernist shit.
that goes back into Marxism and stuff, which, like I said, that's
Yeah,
the
that's
problem.
like that's on some neo-Marxism, like
Also,
that's on
Jesus
some
wasn't a Marxist either, but I'm sure TBE would claim that as well.
yeah, it's what.
Well,
Yeah.
he had me up there and I was trying to share a passage with him explaining what capitalism is. His definition of capitalism is fucking weird. I mean, you don't even know what it means.
He's one of those like monopoly communists who thinks that capitalism is why there's greed in the world and shit like that. He's one of those people.
Yeah, that's what he says. That's what he says. Yeah.
But there's no greed in socialism. It's just all hippies braiding each other's hair and shit. Just like Stalin and Mao. All those hippies that share the wealth. We need
I
more
was trying to,
socialism in the world.
yeah, I go into these places and I try to understand where a person's coming from. And I didn't understand he was coming from that communist. I didn't know he was a communist.
Clearly, he is. I mean, he's trying to argue that Jesus is a communist. That's what he was trying to convince you of. But anyways, it's taken
kind of
out of
weird.
context.
I mean, it's just kind of strange that after he did that whole thing, he said he doesn't support communism, but he's against.
They
He
always
says he's
backpedal.
against. Yeah, he says he's against capitalism, but not for communism. So I don't know where he would be at then. It would be some kind of
Just a socialist in general.
so socialism. Yeah. So basically,
I think he's misinterpreting that scripture that talks about Jesus and like a commune where everybody put their money together to help the new church, and it was calling for donations, and then he thinks that means it's communism.
He's probably referring to when Jesus told some of his followers to sell everything they own and give it away to the poor or whatever, because he was basically telling those people following him that they were on a very special mission to preach the gospel, and so they don't need to be tied down to like their 9-to-5 jobs or whatever, or worry about their assets or their money or anything like that. So
Right.
that is a very different case than Jesus telling all humans to now become communists and that we are all to not own money or property or anything like that, that's the bullshit part, which, if you don't actually read the Bible, that's the kind of stuff you pull out of it. You just take like
Yeah,
one
and
verse out of context.
I showed him the scriptures of the parable of the vineyard landowner, you know, and trying to show him like, look at this, read this, and oh no, I can't read that because you know.
Oh, that's capitalism. Capitalism evil.
Yeah.
But anyways, the reason why there's still a debate is because socialists always have to play word games. They always make it sound like capitalism equals greed. That's their definition. They don't actually define it properly, and so private
I noticed.
ownership,
I noticed you
voluntary.
there on the verbal combat as well. on
Oh
the
yeah,
screen.
yeah. This one's about libertarians versus authoritarians, so you'll get a kick out of that because Andrew loves paying taxes and having boots to lick. So he's
Well,
gonna.
it's part of the TBE rant. But yeah, feel free to pause this, Omar. Tell me to pause it whenever you guys want. But yeah, this is basically his rant that he gave. You know, it's interesting.
It is a psyop played on everybody in America. It is what drives the corruption in the world. Period. The idea that I don't know what this is. You claim a free market, but it's not a free market.
Okay, so it's a problem that it's not a free market, and then later he says that there's no such thing as true capitalism. So
No one debates laissez-faire capitalism. That's a pipe dream, and it's not practical. You can have reasonable capitalism where you're not allowed to kill people and steal their shit. You know, you can still have rule of law and capitalism. They're not incompatible.
Right. Laissez-faire as in free enterprise.
Laissez-faire capitalism basically says there are no rules. The only rule is profit, and that's stupid because no one believes in that or supports that theory.
Yeah, that's not my definition of capitalism.
Right. So if you're talking to reasonably intelligent people, they will immediately talk about the rule of law. You know, you're not allowed to kill people or steal their shit. And as long as you abide by those rules, then you can access the free market and privately own your land, your labor, your fruit, and then voluntarily exchange goods and services. That's all capitalism is.
Yeah, it's just a means of exchange.
Through the open free market. And so that's capitalism. That's what socialists hate so much because they can't control it and they can't steal your shit and call it taxes or whatever. You know, they always want to control, regulate, and steal everything. And that's why they have to play these word games and say capitalists are greedy, but we socialists are very compassionate and charitable. We'll end poverty and all that bullshit. And that's where communism starts.
Yeah, I think he doesn't understand that the United States is not using it's more socialist than it is capitalist right now.
Right.
Like,
it used to be capitalist, but it's slowly being taken over by the socialists. I agree.
So he thinks that what he's living in now is capitalism, free market, but it's not. It's basically already like 50% socialist. They steal your taxes.
And there is a legitimate debate among capitalists about good capitalism and bad capitalism. So the only way you can fuck up capitalism is to allow a monopoly to form and or cronyism, which is when a private organization colludes with an authoritarian government to fuck up the economy. That's bad capitalism. That's the only way you can fuck up capitalism is to allow those things to happen. So that's what they always try to argue. That's what true capitalism is. This is why you can't have capitalism. No, you just can't allow authoritarian governments and socialists to fuck up the economy.
We'd have to go back thousands of years to like undo that.
That's about 85% of the capitalism that's taking place in the United States right now. Is those two things that you just mentioned.
That's the problem. We have to get rid of cronyism and monopolies.
Have you guys ever read the book? Have you ever read the book Capitalism by Ayn Rand?
I've heard of it. I haven't read that one yet.
I read Atlas Shrugged. I read Atlas Shrugged. It's a big anti communist. But I also wanted to mention that the other big thing that socialists don't like is religion.
Oh yeah, that's definitely hand in hand.
Yeah, whenever you see these people take over any countries, they go out of their way to disrupt or flat out ban any type of organized religion because you are supposed to be worshiping the state. That is your god.
That's socialism 101. That's day one. The first thing they do is
Yeah.
eliminate capitalism and then eliminate religion on the same
Yeah,
day.
and there's a good ideological and philosophical like basis for why that is, and it has to do with Hegel. But I mean, I've talked about it a little bit on this show, but yeah, I mean, essentially, as you said, they go hand in hand. I mean, it's essentially works better as an atheist ideology, for all intents and purposes. So that is one of the main factors there.
I think too, like in a way, you can kind of say it's like the NFL or something along an organization like that, where like you go to an NFL game and you watch two teams and they're supposed to be opposing each other. Did we forget that it's all the NFL? Like it's still under the umbrella, And
Well,
there's like a false separation that they prey on in people's brains based on locations, anything.
Well, my definition of capitalism, it doesn't have to do with the form of like, okay, we're supposed to have free enterprise, laissez-faire capitalism, but there's also communist capitalism where the state owns all the capital and they are the masters. They're like, they own the capital, therefore they spend it. It's like government, like it's a perversion of, like the state is perverted, but they still use capitalism.
Yeah, state capitalism is one of those oxymorons. It's better described as fascism. It's basically when socialists try to bullshit you into thinking you're in a capitalist country. So when the government engages in capitalism, that's not capitalism, that's socialism. So capitalism is when the private individuals are able to own their land, labor, and fruit, and then engage in the open free market. So if the government seizes the means of production, that is socialism. That's where they end capitalism, and now the government controls it, regulates it, and owns it.
Yeah. Well, my definition of capitalism is capital means money. So capitalism means whoever has the money, capital, whoever has the capital controls. Like if you're a private individual, it's your capital. You get to do whatever you want with it because you earned it. It's yours. So you're the owner of the capital. So
and if the government owns it and seizes
if the government owns it,
socialism.
they're still using money as a means of exchange. Like China's on the stock market. No, it's like it's just a means. It can be used for evil or good. Capitalism is a
Oh yeah, China definitely exploits the free market. So that there's nothing that prevents socialist countries from exploiting the free market. So they can do business with capitalist countries, for example, like America, and pretend like they're capitalists, but no private citizen in China is allowed to own land or their business or their profit. It's completely owned by the state.
Well, you're pretty much not allowed to do that here either.
Well, it's a gray area because like you can argue that you're allowed to privately own land in America, but not really because you have to rent it from the government.
Well, let's not argue because there's really no argument really.
Well,
you got to continue to pay taxes on everything you own in America. Everything you own in America, you're paying taxes on it. Other than like simple shit that they don't care about, like your clothes or whatever.
I just can't forget. Go ahead.
There's a way to be exempt from taxes on your land. It's called a land patent. So you put a land patent, which is totally what America was supposed to be. You get a allodial title, you own it, which means it can't be taxed. That's called a land patent. If you get a land patent, then you own it, and supposedly they're not supposed to be able to tax it. That's what I just ordered 2 books on land patent. I'm going to do a land patent on my land.
Yeah,
Therefore,
but how common and easy is that to achieve? Because
Right. And
again,
you're definitely not talking about if you have any type of resources on your land, right?
like
it takes
buildings and access to roads or whatever.
responsibility. Sometimes when you have a responsibility, it takes work. If you want to put your land in a land patent, it's going to take you to be responsible and to do it. That way, every generation, your children, it will be owned without taxes. You got
And
to
this is
put a
probably not in
Good
city
point. Good
limits
point.
or anything like that.
Yeah, until you strike oil or water on that land, in which case the government owns your
no.
house.
In which
You
case you
can
call.
get
In which case you call this
get
panel, and we all show up and help get the profits shared correctly.
you get mineral rights. You get mineral rights. You can also do a mining patent, which is if you find land on Forest Service, you can get a mining permit to mine the
From the
minerals off
government.
of it.
The government gives
Yeah,
you
yeah,
permission to own
yeah.
and
No,
run your land. That's the
But
problem. You
but
always have to
who
get
prints
their
the money though?
permission
Like
first.
we're all asking. Like these are all good points, but like no, we don't print the money, dogs. Like the system is on an exterior, you know, money printing, you know, blood drinking system, and a piece of paper isn't gonna change it, you know. But like, yeah, it is cool though. I
Hey,
like
Chad,
Rock's information.
why don't you come up on panel and explain your statement there?
I think his statement's on point. You know, like he's talking about the root of capitalism and communism being in the I guess in the liberal ideology. You know, 16th century. He's talking about the outgrowth of
Of
just
course.
yeah.
Well, I agree with Rocky's sentiment that there probably are ways to slowly claw back your freedom and your individual rights and stuff like that. That's the problem, is you have to like know all these like lawyer loophole tricks to even get to that point. It's not like the default position where you just automatically, own your shit and don't have to pay taxes on it.
Well, that's the way it was back in like the 1800s and shit.
Well, Cecil, when this country was formed, there was no income tax. So, shit
Right.
has changed
People-
severely since the beginning of
people
this country.
people knew the law back then. That the children knew more about law than adults do now. You have to study, things if you want to learn about them, and it takes responsibility, or you got to take responsibility for the future of your children. And so what do? You I'm not really doing this for me, but I've been thinking, if I die, my children have to pay an inheritance tax unless I give it to them 7 years before. So if I give it to them now and I live 7 years, then they don't have to pay inheritance tax. But that's not the way.
There's
it used
another
to be.
example. There's like a trust fund loophole trick you can use.
There's a lot of loopholes I've heard about. Yeah.
But you have to know all that stuff. You have to have like a high priced lawyer do all this paperwork
No,
for you. And
I'll tell you guys
all that
one.
stuff.
What I'm telling you is I found out a way through a U.S. Through a land patent that you can do basically yourself. You just file it at the county clerks, and you give them notice that you're filing a patent, and then they have to record it. And if they refuse to record it, you show them that they have to record it, and then
Is there a
it's
bunch of
recorded.
caveats that come with that? Like, is there like, fine print
I don't know
that you
yet.
have to
I did.
qualify for? Or?
I just ordered the book. I haven't received it
One-
yet. So
One way. Go ahead. Sorry, man. I'm sorry.
There's almost always a catch. Like, it's never that easy. They won't just like let you check a box and then you don't have to pay taxes. It's more like
Yeah, they
you
don't.
have to
They don't.
qualify for special conditions and a bunch of
Yeah.
weird shit.
You have
I got-
to have
Oh,
the
go ahead.
paperwork, and it has to be recorded, and they don't want to record it. That's the thing. You have to show them that they have to record it. If they don't, they're breaking federal law. And I haven't got the book yet, so I'll let you know more about it when I get the book.
And you just pointed out that you're probably doing this somewhere out in the county. Again, like I said, what if you were in city limits and you own property? Can you do it there?
Are we just talking
Probably
about
not.
property? Because I know a way. I heard a way actually that you what you can do is you can buy like jewelry, like a collection of jewelry, and then you actually put it in your living will that it belongs to whoever else, but you're just holding on to it.
Yeah, it's just lawyer tricks. Like I said, you have
I
to
mean,
find
it's
all
not.
these
It's,
loopholes.
I got a friend who's a lawyer, could probably write that up in like 20 minutes.
My point is the average citizen does not know these things, nor will they do it by default. Like they have to find a lawyer to tell them all these tricks, how to avoid all this bullshit. It's
Yeah,
not
and
default
then it's
position.
and then it's like finding a lawyer who is not politically aligned this way or that, right?
And who won't report you to the IRS for trying to do this shit.
I didn't get
Because
told. I didn't get
uh,
told by a lawyer though. I got told by like a gemstone collector.
Well, he probably knows a lawyer buddy or something like that.
Oh
That's
yeah,
usually
yeah.
how they
They
find
have.
out this stuff.
Yeah, there's
Because
Yeah.
the system is designed to bleed you dry by default. Like if you do nothing but just obey the law, they're gonna
Oh
bleed
yeah.
you dry. Period. You have to
Yeah.
do like all this research and become your own private investigator to figure out how not to get fucked.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I said the other day that a lot of people wouldn't even be alive today if it wasn't for the system, because this system that is propagated keeps these weak people actually, these weak thieving people. It actually, yeah, it allows them to live. Like they wouldn't even be. I don't even think they'd really like half of them would go away if the system didn't support the dishonesty.
That's the only thing socialism produces is parasites. Government doesn't produce anything. It just takes from you and
For
spends your money
sure.
somewhere else.
Kinda, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't give you anything. Like it doesn't.
And it's all
It acts as a fake provider.
it's all the centrists that defend this shit because they say, well, we wouldn't have roads or buildings without taxes, and that's bullshit because we had the best roads and buildings without government.
Hold on. Okay, because like government is necessary, but not on the scale that that it is right now.
The only
There's
thing
nothing wrong
we need government for is the rule of law. That's all we need government for, and to enforce our borders. That's about it.
It's
Everything
just
is
bunch of paperwork and records and shit like that, and it's not supposed to be anywhere near the size that it is right now.
and
So I agree
regulations.
with you on that,
The
right?
Bible gave us an example. The Bible gave us an example of how big government should be when the Israelites they had to tithe 10%. That was a tax. So government should be a 10% across the border tax. And
Actually, that's a
government
Jewish idea, not a Christian idea, but that's fine.
No, that came from the scriptures.
That's the Jewish law, not a Christian.
Yeah, it's an example. Everything's an example.
Yeah.
It's an example. It's an example. Okay, so government should be small. It should be small. It should be 10% straight across the board, and then government can't grow that big if they only get 10%.
That's my point. As a libertarian, we should be arguing from the other direction, not using a big government as the default position, but no government as the default position, and then argue our way up to a government that we need in order to function as a country. That's the way we should be arguing.
I'm just saying that there's an
Here
example.
in Oregon, we got like Portland, right? Is like the biggest city over there. The city of Portland's budget is like, I think they said it was like 1 point something billion a year, right? Then you've got this extra layer of totally useless government that doesn't even need to exist called the Metro. That's another 12 billion budget per year. And
Wait until you hear about the federal numbers.
right. But Portland has like one of the most out of control homelessness situations. Crime is rampant. It's a bunch of parasites that basically don't do shit. They just suck taxpayers' money.
But Cecil, they're going to end poverty. You just got to keep sending them more money. Any minute now, they're going to end all poverty.
I know. Any second, everything's
The
going to be fine.
government is a bunch of crooks. It's basically fascism.
It
The
didn't work with
government,
Stalin, and
like,
it didn't work with Mao or Pol Pot, but these guys are going to get it right. If they just try
yeah,
real communism, this time it'll work.
I think
So yeah,
America's kind of like fascist. Like, if you do the research, the county has stock in all these things that are traded on the. So they own, like they own so much AT&T, they own so much of this stuff. So it's like if the court goes up, if you go against AT&T in their courts, you're screwed because they own stock in AT&T, and it's like they that's how they pay their slush funds is they own these
and
stocks
they
and
got
stuff. So
senators in their pocket because of
Well,
cronyism.
I think that
yeah,
there's this perception of fascism that it's like this extreme form of it's mostly communists that talk shit about fascists. And it's just like this, they view it or have promoted the idea that it's this extreme opposite of communism. So it's like super capitalism.
When
where
in
the government
reality,
owns
there's
all
a
this.
very fine line between the two. Fascists and communists are almost identical twins. They have
yeah, they're both
almost
socialists. They're all,
yes.
this is socialism.
They're both
So
authoritarian socialists, which are the worst kind.
Yeah. And so what I was explaining is that's how they hide their money, because they have a
Yes.
2-book system. It's called if you look at a CAFR, which is the Comprehensive Financial Report, it tells you what all so you look up the county or you look up the school district, they have a separate CAFR, and it tells them all the property they own, all the stock they own. And then you see, damn, the government owns all the stock. Between all the municipalities, the districts, schools, the counties and the cities and the states, they own all the stock as a conglomerate of fascism. And so if you are an American citizen and you go against one of their stockholders, which would be, like any corporation, like if you go and some corporation is suing, they will back the corporation because they own that it's part of it's fascism. Yeah. It's socialism,
This
communism.
is why our political system is fucked, by the way, because
Yeah.
they keep lying to you and telling you that the bad guys are Democrats and the good guys are Republicans, when in reality, they're basically identical twins.
They're all in on it.
They just differ on little insignificant things. So it's like
Yeah.
debating communists between fascists. Which one do you want to vote for? When in reality, the opposite of those two is libertarian capitalists, like Ron Paul, for example. If you had Ron Paul versus Donald Trump versus Joe Biden, then you would actually see what the real battle's like. Because voting Biden or Trump ain't going to change anything in this country. You're going to keep getting the same bullshit we had for the past 50 or 60 years, or even 80 to
Who was
100
that
years.
other guy? Remember that
I
Trudeau?
think that you're conflating fascism with corporatism.
Those go hand in hand. Those are basically
They're
the same thing.
No,
the
no,
same.
true fascism doesn't allow 85% of what most capitalists want to do.
Fascists
No.
are socialists trying to bullshit people into thinking you're a capitalist country. So basically, when the government takes power and seizes all the businesses, they pretend
They don't
that
seize all the businesses. They
some
don't seize all
people
the businesses.
they pretend that some people are allowed to privately own things.
No, some people are allowed to privately own things as long as you're not fucking up the people that are being governed over.
If only
what I'm telling you is if you look at the
corporatism, crony capitalism,
the
and very
comprehensive
businesses that are
financial
fucking up
report,
people.
if you look at the CAFR, the comprehensive financial report, it shows that our government owns 80% of all the stock, the land, that's not capitalism, that's fascism.
So Cecil, if only certain people are allowed to privately own things, that's not capitalism. That's bullshit fascism, which means
Based on
only
their
some
criteria, not
people.
no, technically that's like monarchism, actually, but it's based on the criteria, not by who you are.
It's more of an oligarchy, but it doesn't matter who the special group is. Either everyone gets to has private ownership, or no one does. It's not
Well,
a
I
some
think
people.
this will probably pique your interest a little bit better. The group that's allowed to own businesses are only allowed to own businesses under wholesome Christian values and not things that fuck up the society. How does
No,
that
no,
sound?
no, 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 no.
Well,
That's
look
No,
on it, big boy.
that's
Come
fascism.
on.
That's
Ca-
fascism.
Christian capitalism, baby.
That's
You know what
fascism,
I'm
Drake.
saying?
That's why it's
That
not
is not
capitalism.
fascism. Too many people, a bunch of capitalists, or I'm sorry, a bunch of communists muddied the waters with fascism.
That's
And
what I just said, Cecil. The reason why they trick you into thinking it's fair is because they use the word capitalism. They say you can privately own this thing. Like in
well, you
China,
can,
when they told Jack Ma, the owner of Alibaba, they said you privately can own this company. And then
yeah,
as soon as he started making millions of dollars, the government seized his company and said, "Now we own your shit." That's what true
yeah,
socialism is.
I
They don't
think
care
now they
about.
call it, I think it's called corporatism now, where the corporate owns everything. Corporations own everything, but who controls it at the top? That's the
If they can
who's
just seize your business,
there's
it's not
always
capitalism.
the socialist, communist,
well,
freaking
you're
someone at
right. It's either the government. Well, now corporatism has gotten so bad that the corporations control the government. It's a
Cronyism.
totally unelected entity controlling the government.
That's cronyism, and we already talked about. That's the problem with capitalism. If they can collude with an
Oh, that's
authoritarian
what
government,
crony
it will
capitalism is.
fail.
So that's what you call crony capitalism.
It's when the private corporations collude with the government to affect the market.
Yeah.
It's cronyism.
Yeah, it's like
That's what they that's how they define capitalism. They're saying that's what capitalism is.
Corporations decide who we go to war with. Corporations decide our government's laws. You
well,
know,
it's like those that
yeah.
the farm animal. Remember the farm animal
Yeah, just
story about the farm animals?
yeah, Animal Farm. Yeah, we
Animal
remember that one.
farm, yeah.
So that's why you have to know who and what you're arguing against. If you're arguing against socialists trying to play word games about fascism and stuff like that, then that's why the general public gets confused and they say, "Well, it sounds like capitalism's pretty corrupt, so maybe we should try something else." And then
Yeah.
that's how they sell you into socialism, and that's why people defend socialism. They're like, "Oh, look, we're going to end poverty, and now we get free education and free healthcare, and the roads are nice, and we have pretty buildings because of socialism. Yay!"
Yay.
And then Stalin and Mao show up, and they're like, "Oh shit, we didn't know this was part of socialism. We thought it was just going to end poverty." And then you get
Yeah.
into more poverty than you had before with capitalism because everyone's starving to death because the
60
party
million.
takes all the money because they're the government and they have a monopoly on force. And now
Yeah.
you can't own guns, and then they don't even have to use tanks to kill you. They have knives and they can take over you because you don't even have a
It's
gun to
the
defend yourself.
animal farm. It's the animal farm, just like the animal. They come pretending to be the,
Yeah.
and then once they get in control of their wolves, and you're all the little pigs out there ready
Yeah,
for
just the
slaughter.
four legs. We're protecting all the four legs. Those two legs are bad. We will never become two legs. And then the pigs start walking on two legs, and you're like, "What the fuck? You just said you weren't going to do that." But yeah, anyways, that's socialism for you. Perfectly surmised. Anyways, if anyone knows what they're talking about, this isn't that hard to figure out because again, capitalism is the best system. It's not perfect. It's not flawless, but it's better, way better than socialism. It's not even a
Well,
competition.
I'd like to see what you think because it gets a lot worse. His kind of because they connected to the Bible, as I said, all that type of stuff. So it's interesting.
Absolute farce. It's an absolute fucking sham. It's a sham on everyone. Decency. And again, I will go back to what I was originally saying. Please tell me what dude determined the value of my labor. Where is that fucking person? You know what I'm saying? Where is that person? where is he? Well, who is that? Let me know where he's at. Who's that person?
The landowner, dummy.
No, what I'm saying is, the Bible tells us that money is the root of all evil. Okay, if that's
pause right there, Machine.
if that's a foundation.
First of all, the scripture says the love of money is the root of all evil, not money, you fucking retard. So, anyways, again, Jesus didn't say you can't have money. He just said the love of money is the root of all
Yeah,
evil.
but the scripture goes even deeper. It goes, it's the love of money that's the root of all kinds of evil. In the Greek, it specifically says, it doesn't say it's the root of all, the love of money is the root of all evil. It says it's the root of all kinds of evil. So I remember that too.
And again, the scripture's talking about greed, not wealth. Owning money doesn't make you evil, but
Right.
worshiping your money makes you evil. That's what greed is.
Yeah.
I thought the actual line says what men will do for money is the root of all evil. Not the money itself, but what men will
Greek,
do with
I
another man.
remember specifically in the Greek studying, it says the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil.
Correct. And again, it's talking about greed, not having money does not make you evil.
King David was rich,
Yep. Solomon was pretty rich too, and he was a nice guy. So it's what you do with your money, not having money. And also it's not worshiping your money, because there's lots of humans worship money. Like that is their god. And so that's the root of evil.
It's just a tool. It's just a fucking tool.
Yep. You could say the same about power, because money is a form of power, but
Yeah, it's a medium of power.
You can use it for good. You can use it for evil. It's how you use it. Don't abuse it. Something like that, I think.
But yeah, I think we cleared that up, Machine. So you can go ahead and unbuzz if you want to. Sorry.
Of something we're talking about. Then what is, when we translate that, we transpose it or transcribe it to something like capitalism? What is capitalism about? Capitalism is about profit, period. It's an inhuman form of production. It's a spreadsheet, humanistics, it doesn't make any sense. So I don't know.
So he's also demonizing profit, like profit's evil or something. What? Yeah, profit is not evil. It's normal. You got to work. You want to make a little profit. Yeah, he demonizing.
Again, he's already led you down this rabbit hole. Like, we already debunked it from the beginning, but he wants to take you even deeper into the bullshit, so you don't even know what words mean anymore. But of course, profit is not evil, because every time you grow some crops, anytime you grow more food than you can eat, that's profit. So, that doesn't make you evil. You can give it away to some poor people. You can save it for later, whatever. The profit itself is not evil. So again, just completely retarded.
Let me play some more of this.
Smack. That has nothing to do with what Flow State said. Flow State said, yeah, we can hear you. Flow State had said that the harm that it causes is removing responsibility for your actions.
Right.
What you said is not.
Let me explain.
Okay, go ahead.
So the way that that's one way that you're disassociating. So
we're at the other end of the circle.
Do you call that a mustache?
We're at the wrong side of the circle. Sorry, it's circular. We'll get there eventually.
So your actions,
You'll be able to grow. Yeah, y'all are making so many good comments in here. I got to just stop. I got to stop the show because y'all are making some great comments here. Let me look at some of these. Yeah, prophet of God. Everything is a commodity. That's literally anti-capitalism can be commodified. Think about how fucked up that is. You can commodify anti-capitalism. Period. That's the disease. That's the snake. That's the snake in the garden. Again, snake in the garden happens all throughout our life, and we know it. We know it when we fail. We know it when we chose right, and when we chose right, we feel righteous. But now there's lots of the
commodity.
Lots of the
I
garden.
don't even know what the fuck that means. What does that even fucking mean?
It's a snake in the garden.
It's a snake, man, in the garden. Don't you know what a snake in the garden is? It's the devil. If you make money, you're the devil.
Huh.
That's why you got to sell everything and be like Jesus and live off dirt.
Commodities are just like, grain, what you grow.
I think his
Everything
commenter was trying to point out that you can commodify anything. That's kind of the idea of like, fiat currency is just paper, but it's a commodity when you give it value. You're like, this is something I can exchange for like gold or sheep or whatever, Commodities in the traditional sense usually means actual goods like, fruit and, material, lumber, stone, whatever. But if you value paper, then that's a form of commodity. But that's not the proper use of the word, because that's the difference between commodity and fiat currency. But you can commodify anything essentially. I mean,
Well, why does it say prophet is God model? Like they're saying God's model is this fake paper money shit or what?
I don't know. You have to ask
Yeah,
his,
it's like
his
it's like some kind of mockery or something.
Again, there is an argument against the improper use of capitalism. If you worship money, then capitalism bad. I agree. So but if you're not evil and retarded, capitalism good, and socialism's always bad, so it's not even a debate. even if you're holy, unless Jesus himself is directing you to engage in socialism, then socialism bad. But until that moment happens, capitalism is the default good position.
Right. Like republic is a good form of government.
It's
That's
private ownership, voluntary exchange of goods and services. That's all capitalism is, no matter what these retarded assholes keep trying to play word games with. That's not what it is. It's just private ownership and voluntary exchange of goods and services.
Right.
And if your motive is profit, good for you. Maybe someone else's motive is charity. Like, I can use capitalism to feed the poor. So fuck you and your bullshit. I don't have to play your word games. You can't change the definition of capitalism. You can argue, my motives. You can say my motives are impure or not good or whatever. That's fine. We'll debate that. But you can't
The welfare
change.
state. The welfare state, that's not capitalism.
Basically, socialists want to legislate morality. They want the government to force you to distribute the
They
goods.
they don't allow you to fail. Like you should be free to fail. Like if you starving to death and you can't make a living, well then you're gonna fail because you're stupid or something.
But the problem,
they've taken over charity. Charity good, welfare bad.
Is it charity if the government takes your money and gives it to poor people?
No, that's welfare.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
you're not even
bad.
engaging in charity. If the government
Welfare
takes your
bad,
money,
charity's good. They stole charity from the church. The church used to be responsible for charity. So the government says, no, the church don't need it. The government's going to do it. We're going to create this welfare state and we'll take care of all and they don't, and taking care of them makes them lazy because the church taught if you don't work, you don't eat. If you want to live on my ranch, you're going to have to do a little work. But the welfare state said, just sit on your couch and smoke crack and we'll send you the fucking check every month. So they stole charity away from the church, and the state's in charge of it now. They call it the welfare. It's like and they use these words to twist, like it's welfare. It's like for the welfare, but really it's just a trap. Communism, socialism, government taking one man's money and giving it to somebody else.
Exactly. That's it. Communism is the highway robber who steals your money and says, I'm going to give it to some poor guy, and therefore I'm justified in stealing your money. So it's like, no, that's not how charity works, first of all. And that doesn't also justify stealing. So double
It's that
whammy.
redistribution of wealth, comrade. Because you didn't make that money. You needed the government to help you make that money. See?
Also, the base model of communism always fails because it punishes people for doing good work and rewards lazy people for doing no work. So it's already failed from the beginning.
Ayn Rand talks about that in Atlas Shrugged.
Yeah. So
if every man by his, they prioritize need over skill. So the hyper skilled people are supposed to be giving all, because they're clearly have from their point of view, have a unfair advantage because they're more skilled than everybody else. So since they make the most money, they need to redistribute their wealth to the most needy people. And then you have baby mama producing people and all this shit.
And Cecil, who gets to define need? Who gets to define that term?
Well, the needy.
Well, they tell you it's the community
The
or
government.
but
The party.
it's the government. Yeah.
The party, comrade. The party decides where the needs are.
Party, yeah.
There is a certain level of transparency, though.
No, there's not. Not in communist countries.
Well, they try to. What I mean is they try to convince you that the redistribution is because clearly this person that just as a baby factory and pops out 8 babies needs it more.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's why they call it welfare. Welfare, but it's really not well for the people or fair. It's not well or fair. Doesn't make the victims well, and it's not fair to the taxpayers. Got to give it to them, so they like twist it. It's like exactly the opposite of welfare.
It's the worst system. I agree. It shouldn't even be debated. It's so obviously failed and wrong, but some people are kind of slow.
Yeah, that's what Ron Paul was talking. Is just get rid of the welfare. It's not constitutional. First place, Constitution doesn't provide for welfare. Doesn't provide for a federal school system. It doesn't support federal bureau investigation. All these federal.
It provides for Social Security, right? It provides for Social Security, but Social Security is something that you've already paid into.
That's your money. That's not the government money. They're just giving you your own money back, which what they shouldn't have taken in the first place. Because I have an IRA, I don't need the fucking government to save my money for me. I can do that myself. Thank you.
Right.
Also, they always keep the cream off the top because someone's got to do all that bureaucracy, and that bureaucracy isn't free, Cecil. So who's paying for that?
Right. It's government parasites that all they do is paperwork all day, and they give themselves freaking thousands and thousands of dollar paychecks every month.
They don't make anything. They just take your money and spend it. That's all the government does. They don't produce anything. And in fact, they spend your money so fast, they're in debt now. They're $30 trillion in debt from spending your money so fast. They don't even hold themselves accountable. They don't give a fuck. They just print money, ruin your economy, and then take more of your money to pay it off.
Which is unconstitutional because it's supposed to be the treasury that prints money and makes money and is the control of the supply, and usually backed by some precious gold or silver, and
not crony capitalism with big pharma and the Federal Reserve and the military industrial complex who are really running the government. not
yeah,
your.
the Federal Reserve is not a capitalist system. It's but
It's a
the
crony.
Constitution,
It's a crony
right?
system. A privately
But
owned
the Con-
organization running an authoritarian government. They collude with each other to fuck everyone.
the pre-1870 Constitution of the United States was pretty good in that it only, and that's when the war started, the Civil War, and then where they by 1913 they had the International Bank Act, and they're trying to get and then Jekyll Island, and then so they got this fake thing. The Treasury is supposed to print the Treasury is supposed to do the money system, not a private system. So it's completely unconstitutional.
What wasn't the income tax? The original reason for that was to raise money for a war or something.
Yes, Lincoln started the income tax to pay for the Civil War.
Yeah, but by then the
And then Woodrow Wilson codified it into law
Right.
because Americans were dumb enough to sign up for this system. And the way they sold it, Cecil, was they promised only the rich people would be taxed, no poor people would get income tax. And how'd that work
started as
out,
the
Cecil?
World War II volunteer. It was a World War II volunteer buy bonds for the war. It was a patriot type thing. It was supposed to be voluntary temporary tax.
No,
But-
not income tax. Lincoln started involuntary
Yeah, but I'm
income
talking
tax
about
to pay
yeah.
for the war, but it was a temporary measure. He said, "I'll only do this for the war. That's all I'm doing this for." But then
The War
Woodrow
Power
Wilson,
Act.
a couple of years later, said, "No, we're going to make this part of the Constitution." So now that's an amendment that you have to pay it. It's required by law.
Yeah.
And all the Americans just sat by and allowed this to happen because they're only going to tax the rich. Don't worry, they'll
Well,
never tax middle
it happened
income
when
or poor people.
Congress was out or something at that time. So Congress, it's like it was just a few voters in there, and they were all like they did it on like Christmas or something. And
Hey,
like
Rocky,
whenever
we can always make excuses for complacency, but the fact that America didn't start a revolution the next day shows you how failed this country is.
they just got over a civil war. They did.
And it shows you how failed this country is. If the same people who threw the Boston Tea Party over being taxed over tea were okay with the federal government taking your income as a tax, didn't throw a revolution the next day, shows you how failed this country is. It just completely failed at that point. That's when we became socialists. We with smiles and breads and circuses agreed to be socialists from that day forward.
Are there any IRS agents in chat or on panel?
Probably they're probably tracing us right now and like we gotta audit these assholes. But yeah, that was the downfall of this country was
I haven't paid
Woodrow
income
Wilson.
tax. I haven't paid income tax for over 30 years.
Well, most people do, and so they don't
25
care.
years.
They don't care about the one or two that get away, Rocky. They care about the 99.99% of useful idiots that keep funding them.
Well, now I don't know if you guys heard, but Biden freaking just hired a whole bunch more IRS agents and
Of well-armed IRS agents, mind you.
right. Yeah.
Why would you need well-armed IRS agents, Cecil?
Well, if you know who they are, and what they're doing, and they come to your house and threaten you, well, you know who they are. Just take some of them out, man. You know.
But anyways, we lost that battle a long time ago, and now we're still bitching and arguing about whether or not we're still capitalists or not because of cronyism. Cronyism bad, therefore capitalism bad. We just need full socialism at this point. Yeah.
Okay, I just never knew what crony capitalism meant. Now, thanks for helping me with the
Cronyism is when capitalists collude with an authoritarian government. Private companies, corporations, collude with an authoritarian government to influence the market. So in other words,
Okay.
most governments do not allow monopolies to form in a fair capitalist system. Cronyist makes sure there's a monopoly formed with the government taking part of the cut to make sure that they are the only ones making the real profit. That's why everyone hates cronyist. Even capitalists hate cronyist because they're fucking up the system. It should not be that way, but that's what happens when evil retards take over even the best system. That doesn't mean socialism is better. It just means that there is a way to fuck up capitalism. It's not perfect. It's not flawless. It's not incorruptible. It's just the least corruptible system. So yeah, it is very important to know that, Rocky, because when people blindly defend capitalism as the one perfect system that will solve all human problems, that's not true. There is no system that's perfect and will solve all human problems. There are good systems and bad systems.
Well, there's one system that's the best.
Capitalism is the best system. There is no better form of economy than capitalism. There shouldn't even be a debate about it, but we have to debate it because of cronyism. That's why we have to debate it.
I was talking about government, the best form of government.
The best form of government is libertarian, by the way. It's a small, controllable government. By the people, for the people.
I like the monarchy.
No, that's authoritarian bullshit, dude. You don't want that.
If your king, though, if your king is
we're under a quasi monarchy right now.
If your king is King Jesus, then it's a pretty good
Okay,
monarchy.
Rocky. When Jesus comes back, we'll anoint him king. But until then, fuck all the evil retards. They don't get to wear a crown. Don't bend the knee, Rocky.
Depends on the context.
Yeah, of course it depends on everything depends on context. Until Jesus comes back, Rocky, fuck the monarchy.
I think republic is better than this libertarian.
I agree.
bullshit.
A republic, a meritocracy formed republic of a libertarian government, small and controllable, is the best form of government that supports and protects capitalism. That's its only job, is to.
But I think we should start at 10%, not at 0. 10% flat tax.
Rocky, you can debate good and intelligent people about how much money the government deserves. I'll start with 0, and you can argue me up to 10. We'll see if we agree. How much does it cost to protect borders?
We'll start at 10, and you argue me down.
Okay. How much does it cost to protect our borders, Rocky? How much does the National Guard cost?
Well, I think service should be like if you become president, it should be you don't get paid.
Why do we need a president? What's his job? What is he going to
he's
do?
just a representative,
We can have a diplomat to represent our country with foreigners. That's very cheap and easy. We don't need a $300,000 per year president to do
That's
that.
what I said. That it should be. He shouldn't get paid for it. Like
is it 300,000 now?
Shouldn't be able to make money off of his.
I don't know what the president's salary, but I think it's like 200K or something like that. I can't remember.
Right. That's what I heard.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be able to make. I mean, they're breaking all the laws. They're not supposed to be able to make money off their office by, stealing from people and shit and making behind the scene deals and shit.
Hey, so Rocky, let's talk money. Let's talk money real quick. How much does it cost to have a tribunal of judges to enforce the rule of law, to make sure no one kills or steals from each other? How much does it cost to have a National Guard, which is probably mostly volunteer militias who are defending their own shit, so they're not going to charge you for that. But we can pay some mercenaries to support.
I think it's all free and voluntary work.
Why can't we privately own our National Guard and volunteer to defend our own shit, basically for free? Like, if you want to ask me how much I'm going to charge you to defend my land, give me a gun and I'll do it for free. You know, I'm going to defend my land with my life. So I'm not
Yeah,
letting
the
any
militia.
foreigners come in and
Well,
take over.
before you
The
guys get
militia
into this,
is supposed to be the militia is supposed to be it's
A
like the volunteer,
well-regulated militia. Okay.
well-regulated
How much does that
militia.
cost? How much does that
That's
cost?
that don't
Yeah,
cost
before you-
nothing. That's just getting together with your neighbors.
yeah,
Don't
before you
cost
guys get
nothing.
into this, let me play the last 3 minutes of this so I can take
Oh, yeah,
this
yeah.
mofo
Sorry. Let's
off the
go.
yeah, because I just want to take this mofo off the screen so it don't look like the whole show's like just this mofo
Yeah,
right here.
no problem, dude. Go
You know
ahead.
what I'm saying?
Gardavian moments, folks. Correct. I absolutely agree. Yes, you're
He corrected him.
you're absolutely on the money. But if you live in a system like the one we live in, if you live in America, Mr. Miyagi, that you are literally, what is it? You're literally every worker in America, as far as I'm concerned, as far as as I know, that your work is completely exploited. Period. Period. You're not given the same amount. The idea of the free market and capitalism is based on somebody losing. Period. Period. Forever and ever. That's how it is. Your success based on someone else losing is literally trampling your brother for nothing. That's what I'm saying. I don't give a fuck about money. I don't like money. I don't care about that. I don't want none of that. None of this shit fucking moves me. Maybe it's because of my upbringing, and because of my trauma with losing people important to me in my early stages of my life. Like, okay, maybe. Fuck that. I'm just sick of it. I'm just sick of.
I mean, I feel bad about like his childhood and stuff, but the thing is that he shouldn't be psych trolling everybody else if he's the one going to a psychiatrist. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, it's not like to be hard on the guy. It's just that, dude, you go like psych trolling all over the internet, calling everybody crazy and shit. And it's like,
Also, the appeal to emotion is not a good argument. Just FYI.
right. It's not when you're talking at this level about ideologies and stuff.
The slow psyops of this world, the slow capitalist psyops. That's all they fucking do. They slow things to make more money in production. That's what they do. They do these psyops. These do these disastrous fucking nonsense. You see in psyops. Yeah, you know what that is? They're saying they're seeking how to maximize the profit of this situation that maybe we don't even see, but they see. They're just maximizing that. I mean, because in this weird dialectical world, somebody has to be a winner and somebody a loser. We can't just like coexist equally. You know, why is one good, one bad? What with the class warfare shit? It's just fucking so cringe. I fucking hate it. So fucking cringe. Fucking just don't get it.
We already covered this, but we can recap real quick
I'm
if you want.
not the brightest person, but you know, I'm open to any correction. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, one day, Smith.
It's good we narrow this down to which religion. By the way, this part of the VK is just this dude spurging out, so you probably can skip that part because it goes on for a little while.
Well, that's it. That's the end of what I recorded there. It was just
okay.
the little rant that he had, you know.
After the dude left, the Spurg left, we did debate a little bit libertarian versus authoritarian, and that's why it does get a little interesting. But we already covered that here, so we don't.
Yeah, how do you measure Jim Bob and Andrew Wilson? I've had lots of interactions with those guys. That's how I started out live streaming. Was actually I started out calling into the Crucible debates. That was the first time I actually went on. Figured out what live streaming was. They gave me a StreamYard's link, and I signed in with the link, and I was like, this is very interesting. And then I found out that other people were streaming on StreamYards, and that's when I met Cecil Drake when I called into get cucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think those dudes like to argue, and they're obviously passionate about their particular religion. The fact that they're authoritarian tells me everything I need to know about them, though. So I bet they'll have real fun debating socialism versus capitalism, because it's funny how authoritarians always defend socialism. They're always leaning towards socialism as like the better choice for some reason. But I'll be more than happy to get into them with that if they want to pursue that route. But um, also, speaking of streaming, I'm still looking for my restream button, TML. Don't forget that one. I like
I
to.
don't know. I don't know why it's missing for me.
I don't either.
I
But
actually don't. Yeah, I actually don't know.
I hope you figure it out, because I would like to share the love on my channel too. So I want to share our wonderful conversations.
Restreaming. Yeah, it's not like I like disabled it or anything. It's just gone. I think they just want to shadow ban my stream. I mean, that could be an explanation of it. They don't want people to restream my shit.
StreamYard? I don't think they care. It's probably just a button in settings or something. I don't know.
I don't know. I've never changed it, and people have restreamed my shit in the past. So
Oh.
I don't know why.
It's just not there right now. That's all. Just quick feedback. But anyways, that's fine. It's not a big deal. It's just those little things.
I mean, it's a big deal for me. I'd like people to restream my shit all the time so I could grow my fucking channel. It's fucking annoying. I mean, I don't know how to change it. You know what I'm saying? It's
just
if I go to setting.
Google
Maybe
a
if I go to
FAQ or something, and maybe that'll.
Yeah, maybe if I go to settings and guests, maybe the guests and settings.
I have no idea.
Oh, guests can stream this to their own destinations.
There you go. There it is.
It is. Oh, okay, it's there now. Huh? Okay. See, they fucked that up for me. See, all I had to do is look. All right, well, there you go, buddy. But I'm about to end this. But this is just a test stream. But
yeah.
Restream my shit tonight. That would do me a huge favor. But yeah.
I'll do both. How's that sound?
Tonight I'm having an actual stream. I just did this because last time when I was on the missing link, I tried to stream to my channel and my video is just a bunch of snapshots of me of me and Jesse from Missing Link talking. It's not even a video. I was so shocked. I was so shocked at how poor the video was.
Sometimes you got to test shit out to see how it functions. So we just figured out that button, for example. So we're making progress, dude. We're gonna conquer technology. Don't worry.
Well, I'm glad I figured that shit out, man.
Word. All right, so do you want to wrap up with the Price is Right with Rocky, or what do you want to
do? Well, I'm glad that Rocky came on to talk. I will be streaming tonight, so I will see you guys tonight if you guys want to come on. Cecil Drake, you want to tell him something? And I'll play this shit tonight, But yeah, what's up?
Yeah, we can totally continue this later.
What are you playing? What are you playing tonight?
This video of us talking.
Yeah,
my stream possibly.
And don't forget to donate to TML streams, because he is banned from major institutions of learning, mostly because of socialism and social influence. So he has to come on here to teach what his philosophies and stuff like that.
So he's probably said something right, is what I'm hearing. If he said something right, he's getting banned for it, probably.
That's correct. And then therefore it needs your monetary support. You can get that Cash App right there on the ticker on the bottom of the screen. And also don't forget to donate to his collection agent, Cecil Drake, who is my Cash App is right there underneath my name at Apocalypse Fetish. And because I need gas money, because I'm gonna be traveling the Americas pretty soon.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Cecil.
Straight up.
Yeah, man. I'll possibly see you tonight, man. Yeah, peace, bro. And yeah, what about you, I5?
Oh yeah, you can see me at i5-yt is my YouTube channel. I still have Kung Flu, so I haven't started my channel yet. But as soon as I can heal up, the shit's gonna get real. So until then, I just kind of bomb in on other people's channels like I'm doing right now with my raspy voice. So I'll definitely check you out in the follow-up stream, I guess, if you want to continue this conversation. That sounds cool. So word.
For sure, dude. Yeah, yeah. See you tonight. I'm gonna be hanging around and playing some music for you guys. But yeah, Rocky, what you got for him?
Oh, I have my latest video, The Matrix Revealed.
You
Rock
in
Shepherd.
the chat. Are you a mod in the chat, Rocky?
No.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me try to make you a mod here so that then you can drop the link for your channel so that everybody can subscribe to it so they can find your video. You know what I'm saying? Give me 1 second here.
All right.
Yeah, yeah, because that'll only take a second. Can you actually can you type something in the chat? I don't know how. You know, I don't see you in the chat there.
Oh, it's what in chat?
Just type anything. Just type anything in the chat. Just type anything. So I can make you a mod and then you can drop your link.
Oh.
Yeah, because that way we can find your channel because it's gonna be very hard to find your channel.
I'll find it. Here,
Okay, here we
I'll
go.
get it.
Okay, here we go. I got you. Add as moderator. Okay, there you go. Now you could drop a link in the chat. You see what I mean?
All right.
Let me make Sarah a moderator too, because she's a good friend of the channel. Thank you, Sarah, for being here.
All right. Thanks. I guess I'm out then. Thanks for having me. I love you guys.
Yeah,
Peace.
thank you, Rocky. I love you too, man. Yeah, drop your link there and bless you, my brother. Yeah, yeah. See you tonight. Possibly. All right, guys. I'm gonna stick around, test some videos and some music here. You know what I mean? I was gonna watch some of the shows I was on last night. I was actually on Missing Link with Jesse, and I went to go move some tables for my dad. They're having a get together at my house because my uncle died last year. So yeah, we're gonna have a little Quran reading for my uncle there. So it's gonna be some wild stuff. But yeah, here's Rock E's link. Let me go ahead and open that link up and show you guys what the deal is there. Then we're gonna see the Matrix Revealed, Rock E. Subscribe to Rock E's channel. Here's his video right here. Let's watch some of this video and then I'm gonna play some music for you guys and see what's going on here. All right. Yeah, I'm doing a show tonight, 7:30 at night. I'm gonna be presenting some of my sources for my Jesse Howe Missing Link interview. You know what I mean? So you guys stick around and see. It's gonna be some interesting readings. You know, then I'm gonna present for you guys some historical facts about the occult, about some philosophers, their relation to occult theology. You know what I mean? Yeah. Some degree of centralized control. It demands an approximately equal standard of life in human beings and probably a certain uniformity of education. And it's this uniformity of education that we're concerned with that wipes out the cultural or the religious in all aspects and times. You know, he goes on to say that the goal of the machine is the goal of efficiency, and efficiency leads to the ideal of softness, the ideal of a safer world, a harmless world, a world without risk, a world without danger, and indeed a world without effort. One that is totally debased of human will, a world that is actually totally governed by the machine, whose God is the God of progress, faith in the future, the ideal of the future, sitting, waiting for change to happen instead of engaging in society, engaging in or participating, as Skolomowski would say, within society, participating within these transmogrifiers, which are the tools we use to perceive reality, and we go to these critiques were offered in the 1900s, at the beginning of the 1900s, but we could go much earlier than that. Indeed, we can go to a thinker by the name of Thomas Carlyle, who had quite a different theory than Marx about world history, saying that history was nothing more than the decisions of the great men of history, who exercised their will, kind of took everybody for a wild ride in terms of their own actions, and actually were the true engines of history, not society influencing man, but individuals influencing society on the whole. Quite an interesting summation he had. And he writes in a work criticizing the techno-liberal worldview, in which he notes that now it is certain that in former times the wise men, the enlightened lovers of their kind, who appealed generally as moralists, poets, or priests, did, without neglecting the mechanical province, deal chiefly with the dynamical, applying themselves chiefly to regulate, increase, and purify the inward primary powers of man, and fancying that herein lay the main difficulty and the best service they could undertake. But a wide difference is manifest in our age, for the wise men who now appear as political philosophers deal exclusively with the mechanical province, he says, and occupying themselves in counting up and estimating men's motives, strive by curious checking and balancing and other adjustments of profit and loss to guide them to their true advantage, while unfortunately the same motives are so innumerable and so invariable in every individual that no really useful conclusion can be drawn from their enumeration. But though mechanism, wisely contrived, has done much for man in social and moral point of view, we cannot be persuaded that it has ever been a chief source of his worth or happiness. In fact, he then goes on to blame the mechanism for drastically altering the religious framework and the artistic framework. He notes, in fact, if we look deeper, we shall find that this faith in mechanism has struck its roots down into man's most intimate primary sources of conviction, and it's thence sending up over his whole life and activity innumerable stems, fruit-bearing and poison-bearing. The truth is, men have lost their belief in the invisible and believe and hope and work only in the visible. Or, to speak it in other words, this is not a religious age, he says. This is not a religious age. Very clearly drawing a dialectic between the machine and the God of the machine and the God of religion. So this age is not a religious age, saying it's the age of the machine. He goes on to say, only the material, the immediately practical, not the divine and spiritual, is important to us.
The infinite absolute character of virtue has passed into a finite conditional one. It is no longer a worship of the beautiful and good, but a calculation of the profitable. Worship, indeed, in any case, is not recognized among us, or is mechanically explained to us into fear of pain or hope of pleasure. Our true deity is mechanism. It has subdued external nature for us, and we think it will do all other things. We are giants in physical power in a deeper than metaphorical sense. We are titans that strive by heaping mountain on mountain to conquer heaven also. Interesting. He says that this is a godless age, you know. But then he contrasts that with religious thinking, you know, and we see his comments on religion, you know, quite to the contrary. He notes the thinking of or the system of the Prophet Muhammad, where he states in his lectures on great men, on hero worship, he has a whole chapter on the Prophet Muhammad and on the old traditions of man. He says, withal, I like Muhammad for his total freedom from cant. He is a rough, self-helping son of the wilderness, does not pretend to be what he is not. There's no ostentatious pride in him, but neither does he go much upon humility. He is there as he can be, in cloak and shoes of his own clouding, speaks plainly to all manner of Persian kings, Greek emperors, what it is they are bound to do, knows well enough about himself. The respect due unto thee, in a life and death war with Bedouins, cruel things could not fail, but neither are acts of mercy, of noble, natural pity and generosity wanting. Muhammad makes no apology for the one. Makes no apology for the one, no boast of the other. They were each the free dictate of his heart. Each calls for there and then, not a mealy-mouthed man, a candid ferocity, if the case calls for it, is in him. He does not mince matters. The war of Tabuk is a thing he often speaks of. His men refused, many of them, to march on that occasion. Pleaded the heat of the weather, the harvest, and so forth. He can never forget that. Your harvest? It lasts for a day. What will become of your harvest through all eternity? Hot weather? Yes, it was hot, but hell will be hotter. Sometimes a rough sarcasm turns up. He says to unbelievers, ye shall have the just measure of your deeds at that great day. They will be weighed out to you. Ye shall not have short weight. Everywhere he fixes the matter in his eye, he sees it. His heart now and then is as if struck dumb by the greatness of it. Assuredly, he says, that word in the Quran is written down sometimes as a sentence by itself. Quote unquote, assuredly. He continues, no dilettantism in this Muhammad. It is a business of reprobation and salvation with him, of time and eternity. He is in deadly earnest about it. Dilettantism, hypothesis, speculation, a kind of amateur search for truth, toying and cocketing with truth. This is the sorest sin. The root of all other imaginable sins, it consists in the heart and soul of the man never having been open to truth, living in a vain show. Such a man not only utters and produces falsehoods, but is himself a falsehood. The rational, moral principle, spark of divinity is sunk deep in him, in quiet paralysis of life and death. The very falsehoods of Muhammad are truer than the truths of such a man. He is The insincere man, smooth polished, respectable and sometimes in places, inoffensive, says nothing harsh to nobody, most clearly, just as carbonic acid is, which is death and poison. So what does all this have to do with Nietzsche, Christianity, Islam, techno-liberalism? I hope that you will join us for an extension of this great lecture as we explore in depth some of Nietzsche's philosophy and in regards to these matters, and then move on to other thinkers like Rousseau and Ibn Khaldun, and we'll move to see how some other thinkers in history have exemplified or rejected these views. As we move on with part 2 of our series, we move to the 1700s, the source of the problem, the spawn of the techno-liberal system. Please join us soon, and we hope you have a blessed time in this technological shadow land. Good night. Greetings from the Machine Lies. This is another segment in our lecture about Nietzschean philosophy, techno-liberalism, Islam, technology, and the recent developments of right-wing Nietzscheanism. And we're here to explore some of the premises of some of those who try to explain these ideologies. Why were the philosophers Nietzsche and Rousseau, who are at the one end the apex of Western thought, and at the other end, foremost critics of modernism, why are they put at the center stage of new developments, within civilization today? And what are their critiques of some of the major Western religions, or they seem to have novel insights on the religious scope and present novel insights therein. So, in the first part of our lecture, we looked at different names and figures. We read part of Eco Theology by Henryk Skolmowski. We cited Luria in his cognitive psychology, his views of the Muslims of Uzbekistan. We then moved to the views of Kaczynski on religion. Then we read a bit of Orwell in our first part of our lecture. We even went over the views of Thomas Carlyle on various topics, and we read from the course pack here, Confronting Technology. And we'll be looking at more of these thoughts today. But I remember last time I was going to open up and talk about the views of Friedrich Nietzsche. And unfortunately, we got cut off early because of the battery life on the laptop. Well, it has been quite an intermission, my friends. I'm sorry to leave you with that. But, we are returned here today for the second part of our lecture on what Nietzsche's response was to liberalism and how he thought that the democratic values were the heir of the Christian movement. And we'll move into some of these statements by Friedrich Nietzsche. And we'll start with, I guess, his views on the foundational thoughts within the West, and these would be the thoughts of Greek philosophers, which he seemed to abhor. And this will bring us full circle to the end, is that, we're going to argue here that Plato was a liberal, that Plato's thoughts were destructive to Athens, and that, it's as Madison really said, if every Athenian were
whereas Socrates and all of Athens would be a mob. Well, what do we know about Socrates? Well, we know very little of Socrates apart from what Plato says about him. And we see that the modern Socrates is a construction of Plato, kind of this self-deprecating kind of person that was not somebody who prized warrior virtues, but in the end we see that the Socrates of Xenophon is a lot more scathing in his retort to the Athenians, to their democratic values. And we find even creeping up in Plato that Socrates and Plato in Plato's writings, they seem to prize the Lacedaemonian virtues, the virtues of the Spartans, way above those of Athens. And we'll talk about some of these connections going forward, but first we'll mention the views of Friedrich Nietzsche. Now we're reading here from our book, Christ Protagonist, or Logos Dethroned, from chapter 13, entitled The Birth of a God Called Pan, the Myth of Progress and the Religion of Progress. Now, I'm reading here from paragraph 273, where I write that about Friedrich Nietzsche, that he felt that the democratic movement is the heir of the Christian movement. And we'll cite this from Beyond Good and Evil in just a minute here. But he said he ridiculed the dotish philosophers and brotherhood enthusiasts who call themselves socialists and want a free society, but in fact are one with the lot in their thorough and instinctive hostility to every form of society except that of the autonomous herd. So he blames a universalism creeping up, and the idea of man having a base nature, the man in the state of nature, this species man, where there's no qualifications that differ from one man to another. Of course, Nietzsche saw equality as a myth. And if you look around, I think you'll concede that equality is a myth. The view of equality is a view that reduces mankind to a common herd animal. One size fits all. It's not a type of thinking that is sort of taking a look, a personal look at the human experience, or a participatory look at the designs of the individual or the will or volition of a single individual. Instead, it undermines humanity in a kind of baselessness, a rootlessness. And this is kind of what we addressed in the first part of our lecture. But here Nietzsche goes on to say that socialist dolts and flatheads, and this is a direct quote by Nietzsche, he actually calls socialist dolts and flatheads, he says, they'll anoint the man of the future. The last man, as he says, the man of the future. He called such a man the perfect herd animal. This is, of course, the liberal man, the socialist ideal. He also noticed that the time for petty politics is over, quote unquote. The very next century will bring the fight for domination of the earth, the compulsion to large-scale politics. And you see this in section 208 of Beyond Good and Evil, where he makes a shocking prediction about world politics, international politics, obviously looking at the downfall of nationalism, and of a man with a national identity. Nietzsche realized that the myth of progress and faith in the future was promulgated by the utterly faithless. He writes in section 212, quote, a man of tomorrow and the day after tomorrow has always found himself and had to find himself in contradiction to his today. his enemy was ever the ideal of today. Nietzsche did not see history as a linear progression away from the previous order, but saw ebbs and flows of a singular movement, which was bound to repeat itself. His notion of cyclical change was much more akin to the Hindu repeating cycles of time than the Greek or Pauline view of history. In section 260, he talks about a slave morality is essentially a morality of utility. The utilitarian framework itself is democratic in a way. He talks about this slowly arising democratic order of things, and these are all brought into focus by him here. We're going to move on to his views on Darwinism, and it seemed like Nietzsche rejected Darwinism and rejected the notion of the myth of progress, which is much alive in the 21st century as ever. But Nietzsche seemed to criticize Darwinian naturalism. I'm reading here from paragraph 276 from my book, Christ's Protagonist. He seemed to criticize the major tenets of Darwinian nationalism. He said the idea of an organ developed through vestigial organs was absurd. He says, quote, the ability of an organ does not explain its origin, unquote, and questioned how something partly formed could ever develop or improve through use in external circumstances. He also said, quote, Darwin forgot the mind, unquote. Darwin offers no discussion on the intricacies of animal psychology and the propensity of man in this case, which is different from his animal counterparts on several fronts. He noticed that the weak often rule over the strong because the majority becomes cleverer than the strong. This democratic impulse itself was the greatest argument against Darwinism. Men do not strive for freedom, but beg for change and progress in some sort of inane impulse of collective morality that comes to settle in with the subtlety of vengefulness. What is more is that sexual selection does not occur in humans the same way as it does in animals. In humans, at least, such a process of selection is deeply irregular and has many historical shifts and cultural anomalies. He goes on to say that the will to power to drive changes in nature instead of steady progress of Darwinian evolution is much more preferable. He found the notion of Darwinism to be inextricably linked to liberal idealism. History has instead shown us that the weaker overtakes the stronger by continual compromise and childish effacement. This points to a concerted devolution, a devolution and stultifying of progress. He said, quote, I am inclined to the prejudice that the school of Darwin has been diluted everywhere, unquote. He posited the herd animal as the stultifier of the will to power, whose development was irregular and unpredictable, in a quote from Naklas. That is Nietzsche's journal writings, unpublished journal writings. He writes the quote, the progress of the species, period. The very opposite is quite palpably the case, he says. Yes, and as we know, Darwin family and the Huxley family were the foremost promoters of the theory of evolution. The families would marry into one another with the belief that preserving their genetics and an aptitude for science was necessary. They recommended many dysgenic procedures to be implemented in society, and they went on to found all sorts of organizations that founded science partnerships that study dysgenic procedures like such as Planned Parenthood and others. And we see that today these institutions are everywhere championed by the type of liberal, the herd man of today. And what's more, so this is kind of where the drive to right wing Nietzsche is coming from. Now, what about Nietzsche's views on the Greeks and his views on Western civilization? Now, let's turn to page 226 in my book, Christ Protagonist, and we will find here some of Nietzsche's very controversial views on European society. And I'll write here from paragraph 412. Rome had a problem with two things. One was the invasion from the outside by European invaders, and the other was an internal struggle of decadence, corruption, and cultural schism. The spread of Christianity to the Gentile population, which was a project undertaken by Paul, would provide a pivotal tipping point for the Roman power in this critical stage. Rome's conversion to Christianity not only marked the spread of Christianity to Europe, but signaled its collapse. The European Christianity, which outlived Rome, came to dominate in the world. Paul knew what any good spy and soldier knows. The best way to win a war is by deception, and the clearest way to overtake the enemy is by ideas and not guns. Thus, Christianity became a phenomenon for the Gentile masses, which attracted them away from the Roman rule, in which case it became pro-European and anti-Roman formulation. In short, it strengthened Rome's enemies while weakening Rome itself. Furthermore, the systems of Greek and Roman learning, the collusion of pagan practices, the philosophical underpinning of the West, and the spiritual materialism of the Gnostics can be seen in the development of European thought. This also signaled the rise of the Catholic Church. Yet another civilization would rise up to challenge not only the basis for Christian society, but also presented a unique political challenge to Christian society that had gone along by separating the theological and the political sphere and the philosophical truth from religious truth. That was a reference to the philosophy of Thomas Aquinas. I go on to say, this was the empire of Islam, Arabia, which was known as the wilderness of the Bible, had once again produced a challenge to the claimants of divine rule. The golden age of Islamic civilization is seen as both an influence on the West and something that threatened to overtake European Christian civilization by spreading rapidly through indiscriminate force. The view that Islamic science had just as much influence on Christian Europeans as did classical Greek philosophy is not widely noted. I go on to say, Nietzsche was a student of Greek and Roman culture, but to him, nothing was more stultifying and stupefyingly monumental as the collapse of Rome itself. He studied the Roman Republic and was a philologist that is known by some to be the pinnacle of Western ideas. He described the takeover of Rome by Christians to be a rise of anarchism and hatred for the world, which replaced the Epicurean and aristocratic life, affirming virtues of Roman civilization. whose cultural achievements were transformed into a debased slave morality. He blamed Paul, the quote unquote Chandala of Rome, as the hidden influencer with a sectarian movement that, quote, stood apart from Rome, unquote. He describes the subterranean unio mystica, quote unquote, of drinking blood to be a vampirism which drew on the pansyncretistic fervor of the cults of the Great Mother Mary, the dying and rising god of Osiris, and the Persian Mithra, to have been melded into a Jewish conception. Christianity, after all, taught that, quote unquote, salvation is of the Jews. The Christians were most extreme in their denial of the world. These are all statements that Nietzsche made in his book Antichrist in paragraph 58. He also says, quote, everything wretched, intrinsically ailing, and invaded by bad feelings, the whole ghetto world of the soul at once on top. One needs only but to read any of the Christian agitators, for example, St. Augustine, in order to realize, in order to smell what filthy fellows came to the top, unquote. He writes, Nietzsche apparently could not come to appreciate the attacks of St. Augustine against Rome. Yes, that's right. In his City of God, St. Augustine makes pretty virulent attacks and accusations against Rome. He actually calls Rome the antithesis of the City of God. He compares Rome to the fallen state, if you will, in many ways. He was also interested in St. Augustine's attack on man as a sinful being. Famously said, hate the sin and not the sinner. Of course, one could argue whether within Christianity, man is made naturally sinful, or if this is a misunderstanding of the Christian teaching. But that's not a subject for today. But I go on to say, Nietzsche felt that false humility was itself a sort of pridefulness. Yes, this is what comes out in his writings. And he says it was only built on a kind of spiteful resentment. He felt that man's conscience was forever plagued by the impartial spectator, quote unquote, that cleverly undermined his own potential by bringing down others. He complained that man is the beast with red cheeks. This is a quote from Zarathustra, one of his famous quotes. Man is the beast with red cheeks. He put these things in the mouth of the prophet of the Zoroastrian religion. Interesting. He was apparently convinced that Christianity had deranged the simple virtues found in older religions, which promoted the mentality of a warrior saint. He thought that before this subtle revolutionary and metaphysically deranged views of Paul, Christ must have been a figure comparable to the warrior saints of old, or at least the warlike prophets of the Old Testament. He felt the Old Testament God was, a much more accurate representation of an all-powerful being. Nietzsche was not a fan of Plato either. He said that Christianity was Platonism for the people, as we mentioned before. And I will get to that quote in a minute here. But he also says, certainly the church fathers even made comparable statements in saying that the pagan philosophy was a preparation in the world for Christian teaching. we see these statements by Clement of Alexandria and also Saint Eusebius, among others. And Nietzsche even despised the so-called German culture, which he said was used as the Swiss guard, quote unquote, the Swiss guard of the church. He felt that Rome was not only wiped out by Teutons, but enveloped and emaciated slowly by the doctrine of the church, devised by Paul, the preferred Roman and Greek culture. He preferred Roman and Greek culture to modern European culture, and the culture of Islamic civilization as even more palatable than the rule of the Greeks and Romans. He wrote, quote, "If Islam despises Christianity, it has thousandfold right to do so. Islam at least assumes men," unquote. This is in Antichrist 59. And this seemed to have influenced minds like Carlyle. It's pretty, as we talked about in the first part of our lecture. He also says in a follow-up passage, he states, quote, "Christianity destroyed for us the whole harvest of ancient civilization, and later it also destroyed for us the whole harvest of Mohammedan civilization. The wonderful culture of the Moors, which was fundamentally nearer to us and appealed more to our senses and taste than that of Rome and Greece," unquote. I'll say that again. The wonderful culture of the Moors, which was fundamentally nearer to us and appealed more to our senses and taste than that of Rome and Greece. That's right. Many may be shocked by these statements, but we are not surprised, I say here. This was by a well-known and erudite master of Western learning who had seen through the scamming of Europeans and Jews and wanted to return to his Polish Slavic heritage, just like those people in Uzbekistan that were psyoped by Alexander Luria. you know, um, you know, he saw a slave morality, it says. It grew out of Paul's teaching to be a subversive dredging up of a herd mentality and moral psychology, which was the most detrimental to a man of high stature that stood apart from the commoner. He felt that this subterranean lust for power had crystallized in the thirst for a new order, a new world of collective salvation. And of course, this leads us to the collective salvation of the democratic and liberal age, which he saw as akin to this. He felt that which idealized faith in the future through the myth of progress. Nietzsche saw that the hollow and grandiloquent dreams of progress, to be refuted by the fact that the cultural achievements of Greece and Rome were hardly matched in his own time, especially in terms of social organization or the level of expertise and talent. Obviously, culture has not improved since then. He saw the men of that time to be superior to the modern European. The warrior's mentality had sunken down like a ghost ship of history, and only a pale schematic, quote unquote, everyman of the 19th century Europe was left to propagate the world. He felt that the West had opposed the spread of Islam to its detriment. He writes, quote, "Because it had to thank noble and manly instincts for its origin, because it said yes to life, even to the refined luxuriousness of Moorish life. The Crusaders later made war on something before which it would have been more fitting for them to have groveled in the dust, a civilization to which even that of our 19th century seems very poor and senile, unquote. He added, the Crusaders must be seen without the eyes of prejudice as a band of looters that despise the wealth of the Arabs. He admonishes his own German people, praises the Romans, and even above Rome, praises the culture of the Moors. He noted that, quote, Christianity and alcohol, the two great means of corruption, unquote, had laid scourge to the great men of Europe. He states, quote, intrinsically, there should be no more choice between Islam and Christianity than there is between an Arab and a Jew. The decision is already reached. Nobody remains at liberty to choose here. Either a man is a Chandala or he is not. War to the knife with Rome, peace and friendship with Islam, he writes, unquote. This scathing retort is at least an honest reflection, and we find it to be a mostly ignored chapter of Nietzsche's philosophy. Of these neoconservatives that defend Nietzsche's views, it should awaken them from their slumber, and of those who feel Christian virtues go hand in hand with progress, it should give some pause. Now, was Nietzsche correct about his aligning of Christian virtues with liberal values? Now, as we discussed in our first part, there is the uneasy challenging of the technological drive in man, or secularism at large, by Christian values. So as much as we see technology and liberalism being linked, we see that Christianity actually opposes liberal values. So in a way, Nietzsche is correct about collective salvation. On another end, he's wrong that Christianity has not in some sense opposed liberalism, because it has opposed secular values to a certain extent. So so is Nietzsche's critique 100%? Now, Nietzsche has offered some interesting views, and we'll go on with some more of his views here. Now, he viciously attacks progress, modern progress, and we'll see some more of this just coming up here. He writes in a book, Human All Too Human, in paragraph 218, he says, the machine as teacher, the machine of itself teaches the mutual cooperation of hordes of men in operations where each man has to do only one thing. Each man has to do only one thing. It provides the model for the party apparatus and the conduct of warfare. On the other hand, it does not teach individual autocracy. Excuse me. It does not teach individual autocracy. It makes of many one machine, and of every individual an instrument to one end. Its most generalized effect is to teach the utility of centralization. No lies detected in that one. Now he goes on to say in paragraph 220, reaction against machine culture. The machine itself, a product of the highest intellectual energy, sets into motion in those who serve it almost nothing but the lower non-intellectual energies. It thereby releases a vast quantity of energy in general that would otherwise be dormant. It is true. But it provides no instigation or enhancement to improvement. And this is exactly what we see in the diminishing skills of people today, thanks to automation itself. It provides no instigation to enhancement, to improvement, to become an artist, he says. It makes men active and uniform, but in the long run, this engenders a counter effect, a despairing boredom of the soul, which teaches them to long for idleness in all its variety. Wrong for idleness in all its varieties. Let's move on to paragraph 278. He says, the premises of the machine age, the printing press, the machine, the railway, the telegraph, are premises whose 1,000-year conclusion no one has yet dared to draw. He says in paragraph 288, to what extent the machine debases us. The machine is impersonal. It deprives the piece of work of its pride, of the individual goodness and faultiness that adheres to all. Work not done by a machine. That is to say, of its little bit of humanity in earlier times, all purchasing from artisans was a bestowing of a distinction on individuals. The things which we surrounded ourselves were the insignia of these distinctions. Household furniture and clothing thus became symbols of mutual esteem and personal solidarity, whereas we now seem to live in the midst of nothing but an anonymous and impersonal slavery. We must not purchase the alleviation of work at too high a price, he complains. So, definitely a critic of progress in the genealogy of morals, which we'll read later. More of, he says, our entire modern way of life has the appearance of sheer hubris and godlessness. Our whole attitude towards nature, the way we violate her with the aid of machines and the heedless inventiveness of our technicians and engineers, is hubris. So, not what you would expect from a somebody who stands at the pinnacle of Western thought. We have a thinker that is far opposed to Judeo-Christian values. Actually, finds the concatenation of such a concatenation to be completely destructive to Western society, and also opposes evolution. He opposes evolution as something that is pale, anemic, reduces man to a species animal. He then attacks progress and even attacks technology. Our modern technology and our drive towards scientific hubris that led to this technology. So when people are standing in support of Nietzschean philosophies, are they rejecting democratic values? Are they rejecting herd instincts? Are they rejecting Judeo-Christian thinking? Are they rejecting progress? Are they rejecting science and technology? These are all things that Nietzsche basically emphatically rejected. So beware of anybody who calls himself Nietzschean. Nietzsche is a radical thinker. He does not make moderate claims here. So anybody who thinks that they're just going to stand in support of Nietzsche, or anybody who calls himself Nietzschean, please beware of such people. Such people are completely trying to psyop you into oblivion. Let's just start there. The first people who tried to turn Nietzsche into a pretty boy were the postmodernists. Now, they largely failed, because here we have Nietzsche's own words, and it seems like his philosophy is not amenable to that. He says here in Beyond Good and Evil, Christianity is Platonism for the people. He calls Christianity Platonism for the people. Let's move on to some more of his statements here. against liberalism. And it's important to note that Nietzsche made lots of statements against liberalism. He says here that we're looking here at his in his paragraph 192 of Beyond Good and Evil. He says, whoever has traced the history of an individual science, we're moving on here to his critique of science, finds a clue in its development for understanding the most ancient and most common processes of all quote unquote knowledge and cognition, unquote. There, as here it is, the rash hypotheses, the fictions, the good dumb will to quote unquote believe, the lack of mistrust and patience that are developed first. Our senses learn only late and never learn entirely to be subtle, faithful, and cautious organs of cognition. Our eye finds it more comfortable to respond to a given stimulus by reproducing once more an image that it has produced many times before, instead of registering what is different and new in its impressions. The latter would require more strength, more quote unquote morality. Hearing something new is embarrassing and difficult for the ear. Foreign music we do not hear well. When we hear another language, we try involuntarily to form the sounds we hear into words and sound more familiar and more like home to us. Thus, the German, for example, transformed arquebalist, I'm not sure how to say that, sorry friends, when he heard that, into armbrust. What is it says it means arm breast. Both words mean crossbow, it says in the footnote. What is new finds our senses too hostile, reluctant, even in the simplest process of sensation. The effects dominate, such as fear, love, hatred, including passive effects of laziness. He here talks about memory, a sort of memory as being an opposing to the drive for progress, the drive for hubris, and the drive for discovery. And he goes on to critique the liberal way of life and states that and says over here that all these and now I'm reading from paragraph 198. He says all these moralities that address themselves to the individual for the sake of his happiness, as one says, what are they but counsels for behavior in relation to the degree of dangerousness which the individual lives with himself, recipes against passions, his good and bad inclinations, insofar as they have the will to power and want to play the master, little and great prudences and artifices that exude the nook odor of the old nostrums of the wisdom of old women, all of them baroque and unreasonable in form, because they address themselves to quote unquote all. He's blaming now universalism. He goes on to say, because they generalize where one must not generalize. All of them speak unconditionally, take themselves for unconditional. All of them flavored with more than one grain of salt, and tolerable only at times, even seductive when they begin to smell overspiced and dangerous, especially quote unquote of the other world. All of this, it is measured intellectually worth very little, and not by a long shot, quote unquote, science. much less quote unquote wisdom, but rather to say it once more 3 times: prudence, 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 mixed with stupidity, stupidity, stupidity. Whether it is the indifference and the statue coldness against hot-headed folly, to the effects of which the Stoics advised or they administered, or that laughing no more and weeping no more of Spinoza. His so naively advocated destruction of the effects through their analysis and vivisection, and tuning down of the effects to a harmless mean according to which they may be satisfied, the Aristotelianism of morals. The Aristotelianism of morals, he calls it. Even morality as enjoyment, to the effects deliberate thinness and spiritualization by means of symbolization of art, say as music, and as love of God, of man, for God's sake, for in religion the passions enjoy the rights of citizens, again, assuming that finally even that accommodating and playful surrender to the effects as Hafiz and Goethe, the great antinomian poets, Hafez and Goethe. He says they taught it. The bold dropping of the reins, that spiritual physical licentia morum, in the exceptional case of the wise old owls and sots for whom it no longer holds much danger, quote unquote. This too for the chapter, quote, morality as timidity, he says. So unfortunately, Nietzsche saw all forms of morality as timidity, even going so far as to cancel out dualism by a union of the spiritual and the physical in the way of the antinomians and the Sufis. And he goes on to say that that this is moral hypocrisy, and he says this is brought forward by the instruments of common weal. Instruments of common weal. And he goes on to say, eventually, and this is now, I'm now over at paragraph 201. He says, as long as utility reigning in the moral value judgment is solely the utility of the herd, as long as one considers only preservation of the community, and immorality is sought exactly and exclusively in what seems dangerous to the survival of the community, there can be no morality of quote unquote neighbor love. Neighbor love, one of the central themes of Christianity. Supposing that even then there was a constant little exercise of consideration, pity, fairness, mildness, reciprocity, of assistance, supposing that even in this state of society all those drives are active and later receive the honorary designation of virtues and eventually coincide with the concept of morality, quote unquote. In that period, they do not yet all belong in the realm of moral valuations, and I'll skip down. He says, in the last analysis, quote, love of the neighbor, unquote, is always something secondary, partly conventional, arbitrary, illusory in relation to fear of thy neighbor. After the structure of society is fixed and whole and seems secure against external dangers, it is this fear of the neighbor which again creates a new perspective of moral valuation. Certain strong and dangerous drives like the excuse me, enterprising spirit, foolhardiness, vengefulness, craftiness, rapacity, and a lust to rule, which had so far not merely been honored insofar as they were socially useful under different names, to be sure, from those chosen here, but had to be trained and cultivated to make them great, because one constantly needed them in the view of dangers to the whole community against the enemies of the community are now experienced as doubly dangerous since the channels to divert them are lacking. Step upon step, they are branded as immoral, abandoned to slander. And he calls these drives the highest and strongest drives, which later he says the opportunity and necessity for educating one's feelings to severity and hardiness, hardness, hardness, severity and hardness, sorry, is lacking more and more, and even severity, even injustice begins to disturb the conscience. And again, here he finally says in paragraph 202, he says, indeed, with the help of religion, which indulged and flattened the most sublime herd animal desires, we have reached the point where we find, even in the political and social institutions, an even more visible expression of this morality. The democratic movement is the heir of the Christian movement, he says. The democratic movement is the heir of the Christian movement. A critical statement within Nietzschean philosophy, but he says it's not limited to to a Christian style message, but also finds itself within the dogmatic push of 16th and 17th century thought as well within European civilization. And here he talks about this in paragraph 207. He says, however, gratefully we may welcome an objective spirit. And is there anyone who has been more mortally sick of everything subjective and of his accused epistemosity? That's a word coined by Nietzsche. In the end, we have to learn caution against our gratitude and put a halt to exaggerated manner in which the unselfing and depersonalization of the spirit is being celebrated nowadays. And this is in the 17th century he's talking about. So imagine what he would think today about the depersonalization of the spirit that's being celebrated, as if it were the goal itself, and redemption and transfiguration. This is particularly characteristic of the pessimist school, which also has good reasons for according to the highest honors to quote unquote disinterested knowledge, unquote. Yeah, to disinterested knowledge, he says. Sorry, disinterested knowledge. This is objective thought. The objective person who no longer curses the scolds like the pessimist, the ideal scholar in whom the scientific instinct, after thousands of total and semi-failures, for once blossoms and blooms to the end, is certainly one of the most precious instruments there are. But he belongs in the hand of one more powerful. He is only an instrument. Let us say he is a mirror. He has no quote unquote end in himself. The objective man is indeed a mirror. He is accustomed to submit before whoever wants to be known, without any other pleasure than that found in knowing and quote unquote mirroring. He waits until something comes and then
Shall we begin like David Copperfield? I am born, I grew up. Or shall we begin when I was born to darkness, as I call it?
Like a yo, my words bang against your brain like a hammer. My grammar will snap a rapper and settle the matter. Rappers will scatter. These words might shatter your dreams, batter and bruise. The laughter from the back of my mind is unbearable. Midnight, porcelain moon, pictures of gloom. I lay beneath a starless sky, licking my wounds. Twisted despair, I swear I don't deserve this. I'm paranoid, that's why I always look nervous. Lost in this realm, sincere faces appear and seem to be behind these snares. And all this laughter that I hear, am I crazy? Maybe, perhaps I'm cursed. The people gathered and wept at my birth made a third. Can you hear me? Never be heard. Suffer in silence on a hilltop, scream at the sky, begging for guidance. Most ponder my sanity, many worship my name. If I don't see you tomorrow, pray never we meet again. Yo, I've been known to crap mirrors with side glances of self-hate. Take a moment to reflect, I guess a stalemate. My lyrics cut deep, I only shepherd the weak. I thought you had something to say to me, but now you can't speak. Loose lips sink ships, quick fists fell giants. I'll hang you from a star, you can keep your fucking science. I'm a son of man, nothing more, nothing less. My heart was still palpitating as I ripped it from my chest. Suffered in the worst ways, these lyrical displays amazed. Even my worst adversary stand and gaze. My mind is a maze, and I'm lost in the middle. I'm trying to find a way out, but I keep thinking in riddles. Snigger at my own stupidity, lyrically showcased. I laugh for somewhere in paradise is where my home waits. Most ponder my sanity, many worship my name. If I don't see you tomorrow, pray never we meet again.
The maid was in the garden, hanging out the clothes, while I crept up and shot her dead in the nose. Message in a bottle, violent as I would could spin. One stranded couple terrorized by backwoodsmen. A young man home from reform school, now a burglar. So sixth graders suspect their principal is a murderer. A man investigates the death of his twin brother. 3 kids search for their missing parents in cover. A nightclub owner schemes against mobsters. 4 congressmen turn out to be imposters. 5 teens try to track down a jewel thief. 1 little boy knocked out another's teeth. Successful scriptwriter becomes a heroin addict. A surgeon and his ex-wife slaughtered by a mechanic. A barroom brawl says they lost students to the hospital. A little girl found a fly inside her popsicle. 2 bored Indians become bank robbers. A cop searching for the killers of his father. A rapper's lifestyle of sex, drugs, and booze. A highwayman swindles a trucker's bruise. A bum looks in a dumpster and finds a new pair of shoes. An injured jazz musician dead on the news. A housewife entangled in lies and domestic abuse. A dirty politician tries to rub out his opponent. The outside man fought another man in the rain. A businesswoman had to school for the correct spelling of a name. A skinhead who led a fierce biker gang involved in white slavery. And Mr. Avery was never neighborly, romancing a jackpot. He killed his wife and drove to Vegas with her head in a hat box. 1 candy apple, 2 white chocolates, 3 blueberries. 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 She had rings on her fingers and bells on her toes. She'll have music wherever she goes. 7 ladybugs on a honeydew. For crummy. You, Mr. Grimes, came from a candy house with a gummy roof. I got a Tommy gun that shoots eggs, and I'll put it down. Pop you in the shoulder with a large revolver and laugh. War clouds, war paths to conquer whoever lasts. Like tea cakes and crumpets, shiny bright turquoise trumpets, gold in the compass, piloting an airship. One sea of clouds, I drop an axe on you now. Shadow on the barn wall, float a newspaper boat. Juice bars and fudge sticks, roller coasters and Ferris wheels. 1 candy apple, 2 white chocolates, 3 blueberries. 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 There was a young lady, my wife, who disrespect. And the first day I met her, she had a ribbon around her neck. And she wore that ribbon for years and hit a flute. When I'd ask her to remove it, she'd always have excuse. One stormy night while we were in bed, I snatched the ribbon off and off rolled her head. I laughed myself to sleep, the room spun around like a record. 1 candy apple, 2 white chocolates, 3 blueberries. 1 candy apple, 2 white chocolates, 3 blueberries. 1 candy apple, 2 white chocolates, 3 blueberries. That's 1 candy apple, 2 white chocolates, 3 blueberries.
So, do you like bananas? So, do you like bananas as much as me? So, do you like bananas as much as I like bananas? Hit me! Oh!
That's the dream.
Gordon Benson used to go to my school. Gordon Benson used to get on my bus. Now he does adverts for mother's rice pudding. In those adverts, they say rise, rise, baby.
Swimming. Cycling. Running.
He does it all. Gordon Benson used to go to my school. Gordon Benson used to get on my bus. Now he does adverts for mother's rice pudding. In those adverts, you say rise, rise, baby.
Rise, rise, baby.
Took the triathlon on his path to stardom. Took the triathlon on his path to stardom. Took the triathlon on his path to stardom. Took the triathlon. He does it all. GB, GB, TG.
Okay, here's an idea for a meme. You get so the
could produce a change in mental state closely resembling some forms of insanity, in particular schizophrenia. However, more interest has centered on the very peculiar symptoms that the drug produces in the subject who is otherwise normal.
There's a niche building inside of you and a switch that doesn't exist. And there's nothing to destroy my love. Do you have something to complicate? Do you have a complication that I don't need? I'm healed, never been broken, no, I'm healed, never been broken. You know I never believed. You know I never believed I could heal, but I'm back and I'm real. So good to be back, so good to be real. Someone should tell you, you might never learn. You wanna follow me somewhere, but I can take you anywhere. You gotta go out alone to a black unknown, and you come back so dirty. Well, you need me to clean you off. And you know that dirt is here to stay. You know that I have gone away to get my share. 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 To get my share, 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 to get my share.